Chapter 41. Endless Unknown, definitely not. Illimaries is like a third of Westeros, which is like 3 to 4 million square miles in area. Tony McNuckles, good spot. LOL. Silent Power 98, thanks for your review. There's about 10 to 13 more chaps left, I think. Not sure yet. But yet, we're getting near to the end. Randomandu 47, part of the reason why the SIS have great stewardships is because they are selected for it specifically. In this story, Aegon has a fair bit of protection from supernatural stuff, at least in the beginning. Any premise of rebirth with full memory definitely has to have that, I think. Especially in a world like ASOIAF. Yeah, the Gale arc wasn't the best, but I do have the defense that I was changed it on the quick. Like seriously, I had to refashion a lot of the story because of that. The Targaryen Islands will probably be more of a major port place like Gibraltar or even Singapore if I'm honest. But that'd be over centuries, I think. Presently, it'll be quite bare in a fort basically. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Late 115 AC Illimaries, the Judicial and Arbitration Courts Building. Gale POV. The crowd of tens of thousands that stood waiting in front of the specially constructed podium became quiet as Aegon walked up to the front. Oh, they became quiet. A sweet whisper from a young voice made Gale look beside her. Standing right at her left hip was Maegeli, who was staring out at the crowd with wide and fascinated eyes and a face full of curiosity, making Gale smile a little. It had only been 25 days, but her 4-name-day-old niece had grown accustomed to their family. For the most part. She was still widely attached to her husband, always seeking her husband out whenever he was home, and in truth, the attachment she could tell was reciprocated by her husband, who had told her that Maegeli had helped him as much as Rex had in the Year of Peace on Velos, but she was opening to Gale and unsurprisingly Brienne, who was very much interested in her sister by blood. Gale thought about saying something, but she'd decided to hold her tongue, to let the young girl take in the experience, and Gale looked away to look at her children, who stood beside her as well, with her eldest sons on the other side of Maegeli, with her daughters and Solanise on her right, before she looked towards the crowd. This was her first time out in the wider public in such a public way. By now, the public knew about Maegeli, and the relationship she had with their family. And the circumstances of her birth, which Aegon had seen addressed under law, under royal writ and under religious exception before the ceremony that saw the creation of the Archonate of Illimaries, the Council of Dragon Lords and the chartering of the Articles of the Royal House of Targaryen, amongst other creations. Gale looked across from the podium, towards where the group of men stood. Edwin Hest Osties, Grand Scholar and now Chief Advisor to the Council of Dragon Lords, Dorland Vasriot Lion, Arch-Alchemist and Advisor, Eleron Gyrion, Chief of the Legislative Assembly and Advisor, Vicevor Ral Ares, Head of the Civil Service and Public Works and Advisor, Lord Bryce Arrenter, Head of the Admiralty and Head of the soon-to-be-built Naval School, Lord Murrow Calnarian, 3rd Commander of the Illimari Army and Head of the soon-to-be-built Military Academy, Lord Gala Anis Carcaris. 2nd Commander of the Illimari Army, Count Ethan Celtigar, 4th Commander of the Army and Advisor, Sir Cedric Leodon, Chief Constable of the City Guard, Lorgan Keller, Grand Scholar and Chief Judge of the Judicial Courts, Bodrin Lance Wright, Head of the Farmers Guild and Advisor, Baneth Stolly, Head of the Shipbuilders Guild, Grey Heron, the Unsullied Commander, and of course, the person of interest, the High Septon of Illimaries, High Septon Orion. The former Lysane slave, who had cast away his slave name, was nearing 40 name days of age, with his long white beard, wearing a long, white robes where, at the center of his robes, where his heart lies, was there 7 stars weaved of red, orange, green, blue, yellow, indigo and violet, and the man cut an austere figure. There were many in Illimaries who had risen high, in position, and in both hers and Aegon's esteem and in the esteem of their people, but the Septon's rise would likely have the most lasting impact for generations to come, she thought to herself. Orion had taken to the faith of the 7 like a babe to its mother, his hatred of slavery having opened his heart to the swaying words of the 7-pointed star, and combined with the fervor he held for her and her family, those who he saw as his saviors from a life of indignity, his own words, the man had become the very means to push the faith in a direction that her husband was recalcitrant to push any further than he was, or had been, doing. Aegon's stories, particularly the creation story her husband told their children, the story of the one who breathed life into the 7 aspects in the world through his mind and song, and using divine fire, breathed life into the world, has grown as the fundamental root of their faith, an accidental misunderstanding made deliberate in doctrine after the time of the unrest between the sect headed by Orion and the traditionalists, which had been when Aegon began to quietly utilize the fervent loyalty and the talents of Orion, talent of charm and talent of making people listen, to push on this new root of the faith. A root that included their family as established to being the chosen family, the 1 and the 7, where their family were granted a sliver of the divine fire, to use their gift and guide the chosen people to live in the promised land and live in the right way, as ordained by the gods. This way of thinking had been championed by the Septon Orion, and under his leadership, the majority of the people of Illimaris, particularly the new arrivals, had taken to this sect of the faith of the Seven, and she didn't think it would be long before the rest of their people adhered to this and the revised seven-pointed star Aegon and the Septon created. Gale studied the expression on the High Septon's face, who looked at her husband with that familiar intensity and fervor he was known for. The new seven-pointed star was written in High Valyrian and revised to include the position her family held in the eyes of the One and the Seven and included the new doctrines established by the High Septon and his disciples, which were supported by her husband, even if he had appeared or sounded disgruntled with it with her in private. She knew her husband and she knew that for all of his disgruntlement, Aegon saw the adoption of the revised faith to be more in line with their people, who were Valyrian and distinctly different in their culture and in their way of life from the Andals for whom the old seven-pointed star had been written for, and he saw it necessary to secure the safety of their family, and work to do so. Gale had her wariness and her reservations about the extent of which the faith was being changed, given her having been raised under the tutelages of septas and still believed in their gods, despite the doubt Aegon inspired in her with his experiences with cruel and evil pretenders that haunted their family, but she also grew to understand the necessity of adjusting the interpretations over the years. She did not believe her family was chosen, not necessarily, but she did believe her family were the best suited to guide and protect their chosen people. It was their family that saw to the selection and liberation of their people. It was their family that saw to the discovery of Illimaris and it was their family that championed to this new way of life based on community and piety, which would see none of their people starve, or be subject at the cruel whims of lords as common folk were in Westeros or subject to the whims of malicious cruelty as common folk were in Essos. Gale accepted that this change would do far more good than it would do evil and she thought the gods would see this, see their changes that upheld the intent and commands of the gods. That was her hope, at the very least. A silent thought entered her mind as she looked away from the High Septon and towards Aegon, who was about to start, on how her father would have been proud at what she and Aegon had accomplished, especially with regards to the faith. Her father had worked hard to reconcile with the faith, which had led to the doctrine of exceptionalism, and now their family would see itself tied into the root of the Illimari faith, and now fully protected under law and in faith. People of Illimaris. Aegon began, his voice raised as he yearned to make sure his voice was heard to the farthest person in the tens of thousands of strong crowd, and Gale focused on her husband's voice as the crowd quietened down, and she felt as if she could feel the rising curious anticipation of the crow. Perhaps she could truly feel the anticipation. This was the fourth time a General Assembly of Illimaris, a reference that was coined after the second assembly for the internment ceremony at the Hall of Heroes, was called. She looked towards the first rows of the crowd, whom she could see look upon her husband with eyes of interest and attentiveness. Aegon's return has been. As expected, Gale decided to use. His welcome back meeting had only been the very surface of the excitement and adoration their people held for her husband, and all of that had only been strengthened even further after the interment ceremony. 2,136 men had died during the war against the slavers, and all of these men had been honored by her husband during the ceremony. Aegon had, one by one, called upon each of the names of the fallen dead, and each time, someone of their families or their friends, if they had died without wife and issue, would come forth and hand over the urn to Aegon. Aegon, reciting from the ledger of chivalry and honor which documented the deeds of the fallen men, talked about when they had fallen and what their sacrifice brought the people of Illimaris and of the people of Liberty Bay before he'd speak of their specific deeds, such as saving the lives of their fellow Illimari or saving the lives of the former slaves. High Septon Orion would then consecrate their urns before they were moved inside of the Hall of Heroes and placed on their spot on a named shelf on one of the seven-sided marble obelisks, and their families or their friends were given a Illimari steel medallion with the name of the fallen, to remember the great deeds of their kin or friends, and to remember that they were not forgotten by Illimaris. Aegon had done this 2,136 times, and each time, Aegon would speak of when they'd fallen and what their deeds were, and there was not a single man or woman or child that had broken the austere silence and mourning of the ceremony. The only times that they had been broken had been when mothers or fathers or wives, who had come forth with the urns to hand over, tearfully thanked Aegon for the honor their kin had been given by him directly. Aegon had earned an immense amount of appreciation, especially as no ashes of anyone was left behind during the war, and she was quietly informed by a few of her servant girls, who generally brought her information about the general feelings by the common folk, that many spoke about how this was further proof that her husband was truly the god's representation in the world with how he represented all of their virtues, a phrase that was made popular by the Septon Orion and his disciples, who were effectively the only Septons in Illimaris. The last assembly, the one before this one which had formally created the Archonate and gave out awards, deeds and titles, had only increased that appreciation as Aegon honored thousands of men, who had worked here in Illimaris and those who had fought with him, which she could tell had helped during Aegon's discussions with groups of men and guilds on his ideas and plans. She looked at the side of her husband's face. Since the days of Dragonstone, her husband was capable of earning the love of people with remarkable ease and, as Aegon would say with a mirthless expression, with feigned genuineness. At times, she wondered if he truly believed that this of himself, that he feigned genuineness when in reality it was clear he deeply cared for their people. Yes, Aegon truly blurred the line of scheming, such as the way he used people's appreciation and adoration so that his current and future plans would be accepted, such as his drip-feed economic and pension plan with regards to the coin owed to their people, and with that of being the person their people believed him to be, like the way he went above and beyond for childless widows of the fallen, whom he ensured received the earnings of their husbands. But Aegon was simultaneously that person, who took but always gave more than he took. And ultimately, Gale thought Aegon was too cruel to himself, especially since fewer people in the known world would give the protections, privileges, and prosperity her family were granting to their people, and the price their people were paying for it was far less than they were receiving. And she thought, as Aegon began to speak, nothing better exemplified all of this than today, the day that Aegon would see the Constitution of Illimaris ratified. More than 210 years ago, Aegon said, a momentary pause in his speaking before he continued, for some of you in the crowd, I stood like this on Dragonstone in your halls and in your taverns and on the shipyards, speaking to you about my 7 blessed visions of a holy land and promising you a life of greater prosperity and opportunities for you and your families, and you chose to trust in my promise and my vision from the gods. We temporarily settled lands, good fertile lands but lands untouched, and this became Corinth, but only thanks to the fruits of our labor. We built our homes, we built our farms, we built our businesses, and we built our ships. We grew wealthier and more prosperous as a people, and each son and daughter was granted every opportunity they wished for. We grew to form the beginnings of a new people with a new way of life, a way that sees us living the lives the gods intended for us to live, a way of life that sees us grow and learn and become more than what we were yesterday, together. And we have lived to our potential as a new people. We have grown more numerous as I and my wife wished to free men and women and children from the abhorrence of slavery and take them in, and these freed people were welcomed amongst us, amongst you. You welcomed them into your homes, into your lives, into your families, embracing all of the great virtues of the 7 themselves. Aegon said, and she could hear the smile in his raised voice. Fewer times have I been more proud of anything than in those moments, when I saw the goodness that exists in all men and women flourish in your hearts. Aegon said, and Gale saw a wave of people standing a little taller in her husband's praise. Aegon continued. These new people and children took to our welcome and our gods and our way of life admirably and nobly in short order, and became an integral part of our people, eating meals beside us, working beside us, and fighting our enemies beside us, showing us all that the gods favor our people and our mission in ways they have not done since the time of the prophet Allard thousands of years ago. No more was there Westerosi or Essos. There was only the people of Corinth. Aegon said as he gestured towards the crowd, whose combined murmurs sounded approving, murmurs that quieted once more as Aegon began to speak again. And our people have continued to grow over the years as the lands of my visions from the gods, a piece of the 7 heavens themselves, was found and continued to grow as the first of our people placed their boots on this holy land. And we shall continue to grow as a people, for we shall go be fruitful and spread across these lands, and in time, also share the bounty of these holy lands to those who embrace our gods and those who embrace our people and our way of life, who shall be welcomed into our lives and into our families as has been done before by our people. Aegon paused for a moment before he continued. Yet this remembrance is not why I am here, today, speaking to you all. No, I am here to tell you that though these lands are holy, they are still just lands. The promise of Illimaris was never just about the land, nor do I believe the gods sent me these visions just to settle these lands. No, the promise of Illimaris was also about the people. You. All of you. For the body does not consist of one member but of many. The gods tell us that combined, as a part of the many, we are stronger, and if one member suffers, we all suffer together, and if one of us dies in vain, we grow weaker for it. I believe that this passage from God and his 7 aspects is part of what God and the 7 wanted me to understand when they showed me the visions to find Illimaris, why they have chosen me and my family as the shepherds of our people, and why we found Illimaris years after we settled in Corinth, for they wished me and my family to help our people grow into this new way of life, as ordained. Aegon said before he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Gale glanced over to her eldest sons and she saw them attentively listen to her husband's words. They knew this was coming. Aegon had spoken to them about this and the articles of their house throughout the past year, especially since his return, amongst other things, and they knew the truth behind their father's words, now and in the future. That they were exceptional, yes, but that exceptionalism only came from carrying out the duty they hold to their people, no matter if Aegon finally acknowledged the interpretation many people believed about the gods, and the rest they believed about their family. Aegon had shied away from directly acknowledging himself and their family of the attribution of the divine nature of their family for a long time, obfuscating and leading their people on with the smallest of information, such as that of the visions, were untrue, but with how important the faith was to their people, who believed they too were chosen by the gods, Aegon believed it necessary to use their belief for their people's and their descendants' benefit. To make it easier for them, everyone, accept the new way of life, the principles, of their people that Aegon was obsessed about making sure would endure for all time. Aegon continued, his hand opening and he outstretched his fingers. That just as any of us are incomplete as a sole member without the rest of our people, the many, these lands are also incomplete, that these lands only form one member of a whole, and that it is incomplete without the people, all of you and me and my family, and that the promise of Illimaries, a piece of the seven heavens, is incomplete until the chosen people are brought in full union with the lands and the promise. And that is why I am here today. Aegon paused as he changed his posture and stood a little taller, and Gale took the moment in the pause to glance at the crowd. She was not surprised to see the crowd quietly riveted to her husband's sermon. Most of the crowd, anyway, she mused as she eyed the contingent of branch members of the narrow sea nobility, women and children and boys yet to be men, who all stood at the left side of the front, very near to her husband. They were unused to being in a land so bereft of comfort, and it showed, and then there was of course their repressed anger and fear at the heresies that were openly said about the gods, which Gale knew was going to be long-term problem. They were careful, of course, in expressing their unhappiness, but you did not need to know their thoughts from the words of their mouths. For now, both she and Aegon were content to give them time and allowances to get used to the new order of things, and the new faith, with their children given rare honors so as to help foster loyalty to her children, but hers and Aegon's patience would not last forever, nor would they allow a scorpion to enter their bed. Aegon took out the Constitution Scroll, a document he'd worked on for years with her, Edwin and Lorgan, and began to read out from it. Know that before God and the seven, for the health of our soul and for those who have come before us and those who shall come after us, to uphold the honor and command of God and the seven, to make the union of the people and the lands whole, and under the inviolable stewardship of the Archon, the Council of Dragon Lords and the Royal House of Targaryen of Illimaries, I, Aegon, Archon of Illimaries, first of his name, of the Royal House of Targaryen and Dragon Lord, declare, on the 7th day of the 11th moon of the year 115 AC, the following articles of the Constitution of Illimaries. It is the right of every Illimari citizen to be born and remain free, and all liberties and freedoms henceforth articulated in the Constitution, the writs articles, and the writs codes of Illimaries, shall be awarded. It is the right of every Illimari to petition, in writing, the Archon and the Council of Dragon Lords and express their ideas or their grievances, under the confines established in the Civil Code of Conduct. It is the right of every Illimari to be granted impartial, fair, and just hearing in the courts of justice and in the courts of arbitration under the system of law established in the Articles of the Code of Laws, and no excessive fines nor cruel and unusual punishments shall be inflicted. It is the right of every Illimari man, woman, and child, to learn their letters and their numbers and take advantage of opportunities provided by the Archonate, and unreasonable prevention of this right shall be subject to punishment under the law. It is the right of every Illimari to hold full and inviolable ownership of their lands and their private homes, recognized upon the transference of the right of ownership from the Archon and the Royal House of Targaryen, which stand as steward of all virgin lands of Illimaries under the law and under the command of God and the seven, and shall pass on to their heirs under the laws of inheritance. It is the right of every Illimari to deny the search of their private homes by city guards or representatives of the Archonate, provided the city guards or representatives of the Archonate do not hold justification of right of entry as established under the civil codes of Illimaries. It is the right of every Illimari to be granted medicine and treatment from a member of the Healers Guild, who shall charge fees fairly and reasonably, and if the individual is proven to be incapable to reasonably pay for treatment or medicine, the Archonate shall pay on their behalf with grounds of recompense or repudiation to fall within the guidance established in the civil codes of Illimaries. It is the right of every Illimari to be gainfully employed, and the Archonate of Illimaries shall promote provision of opportunities and employment. It is the right of every Illimari to be equally eligible to be appointed to positions in the departments or institutions of government of the Archonate of Illimaries, irrespective of birth or station, so long as they are suitable for the position and so long as they swear the oath of allegiance to the Constitution and to the Archon. It is the right of every Illimari to have sufficient subsistence, and the Archonate of Illimaries shall work to secure the security and means of subsistence. It is the right of every Illimari orphan to be provided lodgings, subsistence, and opportunities by the Archonate of Illimaries, and shall be, until the age of 6 and 10, a ward of the Archonate. Mustering or keeping an army or war fleet within the lands and seas of the Archonate of Illimaries, in times of war or in times of peace, without the consent of the Archon and the Council of Dragon Lords, is against the law and is an act of treason, punishable to the fullest extent of the law. It shall be the Royal Army and the Royal Navy, under the supreme command of the Archon, that form the basis of protecting the temporal and spiritual interests and safety of the people of Illimaries, against enemies human and inhuman. It shall be the Bank of Illimaries, which shall operate under the rules established in the Articles of Banking, that shall work for the benefit of the people of Illimaries under the direction of the Archon and the Council of Dragons, and that shall issue all Illimari monetary currency. No foreign currency shall be permitted to enter circulation and shall lawfully be exchanged for Illimari currency. It is the right of the nobility to keep their titles appointed to their person or appointed to their house by the Archon of Illimaries, and their estates without fear of seizure or dissolvement, unless they have committed an act of treason. It is the right of a widow to have her marriage dowry and portion of inheritance as established under the laws of inheritance, and no widow shall be compelled to marry, so long as she wishes to remain without a husband. Villages and towns shall enjoy all liberties and customs to grow and form into cities, which shall be defined as passing a census of 30,000 souls, at which point they shall be permitted a city council with oath-sworn councillors selected from amongst themselves, provided the major has been appointed to the city council by the council of dragon lords. It shall be the duty of the archonate to ensure the lands, including virgin lands, of Illimaries, which are holy, are protected. All royal and legitimate members of the royal house of Targaryen, which includes the Archon and Dragon Lords, shall be inviolably bound by the articles of the royal house of Targaryen, which articulates God and the Seven's holy command to the royal house of Targaryen in their duty to shepherd and protect the people of Illimaries, and shall be impermissible to be changed in any capacity henceforth from the 7th day of the 11th moon of the year 115 AC. Henceforth from the 7th of the 11th moon of the year 115 AC, the position of Archon of Illimaries which incorporates the position of head of the Council of Dragon Lords, the council which shall govern the Archonate of Illimaries directly and indirectly through the departments and institutions of the Archonate, established by Aegon I of his name of the royal house of Targaryen, son of Prince Baelon Targaryen and Dragon Lord under God and the Seven's command, shall pass from the eldest son to the eldest son. Should there be no living eldest son of the direct line of Archons, the position of Archon shall pass in the same way as established in the articles of the royal house of Targaryen. This order of inheritance shall be inviolable. Dragon Lords, a title and position which shall be considered to consist of both genders, shall be sworn into the Council of Dragon Lords under oath, including the heir of the Archon, upon their reach of 25 name days, or, upon their gainful and true knighthood or their mastery of a subject in science, philosophy, mathematics, or alchemy, and shall conduct themselves with honor, justice, fairness, and as decreed within the articles of the royal house of Targaryen. The Archon and the Dragon Lords shall hold the rights on voting on all matters excepting the non-inviolable articles and rights established in the Constitution, and shall vote in accordance to rules and powers established within the articles of the royal house of Targaryen. Dragons and dragon eggs, under law and under command of God and the Seven, shall inviolably be the property of House Targaryen and shall only be inheritable to royal members of House Targaryen descendant of the issue of Aegon, first of his name, and Gael Targaryen, first of her name, whose inheritance shall not pass down the female line in any capacity should they marry in patrilineality outside of the royal house of Targaryen. Should this article be violated, it shall be an act of treason and shall be punishable to the fullest extent of the law and resolutely lead to the dissolvement of the offending house. It shall be inviolably forbidden to alter the intent of the Archonate of Illimaries and the Constitution henceforth ratified on the 7th day of the 11th moon of the year 115 AC, under the laws of Illimaries and under God and the Seven, and any action to alter either shall be considered treasonous, and the people of Illimaries shall be called to honorable duty until the union of the land and the people has been re-established under the stewardship of the Archon, the Council of Dragon Lords, and the royal house Targaryen of Illimaries, who shepherd with the divine blessing and under the command of God and the Seven. Aegon finished, and as he rolled up the scroll, a distant roar rang around them, and Gale looked up only to see the silhouette of Miss Aragorn in the far distance above them. The murmurs grew amongst the crowd, a dense sound, and she was not surprised to see that many did not quite understand the intent of this document that would set in stone the lawful and moral principles of Illimaries. Only a few would understand, and those few were either the shipwrights from Pentos, or those few were from Bravus, such as the scholars or the builders, where the common folk of these free cities were typically aware of the guiding principles of their free city, which was similar to her husband's constitution. And if Gale was honest, she did not think they had need to create the constitution with how the faith was already in their palms as well as the institutions they were creating, but she knew that Aegon was firm on this topic and had been for years, which had started at the same time when he guessed at the existence of Illimaries. Those memories from another world, another life. Gale thought to herself as Aegon looked to be ready to speak again. The many unusual devices, and strange ideas, much if not all of their success had come from these memories. But amongst all of that success, such as glass and porcelain and liquid stone, there was also a drive in her husband towards a destination that was more than simply the new land he'd guessed existed beyond the Sunset Sea. A drive she'd quietly, over the years, had come to understand was also related to these strange practices and queer customs of the people he'd seen in his memories. No, not related. Inspired. A land or a people who all lived to 80 name days of age, common and not. A land where common folk were all literate and could rise higher than lords. Common folk flying in metal ships, sailing in metal ships, horseless carriages, towering buildings that were 50-fold taller than the tallest of keeps. They had not spoken again about these memories after those few days he'd confessed to her, not in the days leading up to their wedding nor the years after it, but she knew those memories had greatly affected her husband. Not only had they gifted him all of this knowledge, which included the language of these people, but it had also given him a lasting inspiration that saw him pursue the same path for their people as those strange people had reached. There is much that I have read out to you, Aegon began to say, and Gale couldn't help but let a little smile form on her face as she saw a glimpse of determination on his face from the angle she was looking at him from. At least it will keep him away from magic, she thought to herself a little wryly, though there was a tang of seriousness in her thoughts. There had not been a day where Aegon had not been busy with his duties, and with what was planned now that her husband and many of their men were back, he would have little time to pursue matters that had nearly killed her husband twice. Do not worry if you did not catch all that I have read out. What I have read out to you given to every home alongside a copy of the 7-pointed star, and would urge you to know these words as well as you would know the 7-pointed star. For now, I will tell you what is most important about these words. Aegon said as he walked a little closer to the edge of the podium, his voice rising. Every single one of you, constitute one member of a whole, and as God and the 7 have told us, we are stronger together, and these words, these articles, under law and under the God and the 7, declare and affirm this strength, our fortitude, as a people and as a community, and I and my house, as shepherds of Ilmaris, shall ensure that this union of the land and the people will remain whole until the ends of time. Aegon said before he raised his hand into the air. May the gods bless us. Those last words seemed to have ruptured the stillness from the crowd, and cheers and chants of her husband's names, and all of the epithets they'd assigned him, rang around for some time, and it was only after a long while afterwards, when the guards began to disperse the crowd, that Aegon returned to her and their children. Their youngest children were the most excited, of course, and they pelted Aegon with questions about his speech, and once there was a lull from their questions, Aegon turned his gaze towards their eldest. That could have gone better. Aegon said in Greek, cautious as he was with the approach of their advisors towards them, a grimace of a smile. What did you think? Aegon asked their eldest sons. I don't think most of them really understand. Valar was the first to answer, and he did so with a shrug. But they have or will accept it. Her husband remarked before a wry little smile formed on his face. They would accept anything. Valar said with a roll of his eyes, and he was nudged in the side by Casterys, who looked at Valar with a mild glare. Valar! Casterys said exasperatedly. Valar moved away slightly with a mild grin on his face. I won't say anything more. I doubt Polaris began, pausing as he glanced at Valar before he looked at Aegon again. They will notice much difference anyway. Polaris commented. Polaris continued. Much of what father has spoken of is already established, for the most part anyway. Yes, much of what I said is already happening, but now, the principles we have established, and accepted, shall be protected under law and in faith. Generations from now, these principles shall remain, and that will give us a strength and stability that will see our country grow stronger than any other. Her husband said, and the way he spoke told her, her eldest sons, that Aegon truly believed in his words. There was a moment of silence before Casterys spoke up. I wouldn't be so sure that everyone will accept it. Her son said, and she saw a frown on his face as he looked a certain direction, and she found out where he was looking. Towards the ladies' sunglasses, Bar Emmons, Thorns, and the Velarayons, who were seemingly in discussion. They will see this as tyrannical. Polaris agreed. Yes, they will, Gale thought. Most of the ladies were from minor nobility, true, but even then, they had grown up in keeps with fathers or brothers that were able to levy hundreds of men in their lands. To find themselves, their children, forbidden the same rights as their grandsires or uncles, under law, was not what they, or rather their husbands, had agreed upon. Most certainly. Her husband with an indifferent tone of voice, and she looked at his face, which seemed friendly as he looked towards the approaching men. Yet this shall be our way. Only our house shall command our people. Now and long in the future. Still, we will change their minds over the years. If they stay. What they saying? Maedgely asked in High Valyrian with a look of confusion on her as she looked towards Solanis and Braenei. We're just talking about things should be good now. Gale said in High Valyrian with a smile on her face, getting her words in before her youngest children could give away anything now that their advisors were within hearing range. Aegon stepped closer to Solanis and their daughters, and she saw him give them a reassuring look, one that their children, despite their young age, understood. Neither she or Aegon or their eldest sons shied away from telling them from what they needed to know, and knowing to keep what they talk about in Greek private. The language was going to be their way to keep secrecy in their house, after all. Braenei, Rena, come. Gale said as she took the hand of her niece. There's still enough daylight if you wish to ride your dragons for an hour. She saw the look of gratitude in her husband's eye. There would be matters to close with their advisors, and having all of their children with them right now was not suitable. Solanis was an exception now that he was squiring and learning under his father like his elder brothers did. The spark in her daughter's eyes made her smile a little, and soon enough, she and her daughters and her niece were being escorted back to their home. Days later. The noise from beside her woke her from her slumber, a noise of quiet, distraught mutterings, she realized as she grew awareness, her eyes blinking open. Her gaze fell on Aegon, the source of the distraught mutterings, whose face seemed etched in quiet pain as his muscles were clenched tight, his hands at the center of his chest, and Gale quietly moved further away from Aegon in the bed, knowing that touching him when he was like this was not an option. It looked like it was a bad one, she thought with a heavy look on her face. It's been 33 days since he'd returned, but this was only the 4th time that he looked visibly distressed by his nightmares. And oftentimes, like today, the nightmares always became this bad when he needed his sleep. Oftentimes, he barely slept, and always awake long before she was, but it took its toll on him, and when his body couldn't handle the short hours of sleep, he'd drift off, like today, into a deep sleep that seemed to be as harmful to his mind as the lack of sleep was to his body. A soft whine at the edge of their bed drew her attentions, and she looked towards it, seeing old Rex whine softly, her ears hugging the sides of her head. The muttering seemed to die down a little after Rex's whine, the noise seeming having bled through whatever nightmare he was having. She felt a pang of jealousy that a dog could help her husband when she, his wife, could not, a pang that swiftly left when she realized how ridiculous she was being at the jealousy. From what Aegon had told her, he often slept with Rex in his room, oftentimes in his bed, and he'd admitted her presence had helped more often than not. Rex whined a few more times through the next little while, whenever the mutterings seemed to grow in volume, and always the mutterings lessened, and she watched Aegon in his sleep, watching him with a studious eye. Finally, he woke, and he woke violently, his hands rising like a whip, clutching the air with his hands, his bare scarred chest showing as the covers fell off as he sat upright in quick haste, under the dim candle light from the candle that still burned on the desk. The look on his face, haunted and angry, lasted for an instant only, yet in that instant, she could tell how much of a burden the war had been on his soul. He'd confided in her about the source of his nightmares, it being about the things he'd done. He never told her directly, exactly, what was done, only that it was brutal. She'd known a fair bit of what he planned on doing, before the war had even begun, but it seemed like Aegon was afraid to utter the things he'd actually done. What his men had done. She was also sure that all of that, magic was haunting him too. He'd told her about the God's Eye, about their descendants who he met, somehow, and the evilness of the old gods who wanted to wipe their family and their dragons out. It wasn't hard to put together the unspoken words, about what he was leaving his brother, who is alone amongst vipers, human and creature alike, that surrounded him, and his nephews and nieces who were headed to a path of a civil war. She hadn't said anything to him, remaining silent during these explanations, but it wasn't because she blamed him for leaving their kin in King's Landing to their fate. No, it was she knew in her bones had Aegon involved himself, told them about these old gods and their crimes against their family, told Viserys about the obvious of his foolish actions, Viserys would never have allowed Aegon to leave. He would have forced Aegon, and likely their children, to help, to intervene, to solve his problems. And Gale was selfish enough to not want that to have happened, and she relieved that Aegon kept thinking of her and their children first. These past 4 years had been awful for her, and it had only been bearable because Aegon kept keeping his promise to her. That there was an end to his absence. His last words that night, when he went to end the bargain he made with the evil creatures, had almost shattered her. Only his call afterwards, confirming he was alive, had allowed her to heal from something that almost broke her. No, Gale did not blame him for choosing to return to her and their children. Aegon. Her voice was soft and her words made him look towards her, the haunted look on his face slowly evaporating as he looked at her with his soul eye. Aegon sighed deeply before he swept his hand across his face, his expression turning a little apologetic. I have not harmed you, have I? His eye washed over her body as if he was trying to find incriminating evidence. No. Gale told him, and the look lessened with relief. The first night they slept together had been a shock to her. Aegon had warned her, and tried to convince her that they should sleep in separate beds for a while, something that offended her, and she'd refused it vehemently. She'd learnt that night that trying to wake him, touching him in his sleep was a terrible idea. They were fortunate that Aegon's instincts were to protect himself instead of attacking otherwise. She had to convince him again, even threaten him, that sleeping separately was not something they can endure. They or their marriage. What were they going to do otherwise? Sleep separately until their deaths? No. They were meant to be together for good and for ill. That meant to her that she was going to help him recover from his guilt and his nightmares, however long it took. Rex hobbled towards Aegon, and Aegon smiled faintly as the old greyhound placed its head on Aegon's lap, causing Aegon to sigh as he caressed the top of Rex's head. Besides, she thought as she stared at Aegon caressing the top of Rex's head, if Rex can help Aegon ease in his sleep, then she could do so too. She only wished it wasn't taking so long. She looked up from Aegon's hand and towards his face, and she saw him looking at him with a look of barely restrained amusement, a look that made it apparent that he'd read her thoughts. Go on, Rex. Aegon said as he gestured towards the ground, and Rex whined slightly before she got up and hobbled down onto the ground, her hind legs almost giving out despite the short jump, and Gale saw the flash of a stricken expression on his face, and she felt shame for feeling guilty that a dog was able to accomplish something she could not. Especially a dog that was going to die soon. Rex hadn't much left, they knew, she thought as the greyhound fell into its cushion. It was going to be a sad affair for their family, particularly the girls in Valar, when Rex passed on. She was over 4 and 10 name days old now. She was going blind, she had a little wobble in her gait, and she couldn't run anymore. It was also likely that her smell could be going too, and it was why the Royal Kennel Masters were in the processes of training up a couple of greyhound pups, which also included a whole range of new poisons and venoms Lorgan Keller had discovered during the campaigns across Essos. They would take over from Rex to be amongst their family as pets and as their silent guardians. Well, mostly silent. Aegon moved towards her and placed his hand on her cheek, and she saw him look at her softly, a gentle glint in his eye. It will take time, Aegon said quietly to her. And I am trying. I know. I know it will take time. That you are trying, Gale said in answer as she placed her hand on top of his. It's just a little difficult that there is another lady in your life that can help you better than I can, Gale said a little wryly. Aegon snorted. Well, she does have a good head start, Aegon said with a half smile, his thumb circling on her cheek, and she smiled at that. I suppose she does, Gale said with a smile before she lost it as she continued. Was it as bad as it looked? She asked with a concerned note in her voice. Aegon lost the smile and sighed slightly. Not as bad as before, Aegon hummed as the corners of his mouth raised slightly. But still not pleasant, Aegon said as he began to take his hand from her cheek, but she quickly stopped him from withdrawing from her as she took hold of his hand. I have never asked, Gale began carefully as she studied his face. But, do you think you will forgive yourself? Ever? She saw his expression break slightly, his face cycling through a number of emotions before he settled on one. A resigned expression. I don't know, Aegon said as he looked towards the ceiling. Perhaps one day. If I feel like I have outweighed the terribleness with the good several times over. Aegon looked at her, a trace of a humorless smile showing. Though I doubt it. She squeezed his hand. It's a start. That you think it is at least possible. Aegon met her gaze and looked at her for a long while before he shifted towards her and brought her hands to his lips and kissed them, without saying anything. A few moments later, she pulled her hands away from his lips and placed them on either side of his face, gently pulling him closer to her, and Aegon moved his body closer to her, and she brought his lips to her own whilst Aegon snaked his arm around her, drawing her closer to him. They kissed for a long while, and as much as passion was growing, hands moving, she glimpsed at the light coming from through the window that told her they did not have much time for that, and so she pulled away from him, and gently pushing against his chest. Go. Do your exercises, Gale said with a faint smile hid her disappointment at her sensibility. She looked towards the window with stained glass which had been built in an expansion of their estate 8 moons ago. We won't have enough time and we both have a busy day ahead of us. She looked at him a little amused at the childish look of disappointment on his face before he sighed and got off the bed, and Gale laid down on the bed, her eyes focused on her husband, who began his exercises. She simply watched him go, watching him exercise, and it was some time later that she saw him do something she'd not seen him do before. He sat cross-legged first, before he leaned against his arms which were palmed down against the floor at an angle, and then, he lifted himself up before he drew his legs from underneath him and stretched them out, leaving only his palms touching the floor. Her eyebrows rose. This is new, she remarked, as the light flush she felt as she'd watched Aegon exercise grew stronger. Her husband had always been muscular, but she definitely noticed the differences. He wasn't as big as he was before, but certainly, he looked more muscular, even if he lost a bulk of weight. Aegon pulled back his outstretched legs before he outstretched them again and then did his push-ups without his feet touching the ground. Whilst in Velos, Aegon said with a strain in his voice, I decided to try out new ways to exercise that would challenge me. Gale was sure he did so because he hadn't been training with the sword during all of his time in Velos. He'd grown to hate it, even if he had directly told her that. Had it not been for their sons, she was sure he would have not picked it up again at all. This is one of them. Looks difficult, Gale said wryly, and Aegon snorted, which made him lose his focus and his legs fell, making Gale grin a little. Aegon sent her a smiling half-glare before he got back into position. You can join me in these exercises if you want, Aegon said before he raised his legs. Gale eyed him a little dubiously. I would hurt myself within a moment of trying, Gale dryly, and Aegon laughed, which caused his body to shake a little, but he kept his legs from touching the floor. If you tried this from this moment, yes, but we can work your way up to this point, Aegon told her with a smile, one that did not look innocent at all. It feels pretty good being this strong. And, can you imagine? All the fun we could have trying all kinds of new things with our new, combined, strength, Aegon said with a smile that turned into a teasing grin. Gale felt her cheeks warm up a lot more. There, love didn't lack. Aegon was attentive. She was also fairly sure that some of the things they did together were not typical. Her conversations with Demira, as limited and hinting as it was, did tell her enough that perhaps her Aegon also knew things about love in the same way he knew things about all of these inventions and new ideas in science to lawmaking to finance to new machines to even something he called steam power. Gale shook her head before she looked at him, Aegon having gotten into a new position on the floor in a more familiar exercise. Do you think I should? Gale asked. This made Aegon startle a little as he turned to look at her with raised eyebrows. Gale knew that she had gained some weight over the past 10 years. Aegon told her that he'd never broke their vows to each other, not even once, and whilst she believed him, she knew that 4 years was a long time. Even for Gale, who only had Aegon in her heart, felt the loneliness. What? No. Aegon said as he looked at her seriously. Not if you don't want to. You're perfect the way you look. I just thought that mayhaps we could spend a bit more time together in the early morns before we get sucked into everything. You know, share a routine together. Aegon sighed. With the kids, with the untold number of developments that are happening at any given time, with the tutoring of our sons, our daughters, everything else with the people, the nobles, even soon the development of our keep on that mountain. Gale thought about it as she looked at Aegon's body. She couldn't deny that her husband's exercises helped enhance his beauty even if she was the only one who saw him without his chainmail covering him. It would be nice. All right. Tomorrow you can help me. Gale decided, and Aegon smiled before he grinned at her a little as he got into another position, and she could tell the next words from his mouth would be mischievous. Your mother would raise a storm. Drawing up a sweat like a commoner. Gale laughed a little. Her mother seeing her doing anything that was unladylike. Only because it was me. Gale said with a fond smile that traces of sadness in it. Her mother had never been much of a lady in her youth. Too wild, too prideful, and too opinionated, and even had practiced archery in her youth. But time had weathered her and the loss of her siblings had broken her mother. She wondered if she held herself to blame for what had befallen Gale's siblings, that the gods had punished her, and made sure that Gale was raised as fine a lady when she was let out from her mother's shadow. Yes. Aegon said with a sympathetic tone of voice before he smiled softly at her. But I think she would have come around. Gale smiled at her husband and the message that was in his words. Yes, it would be nice to think that she would have. Yes, I think she would have. Gale said as she looked towards the window that let through the first lights of the morn. She remained silently, listening to her husband continuing his exercises, and it wasn't until more of dawn's light passed through their window that she spoke up again. I have actually been thinking about them. Over the past few weeks. My father and my mother. Oh. Aegon said in a strained voice as he continued his exercising. Yes. About what they would think of us. What we have accomplished. She looked at Aegon and she saw him looking at her curiously. If they would be proud or if they would be disapproving. Aegon hummed and he was silent for a few moments as he continued his exercises. They would be proud and disapproving. Aegon finally said. Undeniably proud for finding Illymaris, for ruling justly and fairly, but they would also be disapproving for how we have, in their eyes, reached beyond our birth. Gale considered that. She didn't they would think they reached beyond their birth, but she wasn't sure. She did know that her father had expectations of her husband, and perhaps had disclosed matters to him related to this. If it was true, that her father had expectations related to her husband's comment, that could explain a part, small as it may be, about why Aegon never told her father, when he still had his mind, about their plans to leave Westeros. The moment their twins were born, Aegon had been set on this plan, and had quietly worked to that end, only openly doing so in the last year of her father's life. By then, it was already too late to stop them, and Viserys had been too distracted with the capital to notice or care when they'd been building ships and barges. But most of all, they would be disapproving about our inaction with the situation in Westeros, with our kin. Aegon added quietly, pausing momentarily before he shook his head and continued his exercises. Mine own father certainly would be, and would be infuriated too. There was a sadness in his voice as he'd spoken. Gale looked away from her husband and looked towards her hands. We cannot be responsible. Even with these, old gods, sowing discord in our family. Father, mother, they would see that. Perhaps. Aegon said after a few moments. Perhaps they would not. Aegon sighed before he got up and moved towards the desk, though she spotted him glancing at the window. I think we have some time left before we are called to break our fast. Gale sighed silently as she looked at her husband take a seat. With a wave of the hand, he made all of the candles burn before he began to look through the documents that been piled up in front of him, documents he'd perused last eve. Their conversation about their family, dead and living, was never very long. She got up from the bed and walked towards the pile of washcloth, and after dipping the cloth in the mildly perfumed water bowl, she cleaned her face with it. Moments later, she took one of the fine sticks that were beside the wash bowl and dipped the end of it in the small pot of mint paste before she used it to clean her teeth. She took another of the sticks and after dipping it also in the mint paste, did she walk over towards Aegon. Here. Gale said as she outstretched her hand to Aegon, who'd looked up from the documents. He took it and then took her too, placing her in her lap, an act that made her cry out a little. Thank you, wife. Aegon said amusingly, a glint of satisfaction in his eye as she glared at him a little. I could have choked on the brush. Gale said to him disapprovingly. Ye've little faith. I would have saved you from the cruel and wicked Iraq stick. Gale rolled her eyes at the jest before she continued to brush her teeth as she sat in his lap, a glance sent towards the documents, and she saw a very familiar number on the page that Aegon was looking at. 3,891,405 and 20 acres. Gale said, though her words had a bit of a wobble in it thanks to the paste and stick that were in her mouth. Yes. Aegon said with a long-suffering sigh before he stuck the brushing stick in his mouth with an aggrieved look on his face. That was how much land was allocated presently. The majority of the new land was allocated to the men and their families that went to war with Aegon. It is fortunate that we are only committed to pay for the labor of the farmhands and spare laborers for the farmlands. Aegon muttered after he'd paused in his brushing, which he continued after he'd finished speaking. Yes, only. Gale leaned forward to flip over to the next page of the document. 2,926,806 and 20 acres of land of farmland we have committed in help create at the end of 124 AC. Gale said as she turned to look at her husband with a wry look. Presently, they had about 427,000 acres of worked farmland, with about 50,000 acres set to be finished in 3 moons. By the end of 116 AC, the expectation was that the farmers, the farmhands, and the spare laborers would be able to till almost 200,000 more acres. Yes, I am aware of how difficult it will be. Aegon said as he looked at Gale with a displeased look on his face before he looked back at the document. It doesn't help that much of the northwestern lands, prime farmlands, are in flooded grasslands, marshes, and forests. Aegon said tiredly as his hand went under the documents and he brought out the map of the northwestern region of Ilmaris. The northwestern region was characterized with marshes, forests, wetlands, and of course vast flatlands which were dominated by tall grasses that can grow taller than men. These flatlands with the tall grasses, were what they largely cleared and turned into farmland. The forests they'd cleared was only a small portion of the actual land that was cleared and that was largely done to help provide the woods for Red Town. Gale leaned forward and her hand went towards the pitcher of watered-down wine. Aegon was quick to grab the cup he'd used last eve and held it in front of her. She poured the wine and Aegon took the handle of the pitcher whilst she took the cup and drank from it, swallowing the mint alongside the wine. Aegon took her cup after she had her fill and drank from it too, finishing it, and he placed the stick in the empty cup. Gale too placed her brushing stick in the cup and turned her attentions back towards the map. There are still vast swathes of flatlands that we can turn into farmland. Gale said as she pointed towards the northeast of Ilmaris city, several leagues inland from the coast. The flatlands were like a crescent, with forests, hills, or mountains to their south, with some parts of the north dotted with marshes and wetlands, or flooded grasslands as Aegon liked to call it. Redwood forests and hilly lands were also in concentrated parts in the middle of these grass-dominated flatlands, but in general, flatlands surrounded them. They could turn it all into farmland and they likely would not even touch even a fifth of what was already promised. But we also have to think about proximity amongst other things. Aegon remarked before he placed a finger on the part of the map which was exactly where Ilmaris city was. We've been steadily expanding outward from our settlement, particularly towards the northwest part. Aegon said as his finger traveled upward, and he touched upon a part where there was more of the redwood forest. It used to be larger, but they'd been cutting it down and removing the stumps slowly over the past few years. In fact, it was where most of the wood had come from. Beyond it, was more flatlands, and then there was a large area of freshwater marshes. Aegon's finger went down the map, more west of Ilmaris, where there was more flatlands and where more of the clearing of the land was happening. Focusing here for the next 5 years will yield us the most return for our time, yes, but we also have to think about the next 5 and 10 years. Building up as much as possible to nearby our capital, and I don't just mean farms and private plots of land, Aegon said as he glanced at her. She knew he was talking about villages and towns that he wanted to create around these large swathes of land. Over the next 10 years, they would increase their numbers by at least 50,000 more people. Likely double that number. Aegon wanted to prepare for those numbers and make sure there are other parts in their lands that these people could settle. He thought it was best that there was more economic activity away from Ilmaris city. Some of it included creating plantations on a much larger scale than what they'd done in Corinth, such as growing sugarcanes, bananas, grapes, tea, cashews, sunflowers, flax, citrus, and orange trees, silkworm farms, and so on. Most of these plantations were being planned to be given to the landed knights, barons and lords, whose lands would be near to each other, and therefore giving the premise for towns and villages to be created for the workers that would be needed. With how many these people were now landed, even if the vast majority were only landed knights with honors of distinction, there was going to be many of these lands that could grow to become highly valuable and highly in need of workers. With the wealth they would have, they would be able to accommodate and pay for seasonal workers, and in time, this would naturally grow into villages and towns that would be capable of producing goods as well, growing a network of trade that would extend beyond just food or stone being delivered to the capital. Her husband continued whilst also expanding to the coasts as necessary. Not necessary. What you want? Gale corrected, and this time it was her husband who rolled his eyes. What is best for Ilmaris? Aegon asserted, and she looked at him with a glimmer of exasperation. Aegon seemingly ignored her look as he looked back at the map. Spreading towards the coast now, instead of further inland, will allow greater chances that towns and cities will mature sooner rather than later, perhaps as little as a century. Aegon said before he glanced towards her. And from there, more of the islands will be populated too. Aegon looked back towards the maps. And I would rather we utilize the time of our farmhands and laborers to the most difficult work now, when they're only at most a few years into their 10-year paid service, rather than later when we might have it more difficult to harness labor when we shift the population towards increasing our production rates. Aegon said. He continued as he pointed towards the northeastern side of their land. Clearing vast swathes of flatlands in the northeast will then be largely out of our hands, requiring us only to transfer land ownership and allocations to those who want to possess their own lands, particularly to these second and third sons who would find it a lot more attractive and possible to produce farmland out of those flatlands than marshes and forests. Gale considered that as she stared at the map. We will need a lot more laborers to meet our current commitments, she remarked after a few moments of silence. Aegon sighed slightly and nodded. We do, he said before he flipped several pages of the pile of documents. 6,000 are working alongside thousands of farmers now that the harvest is over, and in a few moons, the soldiers who joined up with the army that were promised farmland, will also be available to help clearing lands once the remaining thousands of Red Town have been rehoused in one of the myriad of districts, freeing up pairs of hands of another 5,000 men. As it was presently, there were over 6,000 and 10,000 men working in the city to help with finishing off the constructions of the districts, homes and buildings. By the time of third moon of next year, Red Town would be empty and ready for the next 5,000 people from Velos, with the 1,000 and 10,000 men continuing to work to build more of the city, including paving stone roads. The consistent arrival of settlers every year will allow us to maintain the pace of farmland we need to create over the next 8 or 9 years, along with the arrival of thousands of oxen and horses over the next 4 or 5 of journeys. Aegon said as he paused to look at her. There was a limited supply of oxen and cattle currently in Ilamaries, with the majority of the focus having been livestock and horses. Now though, they aim to shift the supply of incoming animals to be oxen-centric and small, fast-breeding livestock. An oxen could plow around 30 acres of land on average, more than a horse, greatly aiding the farmers and diverting more resources to other parts of the colony. Later, in 3 or 4 years, they'd focus towards importing donkeys, pigs, and other livestock, with a particular focus on sheep and sheep herders, for the hilly pastures in the far east beyond the river's Yarves. And if we can't, we'll re-evaluate the idea to shift towards the northeast sooner than is ideal. Aegon said, though she could see the reluctance in the idea in his face before he lost it as he shook his head. We'll work it out, whatever happens. A wry smile formed on his face. It's just rather fortunate we have the coin to fund this massive undertaking. Aegon paused before he spoke further. Not that having too much coin in general isn't a problem in itself, her husband said with some weariness in his voice. That was true, on both accounts. Aegon's time in Velos, or rather some of his blacksmiths and people, was characterized with many things, but most of all, in smelting down the gold, silver, and copper coins from the spoils of his war against Nukis. Half of the coin remained in Velos, to be used to develop Velos and to facilitate the purchase of goods their settlement in Ilamaries needed. The other half or so, 10 million gold marks, 20 million silver marks, and 100 million copper coins, were smelted down to be used in Ilamaries. With the gold marks being about 1.2 times the weight of a golden dragon, the silver marks 1.6 times the weight of a silver moon, and the copper coins about 1.3 times the weight of a copper star, they managed to slightly increase the total number of coins they had. It was rather fortunate that the slavers prized purity of the metals. The coins from the other slaver cities were roughly the same in terms of weight conversion and purity, which had also been melted down when one of the 2 Lysanements had been sent with the 4th journey, when Aegon's blacksmiths, now royal minters, found it easily replicable and created 6 more, allowing them to smelt down some of their treasury here in an adjacent building within the walls of their manse, thus giving them some room to increase their currency stock even if the quantity they smelted down slaver coin was many times lesser. In any case, that meant that they had made just enough coin to pay for half of all of the deferred wages in Ilamaries immediately, with the remaining to follow in the next year, which totaled roughly 110,000 gold dragons, 6,236,000 silver moons, 22,780,000 silver stags, 79,732,000 copper stars. It was a staggering amount without even considering the coin owed to the men and women who went to war with Aegon, who were owed far more, and had to be managed on a drip feed and pension plans that would last 10 to 20 years. With the census they had, updated yearly, which included the jobs and origin of the individual, and the payrolls that were kept by the heads of the guilds which were overseen by administrators, it was easy to track the total coin people were owed, and they'd used these documents to sort people into groups. Aegon had spent much of the first 5 and 10 days sitting down with groups, hundreds or thousands of people at a time, addressing the massive influx of coin that was coming, explaining what it means when income and spending grow faster than the production of goods, which was their present situation, and how they'd be implementing measures to prevent a loaf of bread costing 5 silver moons, for example. It was why they'd be paying the labor of the farmhands and the general laborers out of the coffers of the Archonate, and got an agreement from the farmers to keep prices fixed for at least 10 years with additional incentives provided, such as the productivity subsidy, which included House Targaryen selling new tools for agriculture made out of Illimeri steel at make cost or at a loss, so as to help the farmers purchase the goods which would be able to help reduce the cost of labor substantially, such as the Illimeri steel plows that could be drawn by oxen or horses. And similarly, they got other essential goods to be fixed within a range of prices with the guilds, with a split percentage that ensured that domestic goods were still supplied per demand and not completely used to be sold in foreign markets, at least at the beginning when the production rates were still low. With, on average, between 1,000 to 2,000 families moving into their farmlands, the necessity of fixing pricing is expected to dwindle in the coming years as staple food surplus will be a certainty. Similarly, with the production improvements Aegon and his scholars have come up, some tested in velos, others like the new types of spinning wheels yet to be tested, such as the mechanisms that used water or the winds to drive movement without the need of men. One of these things was called a windmill, which Aegon wanted to use to drain excess lake water from the lands and create rice fields, and to use to ground wheat and barley grains into flour. The other most notable application was going to be a watermill, which would seriously reduce the number of men required to sawing planks from wood, allowing them to increase their shipbuilding rates to several orders of magnitude. During the height of the construction of the galleons in Corinth, they had 400 men, 2 men per wooden trunk, with one on top of the wooden trunk and a man underneath the trunk, which was elevated at an angle, pushing up and pushing down to cut down the length of the plank. Aegon's design, which he called a crankshaft, converted circular motion, the flow of the river, into a vertical movement, and this movement, when connected to vertical saws, was able to cut out the need of so many men cutting planks of wood and only needed one person to push the wooden trunk through on a means that Aegon called a conveyor belt system. These watermills can also be used to ground down wheat and barley if necessary, and also had other applications like grounding down the stone ingredients in porcelain, which they have started mining in small amounts in the past few years, significantly reducing the amount of initial preparation. Another improvement that was going to be implemented was the improvements to the looms. The new version had pedal-like devices the woman used to push the weft from one side the other, increasing the rate of weaving by many, many times. How fast do you think the mills can be built? Gale asked. Lorgan has issued out copies of the designs of the components of the watermill to the Carpenters Guild. We already have the Illimeri steel components. With how much wood we have piled up around us, I expect we will have the first mill working in 20 days. Aegon said with a contemplative look on his face. The Bakers Guild will be delighted to see their stores of flour increase. Gale commented, and Aegon smiled at her a little wryly. And soon so will everyone else once we have shown the sheer usefulness of using the river to drive our machines. Aegon said with a glint in his eye. She looked at him a little amused. Sometimes I wonder if all you can think of is productivity. She said the last word with a teasing mocking lilt to it, and Aegon's lips twitched in response. It's not all that I think of. Aegon said with a mild grin on his face, and she rolled her eyes playfully. Aegon continued, and she could sense the seriousness in his tone of voice. But we are in a very delicate situation. We're currently very coin rich at the moment, and we don't nearly produce enough, which will weaken our economy if it isn't addressed quickly and efficiently. Aegon talked about the effects of inflation and other points of economic activity and how deep their impacts could be, and he drifted off in this topic with no interruption from her. Some time later, he continued to talk, though he shifted to another direction, talking about how their situation, whilst not ideal, was actually a perfect storm to help solidify the diversification from mainly agricultural and third-party trade-centric economy towards a goods-productive society with a solid agricultural foundation that would be used to fuel population growth. Her husband continued to speak that they had the unique position to push towards a direction with the goodwill and adoration they'd built up with their people, pushing them towards becoming an industrial center that would dominate the markets with their goods, from silk to linen to porcelain to jewelry to sugar and tea to wines and ales, which they would be able to massively outproduce with all of the improvements he and their people would be focusing on. Improvements that would see people focused, specialized, in skill sets, increasing their productivity, which would combine to increase overall productivity, using an example of how this would work with the example of a farmer supplying wheat to the watermill or windmill and the flour to the baker. She couldn't help but smile a little as Aegon continued to grow animated, passionate, about the path Illimeris would take over the next centuries, giving predictions. He always loved to talk about such long-term visions when they were both long dead, and how his ideas about steam power would fuel it all. Aegon stopped in his explanations, and looked at her a little nonplussed as he trailed off on his explanations. What? He asked, a little frown on his face. Her smile grew a little wider before she shook her head. Nothing, go on, I'm listening. Tell me more about what you see could happen for our land. Not could, will. Aegon said with a small smile on his face, though she could see the driven commitment he had in his eye. I believe you. Gale thought to herself. Will happen. She corrected. Have you figured out at least a template for this steam power? She asked. Aegon's expression fell a little. No, not yet. Aegon's look turned contemplative. I plan to sit down the scholars, Jalos Florin in particular, with the alchemists and my blacksmiths and get them working together to come up with prototypes and proven theories of the behaviors of steam. Aegon continued to speak about the topic of steam power, talking about strange matters such things like pressure and chamber integrity and so on, and she, well, she just listened warmly, gladdened as she was that yes, Aegon would one day be able to forgive himself. She was sure of it. For the good he and their sons were going to create, would one day vastly overshadow all of the wrong he did in the war. That much she was sure of and would make sure to remind him. Every day if she had to. For her husband gave more than he took, nothing more exemplified this attribute of his than his drive to see to the prosperity of generations beyond when the bones of men had ground to dust. Break. Late 115 AC Ilamaries, Court of Arbitration. Casterys POV. Casterys remained quiet as he observed the now weekly lower council meeting, where his mother and his father sat with all of the advisors to discuss everything. Casterys swept his eyes across the long table of the most complete courtroom that fashioned temporarily as the meeting of the lower council. Aside from his mother, father, Valar and his twin Polaris, there was present, Edwin Hest Ostes, Dorland Vasriot Lion, Eleron Gyrion, Vicevor Ral Ares, Lord Bryce Arrenter, Lord Murrow, Lord Gala Ennis, Lord Ethan, Lorgan Keller, Sir Cedric Leodon, Bodrin Lansright, Baneth Stolly, Grey Heron, Sir Uthric, Lazy Rose Anaror, Ilaro Soros, Yuri Var Volturus, his uncle Viagon, and Jar Kenchi, who had been invited specially for this meeting. All people who had a major role in aiding his parents with the settlement, except his uncle, and whose voices father and mother found valuable and useful. This was only the third such meeting and there was a kind of repetition to the topics that was talked about, which Casterys thought would likely remain for some time, at least until the settlement was self-sufficient. In both matters of goods and in the institutions that his father had created. Presently, the talking points had been from the prices of goods to shortages to schedules of the multitude of developments that were happening to the needs and complaints of the people which ranged from insufficient lodgings to requests to have this or that purchased from this free city or that free city. He turned his eyes to his father, who was now speaking on the list of goods that had been created by the guild leaderships, and he watched his father carefully. Most of the goods that were being requested were all items that could be made in Ilamaries but not in the quantities that were requested, not for a long time yet. For example, with how busy the blacksmiths were, one could wait moons for the production of your item, even though there were like 600 blacksmiths. Most of them were working directly for father, forging plows, Yutish seed drills, water wheels and a few dozen other things that were going to be used in all kinds of machines from Ilamari steel. The rest working to make things like nails, pins, and all kinds of things that were necessary for the continuation of construction homes and furniture. So that meant anything else that was not quite needed but wanted, was having a long wait, so they were just going to buy tons of it from across Liberty Bay. Similarly, there were other shortages like spices, jams, honeys, and dyes, which they were not yet fully capable of producing yet to large scales, especially fruits which would probably take at least a few years if they were fruit-bearing trees, and there were shortages of meat. Well, meats that were anything other than fish, crabs, and shrimps. Those were plentiful in the river and near the coasts. Meats, even chicken meat, were still a rationed food because of how few they still had. Even the wolf bears and other animal meats the hunters brought back were thinning and the jungles on the other side of the mountain were difficult to pass. And the meat of the striped lion-like cats weren't exactly the best meats to eat either. In any case, Casterys thought as his father talked about the focus on the supply of livestock over the next few journeys, which would include oxen for farm work, it was fortunate that Salon Barrows was always in communication with them. With him in Velos, working moons ahead of time to gather goods, the livestock, and anything else, it made things a lot easier. The meeting continued, moving on from the list of goods, and moved towards the discussion on the people of Ilamaries, and if there was anything new to discuss. Yuri Var Volturus, the head of the soon-to-be-built Bank of Ilamaries, was the first to speak up, who talked about how the number had climbed to 94% of the war veterans and volunteers had agreed to the pension plan. The pension plan would spread out their earnings over a period of 5 and 20 years, which would be on top of the income they'd earn as workers, and would see their sons prioritized for allocation of farmland once they were of age. From what his father had said to him, it was a necessity that the vast majority agreed to this plan as else they would be forced to do one of two things. What exactly his father meant, Casterys did not know for father had not deigned to expand on what that was but Casterys could tell that neither options would have been pleasant, for anyone. Volturus continued to speak as he explained further. The rest of the men wanted their coin immediately for supposed practical reasons. They wanted to use it to purchase vast amounts of goods from overseas and hire folk for their businesses, which they wanted to start up immediately. These businesses ranged from breweries to goldsmiths to leather working shops to innkeeps to jewelers. Casterys eyed his father keenly as he seemed deep in thought. Casterys knew that father did not like a massive influx of coin into the economy for fear of driving up prices for years to come, so these men who were determined in their way posed a problem to his father. Arrange a meeting with these men. Aegon said with a tone of finality, his eye flickering to Lord Moreau then to Lord Gala Anise before he looked towards Valterus. I will reach an accord with them that satisfies their entrepreneurial ambitions and our needs. The men nodded their acceptance and soon the meeting turned towards the quarries and the mines. As it was, there were about 4,000 quarrymen and miners all throughout Ilamaries, working across many different sites at any given time. Marble, granite, and limestone were the most quarried stones and which all of the stone buildings were built from. He and his brothers including Miss Aragorn who father was able to direct without writing mostly picked up the quarried stones from these quarries. Presently, these quarries were still the focus, especially the marble and the limestone as they had many tons of granite and shaped granite bricks at the 6 depots that were all around the settlement. These stones were more than enough to build the rest of the homes. Now, they would focus on building the many new buildings his father and mother wanted to build, like these academies for the military and the navy. Basalt, sandstone from a source found on the westernmost coast, and slate were all stones that were slowly being quarried now as well however. Particularly sandstone which was being preferred to be used to build the river walls around the wharf where the shipyard was being planned to be built. Then there was also the Yetish claystone, quartz, feldspar, and clay from the river or from the lakes, which were the ingredients used for porcelain. The source of the Yetish claystone was the furthest quarry by several leagues and was not far from the pass where on the other side lead to the southwest jungles. Castoris listened as his father spoke about the iron mines that they were going to have to increase production of. With the new techniques his father and the blacksmiths had trialed out in Velos, thanks to a few slaves from Asibhad who were blacksmiths of their own and used a technique that melted pig iron, small amounts of steel, iron sands, sand, glass, and ashes all together into a clay pot which allowed for excellent steel swords to be made, and his father, with Lorgan, the blacksmiths, and a few of the other scholars, figured out a way to hugely increase the amount of steel they could produce once they gotten their hands on a number of books from Asibhad after they'd sent ships there which gave them a direction on how to build better and much larger bloomeries, crucibles, and furnaces. And it all depended on the production of wildfire thanks to the incredibly high temperatures that it burned it. We've increased our rate of production of wildfire by 4-fold since we started up again. Dorland said in answer to his father's question about where the alchemists were with their work. The alchemists had their building built on the eastern side of the river, which was mostly finished now with all of the alchemists having relocated there. The eastern side of the river was completely sparse for the moment, and the building was situated on a hill that was surrounded by a small range of hills that were slightly taller than it. He and Polaris had helped a lot with moving the stones and the equipment there as otherwise it would have taken perhaps weeks to move all of the materials there. Despite the wildfire not being so volatile as before, as Polaris kept on saying, it was clear that no one really wanted to test that notion. Including his parents. We still only grow a limited amount of the ingredients we need however. The supplies we received will only last us a short time. Dorland pointed out. Until that is solved, our capability to meet the quantities your grace want for this new method of smelting will be difficult. Do we not have enough stores of the wildfire left for at least the interim? His mother questioned with a frown on her face. We do, your grace. Dorland said in answer to his mother and there was a bit of reluctance on his face, which did not leave as he spoke further. However with the experiments we're running, we would like to reserve a quantity for our needs. Castoris sent a questioning glance to his brother who only sent him a look that meant not sure. Dorland sent a look towards his father who was watching Dorland intently before the man looked towards his mother again. But yes, if we must, we can supply about 6 or 7 moons worths of wildfire, your grace. After that, we will be hard pressed. By then, you should have another few tons of the ingredients. His father remarked before he looked towards Bodrin. But I agree. We will need to have a local source of supply of the plants again at some point. Bodrin. His father said as he looked towards the man who was in charge of the Farmers' Guild. And he supposed this new agricultural school which was meant to teach farmers' sons all of the subjects relevant to farming from scholars and learn techniques from experiences retired farmers. These retired farmers would also be part of the Walking Elderman program who would assist farmers in making their lands more productive. There was also additional part where the school would research ways to make lands more productive but without damaging the environment as his father put it. His father had shown him a number of drawings of some kinds of metal carriages that were pulled by horses or oxen and that had at the bottom some twisted metals that his father said could help till the land much faster. Bodrin would be help in making them and getting the farmers to use them. If they worked at least. Can you and your fellows have a look at what sites are ideal to grow these plants the alchemists need? It is not yet urgent but in the next few years, I want us to be able to meet at least a quarter to half of what we need annually. Of course, your grace. Bodrin looked towards Dorland who nodded slightly at the man. Good. His father said. It is important that we grow our steel production capabilities. The applications of large-scale steel production will be myriad but most importantly of all, it will help us make more tools for the mills, for the farms and for the ships too. His father said decisively before he moved on to the next topic which was about the next phases of construction, which this meeting was centered around the expansion of the sewer system. There had been a number of delays to the construction of the next spine of the sewer system as Mother decided to focus more on the construction of the buildings, but now there was enough manpower to direct to the completion of the next spine, the broad leaf extensions that would be dug to feed into the main channels from across Ilmaries, and the construction of the aqueducts as presently, water was being boiled, though he knew that some people just drank from the river, a point he knew displeased his parents greatly. In any case, there had been some changes made to the sewer system, particularly where the channels would be dug. With most of the districts concentrated to the edge of the city center, which would become situated on the banks of the river, the location of the latrines was proving to be inconvenient to the people, and a number of arrests had been made for public disorder, with people relieving themselves in areas that were still bereft of works. So to address the issue, there would be hundreds of latrines and bathhouses to be built over the next year, with the second channel to be dug to depth of 6 yards deep and 5 yards across with concrete linings. It would be about 6 leagues long and feed from a higher elevation, allowing a greater speed downstream. The plans was for this second and the third in about 3 or 4 years channel to also to be connected to the in-house latrines, though this was largely dependent on adequate solutions from the scholars who had this problem amongst the many assignments his father had given the scholars to help find solutions for. The aqueducts, of which there would be 3, 2 on the western side of the river and the other on the eastern side, would also feed from this higher elevation, though about a league further upstream, and it was expected that this would take about 3 years to complete. After the sewage system, the discussion went towards the building designs for the new buildings his father had requested for, the buildings being a military academy and a navy academy. Father wanted to create these places where boys could be sent to learn the art of war from experienced knights and commanders and help them prepare better. It was also his father's attempt to create a standing professional army. Castares could see the appeal of it. Having a professional army, but he wasn't all too enthusiastic about doing away with the tradition of squiring. Ilrosaurus ended up showing a few drawings of the kinds of buildings he and his subordinates were thinking, which had been passed around the table and ended up with the commanders, before other buildings and their designs were discussed. Such as 2 city guard buildings and the Bank of Ilmaries building on the eastern side of the river, an expansion to the Learned Guild building his uncle had spoken up for the first time during this part and talked about the inadequacies of the building, a few other buildings for Archonate officials, finally, the construction of castles and fortresses. The castles and fortresses, the ones funded by the Archonate, would predominantly be for housing the soldiers, and they'd be situated several key areas. Most of which was going to be on the coasts in the north, east and west, which was where the main focus was on the population growth. These were much longer-term plans, with the first no sooner completed than 6 to 10 years from now, but the builders were working on the planning based on the castle and fortress designs his father and the commanders have created. Materials, number of men, all that and more. The discussion after this soon turned away to the final point, which had been about the silk farm that situated on the western side of the river, for which Jar Kenchi, the overseer of the silkworm farm, had been invited for. Last week it had been the head of the Carpenters Guild and the Clothworkers Guild who'd been invited, where both of them had been given their moment to say their piece, or pieces, about the tasks they were given. This time, with the silkworm farm overseer, it was about finally getting the silkworms to breed in far greater numbers and to see the silkworm weavers to start producing greater volumes of silk in the next 2 years. The Yitish man was among just shy of 200 Yitish and Lenjis in their settlement, and he had about 20 Yitish or Lenjis, not including their wives, which were mostly Valyrian or Summer Islander in origin, who worked with him to keep the silkworm population surviving. Castares knew a little about the silkworms, and the difficulty Jar Kenchi and his people had in making sure that the silkworms survived throughout the years. There had been occasions where the silkworm population had dwindled nearly completely, but fortunately, Jar Kenchi and his people were able to save a portion each time they were threatened. Now, with mulberry plants grown in small sectioned-off plots on farms and grown in the wild in the redwood forests, which had both happened during the time of the first settlers, the population was finally at its most highest point, the higher elevation on the western side of the river apparently doing wonders in keeping the population stable. But there was still much to be done in order to get the numbers of the silkworms to the right amounts that would make it worthwhile, which was exactly what Jar Kenchi said, as he talked about the number of silkworm farms they would need to create over the next few years to see them being able to produce enough silkworms for harvest and to create the quantities of silk wanted. Have you identified the most suitable locations of these silkworm farms? His mother asked the Yitish man. Yes, Your Grace. The small Yitish man said with a bow of the head before he continued. The temperature in the hills on the eastern side of the river are suitable. We can create easily a dozen silkworm farms in the vicinity of our current farm. It would be cumbersome to continuously send men with bags of mulberry leaves across the river and up the hills. His mother said with a frown before she looked towards Badrin. Do you think we can plant mulberry plants on the other side of the river and close to these farms? His mother asked the man. There may be some parts on that side where the soil is moist enough. Badrin said with a thoughtful look. Yes, it should be fine, although I would suggest we may have to use more dragon droppings as fertilizer. That won't be a problem. His father said before he looked towards the Yitish man. Work with Badrin to mark out the suggested sites for the farms and create a list of materials you will need for their construction. I wish to see the buildings, including the frames and the wooden pots, all finished in the next 2 moons. Yes, Your Grace. Jarkenchi said before he bowed his head. I will call 8 colony pots for the new farms. The meeting after that had wounded down quickly, much to his relief, and likely everyone else's too, Castoris thought a little wryly. 7 more days until we have to sit in another one of these meetings. Valar muttered from beside him as they watched most leave. In the end, only he, Valar, Polaris, his parents, Aegon, Edwin, Lorgan, Lord Uthric, and Dorland remained behind, with his twin brother having gotten up to speak with Dorland. You can always ask father to exclude you from the meetings. Castoris remarked with a raised eyebrow as he got up from his seat, though he saw Valar's expression turn distasteful from the corner of his eye. As if I can do that. What would I say? Father, this way of governing you created for all of our sakes so that we won't feel useless as spares? Well, I would prefer to feel useless than bored senseless. Valar said with a quiet hush. Castoris' lips twitched as he turned to look at his brother. Honestly, you should. I would love to see what father would say to that. Valar groaned. Gods, no, I would rather suffer through this than that. Castoris snorted before he shook his head and walked over to his twin and he saw Polaris have an animated conversation with Dorland, the alchemist. OT as much as we hoped. Dorland trailed off as he looked towards Castoris and Valar, a curious look on his face. Hope we're not interrupting. You're not, Your Grace. Dorland said with an incline of the head. It still felt odd to be referred to as anything other than my prince. With what his father has done with the Archonate, any member of House Targaryen was automatically referred to as Your Grace to mark their royal status. We were just discussing the experiments the Alchemists Guild are conducting. Polaris informed them. Ah. Castoris said before he met Dorland's gaze. The experiments for which you need a large amount of your stock of wildfire. Castoris said with a leading tone of voice, and Dorland got his silent question. Yes. Your father has asked that we find means to create wildfire concoctions that burn at different temperatures. Dorland said before he looked towards Polaris before he looked towards Castoris again. It has proven quite difficult in finding the right combinations of ingredients to increase or decrease the burning temperatures. At the moment, they're just really throwing anything they can think of in the concoction that they think will alter the properties of the wildfire. Polaris helpfully supplied. I wouldn't quite put it like that. Dorland said a little reluctantly, but yes, we are being free-thinking in our approach to find the right mixtures. Which is needed. As you all aware, wildfire is a recipe that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Creating the powder form of wildfire is perhaps the greatest advancement that has been made in hundreds of years, and that had come quite accidentally too. Dorland said before he smiled wryly. So we will find a way, in time. Dorland looked towards Polaris again. And once we have your brother, and yourselves if you so wish, brought into the secrets of wildfire and alchemy, you may able to aid us in finding the solutions your father wishes. Castoris looked at his twin a little amused with how he was smiling at the thought of being let loose amongst the madmen known as the alchemists. Dorland. His father's voice came from behind him and he saw his father approaching. Your Grace. Dorland inclined his head slightly. His father gave a faint smile at the man before his father swept his eye across him and his brothers. I have need of my sons. His father said. Of course. Dorland said before he bowed and left Castoris and his brothers with their father. Father. Valar asked curiously. Come have a walk with me. Their father said as he began to walk away, and Castoris exchanged a few looks with his brothers before they followed on the heels of their father. They made it out of the building with their guards following their steps. Where are we going? Polaris asked as he looked towards their father. To our future keep. Father said with a smile towards Polaris. It's not such a bad day to go for a walk. Father said as he looked towards the heavens. It was just past noon presently. By the time they arrived at the top of the mountain, it would be 2 or 3 hours past noon. But if you have wished to ride your dragon there, I will not stop you. His father added before he continued to walk on, and Castoris could seriously see Valar mulling it over. Valar looked at him and Polaris before he sighed heavily and made his decision. No, we'll all walk, I think. His father only smiled at that. Hours later. Castoris pulled himself up over the ledge, the hand of his father helping him, and he breathed out heavily before he fully outstretched out his body, and looked around, at which point he noticed that there was some changes made since he'd last been here, a few weeks before his father had returned. Right at the middle, there were a few stone slabs that were placed around in a circle, and there were a few bags there too. Ah! He heard from behind him and he saw Polaris heaving a little, his hands on his knees, whilst Valar looked as red as Polaris but not as tired. Here, drink. His father said as he handed over one of the sheepskins to Polaris, the other to Valar before he gestured it to Castoris, but he just shook his head. He'd had his fill earlier. Father, did you do this? Castoris asked as he pointed towards the stone slabs. I did. His father confirmed, and, after he glanced at his brothers, he began to walk towards Castoris, and then past Castoris. Castoris watched his father sit upon one of the stone slabs and he gestured him and his brothers to come forth. They did, and a few moments after, they took seat on the stone slab from across their father. I came here last night and prepared this for today. Father explained. Prepared? For what? Castoris couldn't help but ask with a bit of confusion. His father sighed a little before he raised his hand and Castoris' eyes widened when a flame was created right in the center of his palm. Yes, finally. Valar couldn't help but say laughingly, but he quickly got a hold of himself. I meant no offense, father. It's just we've been reading your journals on magic and false gods and more, and now that you're back. Valar scratched the back of his head. We thought we might have started this sooner. And when would father have the time to do this? Polaris asked a little dryly, and Valar shot Polaris an annoyed look before Valar shrugged his shoulders. You may have a point there. Valar conceded. I had wished to have done this perhaps a week or so ago, but other matters had come up, unfortunately. His father interjected before the flame in his hand flew towards the center and grew into a larger ball of flame. Castoris frowned before he leaned forward and placed his hand closer to the flame, and he got his suspicions confirmed. You've changed the nature of the flame, father. I have. His father confirmed, his expression full of seriousness. Whilst you all have been able to bend the flames from candles or campfires, you have not been able to further progress your abilities in magic. Castoris grimaced slightly. Yes, they, all three of them, had difficulty moving on to the next phase of controlling flames, which was to alter the heat of the flames. Its B. Polaris was cut off by their father raising his hand, who smiled proudly at Polaris before he looked towards Valar and then to Castoris. I do not hold it against you. I myself did not learn the next stages until I was almost 10 years older than you are right now. To expect you to be able to grapple with conceptual and symbolic understanding of fire without much context, when you are still so young and inexperienced with life, his father said before he gestured towards the flame which began to change its form into the shape of a dragon. Would be unfair of me. Finished his father in saying, and Castoris watched as the dragon had burst apart, into 1,000 smaller flames that began to hover above their heads, and Castoris couldn't help but gape at it when they began to change colors, from orange-red to blues and whites. Which is why I will begin teaching you directly starting from today. The flames then began to descend at an angle, with flames melting into each other, until they were once more a single blue-white flame, which Castoris could definitely feel. Castoris looked towards his father, who was looking at them with a faint smile. And we will start with the symbolisms you can learn from the ancient tale of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give to humans. Chapter 42. For thanks. BioRL, Westeros is not the size of South America, it is closer to the size of Australia. Illimaries is about a third of it. Chris GMP, yup. Aegon is in a difficult position. How can anyone really choose between one side of the family? Better not to do than be responsible for any of the tragedy. Rando Mandu 47, I think soil erosion is something the Westerosi are very well aware of. TBF. They'd been farming Theor lands for like 10,000 years. I wouldn't be too concerned about it, to be fair. Free arraignment, female Targs have to marry in a matrilineal line if they marry outside of the family if they want to pass on dragons to their children. They can still have dragon riders as children, but this is not a compromise to be made. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 123 AC Illimaries. Viegon Targaryen POV. Archmaester Viegon. The call of his name broke him out of his reading and made him look up from the scroll to see who it was. A young man of SSE origin, no more than 5 and 10 name days, one of the new apprentices he'd deemed adequate for the library. Joram? Joran? Or was it Jonar? Yes. Viegon queried in a dead flat tone of voice as he looked back down and continued to write whilst he perused the scroll that was in front of him, which was far more interesting than anything the boy could have to say. It was a scroll, a copy of a copy of a copy, almost certainly the true iteration of the scroll he had, having been lost to time, and it was written in High Valyrian, the original supposedly having been written in the Sarnori language, and it was a document that chronicled the rise and fall of a Sarnori warrior king named Nuzhor during the height of the Sarnori people's civilization, which was sometime between the Second and Fourth Giscari Wars. Nuzhor, after more than 20 years of non-stop warring and politicking, supposedly united the fickle Sarnori city-states into a united kingdom of Sarnor, not seen since the hero king of myth who created the kingdom of Sarnor. The young man cleared his throat before he spoke again. His Grace Archon has requested your presence at the keep. There were references to this warrior king in the records at the Citadel, which he'd accidentally learned off in his more youthful-based desires to learn more about Valyria from the archives present at the Citadel, but none which detailed the life and work of this man, which also coincidentally made the first references of a people who shared similarity to the Dothraki, which was the earliest references he'd ever encountered by at least 3,000 years. Archmaester. Aegon looked up, finally, and leveled a hard stare at the young man from behind his glasses. I can come back a little later. That would be best. Aegon said flatly before he continued to read from the scroll and took down his notes for his final book, A History of Planetos, The Origins of Peoples. It was some time later before Aegon was satisfied enough that he left his reading at an appropriate point, and after he placed back the scroll in its proper place, did he make his way out of the histories section of the library with his bag of supplies, the dull thumps of his walking stick echoing throughout the voluminous chamber, and finally through the central library which had been expanded 3 years ago. The young man found him again and soon escorted him through the building, in silence as he preferred, and it wasn't long before he was stepping down the marble steps of the so-called Great Library of Illumaries in the rain. There may be tens of thousands of books, tomes, and scrolls in the building, but it had some way to go before it could be deemed great. But Aegon could admit to himself that perhaps in time it would earn such a epithet, he thought as he glanced over at the other building beside the library. A dome-shaped building with several smaller dome-roofed buildings beside it, most of them being workshops of a kind working on one thing or another, with intricately shaped pillars that framed the 10-feet redwood doors that lead into the bosom of the building, where there were classrooms where acolytes and apprentices were taught subjects of interest by adequate scholars that included as much as natively trained men as it did scholars from around the known world, who Aegon and his people had arranged to come to Illumaries to teach. Over the years, they'd worked to separate the library from the Institute building so as to give it its own domain. He'd seen it happen, at the Citadel, where most turned out to be no more than glorified upkeepers of ancient texts instead of inhabiting what was essential to being what it meant to be maester, a scholar. To question everything and to build upon the knowledge of your forebears. If this institute was to remain what Aegon declared it would be, long after his death, then it was better that there was a separation between archivists and those who were encouraged and focused on research and development, using the doctrine of the scientific method. Aegon saw the carriage intended for him, parked in front of the library, and made his way towards it. Archmaester. The coachman said with a bow of the head as he held out the open door to the horse-drawn carriage, and Aegon waved away any aid in getting into the damnable carriage as he forced himself up the steps and into the seat, and he let off a heavy sigh of exertion as he rested his head against the back cushion. Aegon pulled at the pole whip and a bell chimed, signaling the coachman to begin moving, and soon enough, the carriage began moving, and after a jittery disruptive beginning, the carriage ride became more comfortable. These new carriages had a suspension system, a contraption of springs that, with combination with the wheels at the aft being larger than the wheels at the front, made it possible for carriage rides to be more endurable, especially as the stone and brick roads were utterly detestable. Aegon looked out from the window as the noise from the outside grew as they rode into the central road that led away from the riverfront to that hill of Aegon's. The guild buildings had grown in numbers. There were over 30 different guild buildings now, from weavers to blacksmiths to carpenters to glassmakers, with numbers ranging from a few dozen to a few thousand. Aegon set his eyes on the sign of the newest guild building, which was small compared to most other buildings. It was 3 squiggly lines that denoted water. The Plumbers' Guild. Aegon furrowed his brow slightly as he recalled that led to its creation. Aegon, as part of his drive to apply practical application of knowledge, created a grant system. The grants, which could be as little as 100 golden dragon to as much as 1,000 golden dragons, and a cash price of 2,000 dragons, were for inventions that were able to meet the criteria, namely a specific application or group of applications, and would see the prospective inventor, upon approval, given the grant with the requisite requirement to provide evidence or conclusions of their research and development at the bare minimum. The Plumbers' Guild had been the consequence of one of these successful inventions. Alexander, a scholar and now head of the Plumbers' Guild, successfully developed a group of practical applications collated from the collective knowledge of water pressure and flows, that the common man could understand, and how this can be used to create private latrines in the homes of the common people. And it started with the creation of the Alexander wells. With Illumaries city being at a lower elevation than the river upstream, the thing that brought Alexander fame and fortune, was the design of a press-sunrised system that could supply every home with press-sunrised water. In time, of course. The part of his design, the only part that was not rudimentary in Aegon's eyes, was the observation of how low-pressure areas form and suck air inwards from high-pressure areas. Alexander used this principle to create a constant water flow system that can raise a dozen feet upwards, therefore supplying homes with water that is press-sunrised, even at a higher elevation than where the water pipes were located. In total there were something like 24 new items and tools there were created to facilitate the creation of this design. It would take at least a decade or two more before every home had such a system, and presently it was only the latrines, which would have a means to rapidly expel the waste downstream with greater press-sunrised water, and the bathhouses, which now also included heated baths, that were enjoyed the fruits of these inventions. And there were, to date, 36 different grants for research and development of inventions with practical applications, some that were centered around the notion of energy, steam, and pressure, such as the steam engine or the device that Aegon called a timekeeping clock, with thrice that number currently in the submission stage, where scholars could submit a proposal of a new invention that could have such practical applications. Over the years, there had been a plethora of successful inventions, most that'd come from Aegon's nudges in the form of theories and drawings, from the well of his future knowledge. Aegon's eyes studied the faces of those who walked on the cobbled stone roads as he fell into a contemplative mood. Aegon had promised to tell him about his source, the root of what he was doing, why he was doing it, and Aegon could never have expected that the source was this well of knowledge from a future society. Aegon would have thought him mad, but with all that he's seen. Ironically, it was not the magic that made him believe Aegon's tale of future knowledge, but rather the way he knew things that made it clear that he had not developed the theory himself. From his notions of how the planets move that did not weather detailed scrutiny to his understandings of biology, which again was simplified and without critical analysis, not in the way Aegon championed in his doctrine of scientific method. Fools. Aegon murmured as he looked away and closed his eyes. The common folk, including these scholars, all revered Aegon too much. Far too much. Plenty of them were adequate, some even possessing impressive minds, like Jalos Feren, but none of them let themselves question how it was that Aegon knew what he knew, nor did they question why Aegon was so certain his ideas and theories were right and needed only to be proven, chalking it off to the same source that saw Illymaris found. The visions from the gods. Even if some took it upon themselves to disprove it rather than prove it, there was no denying that they believed that there was some truth or basis in Aegon's thinking and his theories. And Aegon was quite sure that Aegon knew that, and that he capitalized his status amongst these people to steer them exactly where he wanted them to go to. It won't last. Aegon murmured to himself before he shook his head. Aegon had built up the foundation of his drive on his popularity and status, and once he was gone? When his well of knowledge dried up? Could the drive towards improvements continue without the encouragement from Aegon? Aegon doubted it. Casterys was an adequate heir as Archon, yes, and with the new system of governance prevents the abuse that would arise from inadequate heirs, reversals of policy may not become severe, but nevertheless, the way Aegon has set up this system of his is not strong enough to endure beyond his life. Aegon knew that Aegon intended to fully open the grant system to allow inventors to create companies, or guilds, that allowed them to keep ownership of a certain percentage of their inventions, but Aegon thought it would not be enough to prevent the stifling of invention once groups that had formed saw any more or further improvements or new inventions as a threat to their businesses. Until that was resolved, the same issues that Aegon held in contempt of in Westeros would happen again here in Illymaris. Aegon had said not on the matter. Aegon should have already figured out this problem already. The journey towards the keep was sedate once they were out of the inner city boundaries. By now, there were now 100,000 people who lived and worked in the city, which had grown substantially and more exponentially over the past few years, with more and more people settling from Velos and from Lys, most of whom were coming with few practical skills that were needed and so, oft, were turned into laborers that helped build up the city at a faster rate. 60,000 people surrounded the city on farmlands, private lands, or in small villages working in the countryside, the mines or the quarries. In the next 10 years, the total number of people on these lands was expected to exceed 250,000 people. Given how much land there was yet to be filled and how much of it was still unexplored in the interior, it was a small drop in the ocean compared to the millions of Westeros. Yet Aegon could see that it may not take as long as normally expected, if the birth rates continued at pace. Like rats, these people were multiplying. There was not a grown woman that did not have a bundle of whelps around her teats, and with the encouragements that were given to continue to produce more children, by the end of this century, Aegon would not be surprised if the population reached the million mark without any further additions from the outside. A roar broke Aegon from his thoughts, and he looked through the window and saw the familiar colorings of Stormfire, the bonded dragon of the youngest son of his sister, which seemed to carry quarried stone, before it landed atop the large hill. Construction of the keep had not yet started in earnest. Aegon's eyes went towards the base of the mountain, where his eyes settled on the gaudy black obelisk that towered over all other man-made structures, and a grimace formed on his face. Out of all the decisions Aegon had ever made, crafting that thing just to plant a dead weirwood seed, was the single most foolish one. Truly, the greatest marvel of all that Aegon had accomplished was what he'd done to twist the faith to accept magic so blatantly used. Even those who newly arrived from Velos, taught as they were about the faith by the Septons, would not bat an eye at such displays of magic. Aegon shook his head. Nevertheless, most of the work had been done to begin creating ramparts and carving out flat surfaces into the side of the mountain. After that, the work of creating walls and fortifications on those flat surfaces was to start. There were also steps and road up towards the top of the mountain carved out that began at the base of the mountain behind the ramparts. Aegon's eyes went towards the right side of the works, settling his gaze on the gaping hole that had been carved out into the face of the hill far from the base, about 1/3 up the hill, exactly where they were going. To see dragons used in such a way, Aegon thought with a shake of the head. Not once had he ever heard of dragons used as mole rats, digging out tons of earth each day. The closest he'd heard them being used in such a way outside of war and intimidation had been during the constructions of the fused stone roads and fused stone buildings and keeps. Never as anything mundane as earth diggers. That the dragons, Miss Aragorn, and Tyraxes, were able to be bent to act in such a manner also spoke of an unnatural bond beyond anything he'd ever read. Dragons were not mere mules that operated to the whims of man. They were beasts, ferocious beasts with a disturbing and unnatural amount of intelligence. To obediently dig into earth, it was unnatural to the ultimate predators, even if they were dragons who were quelled into obedience. Frustratingly, neither Polaris or Aegon were able to tell him any more than that they shared a closer bond to their dragons thanks to blood magic. He could make sense of it with Polaris, whose blood had helped awaken the stone egg, but Aegon's claim was more nonsensical. That as an infant he must have bled on the stone in the crib. A bold-faced lie, Aegon was sure. The carriage arrived at the gates, where they were stopped by the guards posted there, before being allowed through once they realized it was Aegon who was being taken there, though not without one of the guards coming along as he sat beside the coachman. They soon continued up the side of the mountain-like hill, the jerking of the carriage more severe, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the mouth of the tunnel and Aegon exited the carriage cautiously. "I have no need of your help." Aegon's voice was curt as he struggled to keep his balance as he exited the carriage with some difficulty, and the guardsman stepped back as Aegon bid, though not without a flash of irritated anger that soon dispelled. "Of course, Archmaester. His Grace Archon is inside," the guardsman said without any warmth before he soon left to speak to the guards who were at the sides of the tunnel. Aegon sighed lightly before he gripped his walking stick and made his way towards the tunnel. The area in front of the tunnel, which was 2.5 times as wide as Miss Aragorn, was wide and long enough for a dragon to build up enough speed to take off. Aegon stared at the tunnel for a long moment before he walked past the entrance. One of the guardsmen, carrying a torch, preceded Aegon's journey into the tunnel, and a shock of wood hitting hard stone bounced against the cylindrical tunnel, causing Aegon to stare at the walls as they walked further into the tunnel. Fused stone. The entire wall structure was made out of fused stone 8 or more inches thick. Aegon had determined the means of recreating the art using a combination of the stored fires in dragon glass and dragon flame, which depended on, according to Aegon, an understanding of the end result as one manipulated the two forms of fire into permanence in fused stone. Both dragon glass and dragon flame contained what Aegon called life energy, the same kinds of energy that existed in man, only different, and it was this manipulation that drew fused stone into existence, as that energy was warped to cause an effect that deadened soil and earth into lifeless creations, turning the soil and earth into near unbreakable stone. In some ways, Aegon had argued, the stonemen cursed with grayscale, were afflicted with some variation of this effect. The torch dimmed slightly, drawing Aegon's attentions, and moments later, there was a tremor and a loud sound that washed over them. The guardsman halted in his shock and Aegon merely walked past the man without sending even a glance back to the man. Still, the guardsman recovered and quickly caught up with Aegon before he muttered something to himself under his breath. It was some while later that they arrived at the central chamber, which was at a slightly higher elevation than the mouth of the exit tunnel. Had to admit that it was some sight. The central chamber was massive. 500 feet tall and twice that in length, the central chamber was dome-shaped, with pocket-like cutouts that were intended to house the dragons in their stables, each of them several hundreds of feet in width and in depth. Aegon looked towards his left side and gazed upon the ramp before he looked across the chamber. The second level was built over the bottom pockets and extended around the contour of the chamber before there was a ramp down at the sides of the tunnel that allowed the dragons to crawl down towards the exit. On top of the second level pockets, there were thick arches that extended all the way towards the ceiling, a secondary support should somehow the structure collapse. And in case the structure was to collapse, with how this stable was built, it would not collapse the keep into itself, with the stable not being directly underneath the keep. At least Aegon had some sense. Aegon finally looked towards the dragons, Miss Aragorn and Tyraxes, both of whom were on the second level and which were spewing dragon flame at the farthest side of the dome, where there was some kind of passageway that Aegon was sure was going to lead to the entrance of the keep that was yet to be built. "Leave me," Aegon said to the guardsman. "I will wait for them to finish on my lonesome." Aegon dismissed, and soon enough he was left alone. Aegon watched from afar, watching red-hot stone turn cold within seconds, as more and more sections were built from the earth. It was some time later that Aegon heard footsteps approaching, and he looked from over his shoulder only to see the boy Solanese coming his way. "Uncle," Solanese said respectfully as he arrived by Aegon's side. Aegon narrowed his eyes slightly as he eyed the boy. "I am certain you must have duties to attend to." Solanese had the daring to look at Aegon with a mild look of amusement that reminded him all too much of his father. "My duties demand that I be here today, uncle. And for the next few days too," Solanese said, and Aegon grew a little irritated at that. Aegon had said that they would be left uninterrupted for his attempt to commune with what he called the heart of the world. With the arrival of some of the narrow sea nobles for the triple wedding, he had no reason to believe any else. "Don't look so miserable, uncle. I won't disrupt your father's peace," Solanese said, and Aegon looked away from the boy lest he give in to the urge to hit the boy with the stick. Out of all of his sister's children, Polaris was the one who Aegon could tolerate the most. Fortunately, they, including his sister, All realized that Aegon had little time for idiotic children, and he'd been left to his books and the organization of the library and the institute. For the most part. Aegon said nothing else as he put his attentions back towards the dragons, and it was quite some time later that they seemed to have finished. The dragons began to climb down from the slopes, and Aegon moved his old bones towards the center to let the dragons pass through the tunnel. Once Tyraxes had followed Miss Aragorn out of the chamber, Aegon and Polaris descended down the slope and made their way towards them. Aegon looked tired, as if he'd exerted out himself greatly in the effort. Aegon looked towards Polaris, who looked fine. Without the ability to see magic in the way that Aegon could, it was difficult for anyone to grapple with the art of creating fused stone so presently. It was only Aegon who could do it. Of course, that didn't mean it was impossible. With time, Aegon was sure that Polaris was able to learn how to do it, if nothing else by sheer effort and desire. But it would be easier if they could see magic. Archmaester. Polaris greeted politely, and Aegon gave a curt nod before he looked towards Aegon. When do we leave? Aegon asked, immediately getting to the point. He was growing weary from standing for so long and he wished to depart immediately. Now. Aegon said before he looked towards Polaris. I will be back in a few days. Tell your mother Solanise will keep you all apprised. Polaris nodded his understanding before he eyed Aegon curiously. I'm really interested to know if this heart really does exist. There was a note of regret in his voice. Aegon had decided not to take Polaris with him on this trip, deciding that his eldest 3 sons were required to remain in the city whilst he was away. So am I. Aegon said with a trace of a smile. Well, I look forward to hearing about your adventures. Polaris said with a smile before he bid his farewells and left, leaving Aegon and Solanise behind. Is he necessary? Aegon couldn't help but ask as he turned to go back into the tunnel. Aegon eyed Aegon intently. I deem him necessary. As my squire and as my son. Those are enough of a reason, uncle. Aegon then raised his eyebrow. And it is the same way I have decided you were necessary to come with me on this trip of ours, uncle. Aegon glared at Aegon for a moment before he looked away. I have brought supplies should anything go wrong. Aegon said a little more briskly than he intended, the jab that Aegon wasn't quite necessary to this trip irritating him. Good. I doubt we will need it, but best to have it and not need it than to need it and not have. Aegon said before he nodded to Solanise. A flame was alighted in Solanise's palm that lit their way as they walked out of the tunnel. The journey out of the tunnel tired Aegon out even more, and after he climbed atop of Miss Aragorn, he couldn't help but let off a relieved sigh. It is a beautiful day. We will fly slowly, I think. Aegon said as he strapped himself into his saddle, and Aegon felt even greater relief. He wouldn't say it, but he was pleased that Aegon wasn't blind enough not to see Aegon struggling. A few days later, at the top of Lazo-Laenus Dragonmont, Aegon heard some noise from behind him, causing him to halt in his riding, and he turned to look towards the origin of the sound. There, at the ridge, was Solanise, causing Aegon to frown in displeasure before he continued to write in his tome. When the boy was near enough that his footsteps were almost deafening, did he speak? You should not be here. Aegon said without looking at the boy. Whilst Aegon thought Aegon to be overly paranoid about the nature of the volcano and its possibility to erupt, he did think this was no place for a boy, let alone one as bereft of much sense like Solanise. And as much as Aegon was near the edge of the ridge, should this thing erupt, he was certainly dead. Down there, the boy would have some chance to get on his dragon. Father can chastise me when he finishes what he's doing. Solanise remarked, and Aegon eyed his nephew from the corner of his eye, who looked forward with a frown on his face. Aegon looked towards the boy was looking, towards Aegon, who could be seen in the distance sitting at the center of this volcano's eye with his staff in hand. 3 days Aegon had marched out into that place. 3 days he'd remained unmoving. Had he not seen Aegon move to take a drink from his wineskin, he would have thought him dead. Mother told me that we must return by night's fall. The Celtigars have arrived. Solanise remarked, and Aegon glanced at the boy, who looked nervous, certainly nervous at disrupting Aegon in his communion, before he looked back at Aegon, where he could faintly see the shimmering air behind his being. Aegon had learned how to use the fires in the same way the Red Priests used it to gain glimpses of the future, glimpses that allowed him to understand more closely how and why it was possible to see the future. He'd said that time worked differently in this world, or rather was made to work differently as a consequence of magic's existence in this world from the other world that he'd seen, and gave him his sight. As such, Aegon considered that time might not work as linearly, or at least not completely, claiming that it might be how his descendants were able to help in their past despite their very action should cause their past to cease to exist, and thus them themselves cease to exist, thus not allowing them to help in the first place. Yet they did not, and yet they were able to assist. Aegon considered that this other world facilitated that impossibility in ways that they did not yet understand, in the same way it facilitated the existence of magic in their world, and likely other phenomenon that were unexplainable with science. Whether or not he was right, Aegon could not determine. The idea of nonlinear time fought against his rationality. What was the past but the past, and the future, the future? Time has been observed to move into a single direction, and their senses, and all of their experiments suggested nothing to the contrary. Yet with the matter of magic, it complicated everything, even if there was some logic behind the power. Whatever your father is doing takes far more precedence than arrival of some minor nobles. Aegon said dismissively. Aegon considered the probability of Aegon having reached some kind of progress quite high. To remain in that position for 3 days with no sign of progress was unproductive. No, he thought that Aegon likely reached some kind of progress with this heart, or perhaps something else that caught his attentions. If nothing else, Aegon was anything but that. You can tell mother that, muttered Solanise, but Aegon paid it no mind as he picked up his quill and began to write again. It was near sundown when he ate, and when it grew too dark, that was when Aegon stood up and gathered his things. Come, boy. Let us not disturb your father. Let him finish. Your mother will understand. Aegon said, and the boy looked hesitant for a moment before he gave in and obeyed. With a small exertion, he created a flame in his hand before he flung his bag over his shoulder and made his way towards the ridge. Aegon grimaced as he gingerly found his way past the ridge and down the slope, towards their camp at the side of the volcano, where Stormfire remained curled up on itself. They arrived at their camp after a little while, and Aegon slid into his tent before he wrapped himself in the fur blankets, and it wasn't long before he drifted off to sleep. The next day Aegon woke tiredly, the light of the morning sun peering through, and as he exited the tent, he found Solanise boiling terrorbird eggs in boiling water, and Aegon walked over as he felt hunger grip him. They ate in silence again, and once they were done, they once again made the trek towards the eye of the volcano. Aegon glanced towards his right and saw the Silver Mountains in the far distance. There were a chain of volcanoes on the western side of Illimaris, far south of the mountain range. None were active, as far as they can tell, and none had been active for quite some time either, from what the cartographers had mapped out and seen from the locations near the volcanoes. Curiously, the volcanoes that were found all lay on a easily recognizable line, a pattern, though what it meant none had adequate theories. For now, they made it over the ridge, and Aegon was surprised to see Aegon standing, staring at a pool of molten rock. He's finished. Solanise murmured with some amount of relief in his voice. Father. Aegon had heard Solanise call and turned his head towards them. Aegon narrowed his eyes after Aegon had waved to make that pool of molten rock solidify before he started to walk over to them, his bone-white staff in hand. When Aegon was near, Aegon saw the deep contemplative expression on Aegon's face, as if he was struck with something bothered him, a puzzle he was not yet able to solve, and rarely did Aegon see such an expression so nakedly on his face. Well? Aegon asked a little impatiently when Aegon was close enough to hear and speak. Did you learn anything? Aegon said nothing as he continued to come closer, but he'd lost that look. Aegon then looked towards Solanise. Do you have some salted meats on you? Solanise was startled at that before he nodded. I, father. Solanise said before he rummaged through his bag and brought out some meats to his father, who smiled at Solanise gratefully before Aegon began to eat some of it. Aegon stared at Aegon for a long moment as he chewed, and finally, once he'd swallowed his mouth full, did he speak. I sensed something. Aegon said in answer. Sensed something? Solanise questioned with some eagerness in his voice. Aegon looked to his son. Aegon then frowned heavily. There is a presence there. Here. Not quite living. But not dead either. Before, I felt it similar to what I sensed from Dragon Glass, but it is undoubtedly more. Was it the heart? Solanise asked the obvious question. I don't know. Aegon said with a tired but amused look on his face before he looked up. Perhaps. The fires helped focus my senses, allowing me to see a few glimpses, and amongst other things, I saw a great ball of fire surrounded by small embers, specks of light really, and I think that means something. What exactly, I don't know. Aegon scrutinized Aegon heavily. You do know. Aegon said with certainty in his voice, and Aegon looked at him with a ponderous look. Perhaps. Aegon said simply. But until I am certain. That great ball of fire, if this heart of the world really existed, then would it not be this great ball of fire? In comparison to all else that lives on it. Will you come back to try again? Solanise questioned. Yes. But not before I grow better at this, sensing for a lack of a better word. Perhaps I do not know the right language to seek a conversation with the heart, or perhaps I'm merely wrong and misinterpreting things and there is no heart. Aegon said with a frown. And I think I know what I must do to grow better. Aegon said as he gripped his staff, and Aegon glanced at the staff, his eyes narrowing, before he looked to meet Aegon's gaze. It is too soon. Aegon said flatly. Aegon knew what Aegon was talking about. This toad entity that was on Toad Isle. With Aegon's ability to see these kinds of entities, and with the staff, a weapon that Aegon never disclosed how it was made, Aegon believed he could kill it, perhaps even consumed by the staff and thus grow in strength. Aegon thought that if the staff was stronger, the wielder would grow stronger and become more sensitive to the magics of the world. I agree. But in a few years. Aegon trailed off before he shook his head after the received look of inquisitiveness from Solanese, who kept his tongue silent after the shake of the head that signified the boy not to ask a question right now. Then it is time for you to open my third eye. Viagon stated, and Aegon looked a little surprised before he looked intently at Viagon. Aegon had learned how to manipulate life energy, or residual spiritual energy as he called it, both in the living and in Dragon Glass and Dragon Flame. With the discussions they had about the soul and its connections to life energy, it was not hard to grasp that Aegon had ideas of how to cast someone's soul into that realm and also bring them back. To go alone would be folly, and to go alone with none able to see the foe would be even greater folly. And you know that? Viagon said bluntly. And besides, you have reached as far as you are able now. You will unlikely be able to reach further without neglecting your duties. Thus, you must replicate your sight in others. Undoubtedly Polaris had to be brought up to the same abilities as Aegon if they wanted to answer the questions about the nature of this world. Aegon remained silent for a long moment as he considered Viagon. You do realize that you may die? Either there or here? Aegon asked quietly. Yes, Viagon knew. From what was described, that world, realm, was a place of horror and beauty, home to demons and gods. There was a good chance he would die. Horrifically. Aegon may not be able to pull him back. But Viagon was 60 name days old now. Every day that passed, was another day his body grew wearier, and his life shorter. This was his last chance. His last chance to understand what few others had ever understood. Since he turned 30 name days, his body, never one of much strength, had progressively grown weaker, and Viagon could feel the grip of the stranger tightening around him. He recovered some strength since he learned some magic, but it would not be long before he was dead. Viagon scoffed audibly before he looked to the heavens. How much does your heart ache, father? That out of all your sons, Aemon the perfect heir and brave Baelon, it was I, your weak and disappointing son, that outlived them both? Do it. Viagon only said as he tightened his grip on his walking stick. Aegon stared intently at him for a long moment before he nodded lightly. They both knew that Viagon was the most expendable piece out of their family. And to trust anyone else with the knowledge of that realm, should this be successful, was dangerous. No, it had to be Viagon to be the first to be tested. Aegon's hand, which had been beside his body, rose up, and in consequence, so too did the rocks around them rise, including a rock from behind Viagon, and Viagon had to twist his body slightly to make sure he did not fall. Viagon glared lightly at Aegon before he took his seat on the rock with Aegon sitting across from Viagon. Aegon then turned to Solanese, hard-faced. This will be beyond dangerous. Aegon said to his son. Go back to the camp and do not return. We will come to you. Aegon said in a tone of voice that brooked no disagreement. Solanese looked hesitant, almost rebellious, but the hardening look in Aegon's expression quelled any disagreements. Thank you, Solanese. I will make it up to you. Aegon said to Solanese, who turned to leave, only to halt under Aegon's words before he continued on walking. Aegon breathed in heavily before he sat down, and a flame flashed into existence in space between Aegon and himself. I cannot be certain I will succeed getting you there, nor am I certain I will be able to bring you back. Aegon warned him, and Viagon waved it away. I will only berate you in the instance I do not die. Dead men cannot complain. Aegon grimly smiled before he spoke further. There are worse things than death. There was a darker glint in his eye as he'd said that. Viagon buried the ember of hesitation. Begin. Viagon only said as he looked away from Aegon and instead looked at the flames. He heard Aegon sigh before silence overtook them. Viagon continued to stare at the flames, and Viagon was surprised at how sudden the flames began to change, shift. The flames began to flicker, twisting and changing, the licks of flame lengthening, and Viagon's eyes widened when he was made witness to the reds and yellows of the flame disappearing into shapes. Shapes of a dragon, the colors of blood red and sky blue with stars in their canvas of color, devouring masses of black and other dragons, and mere moments later, the shapes changed again, and he was beset with visions of towers and domes falling, with visions of towering black rocks crumbling, and Viagon felt something on his chest, a hand, and the visions died a silent death, and amidst that death, the world around him began to darken as he heard Aegon's words amongst the darkness. Focus on the question of what is the truth of existence. Viagon remembered what Aegon had told him. When he'd found a way into that world. That he'd obsessed with his entire being that sole question, and so, Viagon did nothing but the same, forcing his entire being to want an answer to that question, seeking it out with all his remaining strength, and then, it happened. Suddenly, Viagon remembered the day he'd been taken to fly atop of Silverwing. The first and only time. He'd must have been 5 or 6 name days old. He remembered the feeling of helplessness as he was driven into the skies under a power not of his own, and Viagon felt the exact same helplessness when he felt a grip that was pulled at something that lay far beyond skin deep. The darkness that shrouded him gave way, and Aegon felt a shock that resonated far into his soul as his eyes took in his surroundings. All around him, there were pillars that seemed unending, reaching far beyond to an infinite in every direction. Blues and reds and blacks and yellows, and everything in between, and in the midst of those impossible pillars, there was a smog of grey that coated everything and everywhere, including on Aegon's very being. And in those smog grey, Aegon saw the very idea of inconceivability manifest itself right before his eyes. Aegon could not understand, could not even interpret what he was seeing. It was as if color had been made a physical thing, an infinite impossible thing that transcended all known rational explanation of how the world worked. Things exploded and were reborn and recreated ad infinitum, and Aegon found himself unable to move, to disappear away from the impossible sights. Aegon tried to vocalize something out when he felt someone, something, gaze upon him, the feel of eyes that he could feel on his very soul, and a shock of terror gripped him. His chest felt as if a dragon was sat upon it, crushing him into himself whilst at the same time crushing him from without, and his vision blackened though not without catching something approaching from afar, the crushing feeling he felt growing in terrible intensity and he felt a pull, a familiar pull, and Aegon pushed all of his being into cooperating with that pull, like a desperate babe wanting to be picked up, and the impossible lights and smog of grey began to dim before suddenly disappearing altogether, and his vision was once more filled with turbulent flames. Aegon breathed heavily, his chest feeling tight, and he realized that he was hunched over with sweat dripping from above his brow. What was that? Aegon said with heaving breaths in between each word uttered as he looked towards Aegon, who stood by the fire, and Aegon's eyes widened. Around Aegon, he could see a bright light, as bright as the white light of a full moon, yet much more grey than that white light. Yet that was not what caused Aegon's eyes to widen. No. It was the light that shone from the staff. It seemed as if it was an amalgamation of a number of white lights, lights that were much brighter than Aegon's, yet each a different shade of each other, 8 of them with something that seemed to lie just behind them, something darker. Aegon. The call of his name made him startle out of his haze, and he looked to gaze upon Aegon, who angled himself in such a way that he was neither close to the fire or to Aegon, and after a few moments, Aegon understood. "It's me," Aegon said shakily as he leaned against his walking stick and stood up, and Aegon saw that Aegon seemed to gaze upon him with a darker look. Aegon scowled at his nephew. "It's me. I'm sure you can see that my nature has not changed," he stated more than asked. Aegon eyed him for a long moment before he looked towards the flames. "We will remain here for at least a few hours to make sure you weren't followed out." Aegon did pause to glance at him. "Did you see anything?" Aegon's expression shifted despite trying not to. "I saw," Aegon said before he turned a little quieter as he spoke further. "I felt." Aegon seemed to consider that, and it was a few seconds before he answered, his eyes boring deep into Aegon. "Did you see any glimpses of the future?" Aegon nodded curtly and briskly explained what he saw, and Aegon considered those words for a few moments before he spoke up. "Did you recognize those buildings?" Aegon nodded once more as he eyed the man intently. "You don't intend to stay out of this civil war, do you? If you're worried I will kinslay, then do not be. I will not involve us in their self-destruction," Aegon said with a hard glint in his eye. Aegon looked intently at Aegon. He believed him. Aegon doubted that Aegon could endanger his sons, who would not permit to be left out, in this foolish spat that would seek destroy everything his father had built. But he couldn't help but think that there was much he was not saying, that he was planning. The look in Aegon's expression changed as he turned to look at the flames. "You said you felt something caught your presence, didn't it?" Aegon said, changing the subject, and Aegon saw Aegon staring at that flame as if it could leap out at him at any second. Aegon decided to move out of the way from that fire. "Yes," Aegon simply said. He'd never felt such true terror in his entire life. There was a few moments of silence before Aegon spoke again. "You were gone only for a few seconds." Aegon scowled heavily as he tried not to shake at that feeling he would always remember. "It felt like a lifetime," Aegon said as he gripped the head of his walking stick tighter. "Perception is different there," Aegon said in answer as he glanced at Aegon, and Aegon didn't like the way Aegon was looking at him. Pity and understanding. Aegon looked away and they soon fell into a silence. The silence lasted a long time as they simply watched the fire, which seemed ordinary to Aegon, even with his newfound sight, and Aegon took the opportunity to look around, to gaze upon the world. It seemed ordinary. The skies, the rocks. Aegon narrowed his eyes and focused towards the ground, yet it remained unchanged, the ordinariness of the volcano. "It takes some time to figure out how to catch it," Aegon said, breaking the silence, and Aegon said him glancing at him before he looked back at the flames. "People, animals, they cast a different energy to that of dragon glass. Even though we sit on a mountain of dragon glass, it takes time to train yourself to perceive it," Aegon said in answer, and Aegon nodded curtly before he looked towards the staff. "That staff of yours then? Is it, Alive. Aegon grimly smiled before he looked at the staff, and Aegon thought he could see a weary expression on his face. I'm not sure. Aegon told him. I cannot say that it is alive, for it holds no soul or consciousness, but I cannot say it is not alive, for it remembers. In many ways, it is like a sapling tree. A sapling tree? Aegon murmured. So a potential to grow into a state of living? Aegon's eyes sharpened as he stared at Aegon. What have you done? Aegon thought to himself. Such a creation, blood magic had to have been used. Nothing unwilling happened, Aegon. Aegon said, and Aegon realized his thoughts must have been on his face. Aegon continued. Else what you have seen of the staff would have been markedly more monstrous. Aegon said nothing to that, and soon enough they fell into a silence once more. It was some time later that Solanise dared to come back, and it seemed like Aegon was content to let the boy come back. Aegon took the opportunity to stare at the boy, taking in the light that surrounded the boy. His was more cleaner than Aegon's. Aegon glanced at Aegon, who he saw studying Aegon intently. This is how you're able to tell who to send back, isn't it? Aegon asked. Over the years, whenever there were new settlers, Aegon had been there to welcome them, to gain a glimpse of what his new people were like. Almost always, there were those who were sent back to Essos, and later he'd learnt that Aegon had sent them away from even Velos, giving them coin before dispatching them away to one of the former slaver cities. Now he fully understood why he did so. Aegon once explained that there was an spiritual aspect to one's energy, one that one couldn't hide away from. Solanise was almost a man grown now, however he was utterly sheltered from struggle and hardship. He might be trained in the art of the sword, but he had never wielded it in a life or death situation. Neither did he have a personality that was cruel or possess traits that were dissatisfying. The boy had a decency. And it seemed like it reflected in his coloring. Aegon eyed the lights around Aegon, and he wondered. Yes. Aegon said with a touch of dark amusement in his expression. Most do not have a pristineness about them. After all, most have been slaves for a long time of their lives. The color of one's halo also doesn't mean that they are irredeemable. Aegon said as the expression fell away. People do change. Not everyone. Not always. But some do change. I've seen it happen over the years. Nor does a darker nature mean that one cannot be trusted. Aegon said as he eyed Aegon intently. I would keep that in mind when we return to the city. Aegon stared at Aegon for a long moment before he nodded. Aegon continued after Aegon's acquiescence. But there are some who are, to put it simply, not worth the effort of aiding and changing. The way Aegon spoke, it seemed to Aegon there had been men that he had expended effort to aid. Aegon came to a realization that it probably meant the men who had fought for him. Aegon stared at Aegon for a long moment before he looked away and looked at Solanise, who had neared. Solanise came to a stop, though before he could speak, Aegon spoke up. We will remain here for a little while before we head back. Solanise looked at Aegon with a look of confusion before he nodded. I told Mother that we will probably return before nightfall. Solanise said before he looked at Aegon and asked. Is his third eye open? Aegon suppressed his mild irritation at the boy at being spoken about. It is. Aegon said, and the boy's excitement was there to be seen. However, I won't open any of yours until I hone the skill. Aegon said before he looked at Aegon. Your uncle was almost lost to that abyss, which is a fate worse than death. Aegon said. But eventually. Solanise pressed. Eventually. Aegon agreed after a moment of silence. Solanise then looked at Aegon with deep curiosity in his expression, and Aegon knew that the boy had questions he wanted to ask. It is interesting, but it is not worth the risk and danger. As you are, you will die a gruesome death if you attempt it. Aegon said as he tightened his grip on the walking stick, and he looked towards the flames as he spoke further. Wait for your father to gain some more competence in the art. Solanise snorted. Ungreat. The rest of the boy's muttering fell away before he could make sense of it, but Aegon paid it no mind. Instead, he looked at those flames. That world. A place of nightmares, truly. And to think it lay close enough to this world that it could be accessed so readily. Aegon tightened his grip on the handle of the walking stick. Aegon may be more skillful than most, but Aegon seriously doubted he was the most capable sorcerer alive. And he severely doubted others had such benign intentions with magic, or with power. He would have to delve into the library, the one in Aegon's vault, and see if he can discover more links to that world, he thought as he stared the flickering flames. That world should be sealed away. From everyone and everything. That feeling of terror. If whatever that thing was ever arrived in their world. Aegon eyed Aegon from the corner of his eyes. He'd long be dead before such a thing would happen, but eventually. Whether it would be some foolish descendant of Aegon or a dangerous evil somewhere in this world, eventually, Aegon thought it inevitable that layer that separated their worlds was destroyed. It was simply too easy to accomplish accessing that world. Aegon caught him looking, and Aegon could tell that Aegon knew what he was thinking, and with the nod he gave, Aegon thought Aegon agreed to. Good. Then there is still much to be done before I croak, Aegon thought to himself, and he found himself rejecting his acceptance of his approaching death. Yes, there was too much to do before Aegon let the stranger claim him. Break. Mid to late 123 AC September of Illimaries. Brainie POV. The bells began to toll, causing a sea of faces to turn towards the gates of the September, and it was then that the earthly voices of the Septas rang around, echoing beautifully in the cavernous September. The gates to the September opened, and in stepped forth Vaelina Celtigar, dressed in a beautifully made silk white dress with streaks of glimmering red, with the Celtigar cloak on her shoulders, a dress not dissimilar as that of Viera a fortnight ago, with her father, Lord Bartimos Celtigar, her arm wrapped around that of her father's. Her silverish blonde hair was pinned up and it showed off her long elegant neck that would be the envy of many a woman, Brainie thought. She looks beautiful. Rena whispered from beside her, and Brainie couldn't help but agree. Vaelina had always been a comely girl. Not as comely as Viera, who, despite her beauty favoring that of her mother's strong Andal roots, but still quite pretty. But tonight? She looked completely wonderful. Brainie looked towards the altar and a slow smile crept up on her lips at the sight of Polaris, looking struck at the sight of Vaelina. Brainie leaned closer to Rena, intent as she was to make sure none overheard her. Looks like Polaris likes what he sees. Brainie whispered teasingly in Rena's ear, and Rena looked where Brainie was looking, and she suffocated the snort that was about to escape her, and instead the two girls smiled a little coyly at each other. Brainie halted when she felt a hand on her shoulder, and she knew that hand even before she looked over her shoulder. Her mother, who had also placed her hand on Rena's shoulder, looked at them both with a raised eyebrow, and Brainie gave an awkward smile. She looked beyond her mother, and towards the rest of their family. They were in a small area reserved for bloodkin alone, which now included the Celtigars, all of them, and it fortunately seemed none had seen them. Though as she looked towards Castaris, he turned his gaze towards her, and the awkward smile on her face grew rooted, which saw him smile back at her a little tentatively, and she quickly looked away, though the awkward smile melted into a genuine one. It won't be long until mine own wedding. She glanced at Rena, who looked at her quizzically before she looked back over her shoulder, and from the way her eyes glinted, Brainie knew that Rena saw Castaris looking their way. Don't. Brainie muttered a little red-faced, and she didn't need to see Rena's face to know she had that teasing look on her face. Brainie watched as Bartimos Celtigar and Vaelina stepped up the steps and arrived by Polaris and the High Septon, and moments after the bells and the singing stopped, Bartimos took off the Celtigar cloak and gave it to Polaris. Bartimos Celtigar looked at his daughter for a moment longer before he left and joined their family in their section. You may now cloak the bride and bring her under your protection, High Septon Orion said, his voice traveling deep in the cavernous chamber. Polaris and Vaelina took hold of the other's hand. The High Septon stepped forward and began. In the sight of the seven, I hereby seal these two souls. The High Septon wrapped the slip of silk around their clutching hands in his paws before he continued binding them as one for eternity. Brainie couldn't help but smile warmly at the look of happiness that was plain to see on both of their faces. It wasn't long after father's return from his war that he'd announced who would marry whom. Valar with Viera and Polaris with Vaelina, whilst her sister Maegeli was betrothed to Solanis. The announcement was well received by everyone, and later she'd learned that father had spoken with both Valar and Polaris privately before he'd announced to everyone. Brainie looked at Vaelina. Whilst she was not the closest with Vaelina despite their growing up together for most of their youths, Brainie couldn't help but always remember that comment of her origin. She was happy for the girl. Doubtlessly too it relieved her. Her parents had delayed the weddings, all three of them, until Brainie was old enough to wed, to ensure that their guests from the known world could come to all three weddings. That meant that Vaelina had to wait until she was 20 name days of age, far older than what the norm was. Still, Vaelina would be the first to say that wait was worth it now that she was marrying into House Targaryen. And Brainie thought that she was well suited for their family. Out of all of the new noble families that had come about, Vaelina had grown up amongst them and what was expected of her, marking her well suited to marry into her family. Besides, she was not badly suited for Polaris. She was quick-witted and gentle, but also had a streak of fire in her that she thought would be good for Polaris. Whilst Polaris was mild-mannered, at least compared to Castaris and Valar, he did like things to go his way. Having a wife that could challenge him once in a while would not go amiss. The High Septon raised his hands. Look upon one another and say the words. The High Septon said, and the two turned to face one another, a smile adorned on each of their faces. Father, smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger. They both said at the same time. I am hers and she is mine from this day until the end of my days. Polaris said, and a second later she said her words that mirrored his. Let it be known, the High Septon began, his voice reverberated throughout the chamber, that Vaelina of House Celtigar and Polaris of House Targaryen are one heart. The High Septon removed the silk lace from the joined hands. One flesh, one soul. The High Septon let the silk lace fall to the ground. Cursed be he who would seek to tear them asunder. Polaris took firmer hold of Vaelina's hand before he stepped a little closer. With this kiss, I pledge my love. And then Pola Aris leaned in, and kissed Valaena on the lips, and after they parted from the chaste kiss, she began to clap with everyone else, a smile blooming on her face. She'll want to ask you to paint that moment. Bryanei whispered to Rena, and Rena shot her an annoyed look that made her smile a little larger. Rena then smiled teasingly at Bryanei after she'd bumped her shoulder against that of Bryanei's. Don't worry, I will capture yours and Castoris' moment too. Bryanei looked away from Rena, her cheeks feeling warmer, but despite the teasing, she couldn't help but cherish that warmth that was in her belly. Hours later, royal estate of House Targaryen. The wedding celebrations were a lively affair. Songs of love and beauty were played masterfully with the fiddle and drums, whilst chatter and laughter of the guests rang around the large ballroom hall as unlikely ensemble of nobles and knights enjoyed each other's companies. Houses from Westeros and houses from Lys drank and ate alongside the nobles and knightly houses of Ilmaris, talking about matters of no import as well as matters of great import from what she'd overheard. Bryanei drank from her glass of wine as she surveyed the ballroom in the moment of respite she'd gotten from conversing with her sisters, mother, and good sister. In all honesty, there were not many houses from Westeros present. Only truly the narrow sea houses and those that her father decided were acceptable enough. What that meant, acceptable, she wasn't sure, but she'd learnt that most of the non-Valyrian houses had some ties with her father, and with houses Celtigar, Sunglass, and Velaryon. From the narrow sea houses, the Celtigars were represented by the lord of their house, Bartimaeus Celtigar, and his wife Cassella. The Sunglasses were represented by Lord Eldrick Sunglass and his second son Barth Sunglass, along with several other Sunglasses such Sir Terence Sunglass and his children. The Velaryons were represented by Maeltine Velaryon, whose daughter had wed Merrose Calnarion, Montford Velaryon, whose daughter had wed Jalen Carcarus, Viamond Velaryon, and surprisingly Laenor Velaryon, son of Lord Corlys Velaryon, one of her cousins. Lord Corlys and her cousin Rhaenys were unable to attend because Laena was due to give birth at the time of these weddings, so they'd sent others in their steads. But none of them had expected Laenor Velaryon to be sent. The other houses were all from the Crownlands. House Brune, House Bar Emmon, House Thorne, and House Darklin all represented here, though only the lords of House Bar Emmon and House Darklin had come personally, the others having sent their heirs. The only real surprise, initially, who had accepted the invitation had been Laenor Velaryon, the consort of Lady Arryn. She turned her gaze towards Laenor Velaryon, who seemed to be in a jolly mood with his friend Sir Joffrey Lonmouth. Though given that, over the past 3 weeks, as she got to know her cousin, she'd learnt that their friendship was not quite typical. She had long lost her surprise at what he was doing here despite the kindled familial ties he held with her father and mother. She shook her head. Despite his nature, he was a good man. The conversations she'd had with him had also been insightful, especially as he'd talked about their father when he'd been much younger. She learnt much about her father from those conversations, especially about how he'd been as a boy. She'd never thought he could be known as a broody, almost sullen boy. A little while later, her eyes widened slightly when she saw Castoris walk over to them through the crowd of dancing folk, and her dancing partner, Silos Dinar, saw where she was looking. Silos. Castoris greeted, though his eyes were only for her. I'd like a dance with my betrothed, if you do not mind. Silos, the good-natured man that he was, smiled before he let go with a bow of the hand. Of course, your grace. It was a place dancing with her grace. Silos said before he left. Bryanei extended out her hand to him, and Castoris took it with a light smile before his hand rested on her upper back. They soon began to dance to the music, which was flighty in nature, and neither of them spoke for a little while as they locked step with each other, dancing in perfect rhythm. Dinar seemed respectful. Castoris commented out of the blue, making her meet his gaze, and she saw him looking at her with a hint of curiosity in his expression. He was. Bryanei admitted as they twisted around in their dance. He has a sense of charm about him. She'd not spoken to him much before. He, along with the other Lysane nobility, had been here for around 2 or so weeks. There were about 8 and 10 noble houses from Lys present, including the Rogas. Most of them had marriage links now to the ennobled houses of Ilmaris. It wouldn't surprise her if more marriages were to happen in the coming years. Castoris said before he twirled her around before he placed his hand back on her back. More charming than myself. Castoris said with a mild grin. Vastly more so. Bryanei said with a upturned nose, her voice haughty. Ouch. Castoris said with a widening grin. What was it about him that was so charming? Was it his strut? Castoris said as he mockingly tied in a strut in his dance. Bryanei's lips twitched. It was more the way his face looked as he talked to me. Bryanei remarked with a challenge in her voice. Ah. I see. I know that face all too well. Castoris said, and Bryanei wondered where Castoris was going with this. The face that tries to prevent one from gawking at the sight of the definition of beauty. Bryanei's eyes widened before she averted them, a brush of warmth making its way on her face. Flatterer. Bryanei said, though she couldn't help let the smile form on her face. If you meant that, you would have come earlier instead of letting me suffer a dance with our guests. Baelon said as she looked at him with a raised eyebrow. She'd seen Castoris throughout the feast talking with a number of nobles, rarely sending his looks her way. Castoris looked a little uncomfortable and she thought she might have taken the teasing too far, but before she could divert the conversation, he spoke up. I had not wanted to seem too possessive. Castoris admitted. Her eyebrows rose. Possessive? She asked, although she did not mind it too much. Castoris said as he gripped her hand a little tighter. How could I not be, when you are, far and away, the most beautiful woman here? Castoris said, and Baelon felt a deep sense of warmth at those words. Baelon looked away, towards the head table where father and mother were, whom she could tell were watching them dance, and a thought struck her, a thought she'd always had but never had asked. What did you think when father told you we were to marry? Baelon asked, and she looked him in the eyes as she waited for his answer. She remembered all too well what she felt that day when her parents had told her on her 15th name day that she was being betrothed to Castoris. Since their blood relation was that of cousins, even though Baelon was a daughter in their hearts, the marriage was a good option for both of them. Father had said, though he'd explained that he would not force her into the marriage if she had no wish of it, and had only asked her to seriously consider it. Admittedly, by that age, she'd known that there was a good chance that she might be matched with Castoris, especially ever since father's returned, though he never named her anything other than daughter, had taken great pains to subtly play up the cousin blood relation she had with her siblings. The betrothal of Maejali to Solanis, at the same time as the betrothals of Polaris and Valar with the Celtigar girls, all whilst Rina remained without a betrothed, had greatly helped along those thoughts. All of that, combined with Castoris' sudden shift in his interaction with her, spelled out her future years before she'd been sat down and told of her betrothal with Castoris, and so she'd not been caught out in surprise. Too much. Having a good feeling did not equate to actually knowing, so the news had still gripped her. Castoris. Well. At the time she only saw Castoris as Castoris. Father's golden son who wished to be like father with everything he was. It had been hard to think about him anything other than that. It took moons before she started to think about him differently, and it took years before the idea of Castoris marrying her turned into something she really wanted. She'd watched him, interacting with their people, the little things he'd do, and she'd grown to appreciate him, growing to like him, growing to love him. For her, it took time, but she was glad she'd not outright denied it. I thought. Castoris began, and she could tell that he was trying to find the right words. I would not mind, though I wasn't happy about it. At first. Castoris said as he looked at her intently. I'd always known that I would marry according to father's wishes, and if his wishes were to marry you, then so be it. Castoris twisted his smile a little. At first. Baelon questioned a little quietly. Well. We'd grown up together. Castoris said with a shrug. Though we're cousins in blood, we were raised as siblings. It was hard to see you as anything else. Baelon nodded before she rolled her eyes. He told her when he'd returned, right? After Castoris' nod, she continued, that's about the time he'd started talking more about Daemon, where before he'd never talked about him. Castoris grimaced before he smiled a little awkwardly. That was one of father's gentle ways to make the marriage more acceptable, to remind you that you're a cousin. More acceptable to himself. Baelon muttered, and Castoris' lips twitched, though he did not at her words. Father was complicated. And very contradictory. Despite being the son of a sibling marriage and a grandson of a sibling marriage, it was plain to see that father really did not agree with the practice. It was why Rina was permitted to choose a consort from one of the Valyrian boys, Montaris and Gamon. She glanced at where her sister was, talking with her betrothed. Rina had chosen Gamon Valyrian, the eldest son of Lord Aeron Valyrian, as her consort. Father had written parts of the articles of the royal house of Targaryen specifically for instances such as Rina, where there was a daughter of House Targaryen available without a suitable cousin to wed. There was no mention of sibling marriages. The only thing that was stated was that female Targaryens, when there was not a cousin or Targaryen relative to marry, were permitted to take a consort with their children taking the royal name of Targaryen. Any female Targaryen that married and took the husband's name, would have their children barred from their Targaryen inheritance, and their dragon forbidden from being inherited by the house of the husband. It was a harsh rule, but she understood it. Whilst she held no enmity with House Valyrian, and she rather liked Laenor too, at the end of the day, no other house but House Targaryen should have rights to dragons. It was their inheritance that spanned thousands of years. The lessons they'd learned of the Valyrians who had come close to going to war with House Targaryen, saved only from the Grand Council from escalating, marked it clear that it was imperative that only their house would have access to dragons. Father's setting of the rules would only help in ensuring that. Anything else would invite disaster. Her expression shifted slightly as she gazed upon Rina. She'd once asked her father what he would do if a daughter or granddaughter disobeyed the rules. She hadn't liked the pained look on her father's face, nor had she liked the long silence that had come in the wake of her question. I hope it will never happen. Not whilst I am alive. Not even after I am gone. Had been the only thing father had said in response to her question. She knew then that father would not allow it to happen. He means well. Brayani said with a shake of the head. Father might be many things but uncaring he was not, she thought as she looked towards Maejali who was seated beside her father and talking with one of the Karkaris girls. She could tell that it hurt him to deny Maejali a dragon egg when she'd asked for one from Liz Maria's new clutch of eggs, but he would not extend the same liberty he'd given Brayani to Maejali. Not now after the articles. Maejali was legitimized as a royal, making her legitimate daughter of House Targaryen, but under the rules he had written for generations after I'm long gone, she could not and would not be granted a dragon. Not until years after she'd been wed to Solanis. It was hypocritical and she'd been furious with him for denying her sister a dragon when Brayani herself had not, asking him if he would have denied her too had she been found much later or had been born much later. Her father's answer that yes he would have, had struck at her insecurities and it took her a long time to understand, to accept, what he'd told her. He'd told her that it was this kind of sentimentality that allowed the Velaryons to rise to threaten House Targaryen, and it was this kind of sentimentality that allowed factions such as the Greens and the Blacks in their own family to arise. The reports from Marya and Janos, their agents in King's Landing, had confirmed the looming conflict in their own family with how bad the rivalry was getting. To let fester, such grounds for civil war, is the moment I have failed not only as Archon but also as father, as a grandfather. My duty sees me make decisions that seem harsh and unfair, but such is demanded from an Archon, and from a Dragon Lord. He does. Casterys agreed before he pulled her a little closer, much to her surprise. But know that I do not hold any reservations about our marriage. Not any more for some time. Casterys said, and she could see the wanting glint in his eyes. She smiled a little shyly at that before she nodded, her eyes falling away from his eyes. Neither have I. She'd have been happy to marry him when she'd turned 6 and 10, but her father had been insistent that she wait until she was 8 and 10. With how close Casterys, Polaris, and Valar were, the latter two were happy enough to accept the delays to their own weddings. I'm looking forward to our time on Draconis. Brayani admitted to him, and Casterys hummed as he nodded, an excited gleam showing in his eyes. She was not surprised to that gleam. Casterys idolized their father, and the chance to build a city on Draconis was exactly the kind of thing where Casterys would see an opportunity to show that he was just as able as his father when it came to ruling and leading. Whilst father did not exclude Casterys or really any of them once they were older than 4 and 10, Rena and herself included from the decision-making, father's presence had a suffocating feel to it. Draconis, the creation of Galesia, would allow them to be a little away from that. So am I. Casterys admitted as another song began to be played. I've seen the plans for Galesia and it will look amazing when it is finished. Casterys frowned for a moment before he continued. Though I cannot say that I am looking forward to the struggles again. You mean the early days of Ilmaris? Brayani asked. She remembered quite a fair amount of those days. The cramped manor they'd lived in. Their current estate was built on that land after the manor been torn down over 6 years ago. Casterys hummed his agreement. Whilst there's plenty of building materials, particularly marble and limestone, the cartographers have noted that much of the harder stones are further inland and closer to the southern side of the island. We have our dragons. Brayani remarked simply, and Casterys' lips twitched before he nodded. We do, but... Casterys began to talk about all of the issues they'd face in the earlier years and how they would have to go about it. Brayani only interjected here and there to add her thoughts or her questions, and before she knew, they were soon to be amongst the few still standing and dancing with eyes all on them. Though neither of them truly noticed, for they only had their eyes and attention on each other. And had they noticed, they would not have cared. Chapter 43. TSB 2003, the capital city is also called Ilmaris. At the moment, there is no distinguishment. That will probably change in time. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 123 AC Old Town, the High Tower. Lord Hobbard Hightower POV. Come in. Hobbard intoned, his eyes still on the parchment that went through the tithes that had been collected at his easternmost lands. Brother. Otto greeted as he walked into his Hobbard's solar, and Hobbard made a noise in the back of throat as he gestured towards the seat opposite him, his eyes still on the parchment. Otto took his seat and he kept himself quiet as Hobbard read apace, and only after he finally read through it all, a bout of irritation flowing through him at the lower than average collection, did he finally look up and meet his brother's gaze, who seemed to have been studying him. The tithes below average again? His brother questioned, and Hobbard let a distasteful expression form on his face. It seems I must summon them again. Hobbard said with no small amount of aggrievement. The knightly houses were clearly not doing what they were meant to, for the small folk to again collect far less than what was typical of those lands. This was the second in the last 4 harvests. It may be prudent to make examples this time. His brother remarked, and Hobart agreed with that assessment. A dispossession of lands from one of the knightly houses to frighten the rest would serve well. Hobart's eyes refocused as they set on his brother. Were your meetings fruitful? He asked, getting straight to the point of why his brother had come to see him likely as soon as he'd returned. They were. Otto inclined his head, smiling, and Hobart let a light smile form. Oh. Hobart made out as he leaned back in his seat, his eyes intense as he studied his brother. The Graftons, the Gulltownarans and the Cairns are with us. His brother said plainly, and Hobart could see the look of victory on his face. It was good news. Very good news. With the Graftons, who could, with delicate prompting and planning, raise a host that was second only to House Arryn. Whilst House Royce was the second house of the Vale, House Grafton had a much larger pool of men to be raised. With the Arryns' hold over the Vale at the weakest it has ever been thanks to Jane Arryn, who, despite having survived several attempts of being deposed, still had claimants that coveted her throne, such as the Gulltownarans. And with no issue coming from that accursed and sham of a marriage, it was all but looking certain that there was opportunity to rise for the Arryns of Gulltown. If they played it well, they could instigate a civil war in the Vale at the right time, knocking the Vale out of the pool of men and houses the usurpers could call upon. You promised the Valaman only what we discussed? Hobart asked. No. His brother said before a faint smile formed. They took less. Naturally, for the Arryns, the offer of the Crown's support of Isambard's claim to the Eyrie and the Vale, and for the Graftons, a relaxation of taxes on Gulltown for 30 years guaranteed and a seat on the small council within 10 years of Aegon's ascent. Lord Grafton accepted he won't get a seat on the small council? Hobart questioned curiously. It was unlikely the old lord would live that long. He understood when I made assertions that whilst I could not make a guarantee of a place on the small council, not when there were lords of particular authority that could ask for such a price, but that at least House Grafton would have a prominent and influential place at court until the first opportunity to a seat opened. His brother said, and Hobart's lip pulled up in a combined feeling of amusement and mild contempt. At least they would warrant a consideration. Hobart settled on. The Graftons were an acceptable house after all. Aye. His brother agreed. And the Cairns? They accepted the King's Guard offer. Hobart questioned. They had less to offer the Cairns, but Otto knew how to speak to these lords. Especially the Stormlanders. I broached the topic with them. Otto said before he sighed faintly. Unfortunately, Lord Cairn was insistent we support the lords in the Dornish marches once the Dornish curs rear their ugly heads. Hobart rolled his eyes. Of course they are. Hobart gestured dismissively. We'll send one of your grandsons to warn off the Dornish should they raid. Hobart said before he continued. Was what all? No, I also had to offer a marriage to them. At this Hobart's expression grew cold and Otto knew better than not to continue. Not Bethany, of course. Hobart relaxed a little. Bethany was reserved for something far greater. Ideally House Lannister, once Lord Jason finally begot an heir. One of our cousins then. Hobart stated and Otto inclined his head. Night Song was suitable keep for a cousin of theirs. Melora Hightower. Otto said. She is a few years older than Lord Cairn's grandson, but it would bind the Cairns closer to us when they marry in 2 or 3 years' time. Hobart gestured, giving his assent to the idea, knowing that Otto would talk to their cousin about their daughter and her pending marriage. Whilst the marriage would bind us in blood, Lord Cairn has warned that he would not be able to sway the other lords of the marches if Lord Boros proclaims his support for Rhaenyra. Which is unlikely to happen, based on what we know of the man. Hobart said as he eyed his brother intently. Boros was unlikely to support a woman's claim to the throne based on his comments made to Onwin Peak at the tourney of Storm's End. Hobart set his eyes hard on Otto. And even if he does waver, however unlikely that is to happen, a marriage with your second eldest grandson shall secure his support. The whole reason why they even went for the most prominent lord in the Dornish marches had been because some fools there might cause to honor the pledges their fathers, or themselves, had made to honor Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Gaining the Cairns' vehement support would significantly prevent that notion to prevail, lest they find battle with their own neighbours who more often than not have forged bonds through blood and war against the Dornish. Otto remained silent for a moment before he answered. Any marriages we are to offer to the Baratheons can only happen once Viserys is dead. As much as Alicent has influence over her husband, not even she can convince him to make sure a betrothal, not when it would endanger Rhaenyra's position so overtly, which this would certainly be. Hobart narrowed his head before rolled his hand across the arm of his chair. The same old point. As much as he hated to hear it again, he unfortunately knew that it was entirely possible that Viserys would be alarmed by the request. With Otto's expulsion from King's Landing, they had to be more clandestine in drumming up support for the true heir. And Rhaenyra's actions, such as retreating to Dragonstone for large periods of time, indicated that she was highly watchful of their movements. Otto's movements had thus been masked as missions of the High Tower, effectively having made him into an errand boy, giving enough opaqueness that one could deny what they were doing, even if Rhaenyra and her supporters had better sense. But ultimately, it was the king's perception that mattered, and as long as it could be explained away and thus deny any wrongdoing, which he would, and has, accepted, they could utilize Otto like this. But his niece going to Viserys and requesting a betrothal with House Baratheon, a lord paramount, for a son who stood to inherit nothing, even a willfully blind man like Viserys could be convinced that something was amiss. Very well. Hobart said finally, in a tone of voice that he was done with his brother, and he moved to pick up another parchment that was for attentions, only, he noticed his brother had not moved from his seat, causing Hobart to look at him. How was the meeting with the High Septon? Otto asked, and Hobart paused in his movement for a moment, before he sat back in his chair, an irritable sigh escaping his lips. Tiresome. Hobart said with a silent sneer on his face before he lost it. As expected. Normally, dealing with the High Septons and the Most Devout was not a matter that caused many issues, and prior to recent years, he'd only met 2 High Septons thrice in his lifetime in his capacity as Lord of the High Tower. This was his 6th meeting with this High Septon. But after some promises, he agrees to keep his and the Most Devout protestations quiet. Hobart said with a pointed look, and Otto's expression broke into something of a stressed look. Otto sighs long-sufferingly before he spoke. What was promised? Only what should be done. Hobart said with some coldness in his voice, though he shook it off before he spoke again. It is bad enough the accursed Targaryens get away with their incestuousness through the foul doctrine that has tied a noose around the neck of the faith, but to befoul the very faith itself into a mockery of itself in service of themselves. Hobart's voice rose slightly even while he kept his great indignation pressed down. Hobart was not the most pious of lords, but it was insulting beyond the pale what that bastard Targaryen has done. To claim himself a prophet, to have Septons declare him a prophet, to make acceptance of magic in the faith itself when they'd hunted and destroyed all traces of it south of the neck. Your grandson shall help rectify the matter. Hobart declared after he'd calmed down, and Otto's expression turned guarded and Hobart narrowed his eyes at that. That may prove difficult. There was reluctance in his voice. I have full confidence in your abilities. Hobart said with no small amount of warning that he would not accept a concession on this. Neither Viserys or your daughter are raising my grandnephew to be king, and after we win him his throne, there should no resistance from him to do as we will. Hobart leaned forward and eyed Otto intently. And we will that we do not let this affront go. Hobart leaned back in his chair. Of course, there are many ways we can act, beyond war, if that is what concerns you. Hobart knew that it was. For all that Otto was prepared for war for the throne, he knew his younger brother loathed war. Had he had his wishes, his grandnephew would have wed Rhaenyra and been done with it. Of course, now that they knew that Rhaenyra was not as easily controlled as they'd hoped, they would have just helped her along to die in the woman's bed. In any case. But we may wish to at least entertain the zealousness of the High Septon, Hobart said before adding, given the truth of Ilmary's fertility. Otto looked at him skeptically, and Hobart understood. The difficulties are immense. Hobart allowed. Least of all, they needed to find it first. But once they'd stolen one of these compasses, and ideally a map, they would be able to do it. He hoped, amongst everything else they'd learn from the houses and their servants, they also learn how to obtain them. But this is an opportunity our house would do well not to let go. House Hightower could be patient, just as they have always been whenever they had their sights on a goal. Their present success showed what that patience would let. Yes, they had to wait over half a century to gain their blood on the throne, but in the end, they'd succeeded, and they were but a step away from controlling the 7 kingdoms. He could see it. House Hightower ruling indirectly over the 7 kingdoms through the Targaryens, ruling directly over the Reach and Ilmaries. Hobart was not concerned about the trickeries of magic. Magic of such degree was long dead, and no one, especially not the likes of the heretic, was able to accomplish what only gods were capable of. The rumors were overstated, drastically. And the wildfire, well, none of that would matter when half a dozen of dragons fell upon those ships. Besides, Hobart continued. Even if the line of the heretic has been disinherited, you know well that they prove themselves too far a great to ignore. Letters have been exchanged 2 years ago between the king and the heretic that told them that Ilmaries recognized Rhaenyra as the king's appointed heir. They'd find no ally in the heretics for the rightful ascension of his grandnephew. And from the tightening of Otto's expression, he knew that his younger brother understood that as well. All the more reason we do not give them more cause to intervene. Otto said, and there was a firmness in his tone of voice. Perhaps even a bit of fear. He knew his brother worried that antagonism from them and the faith would cause them to involve themselves in the war that is to come. It was a valid concern. Which is why the faith will not press on us until after we have won. Hobart said, and there was finality in his tone of voice. Hobart would instruct his heir not to bend until the conditions were right, but when they were right. Otto, despite not being happy with his words, accepted it. For your ambitions to take root, matters will need to be ensured to have been turned into our favor. Otto said, and Hobart knew what his brother was asking. Hobart had a look of irritability. It would have been simpler had we a maester we to send to Driftmark. Hobart said to his younger brother, and though he kept accusation from his voice, the words were pointed. After the death of the Maester of Driftmark nearly a decade ago, the Velarayans had elected not to request another Maester and sent away all of the acolytes, something none of them had expected. The death of the Maester had not been problematic, but the acolytes, and with them choosing not to take on another Maester, it had proven irritatingly difficult to place an agent in their household. Alicent has written she's tried again after letting enough time pass. She remains unable to convince Viserys to intervene in the matter. Otto said with similar irritation. He deems it an internal matter of House Velaryon that he will not intercede on, no matter how much Alicent has explained about the negative effect it has on the credibility on the Citadel. Otto sighed sufferingly. The topic of the Maester was one she could easily broach privately to Viserys without falling to suspicion, given that the Citadel was a point of pride to all Hightowers. I've told her to not mention it again. Otto finished. Hobart looked displeased at that, but he couldn't blame his younger brother. At least the woman is of weak constitution. As expected from a woman born from a house of an incestuous background. Aenys was weak of body, as were several of Alysanne's children, and so too was Jocelyn Baratheon. The gods smiled on them that Laena Velaryon has inherited the same weaknesses. The birth of Jocelyn Velaryon had been reported as difficult on the woman, and he expected this one to be no less, given that it had happened twice now. Perhaps the gods will do us favor and the woman perishes on the woman's bed. I pray you are right. Otto said heavily. We may have to take drastic actions, however. Without Viagar in our hands. Whomever had that monstrous beast had an incalculable advantage. Whilst Dreamfire, and hopefully Caraxes, were great beasts to hold, Vermithor alone may well be capable striking down their dragons. And with Silverwing, which was a comparable size to Dreamfire. If we must. Hobart said finally, and Otto stood up, and, after a tight nod, he departed, leaving Hobart alone in his solar break. Mid to late 123 AC. Wallace Gaglazer, maker of clear glass, POV. Wallace rolled the ends of the blower in his hands as he sought to heat the large gather of glass evenly in the sweltering furnace, the whooshing sounds of the stoker at the back combating with the sounds of the harsh fires of the furnace. He paused in his rolling and he wetted the blower with splashes of water to combat the rising heat of the blower. Father, the next pot has been prepared. He heard his eldest son say. A pot made of sand taken from the southwestern coasts, fine powdered quartz from the river upstream, ashes from a thistle saltwood plant taken from the northwestern marshes, and ground pieces of waste glass. Wallace glanced at the light peering through the window even as his hands continued to roll the blower. There probably wasn't enough time in the day to melt and skim the glass whilst also finishing up with the work they'd already done. Not if he still wanted to let his boy go. You checked the Callows? Wallace asked about the third and largest furnace they had in his workshop. It ran a lower temperature than the melting furnace and the working furnace, but no less needed careful watching to make sure it wouldn't make the glass weak. Checked both. Still running hot. Added few more alder logs to the fire. Fine. Go and help Baelon round the back. Wallace ordered before he pulled out the large gather of glass and walked towards the marver. He placed the large gather on the marver and began to roll the glass back and forth to get a better initial cylindrical shape before he halted and returned to the furnace. He again placed the gather of glass into the furnace, though it remained there not but for a short time before he walked over to the shaper, a square bowl that had been beaten and shaped to have its insides form a half ball, and he rolled the hot glass into it, the ball slowly taking the shape of a ball, and then, Wallace began to blow, and he saw the glass grow in size. Stoke up the fire, boys. Wallace ordered. In the bare moment he stopped blowing and he could hear the whooshing grow louder. Wallace then returned back to the furnace, and with a kick of the foot, he brought near the stool which had a support brace at the top of it at the end of a thin and long pipe, and he rested the blower on it before he put the enlarged gather into the furnace, turning it all the while he was blowing his breath down the blower. The gather grew larger and larger, and when he was nearly satisfied with the size, did he speak up. Lucas. Baelon. Wallace only said, and he heard the boy's steps as he made his way towards the second shaper mold. He first blew more breath into the large gather of glass before he swung the gather around, elongating it, and he did so a few times before he rolled the gather in the mold, shaping it more so until he was satisfied. He then brought it up against the small and thin table meant to angle the blower, and his son timely came forth with another blower with a small gather at the ends of it. As Wallace rolled the glass, his son made to stick the small gather at the crest of the larger gather. Then, his son brought out the shearer and cut around the area of the heated crest, cutting out a round hole. Baelon, his second apprentice, came forth with a pair of flat-shaped prongs and inserted it into the round hole made and put it up against the wall. Wallace continued to roll, rolling with greater effort, knowing that the glass was cooling rapidly, and it wasn't long before the round hole was made so large that it was as wide as the rest of the gather, turning it almost into a cylinder. Enough. Wallace said, and Baelon stopped. Lucas, his son, came back with the three-sided prongs that would hold the outside of the gather, and his son carefully checked to see if the gather was fine or needed some more work. It was fine, it turns. Wallace rarely was wrong in his measurements with the eye. At least now, years later. Wallace used the moments he had to wipe away the sweat on his forehead, waiting as he was to let the glass cool enough so that it could be grabbed by the three-headed prongs. Wallace eyed his 4 and 10-name-day-old son who was focused and watching the glass. At least he remained focused despite the occasion he was beginning to miss out on. Soon enough, the glass cooled enough to be picked up by the prongs, and finally when the roll of glass was in the bosom of the prongs, did Wallace break off the glass, leaving behind a jagged opening at the end that had been connected with the end of his blower. Wallace stepped aside and let his son take the roll of glass into the furnace, and Wallace took the opportunity to look at the gallows, and he leaned down and peeked through the opening. In the furnace, there were some 6 and 10 flattened rolls of glass at the far end where it was cooler than at the front, and before the end of the day, they would have some 2 and 20 of these sheets. Perhaps 1 or 2 more if they were not so wasteful. Father! He heard his son say, and he turned back towards his son. He saw Baelon opening up the jagged end, almost finished, and Wallace looked at the glass for any problems. Not much. A bit less clear than a few others, but that happens when you're nearing the bottom of the pot, he thought to himself. He watched the glass cool as his son turned the glass, and when he was satisfied that the glass was fine, he had his son move it to the work table. He picked up the cutter and he cut the tube from end to end on the bottom inner side of the tube before he had his son take it to the gallows. Wallace took one of the flats and he moved it onto the entrance side of the gallows before he took hold of the first winder. "Prepare me another gather, Baelon," Wallace said before he began to turn the winder, which was always a chore given it sapped at his strength, and the round bars at the front moved, moving the flat further into the furnace through the moving of the pulleys. "Now," Wallace said, and his son obeyed, and placed the cut roll of glass onto the flat. Wallace eyed his son, though he had no need of it, for his son grabbed the flattening tool and kept wary eyes on the glass that would soon fold into itself if not made to flatten, and with a satisfied noise, he made way towards the working furnace, to start the process again. A little while later, Wallace watched his son place the 8 1/10 roll into the gallows furnace before he spoke up. "Lucas!" He called out to his son, who turned towards him with beads of sweat on his face, the distant sounds of other glass making a shadowing presence. "You may go to the celebrations. You ought to catch at least some of the celebrations if you make your way back to the city now," Wallace said as he wiped at his hands with a dirty rag. Lucas looked at him with wide blue eyes before a look of excitement passed across his face. His son had asked him for the luxury some time ago, however he'd denied it, despite Ashra's disapproval. But with business as demanding as it is, something that had not ceased ever since they'd started up glass making again years ago, he wanted to keep earning those bonuses they got whenever they exceeded their quotas by 5 and 20%. If he saved up enough, he could buy up more plots of land, a larger one, and build 2 larger glass-making shops, larger than that of Enric's, whilst giving this one to his godson, ideally that being Baelon, as dowry for his eldest daughter. And with more people coming every year, he could pick and choose and train some of the younger ones to help make more window panes. And mayhaps find another Mirish godson for his youngest daughter too. "Truly? I thought you didn't." Wallace waved it off. "Do you want to go or not? Before I change my mind." Wallace glared at his son, and his son shook his head avidly before he almost ran to a large bowl of water prepared for cleaning oneself off of the dirt and more. "Do you want to go with him?" Wallace asked Baelon with a raised eyebrow. The Mirish boy of 6 and 10 name days took on a look of consideration before he shook his head. "I will help you finish up." Wallace nodded curtly, though inwardly he was pleased at the dutifulness of the boy. He had done well to accept the boy as his ward. Wallace turned to look at his son, who was nearly finished. "You will work well into the night in the coming week, understand? Including nights after your schooling," Wallace said to his son, and his son grimaced before he nodded and bade his farewell, quickly leaving. Wallace sighed before he shook his head. He knew half the reason the boy was so keen in going was because of that pretty silk weaver girl. "After a few more, you shall go too. If you're lucky, you won't have missed out on all of the food and ale." Baelon said nothing to that, but he didn't expect him to. He'd learnt enough over the past year that the boy was a quiet one. Though he was not yet sure if it was by nature or if it was because of what made him flee Mir in the first place. Not that he was complaining. Or his fellows in the guild. There were only about 20 or so glass makers or glass workers from Mir that had come from amongst the hundreds of Mirish artisans that had fled the city, most of them mere indentured workers or former slaves, but their presence had helped grow their skills tremendously. Intricate ways of shaping glass into cups or wares and the like, secrets of what was needed to color glass this or that glass, or to give this or that appearance. Wallace had known only the way of making clear glass. As a young lad alongside 40 or so men and his long-dead sire, he'd worked with his Grace and Edwin Hestatis when they'd been trying to figure out how to do it, but all of the attempts had only been to make clear glass and sell the method to the Bravacy. Only a few times were his skills needed, and those times had only been to make panes on the galleons or to make the glass in the compass, with most other times having taken up odd jobs here or there. Which was similar presently, the only exception now that he was completely a glass maker only not needed to take up any other jobs such as building with his earnings. Illimaries had a great hunger for glass, needing him and the guild to make many thousands of panes of glass for houses, estates, buildings, septs, and much more. But, eventually, when the need to maintain quotas wasn't so severe, when there were more settlers coming from Mir with the infighting there which may get as bad as war in Volantis, likely many of them glass makers, there may be time to try these new ways of making glass. He could already see it. Whilst business was very good to him and his fellows in the guild, he couldn't help but think that he could make much more by making beautiful looking and expensive wares with all kinds of color in them. It would be more than enough to help perhaps buy a plot of land twice or thrice the size he needed, with a small army of apprentices and workers making wares. Wallace shook his head. Enough dreaming, he thought to himself, and he began again. Hours later. It was in the twilight of eve and night when he'd finished up and closed up his shop, his whale oil lamp lighting his way. He passed by the other glass-making shops, some of which were still running, bidding his goodbye to whomever he saw, like saggy old Clover, whose barking orders to his grandsons probably were heard leagues afar, and he walked down the muddy path back towards the city. The light of his oil lamp and the distant lights from across the river where the docklands and the ships moored were his only greatest source of light. The glassmaker's quarter was far from the city, some 3 leagues away from the city square, with only the docklands nearest. It was a long walk back to home. Wallace liked it not and would have preferred it much closer to home. Ideally he could have had his home right beside his shop, but according to Clayton, head of the Glassmakers Guild, the Dragon Council and the Lower Council had no wish to have hard and dirty work like glass making at the center of the city. Wallace had scoffed at that, wondering why the blacksmiths weren't being moved out if the concern was about dirtying up the city, though he was mollified a few years later when they'd been moved out also, though they were closer to his grace the Archon's future castle on the small mountain. Not surprising given how Illimary steel was made with the grace's dragons. He shook his head before he looked towards the city. At least the shops will be in the city walls when they eventually go up. Could even be at a time when my children are as old Clover, Wallace mused. His grace the Archon truly had the favor of God and the 7. Twice he'd been there. In Corinth and here, when in both instances there'd been naught but wooden huts and stale bread. And twice he'd seen cities be built out of nothing. He thanked every day God and the 7 and most of all his father for electing them to go with the then prince. He'd seen the gods work through his grace with his own eyes. Perhaps I may see Velos when I am old and withered. Make it 3 out of 3, making sure that before I perish that I can say I saw all of Aegon's 3 cities like few others will be able to say. Wallace mused before he shook his head. In any case, with thousands of new settlers arriving to do away with the evils of Essos, most of them giving 5 or 10 years of paid service to Illimaries before they are granted citizenship in a home or land, there was naught that wasn't being built or being finished. And with what Baelon told him, about how even in mere Illimaries was spoken of, as a lush land of great wealth and opportunity for those brave enough to seek it, he did not think the stream of settlers arriving would end any time soon. And with the silver found not far from the river somewhere 30 leagues upstream, news of great wealth would only get spread more in time. Wallace mused to himself before he shook his head wryly. At least that portion will be true. The portions of the claims that said there was silver, even if it was not a mountain of silver. He'd heard enough from the new folk that some of them truly thought that they all lived in manors or owned vineyards that grew the sweetest of grapes. The sailors on the merchant ships must be beside themselves with laughter at all the gullible fools that believed the tall lies they were spinning. But Wallace supposed there was some truths in all of those lies, at least compared to the sorry hell some of the poor fools came from. Though most of the settlers were from Velos, there were plenty coming from Lys and now from other places from Essos, especially Liberty Bay. It wouldn't surprise him if more from Mir would come in the years to come, especially if it was true that the Bravasi were cruel masters. And probably Volantis too, Wallace mused. He'd heard about the war that was being fought inside of Volantis walls and outside of it too, where apparently, the daughter cities of Volantis were besieging Volantis. Wallace shook his head. At least they were far away from the perils of Essos and their ne'er-ending wars, and the harshness of life as common folk in West Eros. Even if he had to walk leagues to get home. A little while later, when he returned to the city proper, he was beset with the sight of celebration. Men and women and children were in the streets, even at this time, still celebrating the wedding of his grace Castoris, the one most took to call the Golden after his dragon and his dutifulness to the city and the people since he was but a boy, and the her grace Braenii, who was well beloved for her boldness and beauty. The streets were decorated still, with the marvels of the Yetish lanterns, made out of Yetish paper with a small candle with a fire burning to light and lift the lantern into the sky as if by magic, dotting all around, and he could hear the jolliness all around him. Most had not worked much this day. Each day of the wedding, a public holiday was called, where one only had to work a half day, with the wages of the rest of the day covered by the royal family, including food and ale, and the people loved it. Some thought that perhaps the Archon add these days permanently, like the 8 public holidays, which included celebrations of the day of their leaving of Dragonstone, the arrival at Corinth, the day of the news of Illimaries, the day of the Archonate and the 4 religious days of the faith, but Wallace doubted it. It was no cheap celebration this, he mused to himself, and he thought that His Grace the Archon must be fainting at the coin he was spending on this lavish celebration. Gods knew that he dreaded the coin he would have to put up for his daughters, and his sons if he let his wife succeed in her pestering for their sons to have a Lysane-style celebration. He'd seen how much Willis, their neighbor, had to pay to give one such celebration. He wanted no part of it. He passed through the large crowd present in the Gardens of Triumph, which had the beautiful statues from Liberty Bay of dragon lords, dragons, griffins, and other great winged beasts amongst the flowers and colorful plants, and it wasn't long before he finally made it home. Father! His youngest daughter and son came running towards him as he entered through the door, wild of eye and excitement brimming on their faces. I saw the Graces. I saw them. They left the Great September and they waved at me. His daughter Alice said with awe on her face. They waved at everybody. Not just you. His son Louis said, and it made his daughter twist her face, and Wallace rolled his head and he smacked Louis at the back of the head. Ow! Don't anger your sister for no reason. Wallace said with glare, and Louis had the good sense to look down at the ground, and he was satisfied enough before he turned to his daughter, who looked smug at her brother. He smacked her on the head too. Oh! I didn't do anything. His daughter gave him the same glare he got often from his wife, and he felt amused at the poor bugger who he'd foist her off to. I didn't like that look. Wallace said to her before he continued, now off you go. You can tell me all about what you saw after I had some grub in me. Ashra. Heatin' it up now. Gods. A good woman she was. He walked through the house, and he saw his eldest daughter Isabel quietly reading out of that storybook to his youngest son Tomas in the living quarters, and as he paused, she too paused, though in her reading, and looked towards him. Father. She made to move, his youngest son of 4 name days complaining about the stop, but Wallace waved her off. Don't mind me. Wallace said with a grunt, though he smiled a little at the sight. Her grasp on High Valyrian was the best amongst his children, clever little sot as she was. He was reminded once more of his wife's complaints how she'd be better a wife to one of them scholars than a glassmaker's. He walked away, and he soon arrived at the dining room, and he heard her shout from the kitchen just before he was to take his seat, damnably. Oh, before I forget. An administrator came by. He'll come by again tomorrow. Wallace frowned. Which type? The civil service. Didn't say what he does though. I didn't ask. She should've. What did he want? He had no business that needed one of them to come by. At least as far as he knew. Wouldn't say. Only told me that he'd be by again in the early morn and hoped to catch you before you left in the morn. I doubt it. Wallace said. He left before the sun rose. If he wanted to get his quotas done, he needed to do so. Wallace stood up and went towards the kitchen, where he saw his wife boiling stew. She looked at him with a frown on his face. I think you should wait for him. I think it might be important. Wallace had a disagreeable face before he gave in. Fine. He would complain about it to the head though. She snorted as she looked at him with something crossed with disappointment and amusement. Affronted you seem, despite already intending to work our boy to the bone for letting him go early. You won't miss your dear quotas, husband. He told you. He would make that betrayer work twice as hard as he intended. She sniffed. He didn't need to. You just did. Wallace twisted his face. Damnable woman. He muttered before he walked away and back to the table. The work will only do him good. Better he get used to the hard work now than struggle later. His son had nearly spent his entire life on Ilmaris. He did not have it entirely easy, but he had a protected childhood, despite the hardships of the early years. Whilst he was proud that his son knew his letters and words and much more, he still liked his son, or his daughter, to read to him from the 7-pointed star. He was worried that he did not have the discipline needed to keep to glassmaking. It was hard work. Well-paying hard work, but it was hard work still. It wouldn't do for his eldest not to take the family business, especially if Tomas shows similar favor to something else, like Louis and his stubborn want to become a sailor. Well, better make sure he won't hate it. His wife only said snippily, and Wallace grumbled but said nothing to it, and instead he poured himself an ale and sat down, waiting on his food. The next day, his wife poured the administrator watered wine in one of the ale cups, and Wallace grimaced internally at the sight of it, and he did his best not to glare at his wife. Wine, watered wine though it may be, wasn't cheap. They only had one small barrel of it, and usually they reserved it for special occasions. So, good man. Wallace began after the man thanked his wife, wanting as he was to get this over with so he could get back to his furnace. He'd sent his son and Baelon ahead to start the work, and though they both were skilled enough to work the furnaces and the glass, he did not like to keep them unsupervised. What did you wish to speak of? The man had introduced himself when he'd arrived, saying that he worked in the Department of Planning, which was coordinated the creation and allocations of lands and the like. Wallace had been taken aback by that, wondering why he was here. As far as Wallace knew, he was unlikely to get any more land. At least right now. And it wasn't as if he'd have much use for it presently. The man, named Draco Bargicus, an apt surname given that he was a scribe, of a sort at least, smiled at Wallace good-naturedly. "Have you kept up with word on the streets about the new settlement that shall be built on Draconis?" Draco asked, and Wallace raised his eyebrows, and he sent a look at his wife, who took a seat in the chair beside him before he looked back at Draco. Of course I have," Wallace said simply. How could he not know? It had been known for many moons. His Grace Castoris, her Grace Braenii, a few thousand settlers and a few thousand laborers were going to go there soon. Perhaps as soon as a week. Draco nodded. "Well, then you should also know that our graces have wished to finish up the town of Galesia within 7 to 5 and 10 years. Draco paused for a moment. "And that is why I am here," Draco said again in a pause, whilst Wallace frowned with no small amount of confusion hitting him. "Your sons, at least one of them, if they show a want of continuing a business in glass-making, will be granted land for a glass-making shop along with a finished home fully paid for," the administrator said to Wallace, causing his eyebrows to rise even further than before. "Oh," his wife remarked, surprised. "Well, that's wonderful." And Wallace looked at her, and saw that she was truly delighted by it. "Has this offer been made to others too?" Wallace asked as he wrenched his gaze from his wife. "Yes, a few, and a few more will also be given the option. Presently, we are looking to favor those who have large families first," Draco stated, and Wallace nodded slightly. He knew that His Grace the Archon favored families to be large, and there were many incentives for those who did have large families. Less taxes, priority to land allocations, and more. And with the midwives and the healers, the risk of childbirth had lessened greatly. Rarely did he hear a woman perish on the woman's bed. "Ain't it too soon to discuss matters such as this?" Wallace then asked, still a little confused why they were coming up with this now. There wasn't enough much done to Draconis, as far as he knew. Only stones shipped there. And some supplies, he guessed. But still, the lands were untouched, and as the man said, it would be many years before true needs for goods like glass would be needed there. "It is, however, we would like to plan ahead as far as possible. Our graces want to build Galesia as soon as possible so that eventually it help increase the settlements on the lands surrounding it, and on the islands near it." Draco then brought out a paper for him to see, and Wallace frowned a little before he gestured to his wife. She dutifully picked it up and began to read it. "Isabel!" his wife shouted, and a hail of steps descended down the wooden steps. The words must have been too difficult for her to read. His wife was better at reading than Wallace was, but it came easy to their eldest children. "I can." Wallace shook his head. "Our daughter can do it." After all, what was the point of all of those lessons? His wife handed over the paper to their daughter, who dutifully began to read out what was written, and Wallace considered it all. Though some of it was hard to understand, he at least understood most of it. It was basically a pledge of a kind. No, a contract. That he would train at least one of his sons to take up the business of glass-making for Galesia, and in return, his son would take on no debts in the establishment of the glass-making shop. It was an excellent deal that would secure the future of 2 of his sons. Or more if he managed to talk some sense in Louis. "Must I agree now?" Wallace asked. Draco shook his head as he stood. "No. You have 1 year to decide this, though you should know there's limited allocations in Galesia. And if he was to decline, and at least another one of his sons decide to take up the business of glass-making, he'd have to make sure they had something to inherit. Out of his own pocket." Wallace nodded before he also stood, and he took the paper from Isabel's hands to give back to the administrator, who only shook his head. "Keep it. When you do decide, come with it. It will be signed by yourself and someone at the department, if you agree to it," the administrator said, and he soon left. "Well," his wife said before she dusted off her dress. "That's Tomas' futures secured. Woulda thought you would complain about it like you are with Lucas." Wallace muttered quietly as he looked at the paper. "Tomas will still be too young. I wasn't talking about sending our littlest boy away," his wife said, affronted. "Lucas can go. He'll be a man long before then. Tomas can take your shop here." "Ah, that made sense." Wallace shook his head. "Well, I'm off. Should be back after sundown." Wallace before he gave the paper to his wife. "Don't be too late," his wife said unhelpfully, and Wallace grumbled as he left. Break. Ilamaries, Astave Stadia. Valerian Valerian POV. Valerian remained in his seat even as the common folk at the lower seats rose from their seats as the fast runner from the blue-colored team, Iron Knights, broke through the defensive formation of the yellow-colored team, the Thundering Pack, and made his way towards the line. One of the Thundering Pack ate up the distance between, drawing nearer and nearer to the galloping Iron Knight, causing the crowd to rouse in greater cheer and howls, but ultimately the distance was too great as the Iron Knight dived and scored to extend the lead the Iron Knights had. Valerian turned his gaze towards the men who were sat below them in the noble quarter of the stands, who he caught exchanging coin, causing him to scowl irritably, but he was soon divested of his attention towards them as he heard his kin surrounding him talk amongst each other. "I must admit this contest is far more excitable than I had expected. Not as worthwhile as a tourney but then as a contest amongst common men, I can see its popularity amongst the small folk. Valerian turned his head towards them and he saw it had been Montfort Valerian who had spoken, speaking to Malentine and Aaron Valerian who were nearest to him with Aaron's sons Gamon and Montaries on his other side with their cousins Larissa Valerian and Dinara Valerian, who were present with their husbands Arain Calnarian and Malar Cargaris. It would be better if it were without these what they called reveries. The contest would be far more enjoyable without their imposition. Malentine said somewhat distastefully, his look taking on a similar quality. Referees. Aaron corrected before continuing. Their presence is needed to keep order. Aaron supplied. Otherwise the injuries would grow severe. Already it is quite a demanding contest with a plenty of broken arms and lost teeth. Besides, it is meant to help instill discipline in the young, and men. Aaron said without much inflection in his voice but Valerian could sense the hidden meaning behind them. Valerian looked back towards the field which was already resetting. Discipline that begun at the youngest of ages. Every school in the city all had teams for each age group that competed against each other and against other schools, and it was a favorite pastime for the young and for the old. So much so that at certain times of the 5th day and 6th day of the week, there was a great lull of activity whereby parents all ventured to their children's schools to watch the contests. It was encouraged, even for children who would be expected to aid their parents' shops or employ which may be as mundane as a butcher or a jeweler, yet their parents would see their children partake in such teams. It might even be a sign of prestige, of pride, for these commoners, yet what Valerian could see the most, something that took him some time to understand, was the subtle training of a people who were being physically and mentally prepared for war. Valerian looked around, eyeing the thousands of commoners who had turned up to watch this championship game between two well-supported teams in the unfinished stadia which was still surrounded by wooden platforms 7/8 ths around the field. This contest, above all others, was immensely popular, the sight of portly men and spindly boys playing the contest in the parks frequent at the end of day, and it was not hard to see why. It was a game of war, something that these people knew and supported greatly, even those who had not once raised a sword in their lives. Nearly all of these people were, at one point or another, slaves. Those who were not, had either fought against slavers, or had married former slaves. And all had seen the value of strength and how it could protect them. Valerian thought that this contest of rugby exemplified that, even if it mayhaps was not quite understood by most of the common folk, but Aegon and the rest of the leading men of Illimaris certainly did, and they capitalized on it. It was no surprise that many of the physically talented or wiliest of children joined up to either the Royal Military Academy or the Royal Navy Academy, where if they were talented enough, they were taught amongst the children of nobility in the same classes, which until recently included Solanese Targaryen. Valerian continued to watch the contest whilst having half an ear to the conversation of his kinsmen, watching as the contest heated up as the Thundering Pack managed to crawl back into the game with hard-fought scoring, and in the end, when the sand timer signaled the end of the game, they managed to lose more respectably than what seemed initially likely, and it was evident that the supporters of the packs appreciated the effort despite the loss given their respectful applaud. After the game ended, Valerian began to leave the stadia with his kinsfolk and the heirs of the newly ennobled houses of Calnarian and Cargaris by carriage. With his kinsmen soon leaving for Illimaris now that the last of the royal weddings had ended, seeing at least one of the contests played by men who were experts at it had been agreed upon. Soon enough, they'd arrived at the Seahorse Estates, which consisted of his estate and Aaron's estate, each some 2,000 or 3,000 square yards in size, half of it typically the size of the estate building, the rest their allotted lands in the city. Their estates were separate and detached from the other estates by large amounts of untouched lands, with only a single brick road and many mud roads marking any signs of men in between their estates and that of the other estates. It was a good space, he could admit. It was half a league away from the center of the city square and half a league away from the royal residences and where the eventual castle of the residence hall of the advisors and senior members of government were. The heirs of Calnarian and Cargaris soon left for their own estates with his distant female cousins, leaving him alone with his kinsmen, much to Valerian's gratification. Whilst he held no ire with the two heirs given that he did respect their fathers for their prowess, but nonetheless, they were a representation of what he disdained. The new nobility. If nobility even could truly be called that, new or otherwise. If anything, it was a mockery of the position nobility of esteemed bloodlines held in the world. They'd been promised the rights to set up a branch of their house, and raise them into nobility, but only later did he truly understand what all of that meant. Fiefless lords, no more than landowners with noble rights, though even those noble rights were limited and may as well not exist. In truth, they were men without balls, without arms, cut off before they could even grow to form, and they were entirely at the mercy of the Targaryens, exactly how the Archon wanted them to be, serving at the whim of the royal house, with no real leverage. And these new nobility had fitted into the new order without a single complaint, and with their numbers far greater and positions more secure, there was little that could be done to press the Targaryens into allowing a more natural state of being. Hours later, at the Valerian private bathhouse, Valerian sighed with a small sense of satisfaction as he sank deeper into the pool, the sweat dripping from his brow into the pool as steam clouded the large room. The bathhouse was in between the two seahorse estates, and open to any Velaryon and their guests. Aaron had it built a year or so ago, a works that could have only been paid for due to an understanding Aaron had reached with the Archon regarding the later announced consort betrothal between Gamon and Rena. I must say Lord Gunthor Darklin began, who was seated directly opposite him at the far end of the pool, but with the way the bathhouse was built, a voice travelled far and wide. I have been convinced to build one of these back home. I cannot believe I have seen 44 years on this world, yet I have not been in one of these bathhouses until I arrived here. The man laughed at his own words. Velaryon was joined in the bathhouse with Lord Gunthor Darklin, Osbert Byrne heir to Brown Hollow, heir Reynard Thorne, Malentine, and Montfort Velaryon. He'd developed a rapport with them over the course of a few weeks, where he'd gotten a measure of them, enough to be able to speak more freely in private. Ilmaries seemed like it was a shock to many of the nobles who'd arrived from West Eros, especially after they'd gotten past the issue of language, for none other than his kin and the Celtigars knew a lick of High Valyrian and understood. From the sheer scale of apostasy of the faith of the Seven, to the blatant uses of magic, to the loss of distinguishment of the nobility, to that of the common rabble, which included these new lords. Of course, those who were offended by visible sight of the manipulation of the faith, or by the use of magic, or by the lessening of the nobility's place, said nothing. Nothing could be said lest one was a fool and eager to die. None had come with a great many number of guards, even the lords, when the invitation had gone out, the promise of safe journey and a place of honor having been enough then. They would not stand a chance if they voiced their disapproval in any scale. The commoners worshipped the Archon and his family with a disturbing zeal. An offence against them was seen as an offence to them all and an affront to the gods. Nevertheless, Velaryon had little doubt that whatever they thought, truly thought, would make its way back to West Eros, and the reactions there would not be pleasant, particularly by the faith who may well press the king to act in some way. After all, it was they who were the most aggrieved with the claims of prophethood and favour from the gods. Not even the Dornish, for all of their vile and deceptive nature, did anything that severe with the faith, even if they absorbed Quirroiner customs and beliefs into the faith. Velaryon doubted the king would act in any significant way, especially against his brother, but he would not be surprised if the Hightowers did act, or at least used it to further their schemes. Something that might not be particularly reserved for the Hightowers too, at least from what he could glean from some of the nobility that had arrived. He was sure they were sent to gather as much information as possible. Lord Gunthor has not been shy to proclaim his alignment with Princess Rhaenyra and the Prince Consort Baelon. It would not surprise him if, through the jostling of favour with the faith once the succession dispute flared up, that the Westeros trade agreements of silk, porcelain, fabrics, and other luxurious goods made with Ilmaries years ago were to suffer greatly. In all honesty, he was surprised that it hadn't already. The claims of prophethood and the manipulation of the faith was already evident on the Isle of Cedars, where Septon sermonized the new faith every day. Most of the new settlers were well grounded in the new faith before they'd even arrived. And with Velos, in the latter years, having become a major port for Westerosi ships to trade goods from the mainland, news of the new faith and the Septons surely reached the shores of West Eros. From the few conversations he'd had, whilst it was known, it wasn't understood how differing the new faith was to the faith of the Seven, especially the differences that were in the seven-pointed star written in High Valyrian, which boasted enough differences that it significantly altered the stories and the messages in the Holy Book. Something that the likes of Lord Gunthor were now thoroughly aware of. Velaryon thought that once these lords and nobles returned to West Eros, he didn't think they'd keep it silent, as he suspects was being done by the Iron Throne and the Hightowers, who had far greater issues to deal with. Velaryon was brought out of his thoughts when Montfort spoke up. Driftmark has one of these, although not the steam. Montfort Velaryon admitted. A simple change to make one's cousin Corlys learns of the way it is created. Malentine said before he snorted, his voice taking on a quality of mocking. I am sure we can convince Laenor to espouse the wonders of the steam room. Velaryon felt his lips twitch at that, though he kept himself from voicing his amusement, something that was not done by the rest of the men. Laenor was a disappointing Velaryon, to say the least, even if one disregarded his offensive nature. He was an able swordsman, but he was weak. Soft. Yet he had the ear of Lord Corlys, despite no longer being the heir and despite disappointing the sea snake with every breath he took. Getting Lord Corlys to agree anything was near impossible, but for Laenor? Are you ready for the long journey ahead? Velaryon found himself asking the men in the room. All of the men were returning back to West Eros within a few days. Nay. Reynard Thorne was the one to speak, and there was displeasure in his voice. I may not have sea salt in my veins like you Velaryons, or you Darklin, but I am no stranger to the sea, yet moons more on that open treacherous sea again. Be glad you encountered no storms. Velaryon said with a scoff. When he'd finished his 5 years in the accursed Velos and Liberty Bay, he'd been rewarded with falling prey to a storm that lasted 2 days and a night, a storm that had seen some sailors fall and vanish under the seas that could grow as tall as mountains or as deep as the hollowest of valleys. Velaryon had never felt so small on the sea than in those few short minutes he'd braved being on deck, going as far as praying to the Merlin King, something he'd not done since he'd been a child when he'd first sailed across open sea. He'd also gained a new appreciation of the shipbuilding of the galleons, which over the past 7 years had only lost one ship, with most of the ships damaged surviving enough to be towed back to Dragon's Gate port. "You're fortunate enough to set sail during spring," Baelon added. Whilst he had not yet sailed since he'd arrived at Ilmaris, he did hear enough from those around him to know that they'd gotten an understanding what seasons were not the ideal to set sail in. Typically, it was the autumn and the summer with the most storms, with occasional storms during the winter, though they were said to be rare. Spring was the best times. They remained in the steam room for some time longer, largely silently enjoying the heat and steam of the room, though eventually, all of them left save for Baelon and Lord Gunthor Darklin, whom Baelon knew would speak of the offer he'd made a few days ago. Speaking of setting sail, Lord Gunthor Darklin paused for a moment when more steam was released through the copper pipes from the top of the room, though he quickly continued. "Have you finished considering my offer?" Baelon remained silent for a few moments. There was a lordship in his lands that had no heirs, at least no heirs with defendable claims, and Gunthor had offered to grant him this keep and lordship in Darklin lands in exchange for his knowledge. "You are hesitating," Lord Gunthor declared, and Baelon met the man's eyes, which seemed to bore into him. "Though why, I fail to understand." Lord Gunthor shook his head before he peered at Baelon. "You will become a true lord. A lord of your own keep." "Not some." Gunthor Darklin looked disgusted. "False lord with scraps of land amongst pretenders who worship a man like Prince Aegon. And how many others have you offered this to and been rejected?" Baelon mused to himself. He'd seen Gunthor with Lucas Sunglass, Clarence Bar-Emin and others, likely having at least felt them out to see if they could be turned. That he was asking again, told him that they almost certainly rejected his offer. It was not hard to understand. Whilst their status of nobility was weakened, they still had a firmer place with the ruling family than they would have in West Eros, where their status as mere scions of branch houses of no real import seriously hindered their influence. His own sons, Jacaris and Damian, had all but become wards of the royal family at the royal residences, with the Bar-Emins, Aaron's children, the Celtigars and the other nobility, learning their arms from unsullied gladiators and the veterans of the wars Aegon had fought, striking acquaintances if not friendships with the Targaryens. And if the rumors were true, Solanise would go to Essos to hunt down slavers and corsairs in a few years, much like how Castaris and Valar had done years ago, an opportunity he knew his sons, who were of a similar age to Solanise, were likely to do as well once they were done with the Royal Naval Academy, hopefully creating a closer bond with the Targaryens, like his daughter had done with Rhaena, whom she'd developed a friendship over shared interest in Valyrian and Lysane arts. Such tales were similar with the other nobility, each of their heirs and spares kept close to the royal family, and likely would have a places made for them in the civil service, the army, the navy, or the trading companies, and almost certainly keep a place of honor with the Targaryens as nobles of the realm. Such influence would not be begotten if they were to return only to gain a measly lordship sworn to a vassal that was largely unbefitting for the majority of them. A Valyrian, as far as he was from the main line, sworn to a Darklin. And silently, Baelon thought to himself, he did not think the lordship would amount to much anyway. So all he could rule over a few thousand small folk on land that could only grow wheat, barley, and cabbages and not else, except whatever coin Darklin deigned to give him for developing a merchant company like the two companies. As it was, his lands, 2,000 acres of prime lands in the western countryside, was growing orchards of apples, pears, grapes, and sugar cane, with the latter two already yielding him some produce and the first barrels of wines and sacks of crystal sugar, and though it was but a fraction of what he earned from his shares in the trading companies, it spoke well of what was to come. The neighboring lands, which were owned by the nobility, grew similar crops and other crops too, such as citrus, bananas, strawberries, olives, sunflowers, linseed, some summer islander plant called the indigo flower, marigold, yarrows, and more, whilst most of the knightly houses had lands to rear and raise horses. Effectively, the nobility were to corner a significant proportion of produce, which could be used to produce wines, ciders, oils, and dyes, to be used in export and to be used in Ilmaris, allowing them to earn coin from the fruits of their lands. And in time, he knew that more lands would be sequestered away to produce spices in the warm wetlands in the south and ironwood grown in the hardy and windy hills in the northeast beyond the mountains, which the Archon had all but confirmed would be given to loyal members of the nobility to reap the rewards. Whilst they did not rule directly over the small folk, they did hire them to work their lands, with most of them being laborers who sought to own their own lands after years of service. The way the lands were arranged, it allowed for small villages to crop up at the borders of their lands that they could also sell or rent out to allow small folk to build their homes there, something that he knew had been encouraged by a few of the nobility with the aim that those villages were to stay and grow into towns. Especially once the surrounding lands that were marked for farmland were settled, allowing the laborers more opportunities and coin for using their hands as extra laborers for harvest and sowing periods. Not everyone would be suited for the life of a farmer, Baelon knew this, and families that were unable to work the land and sold it would need jobs they were skilled at, after all. Which was why, amongst the privileges they had such as a maximum income tax of 10% for 50 years, privileged tutoring, right of spares sons to land, and more. They also had the right to charter and sponsor the development of a town and earn a percentage of income tax of that town, encouraging the nobility to aid in the development of the countryside, being leagues and leagues of farmlands, allowing more opportunity for workers to work to produce valuable crops. And with the trade agreements the Archon and Salon Barrows had reached with the Liberty Bay Islands with regards to supply of wine and other luxury goods the former slave cities were not famed of producing, they had a stable source of markets for their goods, ensuring that their income would continue to grow as trade with the Liberty Bay cities continued to grow. And then there were the trading companies. The Northern Trading Company and the Eastern Trading Company. The Northern Trading Companies had smaller divisions, which traded with the heel of Essos, West Eros and Northern Essos, whilst similarly the Eastern Trading Company had divisions that traded with the Summer Isles, Liberty Bay and UTI, and these companies. To say they were growing profitable with great deals of more growth to come was an understatement. The creation of the companies had happened nearly 6 years ago, and anyone with the means could purchase shares of the companies, and tens of thousands of gold coins were invested in these companies, with a significant portion done so by the nobility and knightly houses at the behest of the Archon, though it has only been in the last few years that they were getting true returns. With the luxury goods that were in full swing, fabrics alone was growing to produce everything from linen to lace to satin silk, velvet linen. With the secretive means that significantly hastened production, the demand of their goods had seen the yearly returns of their shares grow. From the Summer Isles to Bravus, their fabrics were beginning to be highly sought after, whilst in the East, UTI in particular, their want was mostly pelts, silver and gems, the latter being something that came easily with the form of payment the Summer Isles often did in return for the fabrics. And with the findings of veins of silver further south, the profitability of the companies was only going to grow obscenely with the way the Utish ate up silver. Whilst there were limitation on the percentage of goods to be sold outside of Ilamaries, with a fixed amount at a fixed price to be sold to Ilamary, the increased rates of production, something that continued to grow every year, ensured that the amount of profits to be made remained high. And with the option to purchase shares from those who wished to sell theirs at the gates of the incomplete building of the Ilamary Stock Exchange, though none had done so thus far, one could increase their returns and also importantly their influence over the companies, even if it was minuscule to that of the royal family. And once goods like wool, wines, ciders along with dyes that were all grown in Ilamaries instead of expensively imported from Lis or Tyrosh were producing as much as fabrics, or more, the companies were going to dominate some of the largest trading goods markets in the known world. And Vale Ryan doubted that once that happened it was going to stop, not with how heavily bound the companies were with the navy and the army. The ships still belonged to the royal family, and every ship that was being built and used for the companies, which would rent it at a minuscule fee to be used for maintenance, was also going to be either owned by the royal family or it was going to be owned by Ilamaries, effectively giving the companies the backing of the dragons and the army. The crews of the ships were paid by the companies, for the most part, whilst the soldiers and knights serving on the ship on behalf of the Archonate, and therefore paid by Ilamaries, which presently included nearly a third of the army serving on the ships with another third serving on Velos and the rest of the Isle of Cedars. The companies were Ilamaries and Ilamaries would soon be the companies. With such backing, it was unlikely that competition, as Gunthor would see him make at Duskendale with what he'd learnt during his stay here in Ilamaries, was going to be successful. A true lord sworn to you, Lord Gunthor. Vale Ryan said without much change in his expression as he levelled his gaze at the man. Whilst it is true that my lordship here is not as traditional as it would be in West Eros, you must admit that I stand to gain more personally here than I would there. Where you would stand to gain the most. He left unsaid, but the Darkland lord understood all too well. The companies, or at least the trading ships of Ilamaries, were becoming well known, more than they already were. The Carracks, also known as castle ships, had grown in numbers, especially by the time he'd been finishing up his service in Velos, where he'd seen the shipyards improve the rate of ship construction. Of course, he had not been permitted to be actually present in the shipyard, not even commanders unless approved by the Archon and the Generdries of the Isle of Cedars, but he'd seen as much as 3 ships produced in a single moon at those shipyards, and if it wasn't for the fact that sailors were the largest cause of short supply, he was sure that the shipyard would be producing that on a frequent basis. By now, he was quite sure that the number of Carracks had grown to over 160 Carracks, with over 5,000 soldiers and knights protecting the merchant ships. In any case, it was common enough to Ilamary ships in most major ports, the ships sailing far and wide, and as such, news of the success of the merchant fleets was becoming well known. And with the news that the Lysanae were also accomplishing something similar and earning greatly, though theirs was tempered by the fact that they were buying out entire sectors such the dye market in Tyrosh, in competition with House Velarion, and using that as a means to bolster the goods they traded, it was not hard to see that the likes of the Darklands and likely several other houses like the Redwines and the Hightowers would wish to see to develop something similar for their houses. Even his own house was likely trying to find means to do the same, though he doubted Corlys still had the hunger in him to see to the establishment of a company. He also did not think Corlys would be able to give significant trust to anyone else except his own born of his flesh to make a success of a company. And whilst he doubted Corlys, Vale Ryan was almost certain that none of the Darklands or the other houses would give him anything more than scraps for his labor and knowledge, if they even sought to heed his wisdom. No, as it was, his house and his heirs were in a far better position thanks to his shares in the companies and the lands that he owned, lands that could potentially grow in another 5 years if he played his cards right. I'm thinking like a merchant peddler. Baelon shook away those thoughts. Whilst he was no fool of a northerner disdaining merchantry, he knew the rule of coin. And the power it brought. He would have to only see what it could do in the example of Aegon, who had built an empire, first with coin then with arms, because of merchantry, and his cousin Corlys who had earned himself the hand of a princess. With no small folk to farm lands for him at the ends of a sword, he would have to think of merchantry to ensure he and his heirs kept their influence amongst the nobility here. Lest he and his branch of Valyrians be overshadowed by the new nobility he so disdained. Gunthor narrowed his eyes at him before he leaned back in the pool. I am surprised you would say that. Gunthor said calmly before he continued, after a glance towards the doors to their private room in the bathhouse that Valyrian saw, you must know that the kingdoms will not be pleased with what we have seen here. Gunthor said before he took on an entreating tone of voice. Whatever scant privileges you may hold may well disappear. No doubt he was referring to the pressures the king would be under to cease all trading with the heretical Illymares, all but telling him that he was sent here to report on Illymares. Whilst trading with Westeros was not significant, at least not compared to Lys, Liberty Bay and especially Uti, it was still a sizable chunk of the Northern Trading Company, which traded with the narrow sea houses, King's Landing and Dorne. You believe the king would go so far? Valyrian questioned directly, gauging what his thoughts on the matter was. He may not have a choice. Darklyn only stated, and with the way the man's expression was, Valyrian did not think he would say much else. I wonder why the Archon invited them all. He mused to himself. The Archon surely would know that the nobles would not see magic and the new faith in any good light. And he could only imagine how much worse it could have been had Princess Rhaenyra or Prince Baelon accepted the offer to attend the wedding. Perhaps that was why he invited them now. And perhaps that was why he was so focused on creating a strong army, Valyrian thought cynically. The truth of the new faith and magic was going to be revealed in greater depth at one point or another, and perhaps he decided now was better than later. It wasn't the first time he thought this. Or those in his household. That the thousands of boys being trained in the art of war, on land and on sea, the keeping of a standing army and city guards of 15,000, was done perhaps in anticipation with war with their homelands who would not take well with the new faith. The only reason why he doubted it at all was because it was impractical. For both sides. The other Westerosi were not able to make it to Illymares, at least not for another generation or two, not in significant numbers, even if they secured themselves a compass now and managed to trace the route to Illymares. By then, it would probably be too late. Their numbers would surely rise to swell to much larger numbers, and so too may the dragons. And he doubted Rhaenyra, or the Greens, were unawares of that. Nor did he think they were unaware that antagonizing the Archon was not a good idea for the sake of the faith, who should not be entertained in the halls of power given what happened the last time they tried to involve themselves in matters of the Iron Throne. But you were to leave with me, take up your lordship. Gunthor spread his arms. I would make sure that you would have all that you need to grow the merchant company in the likes of those here. And you would see to ensure I would have the coin and men I would need to see to this. Valyrian asked, and Gunthor smiled before he nodded. You would have all that you need. Coin, men, ships. All of it. Gunthor turned seriously. I am aware of the investment I must put in to see to the success. I am also aware of the difficulty we would be faced. I remember the tales your cousin, the sea snake, had shared about his famous voyages, none of which were easy. I suspect it is similar to what captains of the merchant fleet would have. Captains you would lead. Gunthor leaned forward. However, I know you are no fool. I know that you know the ways Prince Aegon incorporated to make such success of his merchant fleets. Use that knowledge and build the greatest trading fleet with me Westeros has ever seen. Greater than that of your cousin the sea snake. Gunthor leaned back. You'd be the greatest Valyrian. Gunthor said with confident finality, and Valyrian had to admit Gunthor had some skill in being convincing. However, Valyrian was no fool. Ultimately, any success he made under Gunthor would belong to Gunthor. Any wealth he made would belong credit to Gunthor. He would never own this trading company, this he was sure of. And then there was another point. A third point beside the position of influence he held and the wealth that he'd secure for his line. I thank you, Lord Gunthor, for your offer, but I must decline. Valyrian finally said in answer. This startled Gunthor, and for a moment he saw anger pass across his face. Why? Such feeling of being affronted, when you're no more than a middling house. Valyrian thought amusedly to himself. The same reasons the likes of Lord Lucas and Lord Clarence must have rejected your offer for. Valyrian stated, and this time the anger stayed on the man's face. I see. There was a harsh coldness in the Lord's voice, yet to Valyrian, it may as well be a warm breeze. The third point. It was simple. In less than 5 and 10 years, a city had grown where there was naught but virgin land. In less than 5 and 10 years, Aegon had grown an empire larger than any single kingdom in Westeros, an empire that was growing in numbers every year that passed by the thousands, likely tens of thousands a year long before his beard grew grey. It may not have the numbers, but the lands had all the fertility needed to reach the same numbers as that of the reach in a few centuries. And then there was the magic. Magic had returned to the world, in full force, in Aegon and his line. Dragon Lords. It was not a title, but a statement. One that rang as true as the blueness of the skies. The magic and power of old Valyria has been reborn, and none of it, as far as he could tell, had the taint of old Valyria. Whilst he did not believe a word that Aegon and his line were divinely chosen by the gods, Valerian had to admit that the gods did favor Aegon and his line, even if he did not know if it was the gods of Valyria or that of the Andals. There was simply too much evidence that surrounded him each day that forced him to at least admit that. That, combined with the magic and the growth of the empire, told him one thing. That Illymaris was going to become an empire in the mold of old Valyria. Though his ancestors had long since left Valyria for Driftmark, the pride their family held for being once of old Valyria was not insignificant. For being the blood of old Valyria, it was what distinguished them as greater than the Andals and the First Men, who, despite their long histories, were not comparable. And Valerian and his descendants were amongst the first of noble lines that lived in a time that would remembered as wondrously as the Age of Heroes, with Aegon almost certainly becoming a figure of legend that, in the eyes of the Illymari, would be as grand, or grander, than Garth Greenhand, Brandon the Builder and Aegon the Conqueror. Such a legacy was impossible to ignore. If Illymaris was to become as he thought it was. And Valerian had no reason to think otherwise. He could admit that Casterys was perhaps at least half as golden as his dragon, and no father would be dissatisfied with the other sons if they were firstborns. That, combined with the Council of Dragon Lords, the infighting that plagued House Targaryen, and was probably going to continue to plague the House of the Dragon, may never occur, just as it had not occurred in old Valyria. At least not notably. To give this legacy up? No. Whilst Valerian was greatly dissatisfied by the non-traditional nobleness, he was not dissatisfied enough to take to a lordship that meant little, gave little, sworn to a house that was little. Valerians do not swear to the likes of Dark Lynns. And besides, if he ever needed to leave Illymaris, or was slighted by the Archon or his family, he was sure that he could get away with selling some critical information to the likes of the Redwynes, the Lannisters, the Hightowers, and of course his cousin Corlys, all of whom would be able to pay the sum he would demand of them for the knowledge he held on the construction of the galleons. Valerian had learnt much over the past 6 or 7 years since he'd decided, with his family, to leave for Illymaris. He'd seen enough of the ships on Velos and the docklands to at least have a very good idea of how to construct them, something that he, without a doubt, would interest the 4 houses. If he had to go that route. It was unlikely, nor was he keen to earn a great enemy in Aegon and his sons for the betrayal, but the option was there, and those rewards would go much farther than the rewards he'd see with Darklyn. Darklyn stood up, pulling his aged and heavy naked body from the pool. "I thank you for your hospitality, Lord Valerian," Darklyn said with an incline of the head. Valerian returned the gesture. "It was my pleasure, Lord Darklyn," Valerian only said before he watched Darklyn leave the room after taking robes from the stand, and Valerian leaned his head back, his eyes closing as he stretched his arms across the top edge of the pool walls. It was some time later, after he'd fallen asleep, that he'd been woken up by the noise of the doors to the room opening. He saw that it was Malentine that was coming his way, who looked at him curiously with a frown on his face. "That look of yours," Valerian said before he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. "That's the look of trouble." "Trouble and troubled," Valerian said, amused even as he kept his eyes closed. "It's more a look of wondering what you could have said to anger Lord Darklyn so," Malentine said in wonder, and Valerian snorted with a note of derision. "I refused him to help him get as rich as he is fat. Like a pampered little lordling lathered in pig fat, he is unable to accept it," Valerian muttered. Malentine laughed quietly. "Seems right." Malentine then hummed. "I suppose then that you will also not be convinced to return to Driftmark." Valerian opened his eyes in mild surprise before he looked towards Malentine, who merely shrugged. "Cousin Corlys would welcome you back if you wanted to return." Valerian shook his head. "Then he shouldn't have convinced me to depart." Corlys had all but told Valerian he was to leave for Illymaris, and Valerian, like the rest of their cousins, were unable to do much else but obey. Valerian eyed Malentine intently. "I could ask you the same thing." "Stay. Send for your sons. I am sure the Archon could be convinced to welcome you." Valerian smiled knowingly at Malentine. "You have seen he greatly values Valyrian blood, especially noble Valyrian blood." The Lysane's presence at the wedding was proof enough of that. As was the likely outcomes of further marriages of Illymari nobility with the Lysane nobility. It would not surprise him if the Archon came to him to offer Lysane maidens for his sons. "Of course," he continued. "That is if you can overlook the heresies of the Archon," Valerian said amusedly to his cousin. His cousin only snorted at that, and Valerian's smile widened at that in amusement. Malentine was amongst the more adherent to the Merlin King, the god of the seas. Whilst he did not advertise his faith to the ancient god, it was known that he kept to them. Few cared, however, given how far down the line Malentine was from the Driftmark throne. I cannot. Whilst the idea does intrigue me, I cannot consider it. Nor would cousin Corlys would take it well. Malentine said in honest answer. Valerian looked surprised at that and Malentine sighed. There's trouble brewing in the narrow sea. Pentos, Tyrosh, Mir, take your pick. The Bravasi are a large part of the problem with their ruthlessness in dismantling the positions of the nobility there, directly or indirectly, but the recent wars have weakened the cities severely. Corlys believes it will only be a matter of time before some new pirate king takes advantage of the chaos and allies with a coalition of nobles who want a return of their power. I have not heard of this. Valerian said with a heavy frown. By now, they'd have received some word about this from the galleon captains who would have spoken with the captains of the merchant ships. He did know that the Lycaenae were encountering troubles in the disputed lands, which might see a few thousand of their men sent to fight against sellsword companies, but nothing about these corsairs. At least not that side of Essos. Malentine shrugged. It is presently only a belief our cousin holds. It may pass. It may not pass. Malentine eyed him intently. Yet in either case, our cousin wants me, and most of our able-bodied kin, to help prepare to intervene should it threaten Valerian interests. Valerian considered that. It was certainly something Corlys would do. During the war for the Stepstones, nearly all of the men of all the branches of House Valerian had fought at sea and on the islands. I see. Valerian only said. There was a long moment of silence before Malentine made moves to leave, but before he did so he said one more thing. I cannot fault you for choosing to remain, but you should know that trouble may also be brewing and heading towards Illimaris. I am aware. As is, I am sure, the Archon himself. Valerian said as he met the glance of his cousin. Whilst the Archonate was an independent realm from West Eros, the situation was entangled. Blood ties, ties of customs though that was changing and more, remained between the two realms. And he would not be surprised if the main line of House Targaryen used this as a means to exert influence, or worse a claim. Malentine nodded before he left and Valerian sighed silently before he shook his head and stood up. I can use this. He mused to himself. Informing the Archon of what was discussed, and left unsaid, would see him in the man's good graces. Perhaps more than that too. Especially if he told the man about his own suspicions of what could come Illimaris' way. He doubted the nobles, and the men they'd brought with them, had remained idle and inattentive to the land, and to the resources available, in all of the time they'd been here. After all, one must know the enemy and its resources if one wanted to war with them. Break. 123 AC Illimaris, Royal Residence's Training Yard. Casterys POV. Begin. The Master-at-Arms shouted and Casterys' grip on the blunted Valerian steel sword tightened as he stared at his father who stood opposite him, eyeing him with a stoic expression, his sword perpendicular to this body posture, and a moment after the call, Casterys rushed forward. His father, in anticipation of Casterys, shifted his body posture to mirror Casterys and at the last minute, Casterys changed the angle of his overhead strike to catch his father off. The twang of their blades hitting rang around the training yard in a high chime, a chime that was soon replaced by the sounds of steel sliding against each other as his father, holding his blade with his two hands, swept Casterys' blade aside before he moved to slash at Casterys in a tight combinations, forcing Casterys to take steps back as he parried them away though Casterys opened himself a moment, the smallest of moments, that allowed him to shift from parrying to trading blows with his father. And blows they traded. They were both relentless in their strikes, mirroring each other's strikes whilst also sending strikes meant to stagger them off balance, but neither were inexperienced, for they managed to recover almost a mere second after the off-balancing strike had come. They circled around each other, blow for blow, and though Casterys' strikes were harder, faster, his father's strikes were more accurate, efficient, near flawless in execution, leaving Casterys nearly no openings to significantly change the outcome of the battle. His father wasn't the Storm he remembered in his childhood. The man who towered over his opponents and could rain rattling blows for hours without tiring. But where he lost that strength, he gained elsewhere. The blows did not last for more than a minute, perhaps even shorter, but it felt as if they had been trading blows and parries for near half a day, and yet Casterys could found no way to significantly find advantage in the battle, something he felt belonged to his father. Despite all of my training, despite being stronger than my father, he still has the advantage, Casterys thought to himself before he stepped sideways, dodging his father's strike, and in the moment as his father arced his blade towards Casterys, he stepped into his father, closing the distance between father and son. The chime of the blades hitting was louder this time as their blades held fast against each other and Casterys swung forward his fist towards his father's helmeted face, who dodged the fist but could not dodge the elbow that had followed, striking his father against his neck. The corners of Casterys' eyes tightened as he realized that the strike had done little to off-balance his father, who had shifted his feet and angled away his body, and Castoris grunted when he felt his father kick at his underside of his knee, forcing his body to buckle slightly. Castoris pushed his body forward, intending to ram against his father, but his father managed to twist his body away, his feet dancing across the dried mud of the training yard, and Castoris was forced to duck at the swiveled slash that had come for his head, though he was unable to prevent himself from falling prey to the kick that had found purchase against his chest, sending him barreling into the ground. Castoris quickly rolled around, and got back to his feet, his sword rising to block any follow-up strikes, but all he saw was his father standing at the ready, eyeing him, where Castoris thought he could see a silent challenge issued in his soul eye. Castoris growled angrily at his father, and got back to his feet, and after rolling his wrist, he grabbed hold of his bastard sword with both hands before he made his way towards his father in slow but determined steps. "Use your talents, Castoris." The words from his father halted Castoris momentarily in his steps before Castoris narrowed his eyes and continued. "Not yet, I will at least make you troubled before I do so." Castoris half rushed forward, his first strike aimed at his father's midriff, which his father back-stepped away from, before he twisted his wrist and arm to cut upwards, which his father parried away to the side, and Castoris swung his body around to strike directly at his father's heart in a hard jab, which forced his father to angle his body away before he moved to strike at Castoris. But Castoris was already moving, his jab pulled back and he pushed aside his father's strike before they once again settled into a trade of blows, and this time Castoris was striking even harder than before, each of his strikes forcing his father's parries to be lower than before as he absorbed away the force of the strikes. His strikes came hard and fast, his blade sung in the warm air, the quick chimes of steel echoing around the training yard. Left, right, up, down, angled and not. Again and again, Castoris pressed the attack, yet his father kept on rising to the challenge, moving and sidestepping and parrying and returning blows with deadly concentration, until finally, he found an opening when his father's parry brought his sword low enough to create an opening, and Castoris took advantage, and brought his blade to bear, which his father had only just about managed to block, and Castoris did not let up, and drove his father back and back, their blades clashing hard, the chimes of steel sharper, and Castoris' eyes widened when he felt the parry of his father significantly weaker, and he found himself leaning into his father, the force with which he'd hit carrying him forward, and he found himself unable to retract his blade in time whilst his father looped his blade around to bring inside and drove it towards him, towards his chest, and Castoris knew that it was a killing strike had it not been a blunted sword, and Castoris was forced to do the only thing he could. Castoris let go of his blade with his left hand, and a red spark, a preceding momentary thing, formed in the middle of his palm before a burst of flame formed that cast them both in a haze of red and yellow before Castoris let it loose and sent it towards his father's face. His father was forced to stop his attack and duck, the ball of flame flying over his head, and Castoris did not let the moment pass, and continued to his attack whilst father remained unbalanced. His blade moved, the sounds of it cutting through the air a sharp tune amidst the chimes of steel as their blades clashed under the flurry of his strikes, and Castoris began to mix flames in his attack, sending balls of flames to keep his father off-balanced. His father sidestepped, dove away, gave up ground, again and again, and Castoris pressed on the attack, his father's defenses weakening in every moment that passed, and Castoris could feel the momentum, the advantage shifting into his favor, and it was not long after his father made a mistake that would have proven fatal in the battlefield, his block against Castoris' overhead strike buckling, bending his arms more than it ought to, and Castoris, in that moment of weakness, drove his left hand forward, aflame with murderous fire, towards his father's face, only stopping an inch in front of his father's surprised face. There was utter silence in the training yard and on the balconies, where they were being watched by their family, their guards, and a few of the nobility, until Castoris spoke, his breathing heavy. "I win," he said before he brought low his hand, and the flames dying, and Castoris wasn't surprised to see his father holding a faint smile on his sweating face. "Good," his father said before he rolled his shoulders after Castoris had taken away his blade. "There are not many who are better at the sword," his father said to Castoris, and Castoris could hear the hidden pride in his father's voice. "And you sit amongst the top of those who are, father," Castoris thought to himself. He was not blind to that fact. That he would not have won if he'd not used his talents, as his father stated. He knew that his father had some advantages, with his sight that allowed him to see more despite the loss of sight that should have given his father more blind spots, but it hurt his pride that for all of his martial skills, he wasn't able to overcome his father with just his skills. His father brought his sword low to his side, his eye piercing into Castoris. "However, you are still too hamstrung in using your talents. You depend too much on your sword skills." His father was not harsh in his tone of voice, but there was clear disapproval in his words. "You are fighting with an arm behind your back. Forget notions of honor in battle, true battle. Forget pride. Forget everything but winning. Use your flames at all times. Never forget the first lessons I taught you. There is no honor or chivalry in battle and war, there is only survival and winning." Castoris nods sharply of the reiteration of the point he'd made when he'd returned from his tour of duty. He knew what his father was speaking of, he'd lived it. He'd spent 2 years out on sea, in the summer sea, the Giscari Straits and the Jade Gates, hunting corsairs and slaver ships, and had seen combat aboard enemy ships 8 times in those 2 years. He'd seen some of their men fall during battle, men that he could have saved if he'd thought to use his flames in those moments. His father had been critical of him then, telling him that he could have made more a difference if he had taken a more restrained position at the rear, supporting the boarding party rather than throw himself in the thick of things. Castares had thought that large part of his criticism was because of his fears for his safety despite the honor guard that had surrounded him at all times, and he still thought so, but Castares had come to believe that his father's words rang with truth. After all, his father had repeatedly used his abilities to lessen the deaths amongst their men through the campaigns in Liberty Bay, weakening defenses and armies and at the same time weakening morales. Castares looked at his hands. He knew that magic had a potent effect against enemies. He could see it even amongst their own men. And if they forced to intervene in West Eros, as his father believed based on the little information they were getting from the reports of their spies in King's Landing and Old Town, he would need to be able to master using magic in combat, if only to lessen the disparity in armies. I understand, I will work it all in my training. His father relented in his commanded look and he came forth. Good. His father's expression took on a teasing quality. Then you shall become unstoppable on a field of battle. Our own Kratos. Castares chuckled at that. He enjoyed those stories about Kratos, even though he'd been near a man by the time his father had written that storybook. The God Slayer. Admittedly, Castares had dreamed about becoming just like him, especially considering the revelations of the dark gods that existed in their world, which Castares thought had been the inspiration of the character. Castares really liked the sounds of that, God Slayer. Especially his father said, his expression losing all humor as it dramatically shifted, and Castares was startled at the coldness in his father's eye. Once you master your abilities. Castares flinched slightly when blinding lights flashed in the periphery of his eyeline and Castares turned to look towards the source of it. Castares' eyes widened when he saw the dozens of straw dummies set aflame with white-hot flames, flames that consumed the straw dummies in startling speed. Castares heard the murmurs from atop the balcony and he looked towards it, and he saw a number of the guards look odd at the sudden display of magic, and he also saw Lord Eldrick and Lord Bartimos, who were beside Sir Alton Celtigar and Count Ethan, look somewhat wary at the sight of the burning dummies whilst his wife, and his youngest brother, looked on with a look that said nothing was amiss. There is much more to your abilities. Especially in battle. You only have to experiment it. His father said and Castares turned to look at him, really look at his father. The expression on his face was as hard as stone, but it was in his eye that told Castares everything he needed to know. It won't be long before father opens my third eye. Castares considered and he knew that his father expected to grow his abilities to the same degree. And do so soon. Castares nodded lightly and as the look on his father relented, he sensed the flames wither and die in the same instance, once more showing him how far his father's control over his abilities had reached. His father looked past him and Castares followed his father's gaze, which had been directed towards Sir Lomaris and Castares understood. Shall I come by the academy once I'm done with the ships? Castares asked, drawing his father's attention. No. His father said after a few moments. I will be finished long before you return I suspect. His father said and Castares nodded and after father tapped him on the shoulder and handed him his blunted Valyrian steel sword, father made his way towards the other exit to the training yard to leave. Castares sighed heavily before he walked towards one of the royal guards. Your Grace. The royal guard said with a bow of the head before asking the armory. I. Castares said with a nod. The blunted Valyrian steel swords were kept in the armory with the Valyrian steel swords they actively trained with, which consisted of 4 swords, one of each for the males of their family. Whilst Bryaneai had taken to some training, far further than Rena had, she did not care enough for it to warrant a sword of her own. The rest of the Valyrian steel, weapons and armor forged from a large chunk of the Valyrian trinkets, were in the vaults deep below with the mountains of gold and silver. You made too many mistakes. The loud, familiar and irritating voice of his youngest brother rang from behind him and Castares turned around, an unimpressed look on his face, something that contrasted greatly with the teasing grin that was Solony's face. His little brother loved to needle at someone, though generally he did it on matters that did little harm. In all truth, however, his brother's grin dropped a little, and something more alike to being impressed passed across his face. You did well. If you keep that speed in full plate armor, light as Valyrian steel may be, there won't be many that can stand against you. Solony submitted to him with no small amount of envy though Castares could tell there was no malice in it. Out of all of their brothers, Solonys was the one who shared the most with him with regards to a drive towards martial excellence. Castares smiled a little. You're further ahead than I was at your age. That too was no lie. Solony's training has been far more intense than his own had been, which had largely been haphazard given his duties to the settlement, at least at the start. With the unsullied trainers at the academy, and Sir Lomaris and Lord Murrow who trained the boys, the former with swords and the latter horseback, Solony's generation should see some of the best fighters Ilmaris had yet seen. Of course I am. And there was, that smugness. Shouldn't you be off by now? Castaris said, exasperated as he looked past Castaris, towards his wife who was bringing Lord Eldrick and Lord Bartimos over. There's only one lesson today. Tactics with Lord Murrow afternoon. Solanese shrugged before he eyed Castaris as he spoke. You can always help me fill in the morn. There was some excitement in his voice as he asked. Castaris shook his head. I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps this eve. Solanese sighed before he glanced towards Bryaneai and the escorted lords. Fine. Solanese said before he began to walk away, gesturing his farewells to him and Bryaneai, and Castaris saw an amused smile dancing on his wife's face, one that soon fled into a warmer smile. Bryaneai. Castaris said with warmness in his tone of voice, though he lost it as he addressed two men behind her, men who were eyeing him differently now. Lord Bartimos. Lord Eldrick. Castaris acknowledged. Father had invited them to stay at the royal residences, which, since its expansion, could host a great deal many more people. Although, the invitation had only been extended to Sir Laner and these men and their families, the rest having been giving lodgings at the estates, most of them residing with their kin, with their guards and servants given lodgings nearby. With the reasons why father had invited them in the first place, he could understand it, reasons that have been validated over the course of the past few weeks. You remind me much of your father. Lord Bartimos said in common, whilst there was praise in his voice and there was some caution in there that was new. Was that display enough to worry them? Castaris mused to himself. Previously, the two men, and Sir Laner too, had been quite warm with him, often regaling him tales of his father when he'd been younger, and when they'd met him as an infant. The things they'd seen since or heard they'd been here had done little to change that. Now though, he thought as he eyed towards Lord Eldrick, who also had some caution in him, it was as if they were truly seeing him. Was that why father asked me for a bout? Castaris thought to himself. He did not think it was a coincidence, to ask Castaris for a bout of duel in their presence. He wanted them to see. He wasn't entirely sure why yet, however. He knew that father valued them both, and saw them as true friends in the same mold as Murrow, Tratos, Uthric, Gaelanis, and Edwin, so it could be that father merely wanted to show off, but he doubted that. Father did few things without ulterior motives behind them. In almost all certainty, there was other reasons why he wanted them to see, to know their abilities. He did not think it was for the purpose to let lead to the nobility of Westeros, otherwise he'd have invited the other outsiders to their home. He'd have to think about it before he'd asked his father. Bartimos speaks true. You have his build and strength, though you might be somewhat faster. Lord Eldrick added. My father was quite a bit younger than myself when he left. I could not say if I am faster when he'd been at the same age. Castaris answered, the words said with some difficulty, as unused as he was in speaking common after years of disuse. Sir John. His wife turned towards one of the senior royal guards, the steadfast Sir John. What do you think? Castaris withheld a look of amusement at the question and the look of surprise that was Sir John's face. It was unfair of his wife to ask Sir John in the presence of these men, to compare him with his father in the presence of outsiders, and Bryaneai knew it. It has been some time, Your Grace, since those days. Sir John said with much easier use of common, his head dipped. I can only say that it is comparable. Sir John said, not taking the bait. Well, Lord Eldrick said, interjecting, I would place good money on you if you did compete at a royal tourney, the man said laughing, and Castaris smiled faintly at that. Have you fought in many tourneys? Bryaneai asked the two men, and it sparked off a while of conversation, speaking of tourneys and the worthy knights they'd faced, which moved to stances and combat styles and arms, before the conversation was exhausted and parted, with Sir John escorting them towards wherever they wanted to go in the time their father was away on duty, leaving him behind with his wife. If you wanted to steer the conversation away, you could have done it in another way. Castaris remarked with a raised eyebrow as they walked towards the dragon stables through their residence, walking past guards and servants. I was truly curious. Bryaneai said defensively, but the glint in her eyes told him otherwise, and he gave her a look that broke her facade. Sir John knew what to say. Bryaneai said with a shrug. They all do in front of the outsiders. Bryaneai said in answer, and Castaris hummed at that. It was true. Whilst none of them told the servants and the guards, and even the wider public, to be on guard with the outsiders, they were. And when word spread about the dislike the outsiders from Westeros had for their faith, along with a few more bad interactions, they were even more on guard. It didn't help, of course, that some of the guards and servants that had come with the lords and nobility had been seen trying to get into the shops and factories where they had no business in being. Will you be joining father after you've been to the Docklands? Bryaneai asked as they continued to walk through their home towards the dragon stables. Castaris took a moment to think before he shook his head. No. He eyed Bryaneai for a moment. Do you wish me to help with the loads? If you could. Bryaneai said with a smile before she frowned. I rather not deal with an irritable Laisha. Castaris' eyebrows twitched a little at that. Laisha was not a dragon with the easiest temperament. Not as bad as Shrikos, but at least Shrikos could be coerced without much complaint into hauling heavy containers filled with stone rather easily. Leisha on the other hand, if it were not for the deep bond he knew Baelon and Leisha had, the dragon would be much more disagreeable. Whilst their dragons obeyed, they still had their own personalities. And Leisha's was one that much preferred to fly for hours than to haul anything. I will try and wrap up soon. Castoris finally agreed. Good. We can go hunting afterwards. Baelon said with an excitable smile, one that Castoris couldn't help but smile noddingly. Whilst the livestock they now had on Ilmaris had grown significantly over the past 7 years, it was not nearly enough to sustain their dragons, so they still had to fly their dragons and hunt whales, dolphins, sharks and large fishes. It wasn't long before they arrived at the courtyard that led to the dragon stables, which could be seen looming over the courtyard and much of the rest of the royal residences, with its fused stone dome. After father had worked out how to create fused stone 4 years ago, the final works of renovating their manse had taken course. With the manse been just over a league from the city square, there was much space in the surrounding land that was unoccupied, allowing undisturbed expansion of their manse into what was more or less a palace. And with father present with Miss Aragorn, along with Polaris he and Valar had left for their tour of duty 4 years ago and had only contributed a little at the beginning, and the many men that were available for labor, the amount of stone that could be quarried and brought back had been great, allowing them to divert some labor without impacting the construction of the rest of the city. And the end result had been a palace made of marble and granite, that stood over 1 in 10,000 square yards in size, discounting the stables, with some parts left unfinished until after the dragon stables had been finished, a works that had taken more 8 moons for his father to finish, with the final parts the homes of the servants, guards and the dragon keepers built along the sides of the domed dragon stables. The walls around their residence, which were wide enough to walk on and connected to the guard stations, wouldn't be finished to its current state, which was also made of fused stone 20 feet in height until 2 years later, where most of their family learned how to use their dragons, some better than others, to dig to their instructions. And after those 2 years, father spent most of his free time working on creating the dragon stables at the yet still unnamed keep with Polaris. They arrived at the guarded gates of the dragon stables, guarded by 2 unsullied who bowed their heads after they'd opened it as they'd arrived, and they walked past them, the smell of the dragons growing stronger as they had neared. The darkness of the dragon stables was only chased away by the lights of the oil lamps at the front of the dragon stables, and the oil lamps held by the dragon keepers, with the exit gates closed at the other end. The dragons much preferred the darkness than they did the light, almost certainly because they could doze off much easier. Nearly instantly as they walked in, did some of the dragon keepers come towards them. As the men neared, the considerably shorter man than the others was the one walking slightly ahead of them, and Castoris recognized the man easily. Your Graces. The middle-aged Manicos said with a respectful bow of the head, which was followed by the other 2 young men, one of whom was of naughty origin. Icos was the most senior man of the dragon keepers, and whose father had led the training of the majority of the dragon keepers. With the man's death 6 years ago, Icos had stepped into his father's role, and trained the newest recruits. Are you here to take out your dragons? The man asked. Only me. Baelon said with a light smile before she turned towards Castoris and stepped up to him, planting a kiss on his cheek. I will see you later. Baelon said with a teasing smile, one that made Castoris smile as he watched her leave with one of the dragon keepers. I will shortly leave. Castoris said after the inquiring looks from the dragon keepers, who nodded their understanding as he left them towards Galathox, whose stable was nestled in between 2 stables on either side. He walked past the first stable, where Lismaria lay, and who eyed him through an half-opened eye. Each of the stables were just about large enough to fit Lismaria, with the larger dragons intended to be housed at their future keep. Father had explained that these stables were only intended to be used by the younger dragons, who were also going almost certainly be the younger members of their family, and thus have more reason to be nearby the academies. The larger dragons were going to remain the stables at their future keep, as far as his father could see, where they, at least the bonded dragons, would have more free access to leave and fly with how his father created the exit and take-off area. Though Castoris also thought that the reason behind it was partly to ensure their largest dragons remained firmer under their control at the keep, which, other than the second family keep at Draconis, was meant to be their bastion. Castoris walked past the empty stable where Shrikos typically remained, before he reached his dragon's stable, whose eyes were wide open. A low growl escaped the maw of Galathox, his body moving slightly forward, and Castoris smiled widely at the sight of his beautiful dragon despite having seen him yesterday. Come, Galathox. Castoris said as he stretched out his hand, and Galathox moved forward, his head rising and then falling until his snout met his hand, and Castoris brought up his second arm, which he used to scratch a particular spot under Galathox's chin, and his dragon let off a half growl, half purr at the act. We'll fly later today, to hunt. And the half growl became a low growl, and Castoris could feel the satisfaction from his dragon. One thing all of the dragons had in common, as far as he and his siblings were concerned, was that their dragons loved to hunt with them. Probably because none of them could feel anything other than total excitement as the dragons dove towards the sea and caught prey with their claws. Light poured in and Castoris looked towards it, and saw the gates that lead to the walled field outside open ever more, and Castoris sighed slightly before he turned back towards his dragon. I will be back soon. Castoris promised as he patted his dragon's snout, and after spending a bit more time with Galathox, did he finally leave. A little while later, Castoris rode towards the Stally docklands atop of his brown steed, where he could see over a dozen galleons and the few new Corinthian carracks moored at the wharf. It wasn't much longer before he and his guards arrived at the docklands, and, after unhorsing himself, he made his way towards the entrance where, just beyond, he could see piles of wooden boxes that contained all sorts of goods and supplies. Castoris sent his gaze towards further inland, where he could see the greater royal shipyard, which had a ring of water around it, large enough for a galleon to be towed on, with a large square area of water surrounded by land. Thousands of laborers had dug a channel in an area that was below the water level of the river, flooding the area, before it was dammed off. Then he and his siblings had boiled off the water trapped in the area before the laborers built up earth on specific areas around 50 feet tall at differing thicknesses depending on the design of the shipyard, after which wooden piles had been driven into those areas, tightly, before they were built upon with wooden structures before sweeping the areas with granite gravel preceding the laying of concrete on top of it. After that the dam was destroyed, flooding the area once more, creating a bowl-like shape, or at least the beginning of it once the buildings were finished, resembling much of Father's design, although no ships would be built in segments, instead would allow half a dozen ships to be built at the same time, or to different stages. It wasn't long before men approached, who seemed to be at a quick pace. As they neared, Castoris could see that it was a few of the guards along with the workers. Normally there wouldn't be guards posted, but with the outsiders, it was necessary. Your Grace, the men said as they bowed their heads, and Castoris made a gesture for them to stand tall. Have no worry. I'm only here to see how we're progressing and if there must be anything that needs to be done to make sure we leave on time. He'd already sent word before of his pending arrival this day. I see, Your Grace. Well, one of the men named Loris, one of the senior shipbuilders working at the docks, began to explain what the situation was. More or less the supplies provisioned for this shipment for the settlement were on board or scheduled to be on board over the next few days. Most of the supplies were practical. Practical supplies like ropes, hammers, nails, medicinal plants, cloth and clothes, and so on, which were items that took time to portion away for the purpose of Galesia. Most of the necessities, such as many tons of foodstuffs, which consisted almost completely of grain and imported rice that had been purchased over several years and stored at Velos, and tons of pre-cut stones and wooden planks, had already been delivered to Draconis, where there were already a few buildings standing. The laborers that were coming with them had also worked to build a few hundred homes, most of whom had years of experience of building on Ilamaris. Castoris continued to speak with the men for some time, and though it was not necessary for him to be physically present, he'd taken his father's approach in dealing with people, giving matters a personal touch. He took stock of where things were, and he spoke with the captains too. Foremost, the trip to Draconis was still new, with most of the captains and second officers only having been on the route to the Targaryen Islands, the Summer Isles, Velos, or Astapor. Only 2 of the captains and their crews had deep familiarity of the waters around them, having been used to chart the waters surrounding them. Half of the galleons, and the rest of the carracks that had been built on Ilamaris, would be assigned permanently to Ilamaris and the islands, ferrying people and goods from one place to another. The ships would also be ferrying the expeditionary cartographers across all of the isles that surrounded Ilamaris and Draconis, especially the Biarisian Islands and Bajmayanis, which they only had limited information about, now that they had men spare to send to the northern islands after most of the northwestern and southwestern halves of Ilamaris were largely mapped out. And with Valar often out flying for days on end in the south, they'd sooner rather than later will also gain the same understanding, at least in terms of locations, landmarks, and constituencies of the lands. Castoris continued to speak with the men and the captains for some time yet, despite long having concluding there were no issues or causes of delay, before he left, making his way back towards Ilamaris, which he gazed upon with a long, considering look. It won't be long now. Father's assignment of Galesia to him was as much a gift as it was a necessity. Ilamaris was a huge land, a land that would take centuries to form villages, towns, and cities, even at the accelerated rates of migration that they were likely going to accept, and that meant that the other isles could go a long time without having much of a presence of their people, which would be a shame. Especially with how well suited they were, especially the Biarisian Islands and of course Draconis. The warmer weather and plenty supply of water would make these lands great places to grow spices, fruits, and more. Of course, Castoris thought to himself, there was also the naval advantages of having more ports and shipyards in the nearly closed-out sea, closing a major threat that could come up the river to the capital, which was another reason why father, which Castoris agreed with, thought necessary to start building on Draconis. The dangers of their kin in West Eros, whilst negligible, even at the onset of their Endel vassals' growing disliking of his family, couldn't be guaranteed to always turn inward. Silently Castoris was rather relieved that their teeth were aimed at their own necks instead towards Ilamaris. It was rather fortunate, Truly, that father's elder brother was Uncle Viserys, who sought peace above and beyond most others, which was not what his grandsire Jaehaerys would have likely done, or most other Targaryens, from what he could understand from parents. And in terms of gift, the opportunity to administrate completely alone with Brennii, with the help of a few administrators, was a golden opportunity for him to improve his ruling and his management of a new settlement. And one day, I shall do the same with mine own sons. Casterys thought to himself, a small smile forming on his face as he thought about the endless opportunities that would arise, something he doubted would stop for many generations to come. There will be many Targaryens who shall do what his father did, and what he will do. Build. Break. Mid to late 123 AC King's Landing. Aegon Targaryen, son of Viserys IPOV. Aegon's body tightened, his hand gripping tightly on the sheets as he grunted, a feeling of pleasure rifling through him as he unloaded himself into the whore's cunt. Aegon breathed out as he threw himself onto the side of the bed, a well-pleased look on his face. Gods, he loved fucking when drunk. He could always last twice as long then, and enjoy the warmness of tight cunts around his cock. I am pleased I pleased you, my prince. The dainty voice of the whore beside him said, and he felt her fingers circle around his nipple and he shivered in delight at the touch, making him look towards her. She was brown-haired, a chestnut color, with green eyes. Her face was slender with high cheekbones that framed her face lovely. A beautiful girl. A familiar girl, though why she was familiar, he could not tell. All he knew was that he wanted her more than the others. Though he wanted her no more now that he's fucked out, and Aegon grunted as he forced away her hand from his nipple. Disturb me no more. Aegon muttered as he closed his eyes. He'd sleep off his drunkenness here before he left in the morn. His mother knew where he was through his guards outside at the door and he'd rather deal with her in the morning, when his head was pounding too hard for him to hear a word she says. What does it feel like? What did I tell you, whore? Aegon opened his eyes, his head turning towards her with some anger in his eyes. Fuck off and come back in the morning. She seemed unfazed by his anger and continued to speak. To ride your dragon. Aegon was momentarily surprised before he laughed haltingly, almost descending in a childish giggle. Does it? Aegon said with highly amused mocking in his tone of voice. Feel like freedom? Aegon said as he looked towards her cunt before he met her gaze again. She smiles coyly at him. Not that dragon. I speak of your dragon. The great dream fire. How does it feel to rise above the clouds, to see the world like few other but your kind have seen it for hundreds of years? Aegon pauses at that, eyeing her curiously with no small amount of confusion. This was new. Aegon found himself losing his tiredness. You speak eloquently for a whore. Aegon stated amusedly, his head fully turning to face her. You can put your mouth to better use if you have wished to exercise it. There'll be time for that later. The whore says before her hand slowly makes its way down towards his cock. After a while longer. No. Now. Suck it. Aegon said as he stares at her long and hard and he watches her eyes widen slightly and he thought he could see a bit of fear in them before they made way for teasing as a sly smirk made its way on her face. I will, and will do more if you tell me what it is like. The whore said, the last word said with a lilt of song in it as she leans forward and licks his ear, something that causes his cock to jump. What more? Aegon asks, surprised as he is by the arousal. She leans away and smirks at him and Aegon snorted at the look before he forced her hand away from his cock. I could have you whipped for denying your prince. There was no heat in his voice, and no anger, and that surprised more than her playful defiance of him. You could. The whore agreed yet the smirk remained on her face and Aegon truly wonders why he hasn't gotten angry at the whore for her disrespect. He'd gotten angry for less. Much less. Usually because Aemond was being a surly prick or his mother a. Why do you even want to know? Aegon asks, unsure as he was why he was even asking. This makes the whore pause for a moment. I have only seen the dragons up high, when they pass over the city but I have always wondered, how does it feel? To fly amongst dragons and birds, to be able to go everywhere you wished. Aegon stared at her for a long, watching her look away into the distance and he broke himself out of the haze, the drunken haze and he found himself speaking without knowing why. It feels amazing. Aegon says and he sees her look at him with a look of surprise. Aegon continues. Flying with Dreamfire, there is nothing better than it. More than the act of flying itself, it was flying with Dreamfire that he was speaking of. None understood him like Dreamfire did. None made him happy like Dreamfire did. Without her, Aegon did not think he'd enjoy flying half as much. Aegon looked at her with a mocking leer. I suspect it is as good as when you ride on my cock. She laughs and it wasn't a mocking laugh, but a laugh that seemed genuine despite his words, despite his acts and it leaves him feeling confused, again. I wouldn't know, I have only ridden your dragon. There was teasing in her voice. Not the kind he did with Aemond, or Helena, but a teasing nonetheless. If you want, I could introduce you to my dream fire. Aegon suggests, and he finds himself enjoying catching her in a surprise, and he pounces further on it. I have never seen her eat a human. I wonder if she'd taste my seed once she chews on your flesh. Aegon said, cruelness seeping into his words though he meant very little of it as he watched her react. She stopped for a moment but before he could even react to that slight pause, she took on a considering look as she spoke. Do dragons have that much of a sensitive tongue? Is that why they burn their food? What? Aegon said, taken aback, though it did not last as he looked at her as if she was a fool. No, no. That is not the reason they burn their food. Aegon said annoyed before he moved to stand up though her words stopped him from moving. If you had the choice, would you want to fly away, never to come back? The words were said quietly, softly, and Aegon turned to look at her and again he saw that she was genuinely curious about his answer. Somehow, he found himself speaking. Why are you asking this? Aegon caught himself and added instead of sucking my cock. He posed with a smirk that he felt didn't look right on his face, despite his attempts. Because I think you like someone wanting to hear what you think. What you really think. The whore said and he stiffened at those words, though as she began to crawl towards him, he found himself staring at her arse as she neared. She stood on her knees, their faces now at the same height, and she leaned towards the side of his face and whispered what you really want. Tell me, Prince Aegon, have you thought about flying away? He could feel her breathe on his ear and then he felt her hand on his cock. Sometimes Aegon said with a shudder in his voice as she worked his cock, kisses trailing down from his ear, to his neck. He'd often thought about it. To leave with Dreamfire and never return. Away from his father who never cared for him. Away from his sister, who hated him and would rather see him dead. Away from his mother, who wanted him to take something that his father had no wish for him to have, that Aegon had no wish to take. Why haven't you, Prince Aegon? The whore whispered and Aegon shuddered before her lips sucked on his nipple. Why haven't you gone where no one has been before, seen what no one has before, lands mysterious? You're always welcome in my family on Illymaris, Mini-Me. You and Dreamfire. The offer is for you and anyone else you wish to bring, whenever you want. Promise me you will remember this. This is for you and only you. The words of his uncle haunted his mind, and Aegon snapped out of his thoughts, snapping away from thoughts he couldn't forget and he wrapped his hand around her neck. Enough. Aegon growled and her panicked face caused something inside of him to roar its ugly head but Aegon silenced it, killed it, and he pushed her away on the bed. You've spoken too much for a whore, and whores are only good for fucking. Aegon said before he perched himself on top of her, his hand going towards his cock. Why dream of dragons when there is one here right in front of you? Aegon said before he pushed himself in her, and he let a delighted smile form on his face, even though he felt nothing of that delight within him. The next morn. Aegon barely recalled the steps he took back to the Red Keep, his body moving on its own towards his bed, and not long after he arrived at his royal apartment, separate from that of Helena and their twins, before he could fall upon his bed and sleep the day away, the doors to his apartment opened, and his harsh words died on his tongue when he saw who it was, and he only let off a groan at the sight of her. Where have you been? His mother demanded as she rushed towards him with that same angry of hers that she showed only in private whenever they were alone. Aegon scoffed. You know where I've been. Aegon said with a roll of his eyes and he moved past her, towards his bed but he felt his mother grab hold of his arm and he was pulled towards her, and before he knew it, he was grabbing hold of his face after his mother had stricken him. You fool boy! His mother said with bitter harshness in her voice, and Aegon looked away from her angry green eyes. For all that I do for you, you keep doing. Aegon clenched his fists but he did not look up at her. His mother sighed long-sufferingly before she spoke. A bath has been drawn for you and you will take it. You reek and it is unbefitting of you. His mother said, firmness in her voice. You shall wear the green garments that shall be lain for you to wear before we depart at noon. Aegon blinked. Depart? Where? Aegon asked confused and Alicent looked at him as if he one of Helena's bugs. To Driftmark. Lady Lena lost one of her twins and your father, despite my protests that he was too ill to travel, has decided to take all of us to Driftmark to offer our condolences. Why? Aegon asked baffled. What made Lena Velaryon special? Many women lost children on the woman's bed. Because your sister is going and your father decided it should be all of you too. His mother said and Aegon snorted. Of course that was the reason. Now go. His mother almost hissed as she pulled at him, towards the direction of the door and Aegon, despite his urges to tell her to fuck off, did as ordered. As he always did. And he hated himself for it. Chapter 44. Ah. I can't believe a single deleted thing is causing such havoc on chapters. I've corrected it now, I think. If not, let me know. Thank you. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 123 AC drift mark. Rennis POV. Rennis rose to her feet when the doors to her daughter's chambers opened, her fretfulness fading away in an instant, leaving behind her husband who took to stand vigil with her when she resisted to move from outside the doors. Does she live? Were the first words out of her mouth, words she simultaneously dreaded and hoped an answer for, as she looked at the red-faced Bravasi healer with worry and barely constrained desperation. She lives. The aged man confirmed, and Rennis closed her eyes whilst her body, which she realized had been coiled up tightly, relaxed as desperate relief threatened to overcome her. The bleeding stopped. Corlys asked, grave in tone of voice. Lena's labor had been hard. Harder than the last 2 when it should have been easier. But it seemed fate had different wants of her daughter. The first child came easily, however it was the second child that had nearly killed her daughter. The child had been stuck in the womb, and in the attempt of the birthing, something had happened that caused Lena to bleed profusely. It was then that the healers had intervened and cast everyone out so that they could focus on saving Lena from dying from the loss of blood and whatever tear that had been made inside of her. The bleeding has been stopped. The healer confirmed tiredly before he continued. However, it does not mean that Lady Lena is safe. The healer said carefully. We had to give her ample poppy before we could cut into her and stop the bleeding, and it has left her likely far too little blood. The healer looked at them both before he spoke again, this time even more carefully. She will take many moons to recover, but even then, she may not be the same again. What does that mean? Corlys demanded. The level of his voice was quiet, but there was no denying there was angry worry there. The conditions that cause the bleeding during childbirth, such as that of Lady Lena, are rare, but they are known. The healer said calmly but still carefully. The tearing inside of the womb because of the child's irregular position often makes irreparable damage to the womb. 7 out of 10 women typically die before the bleeding can be stopped. The healer said. But you have stopped it, have you not? Rennis asked, the terror she felt forced down as she peered at the man. The healer inclined his head. We believe so. You believe so? Corlys snarled as he approached the healer. We will need to monitor her for at least a day to be sure of it. The healer admitted. It is amongst the most difficult of operations known in Bravus. The healer said before he looked at Rennis before he looked at Corlys. We can be as sure as we can that we have quelled the bleeding, but that won't be the rest of it. The healer took a deep breath before he continued. She will likely be unable to have any more children after this. The damage to her womb is too severe. If, somehow by the gods, she does become pregnant, she must terminate as soon as symptoms of being with child are found. The healer warned, though for Rennis, she did not need it to have been said. Lena would not endanger herself like this again, and she looked at Corlys with a sharp look on her face. When Corlys met her gaze, having calmed down, she could see in his eyes that he would cease requesting Lena of trying for more children. It was how all of this started in the first place. Whilst Corwin had largely recovered well and was growing into a strong boy, he was still the only male heir in the line of succession for Corlys. Lena made it clear he will be unable to sire a child, despite swearing that he'd tried. Corlys had been insistent that Lena at least try for one more son after Jocelyn. No more, she vowed. Thank you, Healer Arano. Rennis said with true gratefulness in her tone of voice. If it was not for you and your aids, I would have lost my daughter this day. That much she could readily and easily admit. She did not think there were many maesters capable of saving her daughter, and she did not believe Driftmark would have had that particular maester serving them. Yes, know that your service to my house shall be rewarded handsomely. Corlys said gruffly before he continued. Is Lena decent enough to come see her? She is. We have replaced the bedding also. Healer Arano said, and Rennis swiveled her head towards one of the guards. Have the maids come and take the bedding. She ordered, and the guard bowed before he left to do just that, and it was a moment later that she walked into Lena's room with her husband. When will she wake? Rennis found herself asking. On her own? Perhaps a full day at the most. However, I would prefer her sleeping for at least a few days, my princess. The body heals faster when it is at rest. Arano looked at her knowingly. Body and mind. Rennis sighed but nodded wearily. Once Lena learns that the second twin boy died a mere few hours after his birth. Thank you, Arano. Rennis placed her hand on her daughter's forehead, her head aching at how cold she felt. We would like to be with our daughter. Alone. Rennis said quietly, a glance sent towards her husband, who looked stoically at their daughter. Of course, my princess. We will be just outside. Arano said before he rounded up his acolytes, leaving her alone with Corlys and Lena. Oh Lena. Rennis said tiredly as she brushed her thumb across her daughter's forehead. To see her strong and willful daughter so beaten. She can't do this again. Rennis said quietly, without looking away from Lena. She heard Corlys take in a breath, which to her ears sounded shudderingly, before he spoke up. This is her last. Corlys agreed and Rennis looked at her husband and she saw him look at Lena with a complicated look. She still lives. She will continue to live. Rennis said as she saw the look on his face. She knew her husband. She knew that look. She is strong. Corlys agreed as he peeled his look away from Lena and met her gaze and he grimaced. I shouldn't have pushed her. There was sorrow in his voice. Oh. Rennis said with a shake of the head. Lena wouldn't have agreed if she had not wanted to. Willful as she was, as emboldened as she was as the rider of the mighty Viagar, Lena would not find herself bend if she did not want to bend. Corlys chuckled lowly, in that low baritone of his that she liked hearing. True enough. Corlys sighed heavily. The gods have had mercy at least in saving one of the boys. Corlys murmured and Rennis couldn't help but agree. Losing both of the twins. Rennis trailed off. As strong as Lena was, she didn't think Lena would have dealt well with that. Not at all. They had to hope the boy was strong enough to live. There were no issues, as far she could tell, the boy's cries had hinted at that, but one could never. Will you go see how the boy is? Rennis asked as she glanced at her husband and Corlys nodded stiffly before he stood up and left. It was some time later that Corlys returned and he returned not alone. Mother! Jocelyn cried as she rushed forward on the side of the bed where Rennis was and Rennis was quick to stop the 4-year-old from trying to get on the bed. Jocelyn! Rennis' tone of voice was as firm as the hold on her granddaughter's shoulder, the girl's whimpering cry making it not easy. Calm down. The young girl sniffed as she looked at Rennis with the same eyes Lena had inherited from Corlys. What's wrong with mother? She's sick. The girl whimpered. Yes. She's very sick. She needs to rest. So you have be very quiet. Rennis said carefully, intently, and the young girl, much to Rennis' relief, the girl quieted down and Rennis lifted up the girl and placed her on her lap. Durin and Corwin then arrived by the other side of Lena's bed, worry etched on both father and son's face. I don't like seeing mother like this. Corwin stated quietly and Durin placed his hand on his son's shoulder, his face clouded with guilty concern. Neither do I. But your mother is strong. Very strong. She will recover. Your father is right. Your mother is the rider of the mighty Viagar. It will take more than this to take her away from us. Corlys said as he also arrived by Lena's bed and Rennis swept her gaze across. Looking at Corlys, at Corwin. Durin. Her hands tightened around Jocelyn. Lena. And despite the situation, Rennis couldn't help but smile a little. At the sight of her family. A day later. You shouldn't have sent a raven to Rhaenyra. Rennis snapped at Durin as her hand tightened around the letter from King's Landing. Mother. Lena began as she winced as she sat up. You shouldn't move. Corlys warned but an exasperated look was all the answer they got from Lena. Durin has done exactly what I wanted. Rhaenyra is my friend. Lena said and Rennis rolled her eyes at her daughter. Lena continued. None of us could have expected the king to do what he's doing. Rhaenyra. Rennis grabbed the bridge of her nose as she looked exasperatedly at Lena. Viserys coming isn't solely because of a funeral. Rennis said darkly and she ignored the look she received from Lena as she looked towards Corlys who seemed contemplative. Rennis didn't like it. She knew what look was. It's a great honor the king's coming to Lucerys' funeral. Durin said. And you cannot deny that the king doing so despite being as ill as he is means much more. It would if it did not mean that he's coming because Rhaenyra requested it so and you all know what Rhaenyra desires from us. Rennis said with a dark look. We have Viagar. We have Malays. Sees Smoke. With Vermithor and Silverwing, mother, there is not to worry. Lena said tiredly and as much as Rennis hated admitting it, it was a good argument. They clearly had the upper hand. Whilst the Greens had Dreamfire, somewhat equal to Silverwing, that was all they had. Whilst Agarax, Jaehaerys' dragon, Tessarion, Durin's dragon, and Summer, Helena's dragon, were fast-growing and much larger than the young dragons of Rhaenyra's 2 of her 3 children, they were incomparable to the 5 mentioned by her daughter. Lena continued. And who else is Jocelyn going to marry? That is worthy of her. Lena asked Rennis, deadly serious. One of the half-Hightowers? Never. Corlys was quick to say, irritation on his face. I will never throw my weight behind Otto Hightower's progeny. Corlys then looked at Rennis, his expression softening. We will do what we have done until now. We wait. Rennis knew what Corlys meant. To wait until they got everything they wanted and more. Allowances that would make Driftmark richer. Stronger. Allowances that permitted them to expand House Velaryon properly into the stepstones with the backing of the Iron Throne. An Iron Throne that had a Velaryon queen in Jocelyn. Enough. Lena's weak voice cut through the room. I do not want to speak about this anymore. What is done is done. Lena said tiredly as she closed her eyes, her hands tightening around the bundle that was the sleeping Corlys the younger. I can wait another day to put Lucerys at rest. Lena's voice wavered and Rennis sighed at that. Lena's eyes opened, red-rimmed. As my husband says, it is an honor the king grants us. Has the letter been sent? Whilst they did not have a maester, they did find someone who knew the secret art of the ravens after years of searching. It has. Durin confirmed as he glanced at Corlys before he looked at Lena. Then it is done. We wait until the king's here. A day later. Rennis stood by Lena's side as the barge that had the little bundle was pushed out to sea, in accordance with Valyrian's traditions. It's unfair. Lena whispered and Rennis moved to speak, but she found herself stopping when she saw that Lena was clinging onto Durin's hand, her words not intended for Rennis. It is. She barely heard Durin say, and Rennis looked away, her eyes tingling, and she watched the barge drift away into the sea, where countless of Valyrians had crossing into the arms of the gods. Yes, it's unfair. Rennis thought to herself. A little later. After the ceremony, and after dinner was had, as expected, Viserys had requested that they meet to discuss. And so, she found herself in a room with Viserys, Rhaenyra, Baelon, Corlys, Lena and Durin, discussing the very thing she did not want to discuss. She knew that neutrality was an impossibility. The lines were being drawn all across Westeros, and she knew that more were waiting until there were changes in the favor of the Greens. Gods knew that she could see the worry in Alicent's eyes as she gazed upon Rennis family's dragons, and those of Rhaenyra and Baelon. And in the darkest of minds, she couldn't help but wonder how much the Hightowers hated that they got rid of their maesters, thus got rid of their assassins. She'd had been skeptical before, when Aegon had told them in private that he'd had visions of grey rats clawing at bellies of dragons. How he'd looked for proof but found nothing, and yet had to tell them to make sure they were at least aware of the possibility. Rennis had doubted, as had Corlys, but they couldn't let the chance go, so they quietly had the maester and his acolytes investigated, and whilst they found no proof of wrongdoing, they did discover the maester was sending ravens without their permission. That was enough for Corlys to question the maester, and when Corlys found their answers insufficient, did he have the maester further questioned. The maester had died under the questioning, and they discovered that the maester did inform the citadel on House Valyrian, where the maester admitted likely ended up in the hands of the Hightowers. The maester said that he had not done anything to poison Lena or Rennis, and he'd never do anything like that, but enough had been enough. Rennis had admittedly wondered if the maester's predecessor, who had taken over not long after Laener's birth, had done something to shrivel her womb, as she found it difficult to get pregnant after Laener. She found it unlikely, as she had no more wish to go through another difficult pregnancy, but she couldn't help but wonder. Corlys had arranged the maester's death and sent the acolytes, which had been kept unawares, away back to the citadel. They'd declined any further maester to come to Driftmark, as was their right. If the Ironborn could resist, then so could they. Corlys had then spent significant amount of resources in sourcing out any more traitors in their household, and they had to get rid of more than 24 servants, whom couldn't be confirmed to be trustworthy. After that, Corlys had made sure no enemy was in their midst, hiring Bravasi and Pentoshi healers that had no reason to be enemy with their family, whilst also arranging for their families to live comfortably on Driftmark. It was clear, nonetheless, that Hightower was actively an enemy of their house. And an enemy that sought the death of her daughter because of Viagar. That the Greens had come with their entire brood, including dragonless Aemond, was no surprise. Rennis eyed Rhaenyra for a moment. She also knew that it was the same reason why Daemon the Younger had not been given a dragon egg in the crib. Caraxes. The only thing that made Rhaenyra hesitant in having her son claim the dragon was the fact that Dragon was a highly temperamental one that had killed several dragon keepers after Daemon's death, and one more years after. To throw a boy at that dragon was not something Rhaenyra or Baelon could dare. And if the word was true, that Aemond had been rejected by Caraxes, they then had time to let the boy grow. I do not see why you are so hesitant in betrothing young Jocelyn to Daemon. Viserys remarked in a slow and tired way as he slumped in his chair. Viserys had the look of death about him. His skin, his face, was scarred. Clumps of hair was all that he had left. It was a terrible sight. The journey itself too did not help, Rennis had no doubt. To think that peace is dependent on his living. Rennis thought to herself. We are not hesitant. Corlys spoke up, speaking for House Valyrian as he was. Corlys leaned back in his chair. We simply have been here before. The idea of Queen dangled in front of us. Corlys grabbed Rennis' hand. First, it had been my wife, who by all rights should have been queen. Rennis looked sharply at Corlys, who ignored her look. Rennis looked at Viserys, who grew stormy despite his ugly and sick visage. Corlys continued. Then it was my daughter, whose bloodline was impeccable and ordinarily would have been queen, in accordance to the closeness of our families. Father. Lena began, but Corlys raised his hand. I understand that matters have worked out well. Durin is a fine good son. Corlys said with a nod to Durin, who sat there stoically and nodded stiffly. However, you can understand my hesitation in joining our houses given the spurning my house and my family has received from you, and from your predecessor. Corlys gestured with his hand. Who is to say that you may not spurn it once more just so you can secure our Corlys trailed off and grew silent, and at this Viserys straightened up in his seat, his eyes narrowing. The words were unsaid but the message was clear. Loyalty. And what will you do to earn ours? Rhaenyra placed a hand on her father's hand and the two exchanged a silent look before they looked to Corlys again, seriousness etched in their faces. It seemed they'd get enough. Everything Corlys wanted. Which she knew was just about enough. The sudden opening of the doors startled her. What is the meaning of this? Corlys bellowed as he rose from his seat, and the Velaryon royal guards and the two king's guards stopped in their steps. My lord. The Velaryon guards bowed. There has been an incident with the princes and young Lord Corwin. Rhaenys' eyes widened as she got up, later than both Durin and Baelon, who practically ran out the doors. Laena, still walking difficultly, following their steps. What incident? Corlys asked after he snapped out of his shock. Yes, what incident? Viserys coughed and held onto Rhaenyra's hand, stopping her from leaving. Rhaenyra. Prince Aemond has been claimed to have attacked Prince Daemon, and Corwin. One of the king's guard said carefully, and Rhaenys flared her nostrils as she glanced at Viserys, who coughed some more, and after she met the gaze of Rhaenyra, who looked hatefully angry, she hastily walked towards the doors. Where are they? The training yard, my lady. Prince Baelon and Sir Criston have drawn swords. Rhaenys did not wait much longer before she left the room, and she could not recall how long it took to get to the training yard, only that she neared to the sound of steel and the sight of Baelon fighting with the king's guard Criston Cole. Sheath your swords, or I have shall you be made to sheath your swords. Corlys bellowed angrily as he arrived at the training yard, and the Velaryon guards stepped closer, the sounds of their steel swords unsheathing an ominous sound. But it seemed as if the words did little to get through to both men, even if the men stopped attacking each other, with Criston Cole's face looking on as much as Baelon was looking on Cole hatefully. Sir Criston. Alicent's shriek of the voice cut through the chamber. Cease this now. At this Cole seemed to remember where he was, and he stepped back, though his sword pointed squarely at Baelon. I will have your head for this, traitor. Baelon growled as he sheathed his sword. I was defending a prince of the blood, was Cole's response, and it was insolent, though it compared not to the words next. Even if it was from another prince. This was enough to enrage Baelon again, but after a signal from Corlys to the guards, the Velaryon guards positioned themselves between Cole and Baelon. Rhaenys had the mind again to look for Corwin, and she found him being looked over by Laena whilst Durin stared daggers away somewhere. She followed his gaze, and she saw Alicent by her son with a bloody cloth, with Jaehaerys and Durin standing protectively by their mother next to their uncle Gwaine. Aegon the younger was not far, but he seemed to be taking enjoyment in all of it, drunk as he was. Rhaenys shook the thoughts away and went towards Corwin and concernedly asked, is he harmed? Bruce. Laena said with anger in her voice. I'm fine. Corwin squirmed under his mother's hands. I stopped Aemond from really hurting Daemon. Rhaenys narrowed her eyes at that. What does that mean, Corwin? Why would Prince Aemond want to hurt Prince Daemon? What happened? At this questioning, Corwin grew angry but also somewhat shamed. Corwin. Answer. Now. Durin demanded. We wanted to train. But when we got there was only Aemond. Corwin looked down at his feet. He was training by himself. We didn't say anything to each other. At first. Me and Daemon were training together, but then Daemon beat me, and then Daemon boasted saying that he'd become a great knight, like his father, but then Aemond started talking for no reason and mocked him, saying he'd be more like his grandfather Daemon, a bad knight. Rhaenys exchanged looks with Laena and then Corlys before she looked towards the crowd of people that surrounded Aemond. Why did you leave the feast? Laena demanded to know. And where were the guards? Corwin looked ashamed. We, kind of escaped. We just wanted to train. Daemon said that he learnt lots and that he got a lot better. I said I was better, and then we just wanted to know who was really better. Continue. Corlys demanded after a few moments of silence, and the look she'd seen on his face told him enough that the guards would answer for this. Corwin continued. Daemon got angry and said that it is a lie. Aemond said it was true, but then Daemon said that he wouldn't listen to a lying dragonless Targaryen, and this got Aemond really angry. Corwin shuffled a little. I also said some things too. To help Daemon. Rhaenys sighed tiredly, and she got to see Rhaenyra coming in, though without Viserys. What did your foul boy do to my son? Rhaenyra hissed out as she glared angrily at Alicent whilst she walked over to Daemon. She took her son's face into her hands and looked him over. Daemon had a bloody nose and a large bruise on his face too. Your husband tried to kill my Aemond. Alicent shrieked back as she got to her feet, the same hate shining in her eyes. He broke Aemond's jaw and was going to kill him. He would not. Quiet. The loud command of Viserys silenced the entire room as he was wheeled in by the royal guards. Viserys then descended into a harsh coughing fit, and one of the acolytes approached Viserys. I'm fine. Viserys said as he weakly waved away the acolyte, and the guards brought him into the middle of the yard. What happened? Both Rhaenyra and Alicent talked over each other, and Viserys was forced to shout again, silencing both. Your Grace. Sir Kristen Cole stepped forward, his head bowed. I followed Prince Baelon when he noticed that neither Daemon or Aemond were present at the feast anymore. But when I arrived, I came to witness Prince Baelon striking the young Prince Aemond hard with fist. Cole then looked at Baelon with venom. I feared for the young prince's life, so I moved in defense of him. He tried to kill your son. Alicent cried out as she held her 3 and 10 named son closely into her arms. Spare us your dramatics. Baelon growled as he glared at Alicent. I had no intentions of killing the boy. Baelon turned his gaze to Viserys. I came upon Aemond wielding a dagger and moving towards my son, who was on the ground with a bloodied nose. As Baelon had spoken, his tone of voice descending into a deep growl the further he spoke. I merely got him away from my son, even if it was a bit heavy-handed. You broke his jaw. Alicent shrieked. A light punishment for one who tried to kill the second in line to the throne. Baelon rebuked, and before anyone could speak any further, Viserys interjected. Aemond. Viserys weakly spoke up, though there was little weakness in Viserys' gaze. Is it true? No. Aemond shook his head, his words said with difficulty. I only wanted to scare them. Liar. You lie like you lied about grandfather. You wanted to kill me. You said so. Daemon cried out. What lies? Viserys asked, and the question took Rhaenys by surprise. He said that grandfather Daemon deserved to die because he was a bad knight, and that I too will be unworthy to be a knight. He also said bad things about Corwyn's mother too, that she deserved to die and that mother was a thief. Daemon all but yelled out, and when he finished, there was a deafening silence. One that was broken by Aemond. Hell lies. He said in defense of himself, and he was the very visage of being afraid. Not surprising, as he was beset with looks of ire and anger from everyone save from his own brothers, mother, and uncle. And Cole. Alicent approached. He's just a boy who doesn't know what he is saying. The nervousness belied her words. Aemond, is what Daemon is saying true? Viserys asked directly to Aemond. No. Do not lie to me. Is it true? Viserys snapped at Aemond, who got angry at the words. TTHEYSSSAIW was NNOTRR real TT Targaryen. Aemond said with hurtful shame in his voice, and Rhaenys winced a little at the depth of the shame that was in the boy's voice, a reaction of hers that surprised her. You let yourself be angered by some meaningless words? By a 7-named-old boy. Viserys dripped with terrible disappointment. Baelon tried TTOKKLM me. Aemond yelled in desperation as he pointed to his broken jaw. He did not. Else you would be dead, boy. I see he's done nothing wrong. Viserys said with real anger in his tone of voice, and Aemond reared back in shock and betrayal. I only teacheried to scare him. Aemond said, shocked and upset. Viserys shook his head. You tried to scare a boy half your age with a dagger. A dagger. A foolish thing to do. Even if you had no intent on using it. What were you thinking? Viserys said with disappointment and anger in his voice. Viserys. Alicent exclaimed, shock. Baelon broke his jaw. His jaw. And had Sir Kristen Cole not intervened, Viserys raised his hand. Aemond broke Daemon's nose in their childish argument and threatened Daemon with a dagger. Viserys said with anger in his voice, and it silenced Alicent for a moment. What about Baelon's punishment? What of my punishment? Baelon repeated dangerously as his hand rested on Dark Sister. Pray tell, Queen Alicent. What is it that you want to levy on me? Baelon. Viserys warned before he sighed heavily. There is nothing to punish. Viserys said before he looked at Alicent intently. Or do you want me to consider this to be anything more than a mistaken squabble between children, even if our son should know better at age 3 and 10? Viserys said with no small amount of anger in his tone of voice. And as such must consider his attack on his nephew, second in line, and his treasonous and insulting words. Viserys in a low dangerous tone. Alicent said nothing, even if she looked angry and no little amount of fearful. Viserys shook his head. We are a family. What have we come to when uncle harms nephew and cousin harms cousin? Viserys said with tired despair before he shook his head again and looked at Cole. And you? Cole straightened upward. Your Grace. I take full responsibility if you seek to punish me for defending what I saw as a threat to one of the princes of the blood. Viserys looked at Cole before he shook his head again and looked at the acolytes. Is his jaw the only part that has been hurt? The jaw has been broken, Your Grace. It will take many moons for it to be healed. The acolyte explained. Then he is well enough to travel. He is, Your Grace. Viserys. Alicent tried, and Viserys glared at her to be silent. And she remained silent. Sir Kristen. You shall take Aemond and return him to King's Landing this very eve. Viserys ordered and spoke again before Alicent undoubtedly would request to return too. Only Aemond shall return. The rest shall remain here with the rest of our family. This is my command, and I shall not be disobeyed. Viserys said before he heaved tiredly and signalled his guards. Take me back to my quarters. I shall rest for the night. But Viserys did not leave without saying one more thing. Let it be known that any more incidents shall incur my wrath. We are family, act like it. Few had the appetite to return to the feast or elsewhere after that, and instead, Corlys had their family turn in for the night, though she did not leave without asking Corwin a few more questions, with Corlys and Laena present. Aemon said that Laena was not a Targaryen and didn't deserve to have Viagar. Is that all he said? Rhaenys asked after a few moments of silence. Corwin shifted a little. Corwin. Tell us the truth. Corlys warned. Yes. Corwin confirmed before he looked a little awkwardly. Why did Daemon make it seem as if Aemon said worse things? That I should die. Laena wanted to know. I don't know. Corwin murmured. Laena sighed before she took hold of her son. This is not over. We will speak further on this when we've got no more guests. Laena said in a murmur, and soon enough it was just Corlys and Rhaenys. What a mess. Corlys said, irritated. Mess? Husband, we're past mess. Rhaenys murmured as they walked towards their chambers, the memory of Aemon's betrayed and utterly angry look scarred in her mind. It was only a saving grace that there were no large dragons left for Aemon to claim. Yet she couldn't help but wonder why she still felt a shiver each time she remembered that look of Aemon's. Break. Mid to late 123 AC King's Landing. Aemon POV. Where are you going? The Red Keep's that way, my prince. Sir Criston said as he neared Aemon. To the Dragon Pit. Aemon said, pained, barely able to move his jaw, but there was nothing that could stop him from doing what he wanted. What he had to do. Your father has given me orders to take you to the Red Keep. Sir Criston denied. And no. Aemon clenched his fists as he fought the wave of pain and forced himself to speak clearly. He had to speak clearly. I will. Aemon fought the tears and spoke further. Not be dragonless any longer. Aemon said as he met directly Sir Criston's gaze, and Aemon let his anger and shame and his fury shine through as much as he could. Please. Sir Criston met his gaze and struggled with himself for a long moment before he sighed heavily. Your father is going to have me killed for this. Especially if you are going to do something as foolish I think you probably will do. Sir Criston looked to the heavens before he looked at Aemon again, a trace of a smirk on his face. Your father did say to take you back to King's Landing, you are here now. Aemon, momentarily, smiled before he lost it, and he looked away and made his horse go faster. They arrived at the Dragon Pit and they were greeted by a number of dragon keepers. Prince Aemon. Are you here to claim one of the hatchlings? The dragon keeper was speaking of the 2 eggs that hatched on its own after Jaehaerys and Haera's eggs, which had been of the same clutch Dreamfire had laid. His father said that he could claim one of those dragons, even encouraged him to, but Aemon resisted it all the time. He wasn't meant for those little dragons. He was meant to have Viagar. Or Caraxes. I won't be afraid anymore. I will never afraid again. Aemon vowed violently to himself, and Aemon ignored the dragon keeper before swiftly went towards the steps that led down into the caves of the dragon pit. He passed dragon and dragon keeper as he went further down the pit. He'd been here. Once. When he'd been 10 name days old. Aegon had made fun of him, again, in that nasty way of his, and Aemon, to prove himself, had tried to go into Caraxes' lair. Caraxes was infamous now in their family. Ever since Daemon died, it was said that the dragon had grown terribly aggressive and had to remain chained at all times. In fact, the same chains that bound it before Daemon died had never gone off. And yet, the dragon had killed another dragon keeper in the years since. He had only made it halfway there, barely avoiding the flames that Caraxes had fired into the roof of the cave, and no one believed him that he had not even tried to bond with Caraxes. Especially his father. Why would you even try to claim him, my boy? He's not meant to be yours. He belongs to my grandson, when he's old enough to make the bond. Aemon clenched his fists, so hard that he digging deep into the flesh of his palm, and he silently snarled in anger, hate, and betrayal. That man was no father of his. Baelon tried to kill him. Kill him. He'd seen those eyes of him. He was only one swing away from cutting off his head, and he would have if it wasn't for Sir Criston. Aemon found tears forming at the corner of his eyes, and he angrily swiped at them. He wasn't lying when he said that he really was just trying to scare them. He wasn't an idiot. They were annoying, and yes, they angered him, but their words were never as bad as Aegon's words were, which often were said with laughter. But no one believed him, just as they did not believe him when he'd said that he didn't make the attempt to bond with Caraxes. They'll believe me when I bond with him, not that I will care anymore, Aemon thought angrily to himself. Nor will I care when they grow angry and say that I stole Caraxes. Dragons were not things to be stolen. They belonged to no one specifically. Anyone could bond with a dragon as long as that dragon wanted you. And Aemon was going to make Caraxes want him. Or he will die trying, Aemon thought as he finally reached the pass that led to Caraxes' cave, and he could hear the blood whirm stirring, and Aemon steeled himself as he closed his eyes momentarily before he reopened them, determination shining as he walked further into the dark, nearly lightless cave. Into Caraxes' cave. And as soon as he arrived, he heard Caraxes stir, and Aemon had his breath in his throat at the sight, or rather silhouette of Caraxes. But the moment didn't last when Caraxes opened his maw and an ignition of fire burbled at the ends of his maw. Carax! Calm! Aemon shouted, the pain of his broken jaw stinging badly, but Aemon would not let it defeat him. He would not let Caraxes defeat him. The fires dimmed as the worm-like dragon gazed upon Aemon with poisonous eyes, a terribly deadly growl escaping Caraxes' maw, as if he was but a moment away from snapping forward and rip Aemon apart in his dagger-teethed maw. Calm! Calm, Caraxes! Aemon shouted, and the growls grew heavier, and Aemon clenched his fists tight enough that he felt his palms throb nearly as much as his jaw was. I am not your enemy. Aemon added before he breathed in heavily, and Aemon met Caraxes' eyes fearlessly, and had anyone been able to see this moment, they would have seen a visage, a glimmer, of madness in his eyes, and that it reflected perfectly that same madness as there was in Caraxes' eyes. Obey me and you shall never be chained again. Obey me and you shall burn and kill and eat all of my enemies, our enemies. Aemon snarled out as his fists tightened further, tightening near as tightly as the pain that was tightening around his heart, pain that came from years of mockery, years of slights, years of unanswered debts to collect. None shall ever slight us again, and if they do, it will be the last thing they will ever do. Aemon snarled in a tear-filled rage-fueled shout, and his shouts echoed against the walls of the cave, and Aemon found heavy tears running down his face, and Caraxes closed his maw, a heavy growl coming out of his maw. Obey me, Caraxes, and let us be feared together. Aemon stepped closer to Caraxes, meeting the dangerous dragon's gaze unwaveringly, and Aemon thought an eternity was passing as the dragon remained quiet and still until, finally, Caraxes brought his head down to Aemon, and Aemon stepped closer and placed his hand on Caraxes' snout, causing the dragon to growl lightly but not aggressively, and Aemon felt it, the bond, form. Aemon let off a shuddering gasp, one that broke the look of anger and determination and made him smile blindingly with utter joy and relief. Caraxes pulled his snout away and turned his head sideways, a growl escaping his maw, and Aemon could see what Caraxes wanted. He wanted proof. And Aemon would oblige. Aemon climbed atop of Caraxes and head directly to the chains that were fastened on him. He could see scarring around the scales where the chains were, and he tried to get it off, but the pin was slightly bent. It took him a long time to try to get it off, hitting it with rock after rock, but finally, he did get the pin to budge and finally off of Caraxes. Caraxes let off a deafening roar as the chains fell off, and Aemon scrambled to get himself into the saddle, and he barely managed to do it before Caraxes began to crawl out of his cage. Caraxes! Caraxes is free! He heard the dragon keepers yell as they moved further upwards and out of the cave. There is a rider. It's Prince Aemon. He's claimed Caraxes. Aemon found himself smiling at that acknowledgement, and when they finally reached the exit gates, where were fast being opened, the dragon keepers scrambled away to let them pass. And when they finally reached open skies, Aemon felt every sense of the word when he spoke the word he'd longed, craved and saying for all of his life. Fly. Fly. Break. A History of House Targaryen. The Dance of Dragons. Prelude. Many historians point out that the moment the dance became inevitable was when King Viserys, first of his name, kept Princess Rhaenyra as heir to the Iron Throne even in the wake of King Aegon II's birth to Alicent Hightower. However, it is not as simple as this. Firstly, by the time Aegon II and Helaena had wed, there was only one adult dragon under the Green Banner. Dreamfire, a she-dragon prior to the Dance of the Dragons known as a martial dragon, whilst the Blacks had Vermithor and Silverwing and almost certainly the allegiance of the Velaryons despite their stance having been claimed as neutral prior to the betrothal of Jocelyn Velaryon and Prince Daemon Targaryen. The odds were greatly stacked against the Greens. It was entirely possible that the Dance of the Dragons, at least in the form that it took place, would not have occurred until many years later than it had. However, that changed with the acquisition of Caraxes for the Green Banner by Prince Aemon Targaryen. The odds were no longer insurmountable. Difficult, yes, however it was possible, and it is this that this historian believes to be the true beginning of the events that culminated in the greatest blood-shedding Westeros has seen for centuries, an event that led to critical moments such as Duncan Waters claiming Meleys through an act of great treachery. Some say that the Blacks had overreacted with the claim of Caraxes by Prince Aemon from what is discerned from witness accounts who have claimed that Prince Baelon had gone into a fit of rage over the grievous slight delivered to him and his father. However, it is this historian's belief that the Blacks had only reacted in the manner that was due now. They understood that peace was no longer an option, and so, both sides planned for a war that both sides, those who survived, would later regret. Dragons did not belong to any particular line. Nor had they an appreciation of the son or descendants of their previous line. As so, the Dance of Dragons would teach. Break. Mid to late 123 ACE Ilmaris, the Unfinished Keep. Bartimas Celtigar POV. The long steps towards the top of the large and lone rock of a mountain, a hill he heard described this place, was not adequate of a description given that it was enough the height of a mountain. This side of the river came to draw near an end, and Bartimas picked up his slowed pace, and the strain of it reminded him sharply of his aging. He did not know why Aegon had asked, if Bartimas so wished, though Bartimas had no real reason or ability to refuse, to meet him at the top of this mountain. All questions levied to anyone who may know garnered no answer. Bartimas arrived at the top of the hill, and he couldn't help but stop at the sight of what he was seeing. The area was flat, a stark look compared to the sharp peaks that towered over the flat area, yet that was not what shook him still. Nor was it the piles upon piles of stone that were stacked up some 100 meters towards his west. No. It was the very ground itself. Black stone, fused stone, was the very ground itself. It was not what was surprising, no. He'd seen it at the royal residences. The Dragon Pit, stables, was a huge dome that outsized everything save for the September and the royal residences themselves. My gods! Bartimas murmured as he crouched down and touched the ground, and after confirming that the stone did indeed feel like fused stone, he raised back up, and kept looking around, his gaze ignoring the half-score of guards that were shadowing them. He could not be entirely sure of how large the area was, but he could guess that it was comparable to the likes of the Heron Hall, or perhaps even Winterfell. This will be a fortress unassailable as the rock. Bartimas thought to himself as he decided it would be more like Casterly Rock than anything else, especially if that opening which he could only glimpse off from afar even from the steps up was to be the Dragon Pit. As he kept on looking, he kept on wondering when and where had Aegon found the means to create fused stone? From what he knew, such knowledge had died the same time old Valeria had died. Yet I have seen many impossible things my old friend do, only now. Bartimas thought with a grimness that he couldn't help but feel. Fire magic that was far from parlor tricks, dragon glass that allowed one to communicate across vast distances. If he is capable of flattening this entire area in what must have been a short period of time, and then to create an entire flooring made of fused stone. The implications of what else Aegon could do did not need to be thought of, though Bartimas couldn't help but extremely relieved that none of Aegon's kin back in Westeros had a lick of the magic Aegon was capable of. He did not trust either parties were able to be as nearly restraining in using it. He looked towards his friend, who he saw, in the distance, was seated down on what seemed like a sitting bench of a kind in between two of the peaks, and Bartimas walked over to the man. When he arrived by Aegon's side, he could instantly see what Aegon was seeing. From their position, in between the two peaks, he could see the city, which seemed to be about 3 leagues away from the center of the city, likely more given how far the buildings were from this far up. Your future keep will be impressive, Aegon. Bartimas said carefully. Whilst Bartimas mostly referred to Aegon's children and his wife to the terms of address of their station, as strange as it was to address them in the same way he would King Viserys, Aegon had insisted that Bartimas referred to him with his given name. Aegon gestured him to sit down, and Bartimas looked upon his old friend's face, once more forced to take note that there was not much change in his old friend's face from the last time he'd seen him nearly a decade ago. The only exception was that the beard was slightly longer. Aegon was a little lighter of body compared to his younger days, but that was a minor change. In all honesty, it seemed as if his old friend had frozen in age, not like he was approaching 40 name days of living. A stark contrast to his elder brother, who seemed 1.5 feet into the grave. I would like to think so, given how much time, effort, and coin I am putting into this place. Aegon said, and there was some humor in his tone of voice, a tone that soon shifted towards a more neutral one as he spoke further. This is a favorite spot of mine. Aegon said before he looked forward. Whenever I have a great need to think, I come here and simply watch. Bartimas did not have much of an inkling of understanding with what he meant with having a great need to think, though, as he turned to look at the city, a city that had enclaves of buildings surrounded by swathes of undeveloped land, but enclaves that were expanding outward every moon and every year. He did have an appreciation of why this might inspire his old friend to be here to conduct his thinking. After all, it was some achievement, and Bartimas couldn't begrudge his old friend by taking satisfaction from his achievements. Building all of this, he thought as he looked at the districts and the riverside buildings, which were comparable to the merchants and noblemanses near to the 3 hills of King's Landing, in less than 5 and 10 years. King's Landing took a century to build to what it is now. The initial works, which had been Aegon's fort, had been built over the course of the Conqueror's rule, a period that lasted from the landing to the moment of his death, almost 40 years. Comparing that Ilmary's city, however, it was beyond belief to see how short of a time it has taken to build up a settlement with 100,000 souls and have enough to house them all without creating squalors like what King's Landing has. And once one thinks of the many thousands of acres of farms in the countryside, which he'd seen on few occasions. Tell me, Aegon, Bartimas began as he turned to look at Aegon with seriousness etched on his face. How much of what these people believe of you is true? Are you truly a prophet? Bartimas all but asked, finally asking the question he'd kept within himself for over weeks. He was not sure what compelled him to ask, now, though perhaps it was the sight of the fused stone that pushed him over the edge. All of this was no work of a mere man. Bartimaeus could not believe that. It beggared belief. Bartimaeus could admit that Aegon was no mere man, but to accomplish all of this, to find these lands, to rediscover some of what was lost of old Valeria's glory with likely no taint of its blood magic, his daughter assured him of that much. It was hard to believe that the gods had no hand in all of this. Ethan was frustratingly unable to provide much answer in this regard. Ethan had told him there was reason to believe in the assertions of Aegon and his family in the same vein that Targaryens were closer to gods than they were to men, and his daughter, well, she was far too enamored with her now husband to be clear-minded. Does it really matter? Aegon said in answer, still looking towards the city. And before Bartimaeus could answer, Aegon looked towards Bartimaeus, and he was provided with a penetrating gaze from that soul eye. Nor would it do you any good to learn how much is truth and how much is not. Aegon looked away from him. Not when your place is not here, Bartimaeus. Bartimaeus stared at Aegon for a long moment before he looked away, troubled as he was, and turned to look at the city beyond the peaks. Aegon, what are we doing here? Bartimaeus asked as a few moments of time passed. Why did you ask for me to come here? Do you remember the last time we sat like this, on the precipice of great change? The diversion of the conversation surprised Bartimaeus, but only for a moment. You were set to leave Dragonstone within the fortnight. He remembered that night well. They drank well into the night at the tops of Dragonstone, celebrating. Bartimaeus could see Aegon smiling to himself before he lost it. Much time has passed. And much has changed. We're nearly old men now. Bartimaeus agreed. Bartimaeus was 46 name days old. Aegon was not much younger at 39, even if he did not look it. Much time had passed since they'd been young men. Aegon smiled at that and seemed to nod to himself before he continued. Yet for all the years that have passed, I can truly say that what has not changed is that we hold a friendship that I cherish much, even if time and circumstances have changed the nature of it. Aegon's expression slightly, and he looked solemnly at Bartimaeus. You have my apologies, Bartimaeus. The apology surprised Bartimaeus, and Aegon took an apologetic expression as he continued. I have not been the greatest of hosts despite you and yours place in my family. Bartimaeus made a noise from the back of the throat that acknowledged the point, though he did not immediately respond to it immediately. Their stay was strange, to say the least. Whilst he and Cassella and Eldrick and his son Barth, along with Laenor Velaryon and his close friend, were provided great honours by staying with the royal family in their palace, honours that were not given to the other nobility, they did have the same restrictions. Restrictions of movement, restrictions that prevented them from visiting entire sections of the city and beyond, and restrictions that saw them entirely at the mercy of Aegon, with how their guards were not permitted a single blade amongst them. In hindsight, Bartimaeus should have realized the restrictions that it applied on board the ships, first the carracks and then the galleons, would have been made more severe. No more than a dozen guards and servants combined, with only 2 of the guards permitted arms freely on board, with written assurances provided that House Targaryen of Illymaris would see to their safety and rights for the entire journey until they were back at King's Landing. More than a few of the invitees had refused such terms, hence why so many had only sent spare sons as representatives, and the conversation that Bartimaeus had with Aegon over the dragon glass candle made it seem like those restrictions were to prevent any opportunity of endangering the ships rather than anything further. But now, it was clear that Aegon had lied to them about how extensive their restrictions were. It would not be so harsh to say that they were more like prisoners than they were guests of honor. Bartimaeus and Cassella were, for the most part, exempt of the wider restriction, thanks to his daughter Valaena, who married his now goods and Polaris, but still not even they could go into the shops and factories where they made the silks. More than a few times, he'd wondered why Aegon had invited them at all. It was clear that he did not trust any of them, and though the trust was slightly more shown to him and Eldrick, he knew that it was only just slight. I would not be harsh in saying that any future invitations would likely not be as received as well as this invitation had been. Bartimaeus commented, and though there was lack of harshness in his tone of voice, Bartimaeus did think that even he would have to consider it carefully. The journey itself was a major reason to reject an invitation, but combined with the treatment they received, I highly doubt I will send any more invitations ever again. Nor will my children, or your grandchildren, I suspect. Aegon said as he turned to look at Bartimaeus. Why did you? Bartimaeus asked as he met his old friend's gaze. It was clear that Aegon held little respect for the rest of the guests, bar a few. In all truths, he expected that words on the weddings would be unkind despite the extravagance of it. Severely so. And with the knowledge that Bryaneai, bastard of Daemon Targaryen, was the one who married Aegon's heir, he also knew that words on her would be petty given her nature as a bastard, even if she was legitimized. Perhaps I merely wanted to show off Illymaris. Aegon answered in mild humor, and Bartimaeus scoffed at such claims. Whilst I do acknowledge you are building something that beggars belief, Illymaris is far yet from the sprawling city that makes men green with envy. Bartimaeus said to Aegon with a note of wryness in his voice. Yes, it was astonishing to see how rapid the construction of the cities and all of the rest of it was, but it would at least be another 30 to perhaps even a century before the city was anything like Lys, Bravus, King's Landing, or Tyroche. If anything, the more interesting parts of Illimaries was the way it was organized. The Archonate, the civil service and these departments of Archonate, the academies, the royal army, the way the nobility was denied fiefs and armies. That would almost certainly be discussed by the nobility of Westeros, something Bartimos knew would become a major point of heated conversation. Wyathan seemed satisfied enough with plots of land on the mainland and the ownership of an island which had obligations of him to raise into a fief, but without most of the advantages given the restrictions of autonomy, taxation, and the ban on being able to raise an army. Bartimos could not understand. That is true. Aegon acknowledged, and then his expression shifted as he looked at Bartimos with a heavy look on his expression. It will take much of our attentions and efforts to build the city and the lands surrounding the capital. And you won't be the first or last to get to that assessment. Bartimos' eyebrows climbed before he furrowed them. After a few moments of silence, Bartimos spoke, having come to a conclusion. You wanted them to see Illimaries, you wanted them to see how preoccupied you are with building. Illimaries is a point of curiosity for most of the lords of Westeros. Aegon stated as he looked away from Bartimos and back towards the city. Only a curiosity, especially once our independence from the Iron Throne has been confirmed by the treaty signed by my brother. However, Aegon said as he rolled his shoulders. That does not mean curiosity of my family has ceased. A family of dragon riders that are unaccounted for does much to worry those who have cause to worry. You speak of the Greens? Bartimos asked with a frown. The Greens, the Blacks, the rest. Aegon said with a hum. They will receive some answers to their questions after the lords and nobility return to Westeros. Bartimos considered that, considering what would be told to the rest of Westeros. The new faith was the very first thing he thought of. The new faith would not go over well with Old Town and much of the south of Westeros. In all honesty, he thought that the new faith, with Aegon's status as prophet and chosen of the seven that also practically claimed Aegon's family as divine, would cause all friendliness with the south to wither and die. Whilst Bartimos believed in the gods, he'd seen enough of his friend to have to consider that there could well be their interference, favor, at work. And then there was the matter of magic, which would only compound the hostility that Aegon, and effectively Illimaries, would receive from them. Of course, there was some understanding that the faith of the seven was being worshipped differently, but even he, one who was connected by trade to Velos, was aware of the magnitude of the changes in the faith. Beyond that though, the nature of the Archonate, a disagreeable nature to every noble, would also certainly be discussed, and including the virginity of the land and the lack of numbers for the land. Why? What purpose could this serve you? Bartimos asked, and before Aegon could speak, Bartimos answered his own question. You want to know who would be hostile to you? Bartimos stated, and Aegon offered a faint trace of a smile. It would be nice to know who would be my and my family's enemies, yes. Aegon said with a hum before he spoke further. As much as I would like to be ignorant of the happenings of Westeros, given our distances, practicality demands that I keep myself apprised at least somewhat of the kingdom forged by my ancestor. Aegon explained, and Bartimos nodded slowly at that, though he wasn't entirely convinced by that answer. The isolation of Illimaries ensure the safety of your Archonate. Bartimos pointed out. And the 8 dragons that you hold. Bartimos thought to himself. Perhaps had there been no dragons, the allure of Illimaries and conquest might have spurned his kin Westeros to act foolishly, but he doubted even they would be so foolish to fight a war with a non-existent supply line, which would have to be considered secured before any war could be initiated. They would have to consider that Aegon and Illimaries would rather burn their farmlands and countryside than allow their enemies to forage for it. That meant that Targaryen Islands would have be secured first. As interesting as that train of thought was, ultimately, the matter of dragons greatly complicated everything. Illimaries had dragons. In order to combat them, you needed to have dragons too, and that meant that they'd have to transport them. Aegon had proven it could be done, but Bartimos thought it was a risky venture, especially given that most of the dragons would have to be battle-capable, and thus large. Somehow Bartimos thought that it was this problem that would largely prohibit any real chance of aggression coming from Westeros. If any aggression could ever come. Ultimately, the relations with House Targaryen in Westeros and that of Illimaries would have turned into great hostility, and he couldn't see the faith being enough of a reason to be the cause of it. All the rest of it was inconsequential to the Iron Throne, as much as the rest of Essos was. That may not be the case always, nor can it be the case that the relationship between my branch and that of my brothers will remain cordial. It might be a few years from now. It may be 10, 20, or perhaps 50 years from now, if we're unlucky enough to arrive at that stage. Nonetheless, eventually, the isolation and cordiality may cease, or will you tell me none of the lords of Westeros are trying to figure out how to chart the Sunset Sea? Aegon asked with a pointed look. Bartimos could not deny that. He knew Lord Corlys was trying to build a ship capable of traversing the Sunset Sea. Though he did not hear the same elsewhere, knowing the wealth Old Town, the Arbor, and the Lannisters possessed, he imagined they were trying the same. Now that was known that it was possible to traverse the Sunset Sea, the tantalizing prospect of more land, or more importantly, a route to the east was not one that could be ignored. He doubted Aegon was unaware of this, and perhaps this was what concerned him the most, that they might have competition in the Sunset Sea with the powers of Westeros. After all, though he had not learnt anything about more land discoveries during his stay here, he could not think that it was not in their best interest to search for more land in their immediate waters. For all they knew, there could be another Essos at their west. You realize that moons on the galleons will perhaps accelerate this. Bartimos pointed out. There were plenty of Valyrians on the ships that had inspected the ships up on close, even if they were denied access in certain parts of the ship. Their insights will be invaluable to Lord Corlys. And doubtlessly, the other lords and nobles would be approached for their own insights. Perhaps. Aegon acknowledged. A small price to that I'm willing to pay. However, Aegon's expression turned contemplative, almost uncaringly so as he continued. I suspect that it will be a long time before they will be able to capitalize on it or for the circumstances of war to flourish, given the state of the kingdoms. A tragic consideration, but one that is of boon to Illymaris and my family. Bartimos grimaced before he looked at Aegon intently. He and Aegon rarely spoke of matters beyond trade through the dragon glass candle. With the colony of Velos effectively and slowly replacing Qarth as the gate between east and west, much of the narrow sea houses on the coasts or islands were sending their ships to Velos to trade. House Celtigar was an important cog in this, where they and House Valyrian were growing slowly richer as they supplied King's Landing, Gulltown, and a few dozen towns and smaller cities like Duskendale with the trade, though that was becoming more difficult with the increased corsairs in the Stepstones. Beyond that, the rest of their conversation was about their families, and of course, the bastard sons of Daemon, and in fact, most of his time on the Dragon Glass Candle was him and his wife, and previously also his father before he died, speaking with his daughter and nearly as often with his brother. Despite all of that, Bartimos was under no illusion that it was certain that Aegon did not have other contacts unknown to Bartimos, that kept him apprised over the state of the kingdoms. His daughter, though unawares at the time, all but confirmed that there were more dragon glass candles during one of their calls, something he should speak with his daughter about. In any case, it was certain that Aegon would learn of his enemies through them rather than Bartimos, and would learn about the fragility of the realm that was only kept at peace because of a fragile and sick king who was hearing the whispers of the stranger stronger every day. You believe war is certain? Bartimos knew that it was a pointless question to ask. The horns of war were growing stronger each day. How the king did not see this baffled him truly. Aegon's look all but confirmed it. Neither side will understand the massive devastation they will visit upon the realm. Nor do I think they truly understand the brutality that will come from each side. Aegon looked towards the heaven. They are very young, Bartimos, and youth has its downturns when it comes to matters that even the oldest and wisest would find difficult to overcome. Bartimos remained silent for a few moments as he digested all of that. Your assessment is too cynical. Bartimos said after a while. Yes, the tensions are high but nowhere near as bad as you suggest it will be. He'd met with Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Baelon on several occasions, and Prince Baelon in particular seemed to have a good head on his shoulders. They would know that a war in their own family would only weaken them greatly, as it had done with Maegor the Cruel caused the House of the Dragon to dwindle to a sole male Targaryen by the time he died. It took literal generations for House Targaryen to recover. But Bartimos could silently admit to himself that his denial, weak as it was also because he feared the scale of the war. Aegon had shown that a single dragon could lay waste to entire empires, even if the empires were as weak as they were. With each sides having multiple dragons. If both parties were willing to conciliate, they'd have married Helaena to Daemon or Aemma to Aegon, or done both. Aegon said solemnly, and Bartimos grimaced. Yes, that was, unfortunately, true. The marriages would have united their lines, and if the Greens still wanted to challenge the claim of Princess Rhaenyra, the call of a great council would have been a solution that both could have agreed to, now that both of the claimants had their own blood on the line. You could still stop this. Bartimos stated as he gazed upon his friend. Your brother would listen. A great council, if it must be. Bartimos swept his arm across. Convincing your brother compared to all of this. Bartimos knew that Aegon, if he set his mind to it, truly set his mind to it, could convince to change the king's mind. The king's only living brother. If you think I could have avoided this, do you think I would not have tried? Bartimos was taken aback by the harshness in the man's voice. Aegon shook his head and his voice returned to normal when he spoke further. The time of reasoning with my brother has long come and passed. Aegon sighed lightly, and Bartimos saw cloudiness in Aegon's soul eye as he spoke further in a tone of voice that Bartimos was unsure of its meaning. When he refused to give me Aemond because his wife whispered sweet words in his ear, that told me enough that there is no point in trying to change his mind on matters far more grave and close to his heart. There was a long moment of silence. What will you do? When the war begins? Bartimos knew that Aegon had confirmed his acknowledgement of Rhaenyra as the appointed heir of the king. It was not such a secret to anyone, not with how advantageous the acknowledgement was in Princess Rhaenyra's camp. But that was all that was known. Would Aegon support her claim? What I can only do, my friend. I nor my children will be made to kinslay as would be demanded by either sides. Aegon said, and there was rare hardness in his face. Bart Emos grimaced, though he did not deny the point. As much as he wanted to. But Bart Emos had to concede that for Princess Rhaenyra to triumph, the Greens will not concede until made to concede, and he wasn't entirely sure that would be possible without battle with dragons. Both sides, the Greens who possess their own traditional claim through the King's sons and Princess Rhaenyra who possess the King's appointment as heir would-be, could not gainsay the need to eliminate threats to their rule. Princess Rhaenyra would see that as a betrayal if she learns of that. To herself. To her father. He was fairly sure that the acknowledgement sent by Aegon was also likely perceived as support, though to what extent Princess Rhaenyra might believe that, he did not quite know, yet. Though given how noticeable it was that Princess Rhaenyra had been cold to her uncle during his stay for her wedding to Prince Baelon, even she would have to realize that it may be hollow, the acknowledgement. Aegon shrugged. That would be her prerogative. The words were said simply and almost without a care, and Bart Emos couldn't help but ask. Why did you acknowledge her as heir? Aegon remained silent for a few moments. I acknowledged her place as heir because of my brother's decree, and so is she the heir to the Iron Throne. It is the right of the king, or queen once she ascends, to appoint their heir, according to the laws of the Iron Throne. Bart Emos frowned at that way of phrasing. It was not an acknowledgement but rather an affirmation of acceptance more than anything of the king's decree, rather than acknowledging Princess Rhaenyra had rightful claim. Aegon looked at Bart Emos. The king's decree is absolute. His word is law. It matters not if his word, his decree is, unconventional. Bart Emos scoffed. Unconventional. Bart Emos eyed his friend irritably. Speak plainly, Aegon. Aegon eyed him for a moment before Aegon hummed as he looked away. I think you know what it is that I am saying, Bart Emos. Everyone knows it. Everyone but mine own brother. Aegon said with a hint of bitterness before he grew solemn as he looked at the city, and long moments of silence passed. Bart Emos did not have to think hard to consider what Aegon was saying. That the War of the Succession, if it happened, could solely be placed upon the feet of King Viserys. Of course, the Greens would also be at fault, for their ambition, but Bart Emos was honest to say, if he and his house had the wealth and power of the Hightowers, if his daughter or his sister had married the king and his nephew was denied his traditional rights. But he was not a Hightower, nor was House Celtigar in that position, and House Celtigar had sworn their oaths to Princess Rhaenyra. As did the Hightowers. The fault of a war as bad as Aegon feared would be on King Viserys and the Hightowers' ambition. You asked what we are doing here. Aegon stated, catching Bart Emos by surprise once more. Yes. Bart Emos said as he eyed his old friend. You will soon leave. 3 days from the morrow. Aegon said before he looked at Bart Emos. I wanted to tell you, with what is to come, keep to your oaths to my brother, the king. His word is law. Bart Emos clenched his teeth as he met the look head-on with a glare. I am no oath breaker. There was no small amount of unfriendliness in his tone of voice. Of course, there was also the great danger that Princess Rhaenyra posed to him and his kin, as Claw Isle was no great distance away from Dragonstone. I am aware. It is one of your greatest traits. Aegon said with a solemn smile, though the smile dropped as he continued. However, if the worst does come to pass, and this war is bloodier and uglier than any before it, make sure to take care of yourself and your family, will you? Within the confines of your oaths. The words surprised Bart Emos, as did the worry that was in his friend's voice. Before he could speak though, Aegon continued, staring directly into Bartimeau's eyes. The dragon glass candle you brought with you, it will remain here. The frequency with which we trade at Claw Isle makes exchanging letters a feasible matter. The way Aegon spoke made it clear that he considered the matter closed. Bart Emos clenched his teeth at that. He thought that the candle, when Aegon requested he bring it, had only been because he wanted to make sure of their health and their status whilst they were on the open sea. Clearly he was wrong. Cassella will be wroth. Speaking with her distant daughter had become a favorite pastime of his wife, and their other children. I am aware, however, I have need of it elsewhere. Aegon said calmly, and Bart Emos turned away from Aegon with a look of anger on his face. I see. Bart Emos said with no small amount of coldness in his voice. The rest of the afternoon was quiet, for neither of them spoke any further, and Bart Emos couldn't but think that much indeed had changed. Much indeed. Break. Mid to late 123 AC Ilamaries. Laner POV. You look like someone has killed your dragon. The teasing voice of Joffrey brought him out of his thoughts, and Laner smiled awkwardly as he pulled his sight from the city and towards his friend Joffrey, who had come to stand just behind him. Laner met Joffrey's gaze for a moment before he looked away and back into the city. Just thinking. Laner murmured. Joffrey took to stand next to him, and Laner heard him sigh. They were right, you know. Joffrey said patiently. You can't just decide to remain. Not without closing off your obligations. Laner chuckled a little bitterly at this. What obligations? To Jane. Laner said as he glanced at Joffrey. We both know that my obligations to her were never going to happen. Laner's expression flickered a little. Not as I am anyway. He liked Jane. She was a bit intimidating but she had a kindness about her. And an understanding. He even thought he might love her. In his own way. And he'd tried. He really tried. Their wedding had been consummated. Awkward and difficult as it had been. And they'd lain together 4 times after that throughout the years. But no seed had taken fruit and after that, there was no real point trying again. Even Jane had known that, with how she'd grown tired of him, and Joffrey. And she wouldn't listen that she use a substitute in one of his cousins, proclaiming she'd rather die heirless than sire a stain on her bloodline. And your obligations to your family? Joffrey asked quietly. What obligations? Laner laughed and he tried to hide the bitterness. He really did but he couldn't. They have their precious heir in Corwin and if the gods favor us, the gods would have given Laena another son. Laner sighed. He didn't really care that he'd been taken off as primary heir. He knew that he was not fit to be the Lord of the Tides. A Velaryon who could not sire a son was never fit. Laner continued, tiredly. No, I have no obligations left in Westeros. Laner said as he eyed the city forlornly. It was perfect. His cousins and Aegon and Great Aunt Gale had welcomed him and Joffrey, and they all knew his nature too but seemed not to hold it against him, even if some of his male cousins didn't really understand it. But as he stayed longer, as he got to understand the people that lived here, people who were from the disputed lands or Lys and Liberty Bay, he got to understand that the judgments that existed in Westeros were not as prevalent here. They didn't hate him without even knowing him. And it was perfect enough for him and Joffrey to come here and start anew. He could stay here and save his family and Jane from any further shame and rumors for what he was, without fault of his own. Rumors. Nasty rumors followed his steps. So much so that his time in Eyrie was deliberately harming Jane, to the point she had asked him to aid the Vale in the hunt of the mountain clans every few moons. An excuse to relieve herself of the rumors and to bring some honor to their marriage. Then it is simple. Joffrey said and Laner could hear the smile in Joffrey's eyes forcing him to look at Joffrey. Isn't it? To close off non-existent obligations. I suppose it is. Laner said with a faint lopsided smile. And I suppose it would be nice if I can bring Sea Smoke with me. Laner murmured. He'd not stop feeling guilty if he abandoned Sea Smoke. And that too. That ruddy dragon of yours would probably try and find you anyway. Joffrey snorted and Laner smiled. He'd hope so at least. You wouldn't mind? Laner found himself asking, again. Really mind? Joffrey looked at Laner before he looked away. Why not? Joffrey shrugged. I figure we can probably go on one of these tours of duty His Grace Casterys and His Grace Valar, Joffrey said with mocking in his voice, and Laner found himself chuckling at that. It was strange the way they had their terms of address. It wasn't hard to pick up that effectively they were all kings in a way. A strange way of doing things but one that Laner found no issue with accepting. He doubted Rhaenyra or the king would though. Had spoken of. You did always say that you wished you had a greater role during the War of the Stepstones. Joffrey finished, his voice ending in a musing tone. It would be wondrous. Laner said, a little light shining in his eye and his voice took a turn of teasing. I would love nothing more than to fight pirates and slavers along your side. Joffrey's face took on a face of red but the blinding smile told him that Joffrey too liked that thought. Save that look for later. Joffrey muttered. Laner looked around and he saw that few were paying attention to them. I am sure we can find a private place and talk about pirates and slavers some more. Joffrey's look of resistance had only lasted shortly. Break. 123 AC Ilamaries. Traitors of House Perbian POV. Traitors groaned unhappily as he woke up from his slumber, the light peering through the glass window forcing him to blink several times, and he groaned in irritation as he swept across the bed and he grumbled lightly before he got up. He glanced at the window once more and noticed that it was darker than usual and that it was raining. Damn woman didn't bother waking me up. Traitors muttered before he stretched himself out, groaning though this was more of a relief than anything else, and then he walked over the wash basin that was in the corner of the room. He dipped one of the fresh cloth that sat by the basin into the wash basin before proceeding to clean his face with the wet cloth. After he was done, he cleaned out under his arms before he held out and stretched out his breeches and cleansed his cock and bollocks, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. In Velos, it had become popular to get the shit and muck off you without having to take a full bath, just as, he thought as he picked up the stick brush and dipped it in the mint paste, taking care of the teeth become more popular. Plus, back then, the most in-demand disputed lands or Lysanahors were more likely to want to kiss you if your breath didn't smell like death. By now, everyone in the city had taken to it, especially since more of the Iraq sticks from mainland Liberty Bay were brought over pretty much in every delivery. He dressed himself and he began to exit his room. He bellowed, "Woman! The wooden flooring creaked as he walked, and he walked through the corridors of the second floor until he reached the stairs, wide enough to allow 4 men to walk side by side, until he reached the entrance hall. Woman! Father, mother's at the stables. Came a childish noise of his eldest from the great chamber of the house, and Tartaz made his way there. When he arrived, he saw his children, Jace his eldest of 6 name days, Jace Era 5 name days, and Tartaz 3 name days at the table with their tutor Maron. The 2 eldest, Jace and Jace Era, both had papers in front of them, whilst the tutor was by the wooden board, chalk in hand. His youngest was busy a little further away from his eldest two with one of those drawing books that had become popular over the past few years when the printing houses started doing them. Pleasant morning, father. Jace Era piped up, and soon the boys followed in their morning greeting, though his youngest greeted him personally as he ran up to him with the picture book in hand. Look, this a lion. His son Tartaz babbled in butchered High Valyrian, and Tartaz the elder patted the boy on his head as he glanced at the picture book. The drawing was indeed of a lion with the word written underneath, though the drawing represented a lion only vaguely. The shape of the body was about right, Tartaz thought, but that was it. The mane was not right. Tartaz had been lucky enough to see one of those lions in Mirian, not was the ferociousness of the beast, but it was adequate. Tartaz supposed the printing houses couldn't truly capture the savageness of a lion with just black ink on them plates. Mornin', Tartaz grumbled whilst he patted the boy before he swept his gaze from his children towards the tutor, whom he eyed the tutor for a longer moment. Maron, a former slave from Yunkai, was a man of 45 and well learned in matters of sums and letters, who also helped them with the damnable taxes and bookkeeping. Gods have mercy and make sure his health remains good for many years, especially once the taxes grow after his lands start producing real goods. The man bowed his head respectfully. My lord. The tutor said respectfully, and Tartaz waved it off before he pushed his youngest son away back towards where he'd come from. Go, boy. Tartaz said as he eyed the boy, and fortunately the boy obeyed. It was a moment later that Tartaz spoke again. Do not let me disturb your lessons any further. Tartaz stared at his children for a moment, his son the longest. It wouldn't be long before he'd send the boy away to the military academy. He nodded at them and went towards the dining hall where he could smell his morning food. Audelia, sometimes I wonder if I should get rid of my wife and just marry you. I'd be happier for it. Tartaz said with a grin as the smell of the food grew stronger, a smell of garlic, lemon and butter to go with the trout he caught yesterday. Not the lightest of morning meals, but he was a lord, his manor, and it was his catch, so he cared not. The woman in question, a woman of 50 or so name days, not even she is sure, smiled amusedly at those words as she glanced at him from over her shoulder. You flatter me, my lord. Tartaz snorted. No. I am not. Tartaz muttered as he took a seat at the table, and it wasn't long before he was served his meal. Trout served with garlic, boiled lemon shavings from the spring house, and butter with a side of apple pie, and Tartaz did not take long to dig into it. After he was finished, left the manor through the back and made his way, through the rain, towards the stables, which lay not far from the manor, and was close to the houses of their workers. As he neared the stables, he could hear his wife speaking to their workers, and it wasn't long before he arrived to see his wife speaking to them as one of the workers held up a leg of one of the horses. And so too did they see him coming, including his wife. Husband. His wife, Sarella, greeted evenly in that Lysane way of hers as she eyed him curiously with her azure eyes. Tartaz waved off. Don't stop on my account, wife. Tartaz said calmly, and the workers, a dozen and half of them and 2 guardsmen, eyed him a little uncertainly, but Tartaz again gestured them to focus on what they were doing. He listened as his wife and the elder worker, a man named Lazor who learned his horses as a slave, continued to speak about the horse and the discovery of farcy, a kind of disease of swelling that could cause pus and other kinds of shit. They talked about how severe the issue was and how they would have to check the other horses for the same issue, something that would not be easy but had to be done. For this horse, the issue was too severe and it would have to be killed lest it spread to the other horses on his land, and Tartaz grimaced unhappily at the idea of more horses having the issue. With his main responsibility rearing and increasing the number of horses on Ilamaries on his thousands of acres of land, at least until the apple, citrus, and orange and grape orchards had grown to maturity, the loss of a single horse meant that he'd lose a bit of his stipend to raise these horses. Of course, it wasn't that significant. Tartaz had about 4,300 horses on his thousands of acres of land that was largely grasslands and pastural, but if the disease did spread to more. The workers departed, save for his wife and his guardsmen. Why wasn't this seen before? Tartaz said with some unhappiness. His wife sighed and had a frown of disapproval, one he recognized well enough. He'd seen it plenty of times cast his way, after all. This one, his wife said as she eyed the horse that was tied to one of the wooden bars, has been out in the field for moons longer than the others. She said, and Tartaz looked at the brand on the horse. Each of their horses were branded with unique numbers with the sigil of his house, a wolf bear. It made it easier to track them given that their horses were largely free roaming on his lands, which were surrounded by a 7-foot stone wall using stones delivered by his grace the Arch. It was the only thing that stopped them from going out bounds, and what would stop thieves from being able to get away with taking his horses? We'll have to be more active in checking them. His wife Entretas nodded before he looked at his guardsman, who was an aged man about the age of Tretas. The men saw the look and nodded before they left him and wife alone. The two men were one of the many thousands of former slave soldiers that had fought with them in the Liberty War. There were quite a few of these soldiers who had no interest in taking up any other role but serve as guardsmen, so they'd been assigned to serve the lords and knightly houses of the realm. Whilst Tretas had no need of guards to protect his family or his lands, he did have to concede that with the more workers they took on, the more the need of guards was needed. And he wasn't always present either. He may even need to take on one or a few more guards, given the plans of turning his non-pastoral lands into a mainly orchard-producing lands, next to the small farm worked by his workers that produced most of the vegetables and chickens for his family and their families. He would have to take on more workers for the harvesting and the fermenting and all of the other shit that goes with making wine and cider. And then, if he was to become the largest breeder of horses, as his wife wants to accomplish, well, at least he'd be able to afford it without turning his new house into paupers. Should we warn the others of this problem? Tretas asked with some annoyance. It would be the responsible thing to do. Not yet. His wife said ponderously. If there are more with the disease, then yes. Tretas nodded before he looked at her intently. You should have woken me before dawn if you wanted me to ride out into the city. Their lands were in the southwestern side from the city, nestled in between farmlands and other estates of knightly houses, though there was not much farmlands yet, not compared to the west and northwest of the city, and they were a few leagues north of the Great Lake and 20 leagues of the eastern coastline. The region they were in often had heavier rainfall than the city, and it was surrounded by vast stretches of grasslands. These had been the lands turned into farms, marshes and hills, though it was not as severe as the lands east of the rivers Yarves and the mountains, which were much taller than the hills this side and were well suited to become grazing lands for sheep and cattle in time. In any case, their location was about 5 and 20 leagues from the city, which would take his horse, well bred as it was as a Dothraki half-breed, all of a day and eve to reach. It would take much of the night and morning to recover, so he'd be away nearly 2 days and he would have to set off before dawn. His wife rolled her eyes and he was given a haughty look from his wife. I tried. You woke up and muttered, "Leave me be, woman, I'm trying to sleep here." There was a bit of mocking in her tone of voice. I don't remember that. Tretas said as he scratched his head. He wasn't exactly a deep sleeper. The years of war knocked that out of him, but he did have a way of knocking right back to sleep without much difficulty. It was entirely possible that he just forgot about that moment. Of course you don't. His wife said, exasperated. Anyway, I didn't press since it's been raining since before dawn. If you went, you probably wouldn't have gotten to the city until late in the night. His wife said, and Tretas grunted in agreement. The path to the city was pretty, a path through the hills and the grasslands which were not even dirt or roads. His horse, no matter how fast and strong, would take significantly longer to get to the city. Perhaps until only a few hours from dawn, if there was significant mud. And the journey back would probably be worse too, especially since he'd be dragging a cart full of supplies, forcing to make camp or pay to stay at one of the farmhouses before night. His wife continued. You can after this rain clears up. We have enough salt, spices, and other supplies to last us at least a fortnight anyway. I'll go before the week's end. Tretas agreed before he paused a moment, thinking it was probably best that he go 3 days from now. I'll probably be away for 3 days when I do go. I've got matters to discuss in the city. He had to meet with Sir Uthric, who wanted him to train his new recruits on how to convince men to loosen their tongues for a number of moons. They'd even talked about it in the days he and his family had spent in the city for the weddings, but he'd not yet gone. His wife eyed him for a few moments. The academy? She asked. Tretas shook his head. No, a comrade of mine. Personal matters. Tretas said. His wife didn't need to know what it was about, nor did he want her to poke questions that would leave her queasy. His wife, though not a Lysane highborn, was from a well-to-do merchant family from Larger Lys, the island where most of the orchards, farms, and fruit fields were located. His Grace the Archon had, one day on Velos, called upon him and about 24 other knights of acclaim, including the likes of the now Lord Andrew Sapner, and told them that he'd secured them a choice of women to take as wife or as good daughter, and to spend time and choose a wife for themselves or their heir from the women he brought them. They'd all been women from lesser nobility or merchant families who had given their daughters, nieces, or kin to marry off to them. It was perhaps the strangest time of his life, and Tretas had seen and done a great deal of strange things, none could deny this of him. But that day, those days, had been a series of confusion ones. Most of the women were total beauties, and they knew it too. They also knew that they, him, and the knights, were certainly of lesser breeding in comparison. He'd not liked most of the ones he'd spoken with, though they had tried. He understood, even if it took him a little while. Their fathers or uncles or great-uncles or whatever relation their head of house had to them, had sold them off to clear debts with the Rogaray Bank, which sought to curry favor with the Archon. They'd been no more than cattle in all truths, with little dignity. Fortunately for them though, the Archon had impressed on them that they were women that demanded respect and mistreatment of them, before they wed and after, would reflect terribly on him personally. He hadn't heard any complaints, well at least not major ones that warranted intervention from the lawmen, so it seemed it worked well enough. In any case, he'd eventually chosen Sarella though few understood it at the time. She wasn't the most beautiful eye, but he liked the way she'd spoken to him when he'd asked her if she'd be much use in running a house and business. By then, the prince had told them quietly that they would be granted particular boons for their service to his house that required of them to dedicate much time and coin to maintain. So he asked bluntly and he got bluntness and firmness back. And no small amount of contempt, but Tratas cared not for that. His own mother had been like that, and look at him. He'd turned out fine and a lord. He thought his sons would do well under such a woman who wouldn't coddle them, and he'd been proven right. It helped that she also had no small amount of ambition either, with how well she'd taken to turn thousands of acres of nothingness into something worth having. Well, ambition and anger. She had the latter in spades, given she often cursed her uncle and her father for selling her off to a place of mostly nothingness. She said as much often enough in her fits of anger. His boon nonetheless, and he thanked the gods he chose the right woman, unlike a few of the other knights. His land and manor, amongst those of other knights and lords, had been made ready a few years ago, though now few of them had stuck with it, with several of the wives becoming enough of a nightmare that they'd moved back into the city. Though that was what they said. He, and most others, knew that none of them had the patience and desire to make their lands as productive as was required of them by the Archon. The gods knew Tratas would have struggled immensely in doing half of what was needed to keep this pain in the bollock's place running if he'd chosen a broodmare. For that, he gods damned loved his wife. Well, and because she was a gods damned goddess with what she could do to make him spill as much as these stallions of theirs. The reason why they did not have as many children despite their vigorous fucking was because she was a goddess with her hands and mouth. Gods. Despite all of that, despite being an admittedly hardy woman, she was still a woman. Telling her he tortured hundreds of men whose screams did nothing but irritate his ears, and that he was teaching others how to do it, was not something he should bother her with. I see. His wife said with a scrutinizing look before she shook her head. Well, you should take your steed and help the workers in bringing the horses in. Tratas blinked. We have enough of them to do the work for us. A dozen and a half that he paid to do exactly the work he didn't want to do. The yearly total sum he paid them each totaled 315 silver stags and 1400 copper stars, which amounted to 2.5 gold coins, which was somewhat the same as the wages of a common laborer in the city employed by the Archon, but he allowed them to eat and grow their own food and his families for no extra cost, which put them ahead of the city dwellers. He would have hired more. The gods knew he could certainly afford 100 more workers with his loot stipend with great ease, but it was rather hard to wrench workers free from the city, even at a greater pay. Which he might have to do, eventually. The ones who worked on his land, and the lands of the other landed knights or nobles, were those who had worked at side-rise or wineries, and had been enticed by the contracted promise of holding a small percentage of ownership of the side-rise and wineries once they were set up. As of this moment, there were wineries on Velos who were testing out a few methods of producing wine with the grapes that grew in Liberty Bay, though he heard it was shit wine. It was fortunate then that they had planted grape seeds from Liss, Mere, Dorn, and from the Reach, which, according to the few orchards that had been planted 8 years ago, were producing fine-tasting grapes and decent enough wines. Hopefully, by the time his own orchards were ready, they'd get it right and make some damn fine wine. He'd stop having to pay through the eyes for his wine then. And for the surplus, well, gods knew that Liberty Bay needed better wine, and good old Ilamaries would be there to provide it to them. You helping them would speed matters up. His wife said with a raised eyebrow, and Tratas scoffed. Not by much. Tratas said with a look of irritation. But fine, until noon at the most. Tratas relented slightly. His wife nodded, pleased with herself. Thank you, husband. His wife said before she stepped up closer to him and kissed him on the cheek. Tratas grunted agreeably. I will take Jace fishing with this time. At this, wife grimaced visibly. He would miss his lessons in the afternoon. His wife said disapprovingly. You know how demanding the academy is becoming. Do you want him to shame us? This time it was Tratas who grimaced. The Royal Military Academy was a bastard of a place. The children who entered the academy into the first class, at age 10, who were oft the sons of knights, soldiers, or lords, a son of the royal family, were expected to be best learned in matters of letters and numbers, and were taught a great deal. Far more than the children from the other schoolings in the city or near the farms, although the differences with some of the schoolings in the city was not as severe, at least from what he told by Lorgan Keller and Edwin Hest. Whilst the focus on military history, strategy, and tactics was not taught until they were 4 and 10, they however were taught advantages, letters and numbers, as well as matters of the body, historical battles and campaigns, engineering, justices, which included principles of honor and even philosophy, as well as weapons training and discipline, amongst a few other things from the age of 10. By the time they were 4 and 10, they were meant to be as well taught as the elder students from most other schoolings, at which point they were trained tactics, strategy, signals, and a host more other specific to war, including more intense physical training led by the Unsullied who were about as torturous as can be imagined. These boys would be expected to rise to become generals, commander-generals, commanders, sub-commanders, knight captain, and a few other ranks in the Royal Army. The other classes of the academy, 2nd to 5th class, which were entered at age 4 and 10 and presented the largest number of students that studied at the academy. Most of the city boys joined to earn a generous plot of land or a sizable city land in the city or Galesia plus a medal of commendation after 5 and 10 years of paid service, which was better than that of a laborer or farmhand and also included a pension, as either a guardsman or as a soldier. There were paths of gaining a knighthood too, though the Archon had changed to mean to be one who served the Archonate in battle at sea or land whilst hitting a stringent list that were called merits of knighthood, which was part of the reason why the Archon had sent his sons to hunt corsairs and slaver ships and distinguished themselves in battle. The more sought-after medals of commendation and titles that inheritable were earned in acts of exceptional valor and honor. There were also ways to rise to greater ambitions, if one did well on merit. Boys could rise from the other classes to first class on merit whilst boys from the first class could also fall down into the other classes similarly on bad merit. Fine, only this day. Otherwise I will keep to the weekend's day as agreed. Tratas conceded and his wife's smile was worth the concession and he took hold of his wife's arm and they walked together back to the manor. Hours later. He rode to the Great Lake with his son on his pony, having travelled through farmlands before having to travel through hills which were prominent around the northern parts of the Great Lake, and on the western sides too. One thing Tratas could easily admit, despite the lack of easy comforts that were present in the city, was that the wildness of the nature surrounding them was a comfort in itself. Well, at least since they'd cleared the entire region of the larger predators like the wolf bear, Dgar lions, large striped lion-like predators that was half the size of a wolf bear, big har cats which were similar to Dgar lions but smaller yet also more dangerous, and a pack dog creature, small in size but had long legs and long snout and often had dozens in their pack, more than the wolves of West Eros. The wolf bear and Dgar lions were more forest and jungle dwellers. For the other two, the further south one went into the larger stretches of grasslands, the more you encountered the pack dogs and big har cats, which included the finding of much larger herds of prey animals that resembled deer and elk. The Malritis deer, a strange goat-like horned deer, Gensritis deer, a rat-like deer, and a host of other kinds of deer, and 2 different types of elk, one a red-skinned one and a smaller brown-black-skinned elk. And apparently, on the other side of the mountains, there were even more different types of deer and elk and even a goat-type animal. It seemed, the area where they'd made their city, was rather sparse in the kinds of prey animals that roamed around the lands. In the early days, the hunters had to go deep into the forest to get all kinds of meat from the lion-like and wolf-bear animals who were the most readily found animals after all. Before they came, it was they who had not need to hide but they had also found a few types of forest-dwelling deer and many types of birds, most of them songbirds or pretty birds or those terror birds, but not so much these larger herd animals, which roved the forests in small numbers and were flighty and hard to catch. The other animals were usually too small to eat and were even flightier. With the rest of the army's return, they had more men available to dedicate to hunting, which helped them greatly ease the need of meats, even if most of the meats were largely venison-like. Not Tratas' favorite. They arrived not far from the lake and not far from where they were, there were a few of the Genome bays. Careful boy, stick close to me. He warned his son as he guided his horse nearer to that of his son's pony. Whilst the Genome bays, a strange creature that favored lakes and rivers and that possessed an elephant-like trunk but otherwise similar to an oversized pig, were not an aggressive creature, they were however quite flighty, like an untrained horse. Though admittedly, he thought perhaps their aggression probably was heightened after what had happened in the past few years. Their numbers had significantly dwindled over the past 4 or 5 years thanks to the dragons who had been set upon the Great Lake after it was found it had large freshwater fish like trout, sturgeon, and more, but was infested with the lizard lion, or alligators as the Archon had called them. The Archon and his family's dragons had all set upon the lake and hunted the alligators to extinction over the course of a few years. And the lake had many, thousands of these alligators. In any case, the death of the alligators had caused more of the fish to flourish and it allowed them to harvest the fishers in their droves a few times every year in great amounts, which worked well in combination with the hunting of the large herds and allowing livestock to continue to breed and increase in numbers. It also allowed Tratas to go fishing in relative peace too, especially as the restrictions of fishing in the lake allowed the fish to recover, whilst he had a permit to fish all year round, which made him love the Archon more than all of these lands and titles he'd received. "All right boy," Tratas said as he tightened the reins of the horse and pony onto the post by the river deck. "Let's catch some big old bastards, shall we?" Tratas said with a grin and he was met with a happy smile from Jace. Gods, he couldn't wait until Tratas the younger was old enough to fish too. They'd fish together in their youth, fight together in their good years and fish together once they're both grumpy old bastards. Just like we should have, old friend. A day later. Father, father. The sounds of his children woke up from his slumber and Tratas was understandably irritable. Unless the god's damned house is on fire, know that your damn backsides are going to get bruised bad. Tartered growled as he rose from his bed and sent a harsh glare towards his children, who were now joined by the youngest at the door, likely having come last because of his short little legs. At the harshness of his tone of voice and the threat, which was not an idle threat either, his eldest children wilted and looked at each other before his eldest spoke up. The dragon Miss Aragorn by the house. Jace's tone was unsure. It took a moment for Tartered to process it, and a moment later he got out of his bed and quickly went to the dresser. The children wouldn't lie about such a thing. Where? Tartered demanded to know as he looked out the window, though he could see nothing through the hazy, wavy opaque glass. At the back of the house, father. The Archon is speaking with mother, his daughter explained, her subduedness fading away to excitement. The dragon is so big. Can we come and touch the dragon? Sarella probably sent them from the dragon. Miss Aragorn probably was the calmest of dragons, but a dragon was a dragon and his children were still children and so were idiots. Not a chance he'd let them be idiots. No. Tartered was firm in his answer as he began to dress himself. If I see you outside of the house. Tartered sent them a withering glare and any excitement felt seemed to die on their faces. Good. He left them and quickly descended down the stairs and made his way to the back, and there was Miss Aragorn, behind the Archon, who possessed suspiciously a fishing rod, and his wife who seemed to be speaking with him a little further away near the house. His eyes went back to Miss Aragorn and Tartered couldn't help but wince at the sight of the dragon. The past years had seen the dragon grow even more, enough that it was very much visible that Miss Aragorn was destined to become the likes of Viagar, a dragon he'd had the pleasure of only seeing from afar. Probably will continue to grow massively if he's gorging on alligators in the marshes and wet grasslands further in the east to help clear up land for the rice fields. Your Grace. Tartered said with a bow of the head as he arrived by his wife's side, who grabbed a hold of his arm likely out of reassurance. Tartered was familiar with Miss Aragorn thanks to many years of being in the dragon's presence, and whilst he was accustomed to dragons, his wife was very much not. Much less a dragon like Miss Aragorn, who rarely presented himself in the city, roaming freely as he did. Tartered. The Archon Aegon greeted with a faint smile on his face. Lady Sarella, it was a pleasure to speak to you again. The Archon said before he looked to Tartered again. I thought perhaps today was the right day to fulfill one of the many fishing days I owe you. The Archon said before holding up the fishing rod. Tartered exchanged a look with his wife, who looked surprised, before Tartered looked at the Archon Aegon and spoke up. Usually earlier than my normal fishing hours, but of course. Tartered paused for a moment before he looked at Miss Aragorn again, whose big old green snake-like eyes were staring at him, and Tartered involuntarily shivered and he hastily spoke again. As long as we ride there by horse. He'd flown on Miss Aragorn once before, back in the Summer Islands, and Tartered would never, unless there was no choice at all, do it again. No. No. The Archon's was one of amusement, but thankfully he nodded agreeably. Of course. I can agree to that. If you will entertain a game or two of chess. A little later. Have your guests left then? Tartered asked sometime as he moved the bishop 2 spaces up, his face one of mild frustration as he struggled to find a way out of the trap Aegon had put him in. They'd not spoken much whilst they'd been fishing, instead taking the opportunity to talk about their families in between their catches and whilst they played the game. For him, he talked about Jace and when he'd soon start personally the boys' martial training with the sword, whilst Aegon spoke of his Grace Castoris and her Grace Bryaneai's departure for Draconis. Though they mostly talked about the different fish that were in Ilmary's rivers and the seas around it, including the rivers further southwest and to the far south, which had different species of fish than that of the north, including a type of fish that grew to over 6 feet long his Grace Valar had witnessed in his journey south. They have made sail for Dragon's Gate port, yes. Aegon confirmed as he responded with moving a pawn forward to bait Tartered into either taking it with the castle or queen that would see him lose either of them or his horse, much to Tartered's frustration. He'd not played this game all that often, chess, one invented by the Archon for his children back in Corinth, but one that was now widely popular alongside Sevis amongst the elderly and the young at the academies, and last he played, had been when he'd lived in the city before he moved to his lands years ago. I'm going to have to play more with Jace. Tartered thought grudgingly to himself. Tartered understood the value of the game and Sivas, from a tactical point of view. He could see patterns of play that would prove very useful on the battlefield. Reacting and acting, baiting and trapping. It helped hone the mind, especially young minds, in creating strategies that dealt with active change on the battlefield against an enemy that had an equal force to your own. Of course, the main problem with the game was the fact that battlefields were rarely equal. Their wars were the prime example of this. It had been fought at a disadvantage in numbers, but one they made up with superior intelligence of their enemies and with the element of surprise. And, of course, the involvement of dragons. Which always introduced an element of total unfairness. Ultimately, for all of its advantages, this game of chess, it was superficial in aiding the youngsters in developing a better mind for the battlefield. At least in Tartered's mind. The fact that Tritoz was no real good at the game had no bearing at all. Aegon glanced at him and Tritoz spotted an amused smile on his face as he spoke further. It's as if the city has breathed a sigh of relief. Tritoz grunted as he made his move. It was no surprise. Rumors had spread when it was confirmed the Westerosi were coming. Rumors that talked about the disrespect the Archon had received during his time in King's Landing. Disrespect was rather strong. Tritoz had been there after all and seen it with his own eyes, but it wasn't far off. Few understood the reason why the Archon invited them. But then Tritoz knew that the Archon had not faltered in the decisions he made for their people, so Tritoz cared not to learn it, nor would he ask about it. The restrictions the Archon had placed on them to make sure they couldn't go into the shops and factories and steal their secrets only showed that too. Even if it sounded like a mad plan or another that was being brewed. They caught a few more fishes, and after Tritoz declined to play another game of chess, they largely began conversing again, and during that conversation about Jace and his Jace's pending enrollment at the Royal Military Academy, their conversation ended up veering towards the conversation of the academies before it veered towards a conversation about the structure of the army, which had been changed vigorously over the past 8 years, it having started during the stay velos before sailing to Illymaris. The Royal Army had undergone significant changes in structure. Previously, it had been a loose command structure that were directly appointed to position, the commanders, by Aegon. Now however, it was far more formalized with symbols that denoted the structure of the army and the numbers in their command. For example, a general is denoted by 5 dragon insignia smelted onto the upper arm of armor, commanded an army group of 7,000 or more men. A commander-general, denoted by a 4 dragon insignia, commanded an army group of 3 to 5,000 men. A commander, denoted by a 3 dragon insignia, commanded a battalion, a number between 2 to 3,000 men, within the army group. A subcommander commanded a company, 1 to 2 army units of 500, within a battalion. A knight captain commanded a cavalry unit of 50 to 200 but also served to be an important cog in the military, doing anything from overseeing logistics to personnel and scouting missions, whilst a knight could command cavalry units or knights of up to 50 men. The Royal Navy had similar such denotations in their structure. All of these upper ranks were officer ranks. However, not all officers would get to become upper-ranked officers. After all, there were only a few such positions available. Most would at most become knights or at worst a soldier or cavalry. It did not mean, however, there were not other officer special positions. There were specialized positions for officers who were capably adept in matters tactical, strategical, and the logistical needs of the army, who would sit as support of the upper-ranked officers and provide support for their superior officer. And it was this gap, as Aegon stated, that Tritoz could tell bothered the Archon the most in Velos, where Andrew Sapner directly oversaw the hunts and additional operations in Velos or Liberty Bay without much a support structure in place. With the assignment of Jeanner Dries, Viceroy, of Beaver Lay of Ethian, a former administrator and also a less respected figure than Barrows, it also meant that Andrew had a more oversized voice than what he knew Aegon wanted to have from the Commander-General of the Velos Army Group. Whilst the city guards and the Unsullied reported directly to Beaver, Andrew was one to be respected whilst Beaver was not. Tritoz knew what Aegon was hinting towards, the over-reliance of men in powerful roles, when in reality, the entire restructuring and creation of a professional army was to cut that out. He also knew whilst Andrew Sapner was by no means likely to harbour treasonous thinking, the precedent the man set out was a dangerous one too, especially given how long it would take to set things to right if the treason did occur. Which might well become too late by then. It might be worth thinking about bringing back Andrew and some of the others. Tritoz commented after Aegon all but complained about the gaps. Andrew had been given the command of the army in Velos, which included the men who served on the ships that hunted for corsairs and slave ships, again after his term of service had ended. Muro, Gaelanis, or Loma Aris were needed to train to men and carry out the reforms Aegon wanted in the army here in Illymaris, which left only a few of sufficient seniority and reputation to match that of Andrew to take the position. He'll finish out his term. He's got less than 2 years left. Aegon said after a few moments, and Tritoz hummed understandingly. It would be a bad look after all. I will, however, shortly send Sir Makar Roma Aris with an order to take command 2,000 reassigned soldiers to Hesh in Lhazar, where I have reached an agreement with the Lhazarine to help with their Dothraki problems. Tritoz raised his eyebrows in surprise before he narrowed his eyes and thought. Sir Makar was amongst those who'd taken up to the reform with seamless ease. He'd do well to instill it in the others. And he'd be a good successor to Andrew. And the kind of general Aegon wanted others to take inspiration from. Dothraki problems? Tritoz questioned. Tritoz might be mostly retired, but he certainly still had a place amongst the army. And he was in the Archon's confidence too. So he knew that there had been skirmishes with the Dothraki in Liberty Bay, where long enough sustained attacks happened to allow detachments of their army to fight with the Liberty Bay armies. The last time had been relatively large Khalasar of about 5,000. Hunting them had been a major role of Andrew's cavalry attachment, and had Andrew not managed to escape the trap the surprisingly clever Dothraki had set up, they would have lost a large part of the cavalry. Fortunately, the casualties had been rather low. As far as he knew, that particular Khalasar did not have its skull killed despite being defeated in number with the combined army of Liberty Bay and theirs. The destruction of the slaver cities and the abolition of slavery in Lis and for the most part in Mir and Tyrosh, has effectively crashed the slave market, which also provided the tenuous stability of the Dothraki. Aegon began to explain as he reeled in his fishing line before he threw it back into the lake. The Dothraki, ironically, had encouragements to behave, as much as Dothraki can, more civilized, which meant that their destructive raids and attacks had purpose behind them, and whilst the Dothraki do not have need of coin, they did trade captured slaves for horses, jewelry, supplies, and weaponry, which in turn helped support campaigns against each other, who are for the most part the targets of their warring. Aegon explained and Tritaus nodded, knowing this already. With the destruction of much of the slave trade, the savages have no more such restraints anymore. Tritaus said in answer and Aegon hummed in answer. So they have kicked up their attacks against the Lhazareen. They have, and they are not taking many captives. Aegon said considerately. Usually they ravage villages and kill all of the men but take the children and women. Over the past year, they have killed off entire villages north of the Koruk, where there were villages south of the longest fork of the Skahazdan River. Tritaus grunted. You would have thought they'd just shift to sell the slaves elsewhere. Like Karth. Or Volantis. Karth is some way out, and then there is the Red Waste. The Dothraki rarely venture that far out, at least not since the formation of the Red Waste. And Volantis similarly is far from their place of power, though perhaps had Volantis not been embroiled in their own civil war, the more savvy old blood could have found a way to replace the gap opened up with the destruction of the slaver cities. Aegon shook his head. No, unfortunately, this might well herald a period of increased Dothraki activities. So we're sending in men to help the Lhazareen. Tritaus said after a few moments of contemplation. Not exactly the largest of numbers. They had about 5,000 out there in patrolling the seas of the Gulf of Liberty and the Summer Sea. There could be more, such as the 8,000 or so men that were here on Illimaris that were considered to be soldiers and knights of the army, but most of them also fashioned as part-time support to the laborers, masons, and city guard, when they were being rotated out to patrol the seas of the Ghoul of Liberty and Summer Sea. Of course, they could increase that number significantly, if they called upon the veterans, but then you'd significantly affect Illimaris. The Unsullied. Tritaus stated, having come to the answer. Whilst he did not think Aegon would send the 2,000 Unsullied on Illimaris, he could however send the Unsullied stationed on the Isle of Cedars. The 7,000 Unsullied. Yes, I will draw from their numbers to Sir Makar's army. Rhaegar has started to select the draw from his men. Aegon confirmed and Tritaus grunted. The younger Unsullied were men now, though untested. This would probably serve a good posting. Won't solve the Dothraki problem, however. Tritaus said meaningfully. Not for us, Liberty Bay or the Lhazareen. Even if more Unsullied were used, like those who survived the failed assault of Mantares, it wouldn't do much to solve the problem. And it's not as if those Unsullied could be much use anyway, given that they lost to fucking double-headed monsters in the red marshes of Mantares. It does not. Aegon agreed. However, in the interim it does allow us to gain a significant foothold with the Lhazareen. What foothold do we need with those peaceful sheep fuckers? They're worse than the Valaman. Tritaus muttered and Aegon eyed him with some amusement. They're not as hopeless as most think them to be. They wouldn't have managed to save 3 major cities for centuries otherwise. Aegon pointed out and Tritaus only grunted at that point. They might not be senseless fools, but enough of them were. Otherwise their people wouldn't consistently be hunted like game for centuries. At least the naughty had a reason to be peaceful thanks to those ridiculous diseased butterflies of theirs. Aegon continued. Regardless, they have agreed to provide us, solely, the bulk of their frankincense and myrrh trade in exchange of some of our trade goods, like porcelain. Tritaus was about to answer, but before he could speak, Tritaus felt his line tug and he stood up in the boat and reeled in the fish. Ah, a big bastard, aren't ye? Tritaus said with happiness as he dropped the fish in one of the buckets. Not his largest, but definitely larger than average. He'd eat this one for dinner. Tritaus then took his seat back and looked at Aegon. Ah, you didn't just come to fish with me, did you? Tritaus grumbled. He did not believe for a moment that Aegon was bringing up the problems of the Dothraki, or the fact that they'd get frankincense now in return for porcelain. In reality it was for protection for no reason. Not entirely, no. But I did want to fish though. Aegon said with a faint smile and Tritaus snorted. Yes, just like him. Nothing just for enjoyment. You have a plan, don't you? To deal with the Dothraki. If the Dothraki really are becoming more than just a nuisance, then what we fought for could well become for nothing. He did not think that the Dothraki could breach the cities of Liberty Bay, not after the restoration of the walls, but he could see them ravaging the countryside. Which could kill the cities, as not even Velos farms could feed the cities. Not yet anyway. Aegon smiled briefly at Tritaus before he looked the lake. I have. Of course he did. Tritaus knew the man well enough that ploy with Ilhezarine was just a starting point to get more out of them. Aegon glanced at Tritaus, a glint in his soul eye. You interested? Tritaus snorted before he tapped at his belly. My heart will probably kill me before one of those savages could. Tritaus was not in any shape to be leading any army. And truthfully, Tritaus had no real interest to get into shape either. He liked his life. Fuck his wife, fish, occasionally do a few things for his lands, teach his kids a few rare wise things and fish again. His life was quite fine the way it was. Whilst I am pleased that you have come to fish with me, almost as pleased I am when I am fucking my wife, Tritaus said with a grin. I can't say that I am thrilled having to get in shape and make sure I don't have to refit my nice Elamari armor suit to fit me. Tritaus said with a fading grin that mostly turned into a grimace. Truthfully, I thought you have enough of war. Tritaus added, genuinely curious. The Archon had entirely devoted himself to Elamaris from what he'd seen. His dragon and that of his family had practically caused a situation that necessitated more men to quarry because of how much stone that was being delivered to the city, the masons, and the builders. The city was rapidly being built. Tritaus might well see the city pretty much finished before the stranger took him. And then the guilds, all of those fabric makers, glass makers, porcelain makers, carpenters, and a dozen other such guilds and shops and factories, and then the whole Archonate thing and all those who did whatever the seven hells they did. The man was a busy bastard and Tritaus had thought that was what truly made the Archon happy, and given how draining the wars in Essos had been previously, he didn't think he'd see another war. Aegon sighed heavily. Because Elamaris needs this. Aegon looked out to the lake. The army. The people. Even my sons. Everyone needs this. When the time comes to seek approval with the council, they will see and agree with my view. Tritaus stared at Aegon for a long moment before he grunted and spoke up after those long few moments passed. You should fish more. Tritaus said, and Aegon's expression broke, and he laughed suddenly. Loudly. And Tritaus laughed with him. Aegon looked at him appreciatively before he nodded. Perhaps. There is a piece here that is quite enjoyable. I love it more than most other things. Tritaus agreed before he eyed the Archon intently. What need do you have of me? If Aegon asked him to serve once more, of fucking course he'd serve. He had little doubt that Aegon's family would agree with Aegon. Worry not. I won't ask you to active duty. No, what we have use of is your knowledge, authority, and respect you command. Tritaus furrowed his brow. Is this what Uthric wanted to speak about? Aegon shook his head. No, that is a separate matter, but one that I want you to also help with. Aegon said meaningfully, and Tritaus nodded his head in understanding. He doubted there was much need in teaching men how to torture Dothraki given that they were savages and knew nothing of much use. Besides, the Archon could do it himself, given that he'd heard that the captured Dothraki had shrieked like women when the Archon had his hands on them at the end of their Liberty War. No, my current need is for you to help train a division of the most talented knights in the next few years. I want them as hard as nails and as fit as horses. The Unsullied will help, but ultimately, that will be your responsibility. Tritaus considered that. Hard as in having iron linings in their stomachs and able to sleep soundly after a bit of dirty work. He knew that the men under Uthric would be trained to have that, but he wasn't yet sure these men had the same need. No. They'll be an honorable lot. Aegon smiled faintly and Tritaus snorted. Not as honorable when I'm done with them. If they're facing Dothraki, they'll need not be honorable. Where will I be training them? There will be a training fort built not far from this lake. Aegon answered, and Tritaus had a suspicion that Aegon was doing this to make this easier on him. So you'll do it. If you're going to do it, better do it right. Tritaus grunted before he eyed the Archon intently. Besides, you'll owe me for this. Tritaus gave off a massive grin, one that did not lessen as he spoke further. You won't be able to refuse me when I ask you fly down on your dragon once every moon and come fish with me. What was it? Those runners? Postmen? Lettermen? Anyway, he'd badger the Archon with his requests if he had to. He had the special Lord Seal that'd make sure it'd get delivered right to his palace after all. The other bastards can have their excuses and shove it up their arses. Oh, you're more than 2 days ride away. I have duties I can't leave behind. Pissants. Aegon frowned lightly as he spoke. I can't commit to that, but I can commit that I will at least visit once every 2 or 3 moons and fish with you. Perhaps even take you to one of the other islands on Miss Aragorn. Tritaus grimaced. No need for that. Aegon chuckled at that. There was a lull in conversation, though not for long, when Tritaus spoke up. Will it be the Slaver City treatment or the Mere treatment? He asked, genuinely curious. He had to think it would have to be the former. Neither. Aegon said, and there was a coldness in his eye. But at the end, the Dothraki will be far from the threat they currently present. Especially once we break them at V's Dothrak. Tritaus groaned and he leaned back in his seat. God's damn. Was he really going to miss out on this? The Dothraki cared only for a few things, this much he knew. They cared for their cur of a horse god and for V's Dothrak, which was a holy place, and the place where their widows, children, slaves and most of their wealth was located, at least that which was outside of the Kalassars. And so, the Dothraki would have to be honor-bound to defend V's Dothrak. Every Kalassar. Or they'd basically collapse from within. Fragile little cunnies. He could see it now, their army and dragons sweeping aside one Kalassar after the other, slaves joining their march to V's Dothrak where they'd meet a concentration of Dothraki Kalassar perhaps 100,000 strong, all that would be no more than kindle for the dragons. Ah, it'd be the glory parts all over again. Tritoz glared at the Archon with no small amount of bitterness. You're a cruel man. Breaking the Dothraki was going to be a legendary thing all across Essos. Even in the other slaving-free cities. There's always a spot by my side, my friend. Aegon said with a mild grin and Tritoz snorted at that before he shook his head. I'll think about it. Tritoz muttered and he meant it too. He eyed the Archon intently before he narrowed his eyes. Though I doubt there will be as much loot spread across the army. This time. His time in the city had told him enough that the loot had caused the Archon and Illimaris many problems trying to balance everything out. Fixed prices, stipends and pensions, investments in the companies, and many other encouragements were given and made to make sure that a loaf of bread wasn't 1,000 times more expensive than it was in King's Landing. Prices had stabilized now but there were still some issues in pricings and another such influx would just throw everything back to the start. If you told a young Tritoz that too much gold was a problem, he'd laugh you out. He knew that there were rules within the army and navy charters now that specified that campaigns of war against rogue peoples, which meant uncivilized people practicing slavery and other peoples like those who practiced foul magics, were permitted to be looted with bonuses to be specified before the campaign. No, there won't. There will be a fixed amount of silver, of course, and a portion of the goods we take from V's Dothrak for the men but the rest of the coin will go into the Illimaris treasury. Aegon said with seriousness etched into his face. Besides, it is not, at least entirely, the prize I seek to take from V's Dothrak. The slaves. Tritoz stated and Aegon nodded slightly and Tritoz grunted before he spoke again. Well, we could do with more people. Which was entirely true. They needed more laborers, farm hands, and all kinds. As far as he knew, there were perhaps another 50,000 people coming from Velos, and another 20,000 coming from Lys over the next 7 to 10 years. The ones from Lys tended to prefer to stay in the city and tended to be fairly useful in new trades or could be trained in trade relatively quickly. The Lysane were likely to become part-time laborers and would help finish the city. Whilst the people from Velos tended to be a mixture. The ones who'd come from the disputed lands or Liberty Bay and would soon move to Illimaris, were also quite useful, with a number of them wanting their own farmlands. They'd served much of their service on Velos as workers with how they'd been rebuilding the city, so they'd get their lands pretty much as soon as they landed. Though he wouldn't be surprised if the lower council and the civil service assigned them some more work as farmhands and preparing lands because of the need for it. And these would be a sizable amount of the 50,000, which included wives and children that would not be of much use in terms of labor. The others would be given a trade or another in the city or in the towns by the mines and quarries, once they were built or finished built. Nonetheless, whilst another 70,000 people in less than 10 years was going to help majorly in helping building up Illimaris, Tritoz knew that most of these people had come to Illimaris with promises of land and promises of a trade. Eventually, all would get sick of laboring, which was hard work, especially laboring in a place where was nothing. Tritoz knew because he himself had been in such a situation, twice, both in Corinth and Illimaris where he'd also labored. And once all of the shops and wares and everything else in the city were fully running, with the companies demanding more goods to be produced, if Aegon's and Barrow's efforts become as successful as they believe it will be, well, that meant that there'd fewer and fewer laborers and farmhands and more to do the dirty work as those jobs were much easier. Dirty work such as building a couple new cities in middle of nowheres. Like Galesia. It wasn't a problem right now, of course. As of this moment, there were tens of thousands of laborers, miners, and quarrymen. Men who made a trade of it. The wage was good after all. And more of these tens of thousands would be coming in the next 10 years, of course, but eventually, these men would get their land or trade or get old and their sons were unlikely to follow. That problem would get solved eventually too, with how the Archon encouraged every family to pump out babe after babe, but that was a long-term situation and they had far more short-term problems. So Tritoz was quite sure that Aegon wanted these slaves freed, who would likely be children especially young boys, and become another influx of people who could work and were used to hard work long into the future. And he was also quite sure that the bulk of the loot going towards the Illimari treasury was exactly because they needed to keep paying a good wage and keep building. Ah, he could feel a bastard of a headache coming from thinking so hard. And his wife thinks him a small-minded fool. Pa. Well, at least his long-term issues were likely solved. There was a town planned nearby so he and his heirs should at least be able to hire laborers long-term wise. They spoke of little else the rest of the fishing, only breaking up in their fishing to eat. Having a man who could produce fire in his hands was as handy as a nipple on a woman's tit, and they'd spent long into the day fishing, much to Trita's delight. Not a bad life after all. Break. Mid to late 123 AC far south of Illimaries. Valar POV. The monthly meeting of the Council of Dragon Lords dragged on for longer than he expected, or wanted, as matters of the Archonate was discussed. From matters of trade and projected goods production this month to matters of settlement construction such as farms, public works like the aqueduct, the shipyard, the expansion of factories, to matters of the Isle of Cedars and the colony there in Galesia to matters of much more. The most interesting points in all of it was the proposal of his sister Rena, who wanted more artisans from Liberty Bay to be approached, and the proposal from his father who told them that they would need to fortify Dragon's Gate Port and the other islands now that it would be known that they were in use by Illimaries, and lastly the state of Essos and West Eros. For the former, the proposal was largely due to Rena's desires to increase the number of statues in the city, statues that commemorated more of their people instead of just commemorating them in obelisks in the Hall of Heroes. Though Valar thought it was also because he was certain that she wanted to learn how to work marble, to add to her skills as an artist. Working with chisel and hammer as much as he did brush and paint. The second point was a concerning point, Valar could admit. Dragon's Gate Port was exposed despite its importance to Illimaries. Galleons sailed to Dragon Gate Port from Illimaries to drop off their wares and goods. Presently, their fleet of galleons was 6 and 40 in numbers and 4 and 30 galleons worked the same routes albeit in segments. Half of the 4 and 30 galleons travelled to Dragon's Gate Port with coin and more importantly goods from the east and elsewhere whilst at the same time, the other half sailed from Dragon's Gate Port to Velos where they took Illimari-made goods for the merchant carracks to take hold and disperse to all kinds of markets. The most of the rest of the ships travelled to and from Dragon's Gate Port to Illimaries to take or deliver goods. It was a system allowing them new supplies and goods every 2 to 4 moons. Father had explained that the islands would be known now to the Westerosi, where some may find it a target to raid. If not them then perhaps others. The gods knew that corsairs would likely be itching to strike back at them after they'd hunted as many of them throughout the years. It was because of their efforts that slaving ships and corsairs rarely passed through the Giscari Strait anymore. Although it seemed like Father considered the Westerosi as the greater threat, and the part of the reason why he invited the lords of Westeros to the weddings. He wanted to bait them with the Targaryen Islands to see if he should consider them an active threat rather than a passive one, whilst also seeing what the reception of Illimaries would be for the lords, and the faith. The last point was not as concerning to Valar even if it did interest him. The Bravasi were getting more and more involved with Myr, where they were sending ships, Bravasi soldiers and sell swords to keep order in Myr and its territories, and from what was reported via their consulate on Lys, the Myrish folk were growing more and more unhappy by the impositions made by the Bravasi. To the point that the number of Myrish arriving on Lys was faster than before. Although it seemed like it was not just the Bravasi however. It seemed like the noble families of Myr were intentionally aggravating the situation in order to gain back the foothold they'd lost since Father had effectively disarmed them as a threat. The Tyroshi were feeling similar tensions and instability though that was largely stemming from the fact that the Iron Throne had significantly slackened the ropes that bound Tyrosh, and of course the Bravasi appeared to be involved there too. The instability of the region was likely also being exacerbated by the cold civil war in Volantis between, effectively, the Old Blood and its sister cities and the Red Faith, where slave rebellions and slave soldiers were skirmishing with the forces of the Old Blood inside the Black Walls though largely it was outside of the Black Walls in the city proper and the territories around it. Presently it wasn't as bad as it could be, far from it, but from what it seemed like, that was largely neither side wanted to commit fully to win, not when the consequences of losing were as severe as they were. But it could get bad, how bad not even his father knew despite his constant use of trying to decipher secrets from the flames. And then there was Westeros. Well, it was the same as it had been the last time they'd talked about it. The calm before the storm. Well, a storm that was slowly coming into the horizon. Father reported that the spies in King's Landing told him, besides the sad news of cousin Lena's loss of her second child in childbirth, that Aemond had claimed Caraxes, Father's brother's dragon, something that Father considered likely to be taken as a great insult by their cousins Rhaenyra and Baelon. Despite the fact that their kin in Westeros had no official inheritance doctrines like their family did. Each of their dragons would first be given an opportunity to be bonded by their direct children or grandchildren. After that, any Targaryen could try to bond with them. But then Valar knew that his kin in Westeros weren't exactly forward-thinking on how to deal with matters of inheritance, where kings can make absolute decisions as much as they wanted. As much as Valar disliked sitting council meetings with his family or with the lower council, at least Father couldn't just make decisions alone anymore. The meeting wrapped up soon enough, both proposals having been accepted by vote, and before he could close the connection on the dragon glass candle, his mother called out to him, asking when he'd return. Valar considered it and, after having looked at his dragon and at his wife Viera, did he answer. We will likely remain away for another 4 days. Valar confirmed to his mother. That would make over a fortnight of having been away. He wouldn't mind it being longer, but their stores would become critically low by then, and he doubted that Viera would wish to solely eat whatever the roasted meat of animal they hunted. Very well. Be safe. His mother said, and his siblings and father said the same, more or less, before he signed off and let off a heavy sigh. He sat there for a few moments before he shook his head and made his way towards his wife Viera, who sat away a little further in front of the small tent on the scissor stool, reading one of the historical books from their family library. She turned to look at him with some amusement in her expression. It is always so long? She asked, genuinely curious. Not always, but most of the time. Valar groused as he stopped beside her, though there was a trace of a smile on his face as he met his wife's azure eyes. His wife hummed beautifully. It's too bad you cannot appoint a regent for your place. There was teasing in her voice. Valar laughed before he dropped himself on the grubby rock beside her. If only I could, but unfortunately the perks of being a dragon lord don't come without it. He shook his head. At least it's only once a moon. It was a small sacrifice to make, in all honesty. After all, the whole purpose of the council was to make sure that there was consensus in their family and that they were all aware of what was happening. And Valar understood his father's fears. Gods knew that father drove the problems of what could happen when a dragon rider felt underappreciated in all their heads. He only wished that there was a better way than a tiresome meeting. Anyway. Valar shook his head as he looked up at his wife, who had been studying her. Are you ready to move out again? Valar asked his wife. His wife looked at him for a moment before she looked at the horizon, and Valar followed her gaze. They had made camp on a large flat area of one of the mountains of the Rgarton mountain that directly overlooked Thulmshan, which meant Little Claw in High Valley Ryan. Thulmshan was far southeast of Ilmaris, and it was encapsulated by a long mountain range, though much shorter than the Silver Mountain range, that separated the land mostly from the rest of Ilmaris. He'd been here before a few times, and he'd seen that the land had a much shorter width than most of the rest of Ilmaris, with the exception of Rolgorion, Little Beak, on the northwestern of Ilmaris, and a much wetter climate too. However, from where they were, the land was a beauty to behold. Forests that stretched far into the horizon, yet that was not all that there was. There were wetlands, and the coasts, long stretches of white sands that were alike to that of the islands north, but the difference was that the waters were bluer and clearer. Umzor, Larger Claw, which was to the southwest, was similar, though there were fewer wetlands and many more forested hills, or jungled hills rather, than Lumshan. It was very similar to the lands about 30 leagues south of Ilmaris, where there was thick jungle. The only exception to that was around the river Psalago, the longest river in Ilmaris, and that rivaled the river Ziarvs in terms of width, where there were parts that weren't as heavily forested, such as the mouth. Though Valar didn't think building a settlement at the mouth was the best choice. Valar wasn't the best cartographer, but even he knew that building a settlement there wasn't the best of choices. The banks of the river were crowded by growths of plants, even something that looked like underwater trees, and then there was the weather. The southern parts of Ilmaris rained a lot. And it was humid, and it was very warm. Even now, despite being thousands of feet above the ground, it was not cold at all. Down there in Lumzor? It was much hotter than it was in Ilmaris or most of the north, which already was as warm as the summer isles. Whilst he and his family were admittedly better suited to deal with hot climates, their people, the Valyrian majority in particular, were not. And then there was also the fact that the river was infested with lizard alligators. It was probably because the river was a lot warmer than that of Ziarvs, which started high in the mountain, whereas Psalago was probably just fed most of its water from the large amounts of rain that came from the east and west. That was why he believed Lumshan to be a better site for a future settlement than anywhere else, and it would be the perfect place to grow summer islander crops. Yes. His wife said after a few moments, breaking him out of his thoughts. She turned to look at him, her book closing, and she reached out to the bag that was filled with maps. As the more adventurous of his family, he'd been basically granted to fly as much as he wanted. As long as he coupled that with a bit of duty. So after his tour of duty had ended, he'd taken to that, learning from Rena how to draw and from the cartographers how read the landscapes. By now, he'd created the vast majority of the maps of Ilmaris, which tied the coastline maps from the ships with that of landmarks, forests, jungles, volcanoes, mountains, hills, and more, along with the distances from the coastlines. It wasn't the best, Valar could easily admit, since he wasn't exactly interested in map-making, but it was the best they had. And his work would almost certainly be used to plan out the settlements south beyond the mountains and volcanoes that basically closed off the northwest and Ilmaris from the south. Though we should eat first before we go. His wife added, and Valar nodded agreeably to that as his wife brought out the older map of Umshan, and Valar sat up a little as he moved over closer to her. It will probably take us until into the eve to get there. Valar said as he pointed to the spot where they'd talked about a few days ago. Shrikos, come back. Valar signaled to his dragon whilst he looked at the map. They would have to stop at one of the islands he marked out as a safe place to stop it. There were also alligators on this land too, along with a swathe of other large predators. There was even a strange bird-like creature that looked similar to a terror bird but actually larger and without feathers. It tasted similar to chicken though, he mused as he remembered eating some of Shirko's leftovers of the bird. But then, even alligators tasted like chicken even if the meat was tougher. We should try and get there as soon as possible. It wouldn't do to try and put up the tent in the dark with all of those beasts around. His wife murmured as she looked at him and Valar shrugged slightly. It'll be fine, like always. Shrikos will scare off anything that dares approach the tent. We've always been staying on mountains and hills far from where any animal would care to be. His wife pointed out and Valar had to concede the point. It was untypical but then the land was rather untypical too. He eyed his wife for a few moments before he spoke. I'll make our scouting short. He wouldn't bother when he was alone with Shrikos but with his wife around, he had to be a bit more careful. Thank you. She murmured with a faint smile on her face before she leaned forward and kissed Valar on the cheek, making Valar heat up but smile nonetheless. He had to admit. His wife had truly put in the effort in wanting to share his passions these week and a half. Whilst they had been spending a lot of time during their betrothal, where he'd gotten to know her as a woman and wife-to-be, he had rarely talked about his wants to travel the world and find strange new lands. It was only shortly before his wedding after Viera had asked him about why he liked disappearing for days on end that he told her the truth. About how the further he went with Shrikos, the more he felt he was accomplishing what no one else had. How he was seeing things what no one else had. Not his brothers, not his father. He hadn't been sure what Viera's reaction would be, especially given that he'd hinted that he'd be as much away as he would be in the city, perhaps longer once they started up exploration further out west and south, which seemed like something that'd happen in the next few years. She was as much as prim and proper as her cousin and all of the other noble ladies, even if there was parts of her that made her unique. Like the way she enjoyed writing. Or the way she grew sarcastic to those who irritated her even though it was masked by a polite tone and smile. Or the way she seemed excited to ride his dragon with him unlike her cousin Valyana. But he hadn't need to fear as much as he thought he might be that Viera did not understand, or rather did not want to understand. Instead, she'd asked if she could come and despite his attempts to dissuade her as he didn't believe her what prim noble woman would want to spend away in the middle of nowhere hot and humid with dangerous beasts around but she'd only grew firmer that it was what she wanted and eventually forced him to agree. He thought she might change her mind a few days into the trip. The dirt and the sweating and the difficulty of sleeping in a linen tent that did little to protect against the cold of night but despite a bit of moodiness, she'd braved it well. And as time went on, she'd only continued to deal with the difficultness of it all, especially she appreciated the effort Valar took in searching for nice little spots to clean themselves. And Valar was happy for it. It was certainly a lot less lonely when someone could actually talk back to you, and when you could have sex with them. Lots of sex. Apologies Shrikos. Valar loved the moody dragon but it got tiring getting growls for answers and as much as he loved the moody dragon, sex was an incomparable bonus. They continued to converse a little, largely talking about their remaining route and matters back home his siblings having moved to Draconis with the settlers along with mostly inane topics, before they cooked up a meal of salted meats, cheese and soup made of dried vegetable and cuttings of songbird meat Valar had killed with bow and arrow. Shrikos had arrived during their meal, descending slowly and landing behind them, and after they'd finished up their meal, they packed everything up, including the scissor stool which they flattened, and climbed atop of Shrikos. A day and a half later. The winds whistled gently as they flew over the southernmost tip of the Lomshan, passing over wetlands into region where thin shrubbery grew on dunes on the edges of the beaches. They continued to fly over the land, reaching towards the islands that were thinly connected to the mainland by a sandy land bridge. There were the closest islands to the southern part of Ilmaris. There were about a dozen more islands further south, with each of them allowing one to see, just beyond the horizon, the next island. The only island that was an exception was the Crescent Island, which probably will have its name changed in the coming decades, which was about as far from the chain of islands as the northernmost tip of Ilmaris was to Draconis. He'd been there once. It was not as different than Bajmayanis, which to say that it was basically a jungle island, but the only difference was the animals that lived there. There was a kind of dragon-like creature there. A wingless dragon. He would have thought a wyvern but apparently they could get as big as a 2-decade-old dragon. In any case, these weren't that big at all, only about twice or thrice the size of the alligators but with hind legs that were much longer even if it seemed to walk on 4 legs. It also wasn't the only strange animal either. Valar had seen apes, monkeys. 7 hells, in Ilmaris alone, there were hundreds of little Valyrians that made the nearby forests home thanks to father's introduction of them. But these ones, they were bigger. Much bigger. Bigger than a man, at least thrice the size of men, and they looked very strong too. He thought that they might be a kind of man, ape-man, until he'd described it to father who said that they were like a creature known as gorillas. They continued to fly for a little while longer, until they reached the end of the island chain, and Valar signaled Shrikos to turn back to the mainland. They'd been far out enough anyway, he mused as he eyed his wife from behind him, who he saw was taking a few notes for his sake on the maps he'd made before. You might want to put them away. I'll be pushing Shrikos to get us back to the mountains before the last light. Valar said in a raised voice. Now that they were done, he could push Shrikos to get back to the mountains north of Umshan in fast time, he mused as he eyed the afternoon sun. His dragon was probably the fastest dragon and the one with the most stamina. Don't have him make any sharp movements. Viera said as she began to put away her papers. Or this time I won't try to avoid you with the consequences. Viera said with no small amount of threat in her tone of voice, and Valar laughed a little. He'd grown a little bored flying safe, so he had Shrikos do all kinds of stunts in the air, like they usually did whenever they'd been away. Both of them liked doing it, ever since they'd first done it when they'd both been young. I promise. Valar said as he mockingly held his hand to his chest, and his wife pushed him in response, making him laugh a little louder. Soon enough, they were making their hasty journey back across Lumshan. After they'd rested at the mountains, they'd go west, almost all the way west. They'd fly over the eastern side of Umzor, before rounding above the Silver Mountains range that divide almost all of Ilmaris right through the middle but ended in the north of Umzor. As they flew over the southern tip of Umshan, Shrikos behaved a bit differently, his head turning towards the east, as if he'd seen something. What is it, Shrikos? Valar asked with a frown as he tapped the scales of his dragon, and his dragon growled in response, and Valar understood it clearly enough that there was something there on the horizon. Valar squinted his eyes as he tried to see what Shrikos was seeing, but they were too high and too far from the eastern coast, and so he leaned to his side and pulled out one of the far eyes, telescopes. What is it? Viera asked from behind him. Not sure. Shrikos has seen something, I think. Valar said in response. One of the ships? Viera questioned. Mayhaps. Valar said, but he wasn't sure at all. Whilst Valar was more free from his obligations as a dragon lord, he did have a lot of authority when it came to mapping out Ilmaris or any kind of exploratory missions sent to the south. Part of his mapping included finding places that would have a lot of value to Ilmaris, like finding places that naturally had a lot of pearl-bearing oysters, like there was at Western Lumshan in the Crescent Bay. Valar looked through the telescope and he scoured the area where he felt Shrikos was looking, but he couldn't really find much. Shrikos, fly where you saw whatever you saw it. And Shrikos growled his understanding, and soon they veered towards that direction, and it was then that Valar saw what Shrikos had seen. Oh fuck! Valar exclaimed as he looked away from the telescope, his eyes wide. What? What is it? Viera asked, surprised and probably concerned too, once he snapped out of it. Valar looked through the telescope again, and it was easier this time to find them again. People, there are people. Our people. Valar shook his head. Definitely not their people. He could only really see the two ships from this far, but he could tell easily that those ships were too small and too narrow looking to be their people ships. He might have thought them to be their fishing boats, but their fishing boats were not that large relative to the small silhouettes of people he could see by the ships. And their hauler ships were definitely not that shape either, with how much wider they were. Almost square-like. He slowly dropped the telescope and handed it over to his wife. Not our people. Viera's eyes were wide before she took hold of the telescope and peered through it. I will need to call father shortly, Valar thought to himself with grim seriousness. When Ilmaris had been first found, Admiral Locke and his crew had found an old boat about 80 leagues down the eastern coast. A boat with bone arrowheads that likely was only at most 4 or 5 decades old. Perhaps even shorter due to being weathered badly. And over the years, they'd found 2 more instances of evidence that there had been people, or people like people who had set foot on Ilmaris, instances such old pieces of wood further down south of Umshan. And in every instance, they had not encountered any peoples on Ilmaris. None except their own. The question was, why? Where did the survivors go? Did they die on Ilmaris? To the lions, to the wolf bears, to the other strange and dangerous animals that were deep in the jungles? Or mayhaps they died to disease. Northern Ilmaris was better than the south, especially since it was not as hot and no way near as humid as it was further south past the mountains, and his lessons on Sothorios and Summer Isles told him much that dangerous diseases dwelled in hot and humid lands where diseases thrived. Could this have been what killed these people? There were many questions they all had about these findings, and it was part of the reason why his father was happy enough to let him take charge of the exploration with Shrikos, in the instance there were people somewhere hidden in the jungles. But he saw nothing, found nothing. Until now. You need to call your parents and your brothers. They are 2 boats, Valar. Viera said with worry in her voice, and Valar understood. One could be explained that it was an accident, but 2? It meant that it was almost certainly not an accident. Almost. It could have been an accident, but the chances of that. No, Valar had to assume that these people knew how to get to Ilmaris, and given the size of their boats, they couldn't have come from far. Surely not. Let's get closer to them first before I call. Valar said as he turned around, and Viera sent him a look that told him that she disagreed vehemently with that choice. We won't climb off Shrikos. Valar soothed. They don't look like they could have anything that could harm Shrikos. The idea was nonsensical. Really? Who was it that told stories about our neighbors being evil unknowable people who dabbled in monstrous magic worse than anything Valeria could have thought of? Viera shot back at him and Valar had the decency to grimace as he scratched the back of his head with the telescope. Ah yes. He'd seen the skull of that strange non-person. A skull that was pretty much black in color that was in the shape of a human skull, or ape skull, but that was it. It had bones that protruded out, like goat horns, from the cheeks, and two fang-like teeth that showed that it was definitely a meat-eater. They'd not found any more skulls like that but Valar and his brother Castoris during the boring days during the tour had dreamed about what they could be. The look of the skull certainly did not look peaceful and so they dreamed up that it was an evil creature like the children of the forest but without the false image that they were innocent. Both he and Castoris had come up with wild imaginations, trying to come up with their own stories that they'd tell their own children like how father had done with them, and amongst all of the stories, the fact that the skull people were evil never wavered. He'd told Viera that story in the early days of their trip, something that he regretted a little because she had not appreciated it and had almost denied him sex because of it. In any case. Well, if they are evil-looking creatures, we won't even land. Valar conceded. He could admit that if they were magic-wielding evil creatures then he'd rather not risk Shrikos. And Viera. Of course. Shrikos closed the distance, as they neared, Valar saw better. And when they were closer, so too did the strange people see them. Shrikos, land close but not too close. Valar said as he tapped the scales of his dragon. They're regular people. Viera questioned and Valar glanced off his shoulder and nodded. They appeared to be. Valar quickly went into the side of his bag and pulled out his chain mail. Quick, wear this. Valar ordered his wife as he handed it to her, who looked worried and frightened. Valar glanced back towards the front and he could tell Shriko's appearance frightened the people clearly, as they began to run to their boats. After he'd seen them far better as they'd neared, enough that he could tell they were ordinary people, decided that he would not risk them escaping. Valar. Just do it, Viera. We can't let them go. Valar interrupted with a stern look on his face and finally she did as he ordered and after she had it halfway on, did Valar turn away. Shrikos, land behind the boats in the water. Valar commanded as he tightened his grip on the handles. He glanced at his wife who had it. Viera, brace yourself. Shrikos maneuvered himself, his wings extending and reducing his speed and it wasn't long before they swept around and landed in the water, hard, but safely. Valar heard sounds of yelling in a foreign language as Shrikos turned himself round, his body rising to an intimidating posture and Shrikos let off a deep growl. The yelling grew louder, more panicked and Valar decided it was enough. Shrikos, calm. Let them see me. Valar said as he tapped his dragon's scales. He'd orientated his dragon in a way that they could not see him or Viera. Shrikos growled lightly but obeyed, his draconic body lowering closer to the water and when that happened, Valar saw past Shriko's body and he saw them. They were brown of skin, almost the same color as the naughty but paler. Their skin, which was exposed from the waist up with only a strange kind of breeches covering their manhood, and had tattoos all over them, to the point that it was not strange to say that half of their upper body was tattooed. Their faces too were tattooed, like how it was said red priests had their faces tattooed, and they possessed hairs that resembled the hairs of the Yuti, silky black hair that flowed. But that was where all of the similarities ended. These men he saw no woman with them were all big of body, very big of body. And tall too. And they were armed, Valar thought warily. Some had axes of a kind, with axe heads that looked to be dragon glass, whilst the others had bow and arrow and it was this that worried him the most. They saw Valar and Viera too, and this made their shouts dim a little, with a few of the men speaking amongst themselves and Valar thought he could see confusion, fear and anger on their faces. The confusion he understood, just as he understood the anger and fear, but the anger seemed more hostile. Mayhaps I am reading into it too much. Hello. Valar shouted as he raised his hand and this caused the voices to dim as they all stared at him. Father is going to kill me, Valar mused to himself as he looked at these men. One of the things they'd discussed was that Valar would not risk himself, even if he had Shrikos. Disease, magic, whatever, these were the risks that came with the unknown. But Valar couldn't let them go. Where did they come from? Did they intend to come to Ilmaris? How far were their lands? What did they know of the world? He had so many questions. He couldn't let them go. Valar's eyes widened as he saw one of the men draw back his bow. Shrikos, shield us. Valar shouted and it was just in the nick of time that Shrikos moved to put his body in the way, and Valar heard the dull sound of the arrow hitting Shrikos' scales. Shrikos roared and it set off a host of shouts and a host of arrows fired at them but Valar had the presence of mind to ensure that Shrikos didn't kill these idiots before they found answers. Shrikos burn their ships and then fly. Get us away. Valar shouted before he turned to Viera. Viera, lean to the other side and keep your head down. The immediate moments were filled with stress as Valar kept his head down as Shrikos burned the ships and took to the skies. Once they were clear into the sky, Valar took an opportunity to see what they were doing, and he saw that they were, in vain, trying to salvage the boats. Valar jerked forward and he realized he'd been pushed, and when he glanced to his wife, he saw her looking at him with murder in her eyes. You risked our lives. I know, I'm sorry. Valar grimaced at the weak apology. It wasn't the brightest thing he'd ever done. I will keep us away from them. Valar sighed before he met his wife's angry look. But we can't leave them. Not until we capture them. Capture them? Vaera asked, baffled. They're savages. She exclaimed. It wasn't the worst of assessments. These men were clearly not a civilized people. The bridges they were seemed as if they were made of a kind of rope, a thread. And the weapons they had, did the first men even have such primitive weapons in the Age of Heroes? Yes, but they got to Illumaris. Valar said in answer, and though his wife remained angry, he could tell she understood what he meant by that. Call your father. Vaera said with no small amount of anger in her tone, and Valar grimaced at that. He'd have to make it up to her, somehow. Nevertheless, he went into nearest bag and pulled out the dragon glass candle, and after a deep breath, connected to father's candle. Over the years, they'd figured out more of the candles and how to isolate their candles from everywhere else, especially once they'd learnt that there were indeed those who secretly tried to see through their candles. Yes. A voice that was not his father answered. It was one of their servants who was made to be near the candle at all times when father wasn't, something that started when he and Castaris had left on their tour of duty. I need you to get father. And Polaris. Valar paused. Get everyone. It's an emergency. Of course, your grace. The sounds of the man departed was enough to make Valar breathe out the breath he held onto. Your father will send men to capture them, do you think? Vaera asked after some time. Valar glanced at her before he nodded. Yes. He will. He won't want to let them go. Valar said as he turned to look at the men who were still by their still burning ships. And likely keep them prisoner until they can be understood. Not only because they're obviously not a peaceful people, but also because who knows what they have, or can do, Valar mused to himself. This is big. Vaera said after a few moments, and Valar could only hum in agreement. This was probably as big a news as any since the discovery of Illumaris. After all, they might well have neighbors. Break. The Age of Illumari exploration. The Wash-Qutet people. The arrival of the 9 Wash-Qutet people was as momentous a moment as the discovery of Illumaris, though unlike Illumaris, which inspired hope and divine purpose, the discovery of peoples capable of traversing the Sunset Sea in a boat no better than a river boat heralded an inspiration of suspicion and wariness. Even in the early years of Illumaris, there was an infant sentiment that no one but the Illumari people were permitted, or had rights to, the lands claimed as Illumaris, and so, it came to a shock that there were people who regularly had discovered, and rediscovered, over the past 100 years. It took over a year to converse with the captured Wash-Qutet to understand them without any confusions, but it was time and effort well spent as they learnt more about the Wash-Qutet, and the creatures that dominated their lands and subjugated their peoples. For a long time, it would not be believed by those who had been privy to the claims provided by the primitive Wash-Qutet, a matter that was not helped by Archon Aegon's ban of exploration towards southeast of Illumaris, which lasted all throughout his reign as Archon, and that of Archon Castaris, only having been lifted a few years into Archon Aemon's reign. Many claim this act as proof and evidence that at least the first Archon believed those claims. However, the real truth would be lain bare in 183 AC when the land of the Wash-Qutet were found, and subsequently begun the prelude of events that culminated into the decades-long conflict with the creatures, known colloquially as the Zekaras, stalking hunters in Valyrian. Chapter 45. Some of the issues with the chapters, or rather all of the issues, has to do with the app. It's really bugging out like mad. It's been bad, but really bad now. Which is a shame because I do like the app a lot. Chris GMP, yes, the fishing scene does a lot to humanize Aegon, which was important. The guy has built a legend, but really, he's just a guy who found himself in a situation where he needs to be someone important to make a place for himself, his family and his people. The primitive society and a glimpse of the rest of the world is kind of meant to help set the tone for the sequel, very far off, as I intend to write about the world at large more in that. Winky face. The lengths of the war do take into account the distances involved and the nature of the enemy. Unfortunately, many of the enemies can't be reasoned with, so they need to be dealt with, which takes up a lot of manpower and time when distances are involved. Rando Mandu 47, Aegon cutting off Bard Emos was a hard decision, but one he needed to make. He needs his candles for practical things now. And he doesn't want to put his friend in a hard position. Night Hunter 911700, welcome aboard. It's been a treat reading your reviews. I'm very happy to see them. I dunno, I kinda like the description, mostly because it's a surprise for anyone who manages to pull through. I think of it as a reward, winky face. I look forward to more of your reviews. Sprith Lee Castia, another new person. Welcome aboard. Thank you for kind words. I thought having someone who was pretty happy with their life and dumped into a shithole like Planetos was a needed POV. Oftentimes, you get writers who just have their characters fit seamlessly in with the shithole instead of having them go through hard decision points that either leads them into an acceptance of their situation or a rejection and wanting to build something new. Character growth. And I love your comment about Baelon, Aegon's father. He is exactly that. Look forward to your other reviews. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Late 125 AC. Quentis let Eros, Illimeri's soldier, 9 and 10 name days, POV. Quentis breathed out heavily as he took in the sight of tens of thousands cheering and waving them off to war, trying hard to remain fixated on the spot where he knew his mother, his father, his siblings, had all stood and waved him off, a part of the crowd, but he saw them no more, lost as they were in the crowd of people. They'll cheer louder when we come back, having won glory and esteem. He managed to hear from amongst the chattering of the men who stood around him. Glory? What glory will your skinny spring tea army? Laughter rang around before jabs made of words and cuts with slurs were fired across, laughter rising. Even Quentis couldn't help but find the talk of his comrades amusing, though that amusement was cut short by the hand that found itself on his shoulder. Hear that, Quentis? Quentis sighed slightly before he looked at his friend Joben with a look of amused exasperation on his face. What? The bells of glory and esteem, as Robus claims to hear. Quentis quipped to his longtime friend, a smile tugging at his face. They'd grown up together in Corinth and later here in Illimeri's. No, the sounds of merriment that'll die a slow withering death. Joben said with a laugh, but that laugh had some falseness to it, and darkness too. Joben had seen the army, particularly the Royal Military Academy, or rather his father did, as a way to further his family's standing, as it had done for many families who had fought with His Grace the Archon years ago. Joben's father had been amongst the first men who had set foot on Illimeri's, setting the ground for what Illimeri's was today. However, Quentis had been around the man long enough to know that there was some yearning to have the same respect as many of the surviving men had gotten over the years. Respect that he didn't quite as much get as a carpenter and woodworker. And so, Joben joined the Royal Military Academy at the age of 4 and 10, like Quentis did, like so many other sons and brothers did when the academy opened 5 years ago, and their year cohort had numbered just shy of 500. Joben didn't resent his father, as far as Quentis knew, but he did know that Joben didn't like having the pressure his father was putting on him. It's just the nature of the firstborn. It is the way of things. Begrudging it helps none. Not you, not your son to come. Quentis mused. Quentis himself was not a firstborn, he was merely an adopted son from the age of 4, but he did understand. As did he understand what Joben was darkly referring to. The pair of them were amongst the brighter lot of their cohort, after all. That's bleak even for you, Joby. Quentis said with raised eyebrows. Whilst most of the boys in the 2nd to 5th classes waved away the warnings in the lessons their instructors gave them, some, him and Joben included, had not. And both of them had pored through Sirmakar's book, Accounts of the War of Liberty and Retribution, a book that had been published for the Royal Military Academy a few years ago, where they learned harshness of campaigns of war. Days of chaotic battle where foe and friend fought so closely that one could easily mistake one for the other, weeks of long march in suffocating heat, and moons of travel on treacherous seas. Seeing friends fall or friends cry because they lost an arm or an leg. Eyes open, Joby said with a light grin that shone away the bleakness, and Quentis snorted lightly. During their worst of training during the academy and the training at Urin Fort by the Caerleys Hills, their cohort repeated those words. The only words that were repeated half as much were the words, "What do we do to animals?" whenever they'd been hauled out of their beds in the middle of the night to run a 7-mile circuit with the other units before being made to drill until sunset. Food and drink only consumed in the brief moments of rest they were permitted under the swaps, until the end of day feast that soon sent them all into a deep slumber. It had taken to mean many things, but one of the things it had taken to mean was to see things for what it was. Of course. Quentis conceded, but as he studied his friend's face, a thought occurred in his mind. Though I suspect that you have got coin riding on it too. I might got a bet on with Emery's. Joby said with a sheepish grin on his face, and Quentis shook his head exasperated. If only his friend put his efforts in his learning as much as he did in gambling, then surely he could have made the cut to the first class. Of course. This time, his voice had no concession in it, expressed flatly, and his friend laughed as he slapped Quentis' shoulder. UCA. Men. His friend's words were cut off, and so was the chatter all around them, silence falling as swiftly as a sharp blade through a hay stand, and Quentis found himself turning around and standing rough-shod straight like the rest of the men, standing at attention at their commanding officer. He was the man in charge of their unit and has been training with them for the past 6 moons. If the unsullied trainers at the academy had forged their bodies into iron, then this man had sought to forge their will into Illimeri steel. Yes, Sir Kor. They addressed in ingrained practiced. The bulky knight with short hair and a stern look swept his gaze across their faces, though if he was pleased, or not, he did not show as he spoke further. You know your schedules. There was a sharp change, a hardening, in his expression as he momentarily paused. You will present yourself, on time and fully dressed in your training wears, within 5 minutes the bell rings. You will not falter in your training, you will not dither in your reading of your unit instructions. The knight said, each word sharp and unyielding. From tomorrow, we shall be honored to serve Illumaris and our Archon in ways few will ever be able to in their lifetimes. You will not bring shame to this unit, to this army, to Illumaris and to the royal family. Is that understood, soldiers of Illumaris? Yes, Sir Kor. They all said in unison. They only received a stern nod in acknowledgement. Good. You are relieved for the rest of this day. Their commanding officer said before he turned on his heels and departed, and as soon as the man was out of earshot, did murmurs start, including an audible blow of air through his friend's lips. I hope he'll ease up during the journey. His friend murmured with put on misery, though Quentis could tell that some of it was real. Quentis glanced at the back of their commanding officer, who began to speak with the captain of the galleon. Quentis doubted the man would. 6 moons alone with the man, and everything he'd learnt about the man, told Quentis they were shackled to a unmoving man. Sir Nico Kor, hard arm, was 26, not much older than them, who were youngest of their unit of 200, but the way the man carried himself, even in the presence of veteran soldiers who had fought in the Liberty War, made him seem much older. He knew some of their unit, quietly, at first believed that he was an upstart that had been granted a knighthood and his position as a commanding officer in the army because of his childhood friendship with their graces Castoris and Valar, but Quentis believed these opinions were soured by jealousy. Whilst there might be some truth that Sir Kor was perhaps favoured, he also knew that Sir Kor had distinguished himself on the battlefield against the Dothraki under Commander General Sapnir years ago, when he'd been the same age as Quentis had been, having saved the lives of 6 and 10 men from death. He'd read the ledger of Meritus knighthood, kept in the Hall of Heroes, where descriptions of a man's deeds to earn their knighthood was detailed, which corroborated the rumours about the man that was leading them. So no, Quentis didn't think Sir Nico Kor would ease up on them, but Quentis thought it was the better for it. After all, their training was going to be the difference whether or not they'd be able to come home after the war. Even if he grimaced internally at doing all those weighted push UPS, the sit UPS, the rope pulls, the infernal unit training in full armor, and more dreadfully the line runs that grew faster after every bell, each day, every day. Quentis shook away those thoughts as he glanced wryly at his friend. You'd better off praying to find a gold mountain underneath your bunk. Quentis mused. Although, if you get sick of it, I'm sure Sir Kor will hear you out on it. Quentis added, and he laughed when his friend made a show of shuddering in dread. One of the men, Domis, had the bravery, or rather stupidity, to speak up during one of the training drills at Urnford and called for a more traditional means of training, like the ones they had at Corinth, which had been where Domis, and the other men that had been in the army for the Liberty War, had trained. Sir Nico Kor had asked who else felt the same, and though few had spoken up, that the majority of the veterans had felt the same told him enough. Sir Kor had thrown blunted swords at their feet and told them to pick it up, his intentions clear, and most had backed off, only a few wanting to escalate to that point. And what followed had made Quentis and all of the rest see Sir Kor in a different. Hard-armed indeed. He'd defeated each of the dissenters swiftly, with only a few giving him a few hard times, and unfortunately for the dissenters, the humbling hadn't been where it ended. For their insubordination, they were reported to the sub-commander, Sir Loren, who in turn had called up to the Commander-General, Lord Murrow. He winced at the remembrance of the harsh punishments the men were given in front of the entire army that had been training on Illumaris, tied to wooden poles and beaten for their disobedience, and yet it was not the beating that had been the worst, not it had been the words Lord Murrow had uttered. This training you all go through, it is not solely for your sake. It is for the sake of your comrade. The man who stands on your right. On your left. Behind you. In front of you. Even the man who is 100 rows away from you. We face a rabid enemy, far different than the enemies we have faced on the sea or in Liberty Bay. This is an enemy who deafens the battlefield with their screams and quakes the battlefield with thunderous hooves, charging you with mad abandon. They are like sharks, a single weakness, a single drop of blood, and they will hound you and tear you apart. Retreat is not an option. Breaking will be the death of us all. And so, we must forge you into something unbreakable. Unwavering. This training is here to harden your will, your minds, your bodies. To instill within you an unshakable discipline and trust in your training. Disobedience cannot be tolerated, for it is disobedience and cowardice that would threaten to undo us all. Even you, men who I have once had pleasure to fight alongside with but now have disappointed the memories of all that we have shared, will not be spared the consequences of disobedience and cowardice. To be chastised by one of the men you respected the most, a fearsome man, in such a manner that made one beg for forgiveness. Especially when the words spoken made it clear that all they were doing, all they were getting, was to keep them all alive. Trickster! Joby accused. I shall not fall for it, he said as he pushed Quentis away, and Quentis laughed, even as he stumbled down the steps, struggling to keep his balance. Moons later. The Targaryen Islands, Dragon Gate Port. Do not falter. Keep the wall. Sir Cor bellowed from somewhere on his right as Quentis gritted his teeth, his shield arm shaking from the strain as the broad-made battering ram pushed against his and two others' broad shields. Quentis' feet dug into the sand, slipping all the while, but the push from the men behind him prevented his feet from slipping too far. Spears? Sir Cor bellowed and, on instinct, his body posture shifted, his hand tightening on the spear, and like one, he and the men beside him jabbed their axe-headed spears like one, at 30 degrees, and right into the painted spots on the ram that signaled killing blows on the horse. Spears surged from beside their heads and jabbed at the bottom sides of the battering ram, where the enemy would fall, and they surged forward in lockstep as the broad-made battering ram was pulled away slightly. The feeling of the pressure of the rams lessened, and he knew that it was coming, his shoulder dipping ever more, and a moment after, arrows from crossbows sailed from over their shoulders and shields, the sounds of them impaling the wooden rams dully thudding. Switch! Quentis stepped back, shield up, and he was replaced in his spot by the man behind him, and Quentis stepped back again to allow the third row to take second before he stepped back one more time to allow fourth to take third whilst he rested in fourth, his shield's bottom end resting against the ground as he took a knee, his breathing slightly heavy. He clenched his hand on his shield arm before he let the whole arm relax, a furtive glance sent to the rows of archers that stood behind him, their crossbows primed, and he was distracted once more by the clanging sound of the rams hitting the shields rang around him and the shouts of their commander who told them to hold. Long before he was ready, the call came again to switch, and he stepped into third whilst the first stepped into fourth, and it wasn't long before he was back into first position, steeling himself amongst the men against the battering ram. A few days later. Quentis did not let a drop of the cool ale go undrunk as he tipped the cup totally upside down, the drink doing just enough to let his body find some relief in the drink. He wasn't the only one that was dead on his feet as Quentis glanced around at the men that were all slumped over in their seats, red and tired of face. They'd been here for the last 20 days, and 9 and 10 of those days had been filled with training exercises after the next. Combined training exercises with other units like them and the archers, balls of haze that weighed half the size of a horse barreling down into their lines, battered with rams and battering others with rams, seas of copper-tipped arrows hailing down onto them, the skies, facing the roars and rows of sword-like teeth of the dragon Galathox that belonged his grace Castaries to harden their nerve, mock battles and a slew of more drills and drills. It was grueling. Even for him and his year cohort in his unit and in the other units. They were accustomed to hard physical training, but even for them, this was another level, and from the sounds of what Sir Cor had said, the first month of when they'd set foot on Liberty Bay was to continue training, but this time with the heavy cavalry and the unsullied, carrying out battle drills and signals until they were seared into their minds. Low murmurs of cheers from the frontline units rang around when plates filled with fresh cups of ale were brought in by the archers, who had basically been given the task of watering them after each day of grueling training. "You're a hero, Alessandro. Let none tell you otherwise," Elos muttered greedily as he took 2 of the cups and slid one over to Joben. Quentis rose from his seat and took 2 cups also before giving one over to Vardis, who lay slumped against the wall, yet when the cup was in front of him, he magically was full of life again, with how snatched at the cup and down half of it in one big gulp. "Ha!" Alessandro barked as he eyed Elos intently. "Is that so?" he said drily with little heat in it, and Quentis snorted. Of course, you know I love ye, you lazing bastard," Elos said with a grin. "We all love the archers, don't we, boys?" "Aye. We love the lazing bastards." The men bellowed, laughter and cheers ringing around. The archers, compared to the frontline soldiers and knights, had much lighter training regiment and duty demanded of them. Their goal was to down Dothraki from atop their horses, target them and keep the men at the front safe as much as possible as they absorbed the charges of the Dothraki. As such, they were not required to physically train themselves into exhaustion, to steel their bodies, but instead, they were required and trained to be able to use both the longbows and the crossbows, with a certain dedication to training themselves to be able to reload their crossbows within half the minute and take a shot in that half minute, again and again. Of course, the archers were also trained with the sword and shield, not the broad shields, the kind the front line used to absorb and defend against the charges, and most were able swordsmen and were hard trained to be so like the rest of them were, but generally, it was much easier being an archer than it was to be part of a frontline unit. Of course, Quentis knew that it wasn't as easy as it sounded. The gaps in the rows and columns of men the archers had to fire their arrows was exceedingly narrow. The archers were drilled endlessly, and Quentis had known men and those from the academy who had been expelled from the archer units because they simply could not keep to the accuracy needed for the war they were going to wage. Accuracy that, while better than anything Quentis had ever managed during his time at the academy, that was still prone to errors during the drills, and he couldn't imagine it would improve during actual battle. There was a reason why the arrow tips were common castle-forged steel instead of Illimeri steel, which could penetrate their Illimeri steel helmets whilst castle-forged steel could not, at least not without it having weakened tremendously so. And all of this was why the archers were made fun of, albeit, of course, with jest and good humor. After all, despite the fact that they had it easy, they would also be the ones who could spell the difference between life and death. The Dothraki were excellent horsemen who charged again and again using their araks, bows and whips and more, an endless assault of waves of attack. They needed the archers to thin them before any of the preceding battle tactics were employed, and they needed to make sure none of the Dothraki breached their lines. Well then go get your own ales, ya bastards. For we lazing bastards gotta laze around, don't we? Aye we do. Get your own ales. What followed was laughter and entreaties and apologies, but most of all, it was laughter that rang around, and Quentis laughed too at the sight of it all. It wasn't long before the ales took effect, with food that was brought over by the cooks of the army assigned to their fleet cheered as if their favorite rugby team had made a goal, and the merriment and laughter that took hold seemed to sweep away the tiredness. And with it being the day before last they were meant to sail away to Velos, them permitted the last days to do as they please afternoon, the merriment continued long into the night. It was the next day, after their morn training, that Quentis and his unit sat together with all of their Illimeri armor, helm and breastplate and all, cleaning off the mud and grime before painting it with white paint. The white paint was meant to help keep their armor as cool as possible, with explanation given that the white of the paint reflected the sun's harshness away from the armor, which was a darker grey night black in color. Given that it was spring, the weather was meant to be killing out in the Dothraki Sea, especially around the east of the Ise Pass, where the Myrish cogs, owned by the Liberty Bay city-states leased to them for the duration of the war, would take them as far as they could, which would be somewhere around the ruins of Gardak, a ruined Giscari city northwest of the Red Waste. The heat, marching in full armor. Whilst they were familiar with the warm climate, Illimeris, though shrouded by the mountains, could get uncomfortable, and the rest of them, especially if you went south beyond the mountains, was uncomfortable all the time. Sirkor had said that it was a different kind of heat. A dry heat that was better and worse at the same time than the humid heat they got in Illimeris. In any case, they'd march all the way to Viz Duthrak from Gardak in this heat, with cold nights to make it worse, some 250 leagues journey. It was a third less than what the march would have been from Mirian, but he doubted it would matter much by the time they were marching. 250 leagues, perhaps several battles with the Dothraki on their march if they were unlucky. At the least, he thought they'd take 2 moons to arrive at Viz Duthrak, though he suspected it would take them 2.5 moons. They could march around 5 leagues a day, they were trained for it, but with the sheep, goats, and supplies, they'd be hard-pressed to keep to that march. The logistics necessitated that they bring all of their supplies with them, at least 8 moons worth of it, given that the Dothraki Sea was effectively no man's land, a term that he'd learned in his lessons at the academy. Yes, the Dothraki Sea was not barren. There were large game around and 100 horses to every man that dwelled in that land, perhaps even wild grain and the like, but the Dothraki Kalassars made any foraging a dangerous endeavor. Whilst the heavy cavalry included Dothraki Sea-bred horses, horses that could live off the grasses that grew in the Dothraki Sea, which differed from the Westerosi horses, western and northern Essos, which all had varied diets and predominantly ate hay, the majority of the horses were not Dothraki horses. Larger, stronger horses that were unfortunately slower than the Dothraki horses. And even if they used exclusively Dothraki horses, he doubted they could outride the Dothraki, who were taught how to ride from the moment they could stand. So, supplies had to be with the army on the march, meaning their march would have to be well protected from any raiding Dothraki, which meant that they'd have to be slow. It was why he was sure that they would not be able to march to Viz Duthrak without being noticed. "What are you thinking?" Joby asked, breaking Quentis' line of thought, and he blinked before he looked at his friend. He shook his head. "Just thinking about the march," he said with a sigh before he looked at the broken volcano. They were on Visenya Isle, which was about the second largest isle of Targaryen Islands. Mostly only Aegon and Visenya Isle had much buildings on them, with Rennis Isle only really having cabins on the beach. There were even forts here now, having built only last year. Forts that overlooked the ports on both isles. "Aye, that'll be a pig's tits of a journey." Joben agreed, and Quentis looked at his friend, who wore a serious expression. "We won't get our way, I don't think. Probably our commanders don't really want that anyway, given why we're even going out there." Quentis made an agreeable noise to that. The Dothraki were becoming a problem, and his friend's comment was related how they suspected the commanding officers wanted to get rid of that problem. He'd heard the stories of the attacks some Kalassars were doing in Lhazareen lands. Butchering entire villages and towns, not even sparing women and children with the bones that had been discovered. It was not the Dothraki, typical Dothraki, way. From what he'd heard, most of the commanding officers believed that the creation of Liberty Bay has really forced problems to occur with the way of things. Well, not just Liberty Bay, but much of Essos. The slave trade wasn't so fulfilling anymore, with their main supplier of gifts gone. Then there is the resistance the Mirianese were offering north of their lands, with the aid of some of their army, which was claimed to have helped kick up their ire. Ire that had the potential to grow, and with how much of a point of pride the liberation of Liberty Bay was to Illimeris, letting the Dothraki grow and threaten to destroy their pride was not something their people would accept. He knew some were arguing that it was not their problem, not their war to fight, but those were only some voices, those who were blind to the fact that Liberty Bay was very important to Ilmaris as a whole. Much of their goods were sold there. The bulk of their iron, their copper and tin, came from there. Whilst they'd found good deposits, it was not a secret that they did not have enough people to mine it, not when they had need of more stone. Hells, they were taught that in the academy, and probably in the schools as well. Well, at least some of the schools in the city. Ilmaris' way of life depended on trade, and Liberty Bay was going to become their largest trading partner. It was not just pride that made them seek this war but also necessity. The Dothraki had to be ruined for a long time, and that was what his friend was referring to. They were going to march to V's Dothrak for a reason. It was their holy city, their only city. It was their treasure, their point of pride. No Dothraki could live with the city's destruction, and it was this that was going to make the problem of the Dothraki fade into the winds. At least for a good few generations. At least that was the hope, and what he and his friends believed. They were not exactly sure. After all, the commanding officers hadn't been explicit about the war aims, only the basics of it, but he knew the Archon, who was already present in the Gulf of Liberty with his Grey Solanis, were all there with their dragons. Typically, this would probably be a disadvantage against a fast-moving enemy like the Dothraki, who could life off the land, who could raid and skirmish and harry, a real nuisance of an enemy, who could try and disband and try to formulate a strategy to attack their army whilst avoiding the dragons. It would have been hard, Quentis knew, but it was possible to reduce the effectiveness of the dragons even in a terrain like the grasslands, especially if you knew it like the back of your hand. But the Dothraki were not a smart enemy. Not until they were forced to be smart. And they wouldn't be, not when they learned they were marching on V's Dothrak. The Dothraki had the rights to be arrogant. They were, for all intents and purposes, the rulers of Essos. No lands was denied to them. No people did not serve them tribute. And had they but a civilized thought in their savage heads, they might well have ruled an empire that stretched from the Bone Mountains to the marshes of Bravus. But they did not. And they would not. And this would be their advantage. The Dothraki were ruled by a savage mind and a twisted sense of honor that only made sense to themselves, a mad lack of fear that only wounded animals would exhibit, and a pride that their commanding officers would exploit to the fullest. What do you mean with why we're even going out there? Vezio, the 4th-class graduate, asked from beside Quentis with a frown. Why do you think we're going straight to V's Dothrak? Joby said with a roll of his eyes as he painted the rear brace piece of his armor. To capture it and kill as many Dothraki as we can. Vezio commented before he stilled with a considering look. And loot it too. Though how much Dothraki can really have? Vezio shrugged. At least you're not completely an idiot. Joby muttered, eliciting some laughter from around them. Joby. Quentis warned, though he didn't really mean it with how he was avoiding to smile. Vezio wasn't an idiot, he just didn't use his wits as much as he could. Cunt. Vezio said with a glare, but Joby just waved him off with a light grin before it fell off as he begun to speak. Your points are correct, of course. We've been told as much. But the second point, to kill as many Dothraki as possible, well. Joby shrugged. We're going to have to lure them to V's Dothrak, won't we? Wait. Haros muttered from across them, and more of the men were listening in. Not so much. Quentis interjected. I would say that we're going to be keeping quiet, that we're Ilmari for as long as possible. And that we have dragons. Some of the men murmured at that, and Quentis didn't have to think hard as to why. Dragons were a secret weapon. Weapons that would make entire empires bend. Ilmaris could never lose with dragons on their side, and the only times they could lose was if the other side had dragons. To not use them, especially against the Dothraki, well, that was going to make things a lot harder. You really think their graces won't use the dragons? Haros wondered. It makes sense not to. At the beginning. If we really want to kill as many Dothraki as possible, we need to make sure as many of them want to kill us but also come to us. Joby explained nonchalantly, though he faltered for a moment, looking as if he felt he'd said too much, and his follow-up was a pace quicker than normal. The Dothraki are stupid, yes, but aren't completely stupid. Joby added, a look sent Quentis' way, one he understood perhaps they were sharing too much. Like when Valeria still existed, they'd hide like rats. Vezio commented as he rubbed his chin, and Quentis nodded slightly. It wasn't exactly the same thing, but it was on the right track. The Dothraki only made themselves aware when the dragons had died out in Essos. That made it clear that even they knew, likely stories told down the generations, that dragons would spell the end of them. That they rose to prominence and carved out the Dothraki sea half of Essos told Quentis much, that the Dothraki, at least in that era, were smart enough to recognize an opportunity when they saw it. It only made sense to make sure that the Dothraki were not being allowed to be smart enough to realize the trap they'd be leading them into. And when they come in force. Joby smacked his fist into his palm, a wild grin on his face, and the men around them murmured, the daunted look that threatened to pass across their faces faded, and in its stead, there was tangible excitement. After all, they'd be witness to a burning not seen since the Turtle Wars. Don't tell anyone. Quentis interjected and all eyes went to him, even Joben's. He swept his gaze to meet their eyes. We might be wrong but we could be right, and if we are right, we need to be sure our enemies don't hear of the trap. And he didn't want to deal with the commanding officers getting on his back for this. Quentis wanted his plot of land and nothing else. And well, his Illimeri armor and sword, at the end of his 5 and 10 years service. It'll be an heirloom of his family name, with the armor and sword stamped with his name. That was enough, and the last thing he wanted was getting attention. After the offended looks, Quentis quickly continued. I'm not saying any of us will be traitors. His expression twisted in a wry smile. But can you really say Laro can keep his mouth shut to a Mirenus whore? This lightened things up as he wanted. He'd have to buy Laro some of them fancy Lysane wines they sell in the city. Anyway, he didn't think he and Joby were really right, at least fully, but the plan made sense. The war wasn't meant to last long. At most, it'd be a year and a half long. They were explicitly told that. They wouldn't have lied about that. Of course it could go wrong, but he didn't think the Archon, who had planned against pretty much half of the SSC powers and won, couldn't do the same again. Besides, the options available weren't that plentiful anyway. The Dothraki Sea was huge. It was near enough 1,000 leagues across. And no one really knows how many Dothraki there really is, but with what he'd learnt over the past year, he knew that the land was not barren like the Red Waste. It was enough to sustain hundreds of thousands of Dothraki, perhaps more, who knew the land and lived off of it. They wouldn't be able to wage an effective war with them. Not with an army. The dragons could. But not an army. And the fact that they were bringing an army to the Dothraki Sea made Quentis guess that this was more of a punitive war than it was a war to destroy the Dothraki completely. Besides, I wouldn't worry. Joby said nonchalantly. He shrugged, and though he looked uncaring, Quentis could tell his friend had a ploy in mind. Do you really think their graces won't have their dragons watching us from afar? Quentis noted the looks of consideration from the men. Everyone knew that the royal family could speak to their dragons from afar. Hells, even during the war, the Archon had used Miss Aragorn in exactly in the way that Joby was describing. You're right. Haros said with a nod. They'd sweep in if things looked bad. Of course I'm right. Joby said with a roll of the eyes before he grinned at Haros, though it wouldn't be a good thing if their graces have to sweep in with the dragons. Imagine the shame of losing to the Dothraki despite having our special armor. The old bastards wouldn't let us ever die it down. Joby said with a laugh, though few shared in the laughter. Cunning bastard. Quentis thought with a little bit of admiration for his friend. He could guess that his friend clearly felt they'd said too much, and his words were meant to ease their hearts in what otherwise could have planted a seed of worry. And most importantly, the words also served to help them keep their mouths shut. Whilst Quentis didn't want to spend all of his life in the military, Joby didn't want his father to reap the rewards of Joby's actions, and having himself serve in the army with no real thing to distinguish himself from the others was what drove him more than anything else. If only Joby cared more about himself than wanting to spite his father. The conversation after that dwindled down, and the next day came and went quickly, and soon they were setting sail for Velos, where they would then set to sail for Grazdak, and on to war. Moons later, sailing upstream of the Hezadhan River. The sight of more than 100 Mirish cogs clogging up the narrowing river for days was something else to see. Yet, Quentis had to admit, once they'd landed and begun sorting the army, seeing the total number of the army, 9,000 Illimeri foot soldiers, archers and knights, 5,000 heavy cavalry, and 6,000 unsullied, most wearing all white Illimeri armor. It was a sight to behold. As was the amount of support that accompanied their army. 20,000 Lharazine sheep, 5,000 spare horses pulling carts, along with 500 Illimeri healers, blacksmiths, septons, and cooks, 4,000 men and women from the Liberty Bay cities and Lhazar. There were dozens of hounds too, there to help keep the sheep under control. Apparently, many of the Liberty Bay cities were grateful they were marching to war on their behalf, so much so that it was said that His Grace Castoris had to limit the number of volunteers to come with the army. Their march begun 2 days after they'd landed, once their formation had been sorted. The bulk of the army, their 9,000 and the 6,000 unsullied, marched ahead of the column, though there were columns of the foot soldiery that marched on either side of the supplies carts and the animals, effectively creating a boxed formation. The cavalry were on the outermost side of the army, serving both as the first layer of protection and scouts. The cavalry also served as the outlets and guards for the horses, letting them feast on the wild grasses around them when they'd set camp, preserving the supplies solely for the sheep and the cavalry horses. In all honesty, Quentis had to admit that he was also wrapped up in the excitement the army felt as they begun the march. Quentis was not one to be wrapped up in glory and the hunt for it, but he knew that what they'd accomplish was one that he could be proud of. He felt a knock against his armor, and he saw Joby grinning at him, a grin that he kept as he spoke further, in a low murmur so as to not be overheard. Eyes open, et. Quentis' eyebrow twitched at that, but he nodded anyway, the excitement dulling. Eyes open. 6 and 10 days later. Enemy sighted. Rang from ahead of him, and soon the words were repeated 100 times, and he found himself caught up in moving back into position. By the time he was back into position, in his assigned position, he just about glimpsed the arrows loosened into the Dothraki riders through the 2 front rows of men, arrows that struck them plenty and dead whilst avoiding Lord Murrow and his Grace Castares. Fuck. Quentis muttered to himself as he realized that the Dothraki riders had been the ones sent to treat or speak with them, with many more Dothraki far behind them into the distance. Men! Prepare yourselves! Sound the horn! Lord Murrow bellowed as he raised his sword and raced across the front line of the army. Horns blared all around them, horns that he instinctively understood, a sound that meant that a battle was to come and to get into primary position, and Quentis fastened the grip of his broad shield as he moved his feet into position, his heart racing. His eyes flickered around, watching men put their helmets on, tightening the strings, and he saw the fear in their eyes, fear he must have thought probably was on his face too. A distant sound begun to pervade the battlefield, a dull sound that lost its dull edge as each moment passed, and Quentis looked to the front, through the gaps of the rows of men, and he saw that it was screams that he was hearing, screams that grew and grew as dust clouds were kicked up in their wake. There must be thousands, Quentis realized with horror, yet before he could dwell on it any more, his Grace Castares rode in front of them, astride his muddy brown armoured steed, cladded in the same undistinguished white armour. Men of Ilamaris. His Grace Castares bellowed in half a scream, his sword brandished out of its sheath, the famous Valyrian sword Sunfire that possessed a golden sheen, and Quentis found himself captured by the general of their army. Hear me over the savages, who bray like their women. Do not fear them, men of Ilamaris, men of the Unsullied. His Grace Castares continued, and his voice seemed to quell most of the sounds of the army. Do not fear their brays, do not fear their araks or their arrows. Let them fear us. Let them fear what men can do who fight for a greater purpose. Show them the courage, resolve and strength that dwells in our hearts and beats in our swords. Quentis could feel the hoofs of thousands of horses strong in his very feet, yet as his Grace Castares addressed them, even at the backdrop of thousands of Dothraki racing towards them, he felt the horror subside and a cool determination set in. I will not die this day. Quentis vowed to himself as he gritted his teeth. Show them that this day is the day they will see that they are nothing compared to us, for we shall not break. They will break on our shields, our spears, our arrows, and our swords. We shall not falter, but they will. We will break them and make mounds of their corpses. For we are the greatest army this world shall ever know. For Ilamaris. For victory. For Ilamaris. For victory. Thousands of bellows drowned out the screams of the Dothraki, and it seemed as if the very skies had quavered in the act, and Quentis found himself caught up in the bellows, his throat roar as he prepared himself for the onslaught to come. It felt like a lifetime, the coming of the Dothraki, barreling Dothraki that looked like the worst of storms, thousands of arrows fired at them, darkening the heavens, waves upon waves of arrows, yet when it came, it was as if the very world shook. His ears heard nothing but the stampedes of horses, his body felt nothing but the sheer shock of being smashed into and the shock of being pushed up against by a shield at his back, and for a long moment, it felt as he'd died, such was the disconnect he experienced in the wake of the mad charge into their lines. Reform! 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 Was bellowed around them, and the shock of the charge began to wither away as instinct and training settled into his core stance, somehow having kept his hand gripping his spear, and Quentis, whose 2 front rows had collapsed with several others along the front line, stepped up and yelled as he jabbed his spear forward, into the downed Dothraki who had been about to stand up. Moments later, 2 other spears followed, killing the braying horse, before they were joined with dozens of spears that had stricken the mad Dothraki. As if by magic, swift rains of arrows danced between the rows of men, striking down Dothraki. Quentis stepped forward back to position. Back to position. He screamed as he climbed over the Dothraki and the horse and speared his spear into the side of the Dothraki who tried to kill one of his comrades who'd fallen down in the charge. The Dothraki was skewered by his spear, though he did not die, even if he was a dead man standing. His arak wildly swung towards his direction, his hand reaching out and grabbing his spear. The arak clanged against his shield, and as Quentis tried to get his spear out of the Dothraki's grip, the Dothraki was struck in the throat by another spear, loosening the grip of the Dothraki. Enemy arrows rained down on them, his shield peltered with them amongst others, but Quentis nor his line faltered in their movements. Reform! Was bellowed all around them, and Quentis stepped over his fallen comrades, some who looked alive, some not, and formed the first line. Arrows! Arrows! More arrows flew as they stabilized the front line, dancing between the gaps in their rows, spears jabbing and striking as the Dothraki swung wildly at them. It must have been a lifetime, it must have been no more than a few moments, Quentis could not tell one way or another, yet the tide began to shift enormously as Dothraki after Dothraki was felled by their spears and their arrows, falling down their horses that were killed mercilessly and who were served no mercy either as they were skewered on the ground, so much so that desperate Dothraki began to be more frequent, Dothraki that threw themselves against their shields. Quentis faltered slightly as he was struck by a wild swing of the arak, the weapon doing no more than graze against his armor, though he was saved from acting as a spear from over his shoulder buried itself into the Dothraki's throat. It became hard to stand, the bodies and the corpses of the horses, blooded and mucked and shit-smeared, making it a necessity to watch their steps, though never once did they stop their movement, and a quick glance over his shoulder proved that the men behind him had not either, keeping as they were to the 2 feet of distance, their spears primed. Switch! The rows behind him stepped beyond him, the first row, the second row, the 5th row, and Quentis let a shuddering breath escape his lips as he glanced around. He could see men, the ones who had met the charge, largely on their feet, their armor blooded and dinked quite heavily, but they, a large number of them, were alive even if they could not fight no more. The armor did its job, and now it was on to them to finish the battle. The battle continued, their lines and columns pristine as they marched onwards, meeting the charges, feints, and arrow fire in practiced order, and it was if in a blink of an eye that their training seemed to have taken hold of the entire army, the switches occurring with practiced efficiency, the marching, the closing of gaps, the arrows that fell charging Dothraki again and again. Quentis lost track of time, the only sense he had of it was the number of times he had been brought back into the front line, 4 times, and it was he was back in the second row, set to take the front line again, that he heard something that was incredibly welcome. The heavy cavalry are smashing their lines. Quentis looked around and he could see the heavy cavalry smashing towards the middle from both sides, lances skewering Dothraki after Dothraki, and he knew that the battle had been won. Hours later, he swept aside the flaps of the large infirmary tent and in a single stride made his way into it. He paused for a moment, the pungent smell of fresh blood hitting his nose, and he could see more than a dozen men on hay beds laid out. Most of them had only broken bones, though some were unlucky enough for the bone to have breached flesh and skin, the cause of most the blood loss. The Elamari armor they had prevented the most severest of injuries, whilst the Elamari chainmail they had ensured an additional layer of protection. From what he'd seen, the only injuries and deaths amongst the Elamari were only those of broken bones and broken necks because of the charges. The ones who had suffered injuries from the Dothraki weapons had only really been the non-Elamari Unsullied, who ranked amongst half of the Unsullied in their army. His eyes swept across and he found whom he'd come to see, and he made his way to the man. Haros. I'm glad to see your ugly face still shows some life. Haros had been directly in the front line when the initial charge had been made. Bah! As if some savages can kill me. Haros laughed as he tried to sit up, but he grimaced and fell back on his bed. Oh, woman, that hurts. Of course it does. You've got 3 cracked ribs. The aged woman healer tending to one of the other men across the room fired back, and chuckles from amongst the men rang around. Women healers were rare amongst their army, and most of them were actually from the Liberty Bay cities, oddly enough. If you gave me more of that milk of the poppy, it wouldn't hurt so much. Haros grumbled as Quentis arrived by the man's side. He was wrapped in strips of cloth across his midriff and his leg, though it seemed like it was merely precaution instead of a true break, as there was no wooden splint there. Don't whine. I'm sure if you have real need of it, they'd given it to you. Quentis said as he patted the man on his arm. Haros gave him a nasty look before he harumphed. If only I'd been skewered by an arak. He muttered. Quentis snorted at that before he shook his head. Well, it seems like you're just fine. Quentis said wryly. There are few other injuries in their unit, but only one had died, thankfully. Unfortunately, also one of his cohort, a boy of 9 and 10 named Enteros. Enteros is dead. Quentis said somberly, and that halted Haros, who seemed to age a bit. Poor fucker. Haros mumbled. How? Broke his neck. Quentis said, and Haros grimaced before he nodded. It was not the greatest way to die. Not that there were many great ways to die. How many have died? One of the men called from the next bed, and soon murmurs rang around, murmurs that made it clear that they too were interested to know. Not many. We lost 46 Elamari and 200 Unsullied. That number might climb a bit, however. There are some badly hurt. Quentis told. In all honesty, the numbers were exceptional, and the sole reason for the low deaths were because of their armor. The araks and the other curved swords the Dothraki had, could not pierce their armor. Not without repeatedly hitting the same spot again and again for many times. And in the way they fought, they'd never get that opportunity. And truthfully, the largest number of deaths was predominantly because of the cavalry, whose horses were killed in full flight, with the majority of the deaths being because of broken necks. How many of the bastards have we killed? One of the men asked. Thousands. Quentis said with some satisfaction in his tone of voice, something that was well reciprocated in the satisfied nature of the men's murmurs. They'd routed the Dothraki, the few that survived anyway, though from what he heard Lord Murrow had ridden down as many he and his men could, shooting down as many of them as they could with arrows as before they let them go. And he'd only just heard that they'd captured the Dothraki slave train too, though what the commanding officers would do with them, he did not know. Nor did he know what they'd do with the Dothraki women and children. We've also captured dozens of them. Including their cull. Quentis added. More than a few of the men spat on the ground, cursing the Dothraki. Pity I won't be able to see their execution. Harros grumbled, but if he was angry, he buried it, since from the look on his face, he could see that the man was satisfied enough in the thought that Thikkel would die painfully. Quentis only smiled as he patted the man's arm. Heal well. We're soon going to need you, I think. Quentis looked around. All of you. He said as he rose fully. Don't you forget it. Fuckers can try 1,000 times but they won't kill me. One of the men jeered, and chuckles and murmurs of agreements rang around. Quentis soon left the infirmary and made way through the camp, towards his unit, though as he neared, he'd overheard something, idle talk, from the men. When he'd asked a few of them, he'd gotten his answers. The dragons. They'd been cited to have gone the same direction as the rooted Dothraki. He'd been told, and Quentis thought it was probably true. He'd seen the two dragons a few times on the march, far in the skies, seen when no clouds provided cover. He knew that they were covering them, as did the rest of the army. Whilst thousands of the Dothraki had been killed, perhaps hundreds had survived. Too many. Whilst he was sure, especially now that no dragons had aided the battle, that some would be left alive, keeping too many alive was probably not for the best. By now, the army was well aware of the trap they were springing on the Dothraki. It had been said as much by his Grace Castoris, who had ridden with them on the march alongside his Grace Solanis, both of whom had fought with them against the Dothraki. The Archon had come with them to Mirian, though he'd not marched with them, and Quentis was sure that it was part of the trap, just as his Grace Solanis was. 10 days later. They marched again 2 days after the battle. Tents, and carts and more hauled back into position in the march, the thrill and terror of battle long having abated. The march to V's Dothrak had been slower the first few days, though they soon picked up speed again, marching once more at the same pace as before. The slaves had joined with their army, serving as additional support, though those who wanted to take their chances, were permitted to leave. The Dothraki women and children, however, their thumbs and large toes had been cut off, women and boys above the age of 6 alike, before they'd been left behind, tied up and hooded on the 8th day, fate to decide whether they'd live or die. The removal of the thumbs and large toes made sure that they could not pose a threat in the near future, but it also made them slower to get to another Dothraki Kalassar. He'd known that the Liberty War had been especially brutal in comparison, and Quentis hadn't been too happy with the act of barbarity, but he knew that it was the most mercy they could give, mercy that more than a few felt they did not deserve. On the 10th day after the battle, they did not march at the break of dawn. Instead, there was a delay that Quentis was eager to see for himself. Quentis made his way through the horde of inquisitive men, trying to get a sight of what was happening. For me. Quentis managed to hear his Grace Castoris say, and he finally caught a glimpse of his Grace Castoris through a gap, who stood in front of 20 kneeling Dothraki next to someone, a Liberty Bay man, who seemed to translate his Grace's words. His eyes fell on the Dothraki, who were all shaven clean, not a spark of black hair on their heads. Their faces were bloodied, their ears, their hands, all brutally cut off, their ends blackly colored from seared flesh. The last 9 nights had not been pleasant for them. His Grace Castoris looked imperiously at the Dothraki, who were gazing at his Grace with hatred in their eyes. We are coming for V's Dothrak. His Grace uttered, and Quentis thought he could hear the satisfaction in the man's voice. The man translates, and the defeated Dothraki spit in rage, and his Grace Solanis stepped forward, smacks the sides of the Dothraki heads with the butt of his sword. His Grace Solanis grabbed hold of one of the Dothraki's heads, and the grin on the royal Targaryen's face was chilling, yet the words he spoke further was ever more chilling, and the Dothraki could sense it, even if they understood not. We will raze it to the ground, tear down its pathetic walls, its filthy huts, your disgusting temples, and all of your horse statues of your savage puny little god. The translator translated, and this time the Dothraki were more aware of the situation, the depth of what was coming for them. And it seemed like his Grace Castoris wanted to drive into their skulls even more. We will piss down in the charred corpses of your holy city like the filth that it is. The Dothraki raged once more, and again his Grace Solanis silenced them as horses were brought to the Dothraki. Go tell your fellow unmanly and cowardly beasts that we shall do this. His Grace Castoris said before he stretched out his arms, further antagonizing them. Let us see if your kind is brave enough to overcome your cowardness and take back your holy city, ruined as it may become. The men laughed as the Dothraki tried to take hold of the reins, and the looks of humiliation on the Dothraki was clear to see, but none did anything more than watch them leave. Do you think they will go for the trap? One of the men asks nearby him. Some of the Kalassars. Quentis says, unable to help but speak up. But he had a feeling it might just be more than just some. The Dothraki were savages, true, but they had a strange sense of savage honor. And since they did not use their dragons, they might not come to know who it is that is attacking them. There were many Valyrian-looking sellswords after all. And that, Quentis mused, might be just the reason why they might be able to lure many of the Dothraki to their deaths. Quentis glanced up, looking towards the skies, hoping to see any of the dragons, but he found none. I hope the dragons aren't too far away. He had a feeling things might not become as easy as the battle they'd fought. As the instructors at the academy pressed into our heads, no plan survives contact with the enemy. Break. A History of Illimeri Wars. The First Century of Founding. The Illimeri War Campaign against the Dothraki, 126 AC. The first battle in the war against the Dothraki on the 17th day of the third moon of 126 AC, which most acclaimed historians herald as the practical foundation of the Illimeri professional army, was a resounding success that shattered the invincibility of the Dothraki. Only 250 Illimeri, 800 unsullied, died in the ensuing battle, in comparison to the near 7,000 Dothraki led by Goloko that had been slain in the battle. That number would later climb to approximately 9,000 after the war when it became known that Archon Aegon personally hunted down the fleeing Dothraki with Miss Aragorn as part of his support role to the army, which was repeated twice more in the second and third battle in the war against the Dothraki. Many claim that the resounding victory with such minimal casualties founded at the first battle, whittled away at the inexperience of the professional army, paving the path of similar success at the second and third battle against the Dothraki, 14th day of the fourth moon and the 19th day of the fourth moon respectively, which saw less than 300 Illimeri die at a combined Dothraki horde size of 5 and 20,000. Whilst there is some bias involved in this proclamation, it must be said that the continued success under the leadership of his Grace Casterly still years away of his ascension to Archon at that point had created a similar confidence in the heir to the Archon as had been observed in during the Liberty War. It is also this historian's opinion that the first Archon's actions, the hunting of the routed Dothraki, also ensured that skirmishes and raids of the Dothraki were all but eliminated, aiding the sustaining of the army's confidence in his heir. This confidence ultimately culminated in the successful deployment of the trap set out by the commanding figures of the army at the massacre of Vise Dothrak, where the willingness of the army to obey commands despite being outnumbered by 3 Kalassars, a force of 5 and 40,000 Dothraki led by Kals Yahazavo, Hat Azo, and Mahavo, allowed the trap to be sprung to great success. Accounts state that the men in the army had been anticipating having to fight without dragon support, and it is to the testament to the confidence the soldiers and knights had in his Grace Casterly and their commanding officers that they prepared for battle whilst heavily outnumbered. However, such preparedness had ultimately not been needed, for the horde had been the first to fall to a concentrated army annihilation by dragon fire not seen for many centuries, as all 3 dragons, Stormfire, Gaelathox, and Miss Aragorn, were deployed at the battle. The dragons up until this point, particularly Stormfire and Gaelathox, had only been used as scouts, warning their graces long before Kalassars were days away from the army's path, using the unique ability often compared with skin-changing the royals had for the first time in documented history, unconfirmed accounts of the first Archon using this ability during the Liberty War notwithstanding. The accounts of the massacre of Vise Dothrak are wide, though all agree that the dragons made the necessity of the army defunct, as the dragons swept from above the army and bathed the charging Dothraki with dragon fire long before they broke the army lines. The subsequent routing that followed, in the end, required only the heavy cavalry to clean up at the fringes of the field of fire, though the dragons largely ensured that few Dothraki lived to tell the tale. Few, however, did live to tell the tale, and whilst the news of the use of dragons must have inspired caution in the remaining Dothraki Khals, the wide and total desecration of Vise Dothrak and the expulsion of the humiliated Dosh Kalain, who had been stripped naked and forced to walk out of Vise Dothrak barefooted with the remaining Dothraki into the grasslands of Essos, had completely destroyed any notion of caution of the Dothraki. Whilst the act of releasing tens of thousands of Dothraki women and children, completely unharmed, was an act of mercy, in actuality, the Dothraki would never see it as such. And so, a crusade had been launched and a force of Dothraki not seen since the Century of Blood gathered to seek revenge. Khals Dozo, Kokto, Alo, Agato, Ziko and Kobo united their Kalassars, all vowing to fight together to avenge the insult their people and their god had been dealt, culminated in a force of some 80,000 Dothraki. In comparison, during the Century of Blood, the great Golmengo had led a force reputed to be 100,000 strong, and in this comparison, it must be said that the unification of the Dothraki in this great gathering of the Khals, is a testament to the insult felt by the Dothraki people. The first Archon and his commanders of the army were long aware of the potential of a great reprisal. It had been the first Archon's responsibility to sweep across the Great Plains of Essos and keep an account of the general locations of the Dothraki, so he was aware of how long it would take for the reprisal to come, though they'd planned on using the dragons to cause disarray in their ranks long before they could reach the army. However, the Dothraki proved to be cunning. Raiding Dothraki harried the army continuously on their march from Vise Dothrak, and the dragons were forced to remain close by the army instead of scouring plains. This strategy proved to be successful, for the larger body of the great Dothraki horde was left untouched when the army neared Vise F, where the great Dothraki horde assembled themselves. The plan had been clever and uncharacteristic of the Dothraki. The plains surrounding the hills of Vise F had grasses taller than men, and could shroud an entire enemy from direct view. Unfortunately for the Dothraki, dragons provided a point of view that bypassed the protections provided by the tall grass. This might have been a problem, but it was not entirely an insurmountable one. Had circumstances been different, it was possible that the Dothraki could have forced a confrontation where they stood a chance. Tall grass burnt easily and it spread fast, and could have caused an uncontrollable wildfire that consumed both Dothraki and the Elamari army. Perhaps the Dothraki even factored that into their choice location of the confrontation, however unlikely. Unfortunately for the Dothraki, the Elamari royal house of Targaryen were unique to their Westerosi kin, whose dragons might have caused great and terrible bodily harm to their armies had they been in this situation. For they possessed the command of fire. The third day of the 8th moon of the year 126 AC would be an unforgettable day and one that was unofficially celebrated throughout Essos for centuries to come. The burning day of the Horse Lords. Break. Mid to late 126 AC. Solony's POV. His hand tightened over the reins of his horse, and had he been able to see his eyes, he would have seen the blue flames across the horizon reflected off of his eyes. Across the horizon, a sea of fire, a sea that stretched nearly the full swivel of the head, such was the vastness of the flames that burned and danced, the night hollow filled with the distant shrieks of men that one could faintly hear over the crackling roars of the flames, shrieks he saw played out through the eyes of his dragon, who soared over the flames and watched the men burn. Father had learned how to concentrate dragon fire like normal fire, compressing it like a wet ball of hay into a much smaller size, with the use of dragon glass, a skill that only his brother Polaris had learned how to accomplish in any form, dragon fire that had been fed by Miss Aragorn, Galathox, and his stormfire 2 days ago. His father's ridiculous control over fire allowed him to ambush the Dothraki and so they burnt. But he'd seen the toll it had taken on his father, and the concerning amount of dragon glass that was being consumed in his control of the fire, and he could only hope his father would be fine in the end. Father should have let us help him. He didn't need to do this alone. Solonys couldn't help but say to his brother, who rode next to him alongside a few of their guards. He doesn't. But he will anyway. Solonys glanced at his brother, whose hands were clenched together. He would rather his own dreams be haunted than ours, brother. 1,000 times over. For it isn't merely Dothraki men who burn in those fields, I do not think. Casterys murmured, but Solonys heard him well enough, and Solonys grimaced. He'd felt guilty for what they'd done to the Dothraki women and children, mild as it was. Somehow he didn't think it felt anywhere near as bad as he would have felt if he personally slew. Solonys looked away from Casterys. Solonys swallowed a little drilly as he eyed the flames that rose high into the skies, and he remained silent for the rest of the time the fires burnt, his bond with his stormfire keeping him abreast through the eyes of his dragon. He gently nudged his dragon to look towards the fringes of the flames, where could spot Lord Murrow's cavalry in the distance, carrying out their assigned duty to hunt any escapees, and for the rest of the burning, he merely kept his eye out for anything other than the burning of tens of thousands of Dothraki. It was hours later before the fires died down, Stormfire and Galathox long having descended down and laying beside them, and it was only then that Miss Aragorn flew down towards them, a bright furnace of magic that was akin to a second sun so close to him. Solonys removed himself from his horse and walked up to their father, his eyes accustoming quickly once more to the brightness of Miss Aragorn, and Solonys quickened his pace as his father stumbled when he reached solid ground. Father! Casterys said, quick on Solonys' heels, and Solonys brought his arm underneath his father's arms, bracing him steady, and soon Casterys joined too. I'm fine. Their father said with a light smile on his tired face, the heavy ring around his eye apparent to see. Solonys thought his father looked paler than usual, and he stepped a little back, his eyes scouring his father's form, his father's halo, to see if he was nearing death. But he saw little difference, and he noted that Casterys had done the same. I'm merely fatigued, boys. I will be fine by tomorrow morn. Their father assured, but Solonys thought he could see his father struggling a fair bit, though he made to move to stand on his own 2 feet, and his father swiveled to look around, beyond Miss Aragorn's wing, towards the ashen tall grass that lay in the fields and hills beyond. The war is over. We should find no struggle returning to Velos. His father said, and there was a note there that he found disquieting. Father. Casterys began quietly, and Solonys turned towards the soldiers, gesturing them to fall back, and the men did so. Are you all right? Casterys asked, and their father turned to look at him, before he looked at Solonys, and he smiled as he placed his hand on Casterys' armored shoulder, and after he'd beckoned Solonys forward, he too placed his hand on Solonys' shoulder. I am not, I must admit. Their father said, and he looked even more tired than before. I have killed 50,000 in less than an hour, by my reckoning. The rest in the trap after. Father smiled wearily. No man should be all right after this. He said with a heavy sigh, and neither he or Casterys had much to say to that. What could they say? Solonys knew, now, what it felt like how to kill a man. How to kill a dozen men. His duty in the heavy cavalry had seen to that, had seen to his growing to manhood fully in the wake of the dozens he'd killed through the charges and personal combat. But killing so many like his father did with his dragon, with magic. He could not know. And Solonys did not want to know, he realized. If you never have to do what I have done in your lifetimes, or your children in theirs, I will die happier more than you could ever know. His father said to them, and Solonys could feel that his father meant every word he said. His father shook his head as he tapped them on the shoulder. Come. Let's head back to the army. We shall march again. 3 weeks later. He smiled happily as he swept another handful of water over his face, delighting in the feeling of cool fresh water, muddy as it was, covering his body. Stormfire growled, purred, as he bathed himself too, though he was covering himself more in the mud than he was covering himself in the water. You're going to stink if you don't wash that crap off of you. Stormfire stilled a little in his shameless display, but only a little before he, his head firmly planted against the muddy riverbank, twisted around and opened his maw, a bit of fire burrowing from through the back of his throat before he closed his maw shut and exhaled a great puff of black smoke that accelerated to him. Ah, you bastard! Solanese yelped as the black smoke caked on his naked upper body, and he dove into the water where he stayed for a good few seconds before he resurfaced. And he was greeted back with a satisfied growl from Stormfire, who then continued to purr happily as he rolled around in the mud of the riverbank, and Solanese laughed heartily before he let himself fall to the ground, an amused grin on his face as he watched his dragon enjoy himself for the first time since the Targaryen Isles. He looked away from his dragon and looked upon the city walls of Mirian, which lay in the distance, his amused grin fading away a little, and he fell onto his back, watching the clouds above him as he placed his hands behind his head. The war was over now. At least for them anyway. He doubted the Dothraki would see it that way, but they got what they wanted out of it. I guess that includes me. He murmured to himself. Father knew him well, too well, really, and knew that Solanese wouldn't accept anything but to be included in the war. Neither Polaris or Valyr had fought too hard to be included, for neither had much care for matters of war and battle. The only care they had was their guilt and worry their father, as always, managed to reason away. Solanese closed his eyes as his mind wandered, thinking back in the battles he'd fought, the battles where he felt like he'd never felt before. He'd felt alive. So alive. It had been beautiful. His lance skewering his opponent, his Valyrian sword smacking away Arax, his sword tip cutting through flesh and skin and bone. Even the moment when he'd been unhorsed in the second battle, the breath in his throat, the last airs remaining for his lungs were emptied as he flew adrift, had been a moment that he cherished. Of course, he'd been afraid. But he'd also been so alive. And he had noticed that he fought harder, better, after each battle, improving in ways that had taken years prior. He loved it. He loved every moment of each battle he'd fought. He opened his eyes. But he had not liked the aftermaths. Ah, so messy. Solanese murmured before he closed his eyes again, his hands clenching the back hairs of his head. There was no denying the two went together. The battle and the aftermath. And Solanese felt perhaps that was why it was that way. To stop those like him who felt more alive in battle than anywhere else, from seeking it everywhere. He'd not told his brother, and definitely his father, about this about himself. For all the strange gentleness of his father that was uniquely his, he didn't want to worry his father, and more importantly give the wrong impression of himself. He dreamt of battles fought and battles he wished he was a part, and soon he drifted off to sleep, drifting off as he lay there on the watery and muddy banks of the river Skahazadhan. He jolted awake at the sound of the roar, and after blinking a number of times, during which time he felt the earth quake, he turned his head to where he felt the disturbance, and he saw the large golden dragon of his brother, a flash of annoyance making its way on his face before he fell back on his back, his eyes closing. He heard his brother making his way to him, and when he felt that his brother was close enough to hear him, he spoke up. Did you have to be such a bastard? Yes. His brother said simply, and Solanese peeked at his brother, who eyed him amusedly, and Solanese closed his eye fully once more. After it was clear that Solanese wouldn't answer back, he heard his brother sigh for a moment before he spoke again. You're too exposed, little brother. Stormfire barely noticed our arrival. Bah, we're fine. Solanese said a bit dismissively. We're south of the river Skahazadhan and near the mouth. Solanese opened his eyes as he smirked at his brother. Dothraki will come here as likely as the dead will rise. Casterys raised an eyebrow at him. Really? He said drily. It's a little funny. Solanese said with a grin on his face as he pulled himself up a little, resting on his forearms, and despite himself, Casterys did find it funny. He just wouldn't let himself show it. How's Hard Arm? Solanese questioned. His brother had mentioned he'd meet up with Nico and a few other of the men that had come with the army, men his elder brothers had befriended in their youth. He's improved. Casterys said. A little changed too. Casterys added, a bit of reflection in his tone of his voice. Command suits him well. Casterys said before he met Solanese's gaze. He spoke more of his men than he did of himself, especially of some young man named Quentis Let Aros that impressed him so. Solanese squinted his eyes. The name was familiar. Academy? He asked. Yes. 2nd to 5th class. He's from the last cohort approved to join the army. Casterys said, and Solanese nodded his understanding. That was why he likely knew the name. He'd probably better remember the face if anything. Have you come to collect me? Solanese questioned curiously as he rounded back to the topic as to why his brother was here. No, just checking up on you. Castoris told him, and Solanese hummed understandingly before Castoris continued. Besides, there isn't much for us to do, not really, not since we won't leave until the day after next now. This surprised Solanese. Father was rather keen to depart for Velos as soon as possible. What's the problem? It seems like the Myrianese had more iron ores and iron ingots than they told us, that's the problem. Part of it. Castoris said a little drily as he looked around the muddy riverbank with a mild look of distaste. Solanese knew that it wasn't the cleanest of water, but at least it wasn't downstream. His brother doth protest too much. Father is spending some of our new coin to secure the entire lot. Castoris added. How much can they possible have? Of iron ores? Many, many tons. Castoris said with a shrug. Apparently our constant demand forced them to reopen many of the old mines, and it seems like some of them are actually very rich. Father has been negotiating with them on buying the lot in a cheaper lump sum, which has caused the delay. There were a few other things too, but that mostly. Solanese smiled wryly at Castoris. Only father. He laughed, and Castoris rolled at his eyes at him. But he knew his brother probably had similar thoughts. Only father could go to war and massacre tens of thousands and then go into another type of war, in commerce. Well. It's not like we can increase how much we get delivered to Ilmaris. I suppose Velos will be stocking a lot of iron ingots for a time. Solanese mused mostly to himself before he reached a train of thought, and he looked at Castoris with raised eyebrows. I wouldn't suppose father is planning on making some special armor. The army had consumed a significant portion of their steel, their Ilmari steel. Nearly every man was outfitted with Ilmari steel, from boot to helm. Father had prioritized them instead of casting dragon armor, which was unneeded against savages. You know as much as I do. Castoris said with a shrug, but yes, I think he'll want to create some dragon armor the next time we go to war. Next time? Solanese asked, curious and intensely interested. What war could they fight next? The main reason why they even went to war with the Dothraki was because of all of the advantages that it offered. Wealth, hundreds of crates of gold, silver, gems, silks, and more, training their army against an hardened army, testing out the new command structure, helping their allies in Liberty Bay, an influx of settlers for Velos and Ilmaris, to say the most important reasons. And of course, an enemy that wouldn't be a problem at all for Ilmaris. Father had picked the right enemy. There were none around Essos that matched that. Save for perhaps Volantis. They would have treasures of knowledge too, and a wealth of Valyrian steel. But with the strange relationship father had with the Red Priests, one father answered in such a way that it was antagonistic as it was allying, and so he doubted they'd be the next target, for he did not think father wanted the Red Priests to grow strong. There was one, however. We won't fight in West Eros. Solanese denied. Castoris only shrugged. Probably not. Castoris said, and Solanese narrowed his eyes at his brother's agreement, which rang a little hollow. Do you know something? Castoris looked a little amused at him. No more than you do. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're forced to intervene. Considering father's opinion on kinslaying, and the penalties he imposed on our family, I highly doubt we'd ever do it. Solanese said seriously. Kinslayers and their family were to be sentenced to the death penalty, with no chance of leniency. It was enshrined in the articles of their royal house, and it was enshrined in the laws of the Archonate. With what he'd heard about how bad matters were amongst their kin in West Eros, he doubted father would countenance intervening on any of their behalf should they fall so low to kinslay each other, a depth that seems like they already were at. Castoris considered that for a long moment before he nodded. True, but father does care for Uncle Viserys. Castoris trailed off before he shook his head. Anyway, Castoris began, his tone lighter, let's go back. I'm sure you want to eat something. Solanese rose to his feet. Why not? He said as he stretched himself out, and with a push in his bond, he awakened Stormfire, and a thought passed through his mind. Say, Castoris. He said with a grin on his face, and it made his brother a little suspicious. Where was the damn trust? He wasn't half as much a troublemaker like what Valar was. What do you say we go travel to that seal island off of the coast of Tolos? Castoris was surprised. You mean the one father described with all of those seals? His brother seemed open to the idea. Yes. That is why I named it Seal Island. He said flatly, though with a grin. Castoris gave him a look, but it had nothing in it. Why not? Gaelathox could do with a good meal or 10. Castoris said with a glint in his eyes. It wasn't that surprising. When he'd been younger, whenever father had been asked why Miss Aragorn had grown so fast, his answer had been a steady diet of seals with a serious face. Of course, he knew father was joking. None of them were dim-witted, of course. But still. It could have helped. Even your lazy dragon can catch that many easily. Gaelathox isn't lazy. He just knows his worth, and that a dragon as beautiful as he deserves his meals brought to him. Castoris retorted, and Solanese laughed. You should have been born a girl, dear brother. Solanese said with a grin. Gaelathox would have accompanied you well with a necklace of gold. Castoris rolled his eyes, but he smiling nonetheless. I think my sword of gold does just fine in replacement. Solanese had to admit that was fair enough. Gods, he wished his own Valyrian steel sword and armor had a shimmer of a better blue. Perhaps he could figure out what gave Valyrian steel their shine. If he was able to accomplish that, well, then, a sword that bore the same name, and coloring, as that of his dragon was surely a story that demanded to be told, and it would have to be a story of legend. And Solanese? Well, he rather liked the idea of being that character of that story. Break. A History of Illimeri Wars. The 1st century. The Elamera campaign against the Dothraki. The massacre of Vs was the last time dragons graced Essos until centuries later, having gone unseen there until only at the very epoch of the War of the Twin Dawns, where the 2nd, 3rd and 4th armies marched with the Libertos armies to the gates of the 5 forts after having beaten back the incursions of the dead in Aldhose and breaking through the strongholds of the Dark Ones in the Shadowlands. See Chapter 7 for the Illimeri role in the War of the Twin Dawns. And though the massacre, colloquially known as the Burning Day of the Horselords, had widespread implications, it did not however culminate in the elimination of the Dothraki problem. On the contrary, the fewer competing Khals had, over the span of almost 2 decades, allowed the surviving strongmen Khals to consolidate the surviving Dothraki to marshal into concentrated numbers, tribes, that would pose a continuous threat over the coming centuries to the powers of Essos until the death knell was forced in by the Libertos armies during and after the War of the Dawn. There are some who argue that the total destruction of the Dothraki had not been the goal, instead, the vast riches of Vs Dothrak and the Dothraki Khalasars had been the true targets of the campaign. There is justification for this opinion. Records show that the periods of the first Archon's reign and that of Archon Castoris had seen heavy consumption of the Illimeri treasury that fostered faster development of the virgin lands of Illimeris along with heavy absorption of costs in order to facilitate greater population growth in the then sparse Illimeris. Some historians pose that this was in line with the modus operandi of the first Archon, whose effects of his policies and establishments are still felt today, whether it is scientifically, historically, socially, or religiously that the first Archon's foresight helped ensure that the immense treasures secured from the Dothraki, which rivaled the total contents taken from the slavers of the former slaver cities, would fuel the widespread and revolutionary thinking he implemented and would eventually result in the industrial and cultural revolution that propelled Illimeris into the superpower that is today. Whilst rich silver veins, and gold veins 1 and 10 years later after the campaign against the Dothraki, were found in the Coram mines, it would be some time before either resources was mined to adequate capacity. Thus it is the wealth seized from the Dothraki, on top of the wealth from the extinct Giscari culture, that ultimately fueled the early rapid agricultural and urban development whilst also promoting the attractiveness of immigrating to Illimeris to the Valyrian and SSC diaspora. Break. Mid to late 126 AC Lis. Lysandro Rogare POV. He absent-mindedly drank of his Lysane wine, careless in posture even if he listened astutely as the informant gave his report of the accounting of the victory of Aegon Targaryen and his army. Thank you, Lysidos. You may leave. Johanna Swan said after the man concluded with his report, and the man bowed before them before he was swiftly escorted out by the guards of the Black Swan. Well. Drazenko began as he tipped the last of his wine into his mouth, a mocking smile on his face as he levelled his gaze at Lysandro. Who would have thought savages burn as wonderfully as the grass they so venerate? The Dothraki's contempt against civilization was infamously known, as was their desire to change the entire world into fields of grass. A desire that was made quite a bit more impossible now that vast numbers of their kind were eliminated by their dear old friend Aegon. Yet where that desire was swiftly on its deathbed, there were other desires born from the chasm left behind. I had not expected so many of the Dothraki to perish. It will be a problem. Lorasio Dinar commented as he looked upon Johanna Swan, a contemplative expression on his face as he ignored Drazenko's mocking quip. Lysandro scoffed. It would only be a problem if they'd foolishly let it be a problem. And though his opinions of some in this great hall were low, he did not think them enough of a fool to let this great opportunity go. Perhaps in the long term, but in the short term, our ambitions with Linoros and the rest of the disputed lands will be realized quicker with the time we have been afforded. Ranar Konoros, the recently elected First Minister, interjected. You think enough Dothraki have died to accelerate our expansion? Johanna asked, her head turned towards Baelon, and Lysandro was curious enough to want to know the man's opinion. Whilst Baelon had been nothing more than a Cohoric slave soldier before he'd been bought as an enforcer for the Pinaris family, he did get the training all Cohor slave soldiers got on the Dothraki. There were few better, as highly placed, as Baelon to be able to give them an insight on what the Dothraki might do. No one knows how many Dothraki there are. Baelon began with a shrug, though his expression told them all of the seriousness of the topic. Oftentimes, the only time we even learn about the Dothraki is when they've gained notoriety under a successful Khal who has set his eyes outward rather than inward. Baelon picked up his jug of wine, which he made dance in his hand as he continued. However, the death of Baelon paused for a moment before he continued. 3 and 10 Khalasars numbering at the least 150,000 is of course no small amount, most of whom were Khals that possessed a large swathe of territory in the Dothraki Sea. Their deaths will have left a chasm in the order of things there. Baelon looked at Johanna before he spoke again. I think we have a great opportunity to expand, yes. I'd expect there to be severe infighting amongst the Dothraki until a new order has been established, draining at their numbers further. It could be several generations before the horses fuckers are a serious problem again. Baelon finished and Johanna nodded, a considering look on her aged face. The fading of the Dothraki as an enemy doesn't mean we won't have other enemies that'd fill the void against our ambitions. Dinar warned before a grimace made an appearance on his face. Volantis has sorted out their mess in the most inopportune time. For all that Lorasio was low in his estimations, he was forced to concede that the man had a point there. Volantis' civil war had, for all practicalities, ended. A stalemate it may be, a hard-fought tenuous return to status quo it was, but ultimately, it was a stability that none of them wanted for Volantis. Few could have expected the damned priests to buckle and give in to the re-establishment of the old order in Volantis. All of those assassinations of the old blood, the utilization of the slaves under a mad religious fervor, only to settle for a return to the status quo because their temple was at risk, of all things. The old blood had taken back control of the Black Walls, though beyond those walls, Volantis had firmly been under the control of the Red Priests, beating back every wave of attacks from the armies of the sister cities of Volantis. Despite the setback, the Red Priests were in a good position to try again. Once the old blood had fallen, it would have placed them in a good position to try and take the rest of the cities in Volantis, an endeavor that they guessed could have taken years with the measures the cities had put in place to keep control of their slaves. Yet they'd buckled when the old blood managed to conjure up and place long-range siege weaponry that directly targeted at their temple, calling for a ceasefire that ultimately culminated in a strained peace that seemed impossible to last that yet still lasted. Everything east from the harbour and the merchant's house now belonged firmly back into Volantis' control, with reinforcements from the other cities, along with the population that resided there which had been firmly re-enslaved, with the west of the city under the control of the Red Priests. A city divided, and it was a hotbed for further conflict, but much to their dislike, it seemed like both parties were interested in keeping the peace. For now. Lysandro commented as he stared at Lorasio. The uneasy peace won't last. The old blood won't forget this. Nor will the Red Priests be ignorant of that. We just have to help things along when the time comes. Both sides were entirely there to be exploited. The Red Priests betrayed their flock in the east whilst they could inspire the same fear in the population in the west, that the Red Priests will betray them in the same way as they'd betrayed their brethren, religion be damned. From the look Johanna was giving him, he knew the old wily cunt knew that too. Whilst my dear brother is right that we shouldn't stay ignorant to take advantage of Volantis' weakness, Drazenko began, a grin on his face. Considering Volantis as an enemy to be wary of at this time is a fool's errand. Drazenko said sharply as he looked at Lorasio, who reddened at the slight. Lysandro sighed silently at his brother's antics. It was moments like this that made him regret supporting his brother's political career. But then he always remembered that his brother would succeed Renar Coneros as first minister, who would be as beholden to Lysandro as Coneros was to Johanna. Drazenko ignored the looks he'd gotten as he continued. They are bloodied. They have no appetite to divert their attentions beyond their city walls, not when they have to worry about the enemy across the river. Drazenko dismissively waved. They are not a problem to our expansion. Not yet anyway. Whilst Drazenko's initial words leave much to be desired, Johanna said with a note of warning in her tone of voice, to which Drazenko bowed comically as to signal his apologies, which Johanna swiftly ignored as she continued. He is right in saying that Volantis does not pose an immediate threat, in a similar vein that which the Dothraki are no longer an immediate threat. Johanna paused as she glanced at Baelon, provided, of course, that they are going to be infighting. She looked at the First Minister. Accelerate our plans for Linoros. I want us to push as far as we can to the two lakes. The plan for Linoros predicated that they close off as much of the disputed lands as possible. This meant creation of fortresses between the two lakes, permanently staffed by Lysane soldiers, along with fortresses north and west, using liquid stone as the primary material to help speed up the production of the fortresses. Before Volantis had firmed up their uneasy situation, there had been thousands of Volantine slaves that managed to escape the blockade, and more Volantine before then. Those populations had settled in the disputed lands, under their protection, mixing with Lyazine and Mirish folk who had left Mir in favor of seeking their fortune in the disputed lands that was in their control. It had allowed them to accelerate the plans for their plantations, but it also allowed them to hire more hands to help build the forts and fortresses. And once the bleeding stopped, the bleeding of Lysane leaving for Illimaris, they'd be able to relocate more of the common folk there. Too many Lysane were leaving when they had uses for them there in Linoros, and those damned Septons, with their sweet words of poison that even the Red Priests would grow envious of, were making it damn hard to retain the ones the consulate had approved for migration to Illimaris. Renar Coneros nodded his acceptance to those words. What about Pentos and Qohor? Adario Odirion questioned, the last person in the room to finally having spoken up. He continued. There is no denying the likes of Qohor and Pentos will be tempted, perhaps even emboldened, to expand their territories at their fringes. The Dothraki made making use of the vast lands at the fringes of the Free City's territory nearly impossible. Few endeavors that profited off of the land lasted more than a generation before they were swept aside by the Dothraki. Sellswords could only do so much in protecting their lands, and over the centuries, their lands had contracted into real, defensible regions. Not just them. Ranar Konoros said as he looked around. Everyone is likely to be emboldened, once they realize the opportunity that exists. It also means that we can rest more assured that our colony in the disputed lands will secure. Johanna interjected. Those who can expand, will expand. Our advantage is that our neighbors are too broken to be rated amongst those who can actually expand. Johanna stated simply, and Lysandro agreed. Mir was the most unstable of all of the free cities, a shadow of what it once was. And the interference of the Bravici wasn't helping matters, much to Lysandro's satisfaction. He hated the Bravici more than anything else, insipid creatures that they were. Forcing them to exit Mir in order to avoid becoming too great a threat to their banking institutions. The comfortable position they'd placed themselves in Liberty Bay did little to assuage that bitterness. He knew that the bitterness was because he was forced to shy away, like he'd been forced to shy away oft in his youth, a time he hated as much as he hated the Bravici, a time when he'd been weak and helpless, even if he thought that the removal of the Rogaray Bank from Mir and tilted towards Liberty Bay had actually made them more money than not. It had allowed him to convince some of the Regency councillors to reward themselves and create accounts in their name in the Rogaray Bank, an endeavour that saw the number of golden coins in bank increase by millions. In contract, Mir's wealth, which had been in its industries, was unlikely to have paid off as immediate as Liberty Bay had, which had most of its iron, copper, and tin mines made untouchable by the Regency councils thanks to the sheer volume that was demanded by Illimaries, which also fueled the employ of tens of thousands of their cities, which made even the most corrupt of the Regency councillors unwilling to upset lest their misdeeds be discovered in full. Do you think this cleansing of the savages will affect the opportunities on the horizon? Lorasio asked after a few moments of silence in the Great Hall. You speak of the Sunset Kingdom's looming civil war. Lysandro questioned, and Lorasio nodded almost imperceptibly. I see no reason why it would. Unless you see something we do not. Lysandro asked with a raised eyebrow, but before Lorasio could answer, Johanna interjected. Fortunately I do not see that link. Unless somehow a war between Pentos and Bravici is instigated. Tensions between Pentos and Bravus were high, higher than normal at least. It was also quite likely that Pentos was involving itself in Mir too, fanning the hostility the Mirish had with the Bravici. The same as Lys was doing. Is there a way to instigate a war between them? It could only help us. Drazenko said with a smirk on his face. Everyone seemed to consider that. We could only so do using Mir. Somehow. Lysandro said contemplatively. Though how? Lysandro trailed off, and the other could tell where he was going with it. How they could get Pentos invested in Mir. It would be difficult. Johanna commented slowly. We would have to dissolve our interests in Mir to make the temptation stronger. Considering that we have designs on Tyrosh first. Baelon trailed off as his gaze swept across the room. The Tyroshi were waiting for the right moment to throw off the loosened yoke of the Westerosi. The ones they were supporting, the ones they'd betray, were committed into gaining back full independence. Whilst several factions were competing for greater control, for absolute control, they were at least united in this goal of theirs. The fact that Tyrosh had been impoverished thanks to the heavy-handedness of the Targaryens and the Velaryons had greatly played into the hands of the Tyroshi factions opposed to the Sunset Kingdom's capture of Tyrosh, where even the liberated were growing greatly tired of their worsening economic position. Tyrosh remains the priority. That won't change. We may not get a chance to extend our control over another free city like this again. No, we will focus on Tyrosh and take advantage. Johanna stated firmly. I have no doubt that the Hightowers have approached them to dangle the idea of full independence in front of them. If they have asked them the same of us, to use our fleet against the Velaryons, they will be weakened. The resentment will be too strong to ignore the temptation. Konoros stated, a glimmer of satisfaction on his face. The Velaryons have taken too many liberties for that not to happen, as has the Iron Throne. The Velaryons and the Iron Throne were deliberately sabotaging the Tyroshi economy. They'd be fools not to realize that when they'd introduced tariff-free duty on all Westerosi goods supplied by the fleets of House Velaryon. So many of the industries in the city had been undercut by this measure, where Westerosi goods, though inferior, were much cheaper than the Tyroshi counterpart. Westerosi small folk were slaves in all but name, so the labor costs were insignificant in comparison to that of the Tyroshi, which was an island nation, and now forced to pay their employees thanks to Westeros. Fewer coin available to the common folk meant less purchasing capability, which meant more Westerosi goods were bought than Tyroshi goods, which meant that more shops and factories were lacking in work, which was only compounded by the forced pricings the Tyroshi had to abide by when they were selling their wares to Westeros or Westerosi merchants. Combined with the lack of purchasing power of Mir and the high import tax of Pentos and Bravus, it meant that Tyrosh had a difficult time in getting true worth of their goods in their neighborhood. Lysandro was amazed by the short-sightedness of the Iron Throne. Tyrosh was a goldmine if one knew how to polish it, yet all that they were doing was burying it with mud and shit, letting it lose its shine. He was rather sure that it was, in part, done with deliberateness. At least by the Velarians. Perhaps on account of the war in the Stepstones, which saw the Velarians lose a fortune in men and coin, and given what he knew of the sea snake, he didn't think it was so out of sorts for him to have pushed to regain his lost wealth in this manner. The late rogue prince probably helped him do it too. In any account, it was to Lys' favor. When the civil war occurred, and distracted the Sunset Kingdoms, they'd work to gain Tyrosh for themselves. As the emblematic figure of a truly free city, with a reputation that saw them well thought of amongst the Tyroshi, especially as more and more Tyroshi made to move to Lys that also trickled word back to their folk in the other island city, they had plans in place to take advantage of their reputation. If not take fully control of Tyrosh, at the very least secure themselves a city deeply tied to Lys. And, depending on what happened to Mir, they might well gain the opportunity to incorporate Mir into their control, and where before in the Triarchy, the Lys had the least control, Lys instead would be the senior party in the alliance. An alliance that would finally give them ways to get back at the hated Bravici. That reminds me, shall we tell our dear friend Aegon of the High Tower's plans? His brother said with a light smirk on his face, though Lysandro could see the genuine curiosity there in his eyes. It wasn't the first time this was brought up. He doubted it would be the last. Our treaty with Illimaris does not necessitate information sharing of this nature. Lorasio stated, and Lysandro was amused at that. Their treaty with Illimaris was one of a mutual defense treaty, though it was also a treaty that expanded far beyond that. In effect, they were allies of the closest nature. Their people had free rein to migrate to Illimaris, for the most part, their nobility were sharing blood with the nobility of Illimaris, and their economic ties were greater than Lys has had with any for centuries. The amount of trade that flowed from Lys to Illimaris was only second to that flowed to West Eros. Wines, perfumes, arts, even common goods like ropes, hemp, medicine, all that Lys had to offer were sold in varying amounts to Illimaris, and more each year. And the trade that flowed from Illimaris to Lys, fabrics of great quality, silks of all things. It was a shame his brother and his family had not been able to find out more about these factories of theirs. He mentally shook his head. In any case, to say that their relationship with Illimaris stopped at the confines of a treaty. And everyone knew it. Just as everyone knew that Aegon would be extremely unhappy if they kept this kind of information from him. Yet they were doing so. Yet they were planning on keeping on doing so. At least for now, he mused to himself. Drazenko laughed at Lorasio's words, making it clear what he thought of it, though before he could speak, Johanna did. We won't tell him. Johanna said finally as she looked around at their faces, her hands folding in front of her. Not until we must. Johanna sighed a little as she looked at Con Eris. Besides, I am quite confident that he already knows of the pending civil war. Telling him one side of his family is seeking allies. If we had seen it coming before the High Towers had even approached us. Lysandro said with a shrug, his own way of agreeing to the plain comment of Johanna. I rather think he knew it was coming for some time. Else why marry his daughter to an unknown Velarian with no real worth but his blood? He posed as he looked at his brother, who only smirked a little more. Gamon Velarian was unworthy a match. Yet it was made, and yet they married. Despite there being 3 other Targaryens who could have married his daughter. Lysandro stood up from his seat, tiring as he was from this conversation. Johanna would continue to do the most unwise course of action, despite having all of the opportunity to gain a favorable position with Aegon. He was quite satisfied that Johanna was letting personal feelings of some strange aggrievement, cloud her judgment. And who was he to get in her way? If she wanted to provoke a man that Lysandro could admit made his blood chill with all that he heard of the man, well. So be it. Let her hang on her folly, just as hard and just as final as she hangs on that strange aggrievement of hers. Break. Early 126 AC King's Landing, Small Council Chambers. Rhaenyra POV. The King's Guard and Lord Commander Ricard Thorne wheeled her father into the small council's chambers, her steps quiet as she followed from behind. The chairs around the small table scraped against the floor as the councillors rose from their seat and bowed in front of her father. Your Grace. Princess. Lord Lyman Beesbury, Master of Coin, was first to greet them, the portly man's tone of voice respectful, the only one she could truly stand aside from Durin. The other councillors, Lord Jasper Wilde, Master of Laws, Sir Durin Velaryon, Master of Ships, Grand Maester Orwaley, Lord Larrys Strong, Master of Whispers, and Otto Hightower, Lord Hand provided their own greetings one after the other, though only Durin had any sincerity behind their greeting. After her father had been placed at the head of the table, and she had taken her seat by his side, he weakly gestured for the small council session to commence. And so it began. Lord Beesbury had been the first to speak, beginning with the state of the Crown's finances. The tax collected from the first harvest has proven to be in excess of what was expected, an unexpected boon, which meant that the road and bridge maintenances along with new forks of roads and construction of new bridges throughout the kingdoms was no longer going to be heavily subsidized by the crown's own coffers, which suffered a hit during the winter, even with the coin they received from their share of the profits of the glass-making in Bravus. Lord Beesbury continued in his report, seemingly invigorated by the appearance of her father who had not been seen in a small council meeting for nearly a year, and he spoke of the finances of the city, which had also been party to the whimsy of her father that had started 8 years ago. Their house had never seen as much coin as they had in the last 10 years, coin that overflowed in the royal vaults. Lord Beesbury and the late Lord Strong had convinced her father that it was time to reinvest that coin into improving King's Landing, and she was sure that they'd appealed to her father by appealing to the idea of their capital sharing some of the greatness of old Valeria, especially since a number of the buildings that had been built in the city, such as the Magistrates' Hall, in all of its marble glory, appeared similar to that buildings she'd seen in her father's city. And so, one thing led to another, and the greatest works of infrastructure since her father's grandsire had commenced, she thought as she eyed Otto from the corner of her eyes, working hard to not let her displeasure of his presence showing on her face. That man there. She'd only been back in the capital for 2 moons and she knew enough that he was working hard to roll back the investments her father had approved, and though she hated that the crown was investing too much of their coin into the affair, she would not see him gain another victory for whatever sordid reason he wanted it for. Beesbury continued, though his earlier excitement faded as he spoke of the increasing costs of maintaining the gold cloaks numbers, who, despite not having increased, had instead increased in expense in every which way from what she could tell from his report. From dyeing their cloaks gold, to maintaining their swords and weapons, to clothing and feeding, even expenses that was dubious in nature, expenses that nearly doubled the pay the gold cloaks received. It was also the first time she was hearing this and she'd queried, wanting to know where this had originated from. She got given an answer she distrusted. The investments that the crown has made into the city necessitate that we keep our interests in the city close at hand. Princess. Every word grated on her ears, the cool manner he spoke with crawled down her spine and she did everything she could not to clench her fists. The foul man continued. We employ thousands presently to see to his grace's redevelopment of King's Landing. As such, we must ensure that order is maintained. The expenses are a small price we pay to ensure those interests. Rhaenyra. Her father rasped from beside her, forcing her look at him, a light smile on his severely wounded face. His right ear had been cut off 3 ago, the disease that festered her father so necessitating it to be removed. Other parts of his face too had suffered such butchering intervention from the maesters. He barely resembled the father he resembled. In body, and as well as spirit, she thought woundedly. It is a temporary measure. I am certain that their expenses will return to normal when the city returns back to normal. His Grace is correct. Otto, the snake like he is, was quick to agree with her father, in a tone of voice that itched at her temper. Nonetheless, she kept her opposition quiet, knowing that she would have found out later the true reasons for the increases of expenditure. Reasons she had cause to believe originated at the time of the snake's return to King's Landing, which also resulted in the appointment of his son as commander of the Gold Cloaks. After Beesbury finished, then came the reports of Jasper Wilde, who spoke of the city's crimes and how there was an uptick of crimes committed by foreigners, which was disputed by Durin and that soon dispelled into a simmering argument about King's Landing merchants taking advantage against that of the view that it was better for that to happen, and Rhaenyra felt as if a headache would grow unless she stopped it dead here. Enough. Rhaenyra said with a firm tone of voice, silencing Durin, Wilde, and Beesbury, and she ignored the look of Otto whose placid face she knew belied his true feelings. Lord Jasper. I'm sure you have a plan to address this uptick of crimes. Rhaenyra posed sharply. She cared not truly, but she wanted to take more control of this small council. She knew where she stood with them, with all of them. Her only true ally in this room was Durin. Not even her father was an ally she could rely on. Matters she would keenly address when she took her throne. Yes, Princess. Lord Jasper said cautiously. Then do so, Lord Jasper. She said with the thinnest of smiles, and Lord Jasper aggravated her when the man looked to Otto first, who gave nothing, before he looked to her father, who simply uncaringly waving him on, and with clear reluctance, the man continued. He explained about the proposition that he was drafting up to bring to the next small council meeting, a proposition that laid down his plans to segregate the ports of King's Landing into separate quarters that divided the ports of entry and that leveraged more power to the city's merchants and the small council with new customs procedures that made it quicker to sift through ports of origin and summarily the imposition of taxation accordingly. You interfere with traditional rights of the Master of Ships, Lord Jasper. Durin said with narrowing eyes. The Master of Ships did more than look after the royal fleet. It was a position that encompassed control over the ports and customs, particularly those in the Crownlands. Sir Durin. Otto intervened with a sharp tone, one that Durin did not appreciate. Neither man liked the other, and she knew it because Durin challenged Otto like no other on the small council, who had grown to appear as if he was king from what she heard Durin describe, ever since his appointment back as hand 8 moons ago after Lord Strong perished in that damned fire. The matter of which Lord Jasper speaks of is an affair of the law, which, despite having its effect in an area under your remit, is still ultimately his responsibility to see implemented. Durin scoffed lightly at that, but before he could speak, Rhaenyra interjected. Sir Durin, Lord Jasper, both of you have fair point, and it is clear that this is a matter that does not solely lie in a single quarter. As such, if it so pleases you, I will offer mine own assistance in smoothing out any issues that otherwise might get delayed through misunderstanding. Rhaenyra stated more than suggested, her eyes flickering to each man. She had no real interest in this matter, but she had to force herself back into these affairs, her affairs, if she was ever going to push out the grip the damned Hightowers had in her own ancestral keep. Princess, this matter is beneath you. Otto said as he leaned forward slightly. As Lord Hand, I am entirely well placed to serve you in this position. Thank you, Lord Hand. The words were bitter on her tongue. However, I must decline. She said with a sharper smile than she intended, and she delighted in the light narrowing of the man's eyes. Rhaenyra. Her sharp smile faded as she turned to look at her father. Leave the matter to Lord Otto. You have more important matters to attend to. The pointed look at her swollen belly humiliating her in front of these men. His Grace is correct, Princess. The smugness in the man's voice was there, Rhaenyra knew, and she could never believe that it is just there in her own mind. Father, I would prefer not to leave this in Sir Otto's hands. Consider this as a matter to aid me rule more wisely, Father. Rhaenyra said softly to her father as she placed her hand on top of his. As your heir. At that, her father crumbled. Of course, dear daughter. Her father smiled, and the look on Otto's face was one she delighted. Your Grace. The quiet voice of the new Lord Strong and Master of Whispers drew attention, including Rhaenyra's. The man was long-faced and possessed the same strong brown curls his elder brother Sir Harwin had, and whilst there were other familiarities in the man's face to that of his brothers, that was the only similarity that existed. Where Sir Harwin Strong had been a burly, strong man, Larry Strong was spindly, a buckle-backed man who waddled in his steps thanks to his clubfoot. Where Sir Harwin Strong was handsome, easily one of the more handsome men she'd seen outside of her family, Larry Strong was plain, sallow. Yet that was not the most disturbing about the man. She'd been back in King's Landing for 2 moons, and this was only the 3rd occasion she'd seen the man who had profited from the fire that consumed his father, his brother, and his nephews, but she could tell that the man likely had found his calling as Lord Confessor before he ascended to Lord of Whispers. There was something about the man that deeply disturbed her, in the same way Otto tried but never really managed, and the instance she met the man, the instance she'd heard him speak, she considered that the man may well be as low as a kinslayer, as she and Baelon considered possible with the demise of Lord Strong. The fact that he'd been placed as Master of Whispers as soon as Darklyn issued his resignation 6 moons ago. My contacts have picked up, concern over the provocations of His Grace's brother has committed in Essos. Larry Strong began, and Rhaenyra felt her father pull away his hand from underneath hers, and she swiftly removed whilst she kept her gaze on the man. Provocations? Rhaenyra questioned skeptically. What provocations is there to be with what my uncle and cousins are doing against the savages? Princess. Otto interjected, the veneer of respect peeling off of his tone of voice. Whilst Aegon the Elder has been permitted to act independently of the crown, the utilization of his and his children's dragons in matters of war directly affects us. We must address what His Grace wishes the Crown's response to be should we receive dignitaries who may seek to deliver protestations. If these dignitaries, Rhaenyra said with suppressed scorn, do come and grace my father with their protestations, there is only one response that can be given. Rhaenyra leaned forward. It is not our concern. My uncle's kingdom, our Chonate, is entirely separate from us. Dragons will always be our concern, Princess. Otto said with more of the veneer peeled off. Aegon the Elder has proven himself to be far too dangerous to be left alone. Was that also a warning for her? Considering the man speaking, she knew it was likely to dismiss it to welcome folly. Rhaenyra gritted her teeth at the audacity of this worthless man whose entire status was owed to his daughter whoring herself out to her father. Enough. Her father rasped out in a shout, silencing anything Rhaenyra had to say. Anyone had to say. I will not hear this. This meeting is over. Sir Thorn. Take me to my solar. Your Grace. Otto tried, but her father simply waved Otto off as Sir Throne grabbed hold of the handles and pulled her father away from the table. Rhaenyra stood and followed alongside her father, who shakily held onto the reins of his wheelchair, and she studied him for a while. His grimaced face. She had been there, when Lords Darklyn and Celtigar and the other lords and nobles had returned from Ilamaris. The meetings had gone on for days at that time, discussing everything and anything of Ilamaris. The astounding growth in number of peoples, the massive constructions of their city and their farmlands, of factories of fabrics and porcelain and a dozen others, the queer and dangerous ways her uncle had empowered the small folk of his city. It was endless, what the nobles had reported. Small and large, secrets of miraculous manufacturing to secrets of a source of silk that rivaled that of the Yetish silks, and secrets of magic that was terrifyingly open and there to see. A massive statue of dragon glass that dwarfed even the high tower, fused dragon stone, an art that was long thought to be last, used to construct the dragon pit by her uncle's palace and used plentifully in the construction of their new keep. It was unbelievable, and she would have thought to disbelieve it had it not been for the fact that she felt that they were not embellishing a single bit, not even on the magic they had seen taken hold, even if they had not seen it in practice. Yet the worst of it all, had not been any of the success her uncle was making of his colony, had not even been the magic, but rather the High Valyrian copy of the seven-pointed star that bore significant differences that Alicent Hightower had called a perversion of the gravest order. She'd never been interested in the faith, but she had been made curious when she got her hands on one of the copies the nobles had taken back with them. Her servants had read and compared the two religious works, and she'd been told that most had stayed the same. The books and the chapters, particularly that of the crone, the smith, the stranger, and the maiden, had no differences. However, there were some changes to the books and chapters of the warrior, the mother, and the father, which ranged from minute to significant. For instance, the book of the mother had changes introduced, verses, that exemplified mothers in the High Valyrian version, verses such as her children, plentiful born of her womb, rise up and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praises her, many women have done excellently, but you surpass them all, which was a marked difference from that of the Westerosi seven-pointed star, which focused more on the protective and loving nature of the mother and the duty all mothers had in this manner. The book of the father too had such significant changes, which introduced verses that offered more direct approach on how to channel the father as fathers, which differed significantly from the anecdotes that was parceled throughout the chapters of the father. However, the greatest changes was the one she knew was the source of the ire of her bitch of a stepmother and the rest of her family. The story of the one who breathed life into the seven aspects and the world through his mind and song, and with using divine fire, breathed life into the world. It was an undeniable change in origin story, compared to that of the Westerosi faith, which claimed the one and the seven were immutable and inseparable and who had created life and the universe in a single flash of light. And to top it off, her uncle had dared to include his side of the family as the chosen family, who had a sliver of this divine fire, with wordings that made it clear that he'd usurped the role of the High Septon as the spiritual shepherd. Combined with her uncle's status as a prophet, the matter of his heresy had the very least made clear that her uncle was as clear an enemy as Rhaenyra and her line were to the Hightowers. She would have found it humorous had it not been for the fact that the issue severely caused unrest with some of the more pious of the kingdoms, no more being able to ignore it as they might have several years earlier, forcing her father to publicly decry Aegon and his line to all that would hear, forced to do so lest they invite scrutiny and rebellion neither she nor her father could afford from the faith and those who still supported them wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, that also included the Hightowers, which meant that her father couldn't ignore the matter as she knew he would have preferred, not when she was in his bed and in his ear. Whilst her father cared as much about the faith as Rhaenyra did, unfortunately, he'd chosen to marry a woman who pretended to be pious, a woman who also belonged to the very nobles who controlled the heart of the faith. She and Lady Rhea had spoken since about it, and so she knew that ever since the waning strength of the faith thanks to great-grandsire Jaehaerys, the faith was at the weakest it has been for centuries, and the lords preferred to keep it that way. Including in the Vale. The resurgence of the faith, who derided her uncle as a devil's spawn and a heretic, was not what they wanted, what anyone wanted save for Alicent Hightower, and her father was too weak to return matters back to before. And she was rather sure that the Hightowers were also using this to shore up their own claims, using the faith as a weapon against her. It was a problem that may need her to use her mother as a weapon, as much as she hated doing so. Being descended from the House of Arryn, which was claimed to be descended from Huger of the Hill, the first king of the Andals and Andolas, was a powerful weapon she would use if she was forced to, but one she must be prepared to make, as her good mother reminded her. Rhaenyra, stay with me. Her father rasped out, breaking her out of her thoughts, and she turned to face her father. She spent more time there than anywhere else. It was the only place her father spent in any amount of time, outside of his room, in his bed, sick and dying. 2 moons she'd been here and half the time she spent awake was in that damned room with that damned toy of her father's. She'd come to hate it near as much as she hated attending the small council, where she possessed nearly no power despite being heir to the throne. Of course, father. She said with a show of a smile, one that grew even slightly genuine at the happiness he so expressed. They arrived her father's solar, and for the next while, her father spoke many times more than he'd spoken during the small council meeting, though unfortunately for her, it was a rehash of what her father had spoken off throughout her stay at her ancestral keep. The model of old Valyria had grown significantly over the years. So much so that it took nearly a third of the solar now. There were taller buildings, buildings that had flat-topped roofs that dotted throughout the city, as detailed in the chronicles her father received some years ago. I am considering throwing a tourney. Her father's sudden words surprised her, and she took a moment to consider that. Why? She asked simply, knowing that the last tourney had been a total disaster for their family. It's been years. I wish to see the realm's knights and lords. I wish to see. Her father trailed off and she waited him to continue, but he did not. The last time, father, I would have thought you wished no more tourneys ever again with how Uncle Damon died. The reference to her uncle made her father visibly pained. I know. But this way, it's time. Her father shook her head before he looked at her with a faint smile, though his eyes were distant. Would you come? If I was to throw a tourney to celebrate my reign. There was a strange fragility to her father's tone. Baelon would not come. Rhaenyra warned, and her father weakly nodded. I understand. He said with hope in his eyes. She wondered why he didn't simply order her to be present. He's done it plenty times before. I will consider it. Rhaenyra said finally, her hand falling to her stomach. Her father smiled at that and he asked. Have you yet decided what name you'll give him? Or her? The second sudden change of conversation surprised her again. He hadn't asked about names yet before. Baelon wants to name him William or Rhea if it is a girl. Rhaenyra said with a light smile on her face. William? That's no Targaryen name. Her father said with some distaste in his voice, and Rhaenyra laughed. He wanted me to consider naming him after his grandsire. Yorbert. Rhaenyra said flatly, and the look of disgust made her almost descend into a giggle. Why William? Her father said after a while before he started fiddling with his model again. After his cousin William. Rhaenyra said. William and Baelon were close, closer than the rest of the Royces, and Rhaenyra could admit that William was unlikely to ever attempt to usurp Baelon or their son Viserys of the Royce lordship. My husband wants at least one of his sons to have a Royce name, and William is good a name as any there is. Rhaenyra said before adding, dryly, according to Baelon at least. William Targaryen. Her father tried out. I cannot say that I am a most admiring of the name, but it is no Yorbert. Her father said in a rasping laugh before he coughed, and she quickly placed her hand on his back. Father. I'm fine. Her father rasped, and he gave a brave smile before he took hold of her hand, a strange look on his face. How I wish you would remain here, daughter. You and my grandsons and dearest Emma. Her father choked at the name of her daughter, and her heart skipped a beat with sympathy. Baelon had taken their children to see Rhea Royce, all three of them, with the intent of leaving her boy Viserys behind to foster with his grandmother and the other, Leal, Royces. Baelon had been insistent that they keep to the agreement, that they'd allow Viserys to be raised as a Royce when the time was right, and take up the name Royce when he was of age. Baelon would retain his father's name, but would become Lord Regent of Runestone until Viserys was of age to take up the lordship should Rhea pass before Viserys was of age. That was the condition Rhea and Baelon had agreed upon after Baelon had told her that he wanted to keep his father's name. The stubborn man wouldn't listen to her, to pay lip service to his mother until she passed. Rhaenyra smiled at her father, doing her best to keep her irritation and sadness from showing. Her and Baelon had argued on Viserys, before he departed with their children. Baelon was insistent that Viserys marry one of the maids of the Vale, to tie their house closer to the lands that Viserys would be a part of. She thought it less of her son, who deserved a proper royal match, not a match that would wildly elevate the girl's family, like it had done with her bitch of a stepmother. Her preference would have been to marry Viserys to Emma, but with Viserys carrying on the Royce name, and thus no longer a Targaryen in name even if in blood, she knew that she would give the faith, thus the High Towers, a weapon to use against her family. Lena told her once that her mother had admitted that she and Corlys had considered marrying her to her brother, something that made her laugh ceaselessly for a little while. That would have been a match as terrible as the one she would have had with her cousin Laenor. Nevertheless, Lena told her that the real reason that they did not go through with the match was of concern of the faith. That had stuck with her. And truthfully, she might have always kept Emma for her next son, for she also worried that Viserys was going to be needed to secure loyalties. The Baratheons had plenty daughters, and her son would make a fine match. Her father had let it slip that he'd denied Alicent the approach of the Baratheons for that thief, Aemond, and she knew that Alicent and her father would not stop trying. Marrying Viserys to some maid in the Vale was not the right political move, but Baelon was convinced that it was. That it was important that Viserys be seen as a Royce and not just as a Targaryen, as if his colorings wouldn't tell that anyway, claiming that a marriage would ease the Royces' discomfort and worry of House Targaryen usurping the ancestral Royce seat. We have enough enemies, Rhaenyra. I will not have my mother's kin added to that list. Besides, I agree that Runestone should remain to House Royce. It would be wrong for it not to be. Her rebuttal about how Storm's End had passed to the Baratheons had not been well received. Thankfully, it was some time before Viserys would be married, for any betrothal of her son would have to be agreed with her, and sadly, she knew that her father would not have many years left to live. I am the Princess of Dragonstone, father. Rhaenyra said, repeating the well-practiced lie as to why she never stayed long in King's Landing. I cannot be away from my royal seat for too long. Rhaenyra said, and she couldn't help but add a biting comment. Besides, you have Otto here now to keep you company. Enough, Rhaenyra. Viserys said tiredly as he turned away from her, the sympathy she felt dying completely. To have called Otto back into service, so soon after Lord Strong's suspicious death, without even asking her, his heir, was the latest in a long list of betrayals and slights. There was no one else. Otto has served as hand during my grandsire's last years and has served as my hand for a decade more. Competently. Rhaenyra gritted her teeth as she pulled her hand from his embrace, wanting to repeat what she'd said before. He also yearns for his grandson to succeed you, or did he lie to you like he's done for years before he tried to change your mind? Rhaenyra, enough. Her father rasped as he weakly shook his head. Otto knows that I am unchanged in the succession. He does not seek to repeat his mistakes. Rhaenyra wanted to laugh at her father. It would be comical if it wasn't so dangerous. 2 moons she'd been here. 2 moons. And more than any other time, it has felt nothing like her home, like it used to be. The 7 stars, green motives, the servants, the guards. This was a hostile keep and Rhaenyra felt it. This was no place for her, and especially not for her children, her young babes. There was a reason why she came alone. Why Baelon had taken all of their children with them. Why she'd asked the Velaryons to keep the lines of communication open in case something happens to her. She looked at her father, who stared at her with some anger. She knew if she ever told him anything like what she felt, he would simply dismiss her concerns. And bitterly, she knew that he would not do so with Otto. There was Baelon. Rhaenyra said lowly. Or even Corlys, or even a half-dozen other lords throughout the realm. Lord Strong, who had never served as hand, still served ably as your hand from the day he stepped into his role. At this Viserys grimaced a little at the thought of his old hand, and dare she think it, perhaps his friend. She knew that Lord Strong would never have been replaced had it not been for his death. And that was likely the very reason why he was murdered. And then there was me you could have chosen, your heir. Rhaenyra added, her posture straightening. You could have appointed me but you did not. Great-grandsire appointed Baelon as his hand. You could have done the same with me. I am no longer the little girl you still think I am. Oh Rhaenyra. Her father whispered, his head shaking as if in denial. You know why I have not chosen you as my hand, you must do. Viserys said in a raspy, heavy sigh. He met her gaze as she waited for whatever excuse he had for her. Your children need you. My grandchildren. Viserys said emotionally. You'll be queen but you are a mother first. Rhaenyra couldn't even react at that and her father took that as a signal to continue. Above all else, I regret not having spent my youth with you and your mother, daughter. I regret spending so much time and effort with matters of the realm when you are, the most important thing I have. Her father closed his eyes. I am aware how it must sound but it is the truth. I felt that I could not tear them away from you when there is no need. Her father said in a rasp. Rhaenyra had to work hard to lash out at those words, at those excuses. The worst thing about it, she knew that her father likely genuinely, wholeheartedly was doing her this favor. And no amount of words uttered by her would ever convince him. Spend time with your family, Rhaenyra, dearest daughter, cherish them. The throne, that is yours, will come for you soon enough. Her irritation boiled over. Will it? Father? Will it be mine? Or are you simply saying that? Her words, bitten out, startled her father before he looked at her with some anger and she knew it was because she wouldn't let it go, like he expected her to. Are you still so unsecure, Rhaenyra? The tone was not harsh but it was almost so. Have I not stood against any who dared protest my will? Have I not denied it always, that anyone but you is my heir? Yet Aemond and Jaehaerys' hands remain free and unattached, still to be offered to whomever seeks to aid them against me. Rhaenyra retorted. She'd once spoken with her father, to get her half-brothers matches that were befitting to them, good marriages with houses that she knew were firmly loyal to her. Her father would not hear it. Alicent has rejected the matches, fine as they were. Some of that anger of his faded as he shifted somewhat awkwardly in his seat and Rhaenyra's eye twitched. Ah, of course. Rhaenyra said with a false step in her tone of voice. If only you were king and if only you were their father and she only a consort. If only then. Rhaenyra said with forced calm as she really tried to avoid contempt to leak into her tone of voice. Rhaenyra. Enough. Her father barked out before he descended into a cough and Rhaenyra found herself soothing him once more yet despite all of that. Rhaenyra silently grew despondent. He always got like this. Whenever he heard something that disagreed with his worldview. Denial. Enough is enough. She often wondered if it was because she was a woman. Especially in her youth. During council meetings, Viserys never seemed to have minded when she'd been spoken over, his heir. Lord Strong had oft interceded but her father never did. Instead, at times, he seemed to take delight in the retorts the likes of Jasper Wilde gave at her. But now, she knew that her father merely hated all kinds of conflict, especially conflicts that battled against what he thought how things should be. Baelon was right. He would never change. For all that he'd put her in this position, as heir to the Iron Throne, he did just as much to endanger her position. There was nothing truly here for her anymore. Not truly. It broke her heart to admit that to herself. Yes, father. Rhaenyra said quietly, and Viserys looked to meet her gaze. I apologize, forgive me. Oh Rhaenyra, of course, of course. Viserys sighed heavily. Get Seerthorn please, I am tired. I think I must eat before making it to bed. Join me for sup. Of course father. Rhaenyra said, a false smile on her face. Chapter 46. Just as a side note, I would not really use the app at this moment in time. It is beyond bad. Visual bliss, they will come to this conclusion, unfortunately, quite early on in the war. Even the likes of Rhaenyra will understand this. Chris GMP, bathing with your dragon is a pastime anyone with a dragon should really have tbh. LOL. The POVs beyond Aegon make more sense now that we're in the endgame. His effect on the world is more apparent then. Winky face, and thank you for your words regarding the votes and your thoughts on the story. I didn't really want to advertise and get people to vote for my story, but it's nice that people like it enough to vote for it in third for best timeline. Spartan Wolf J6, it would spoil it too much, if I answered that question. Winky face, everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid 126 AC Velos, the Isle of Cedars. Septon Arryn, Elamari Septon, POV. He sat at the back of the September, the rolling melodies of the crowd rising, and rising, like an impossible breeze sweeping through sun-warmed leaves that, instead of losing its virulence, its power, instead, grew mightier, and mightier, the resistance of the many leaves falling away much alike the resistance of the faithless fell away as the faithful swept through them by voice, by presence, by faith. Arryn closed his eyes as Septon Habro's voice, the man leading the prayers to the One and the Seven, dulled, melting amongst the voices of the many, a sound that felt like his ears were tasting the sweetest of honey, and he basked in its sweetness, in its liquid goldness, knowing the warm poems and beatific hymns of God and his 7 were touching upon the hearts of those whose hearts had been made to shelter in the cold, dark shadows. The voices, Arryn felt, heard, continued to grow, growing as the last of the skeptical, the lost, the fearful, found an ember within themselves they not realized could live, could exist, at the very center in their being, accompanied by the warm glow that came with freedom they had come to know over the past moons. A sense of meaning. A sense of rightness. Arryn reopened his eyes, during the hymn of the last candle, and he saw, seeing on face peace and warmth, seeing on body shoulders straightened, postures opened, and Arryn knew that the cracks of change grew just a little wider in the hearts that had dwelled for too long in cold, dark shadows. His gaze went and fixed, towards the statues behind Septon Habros, which stood in a septagon, 7-sided, the light of the colored glass windows beaming down at each of the 7 red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet converging to a single point, where there stood nothing, a faceless nothingness, yet as Arryn looked, as he placed his sight upon that void, he felt only everything. Man was made out of the image of his songs, and man made not God in his image. God was everywhere, if one knew where to look, and Arryn found God plenty in that space of nothingness, whose crown of 7 was present this very moment, chasing away the haunting shadows of those who sheltered in these 7 walls full of the warmth of meaning. The warmth of rightness. Arryn chose to remain for a long time yet, a hunger that long settled deep going unsated as it always was, the congregation coming to an end. Arryn smiled, warmly, he spoke politely, genuinely, as the crowd of gathering bade their farewells, the sight of his robes a beacon of his nature, of his purpose, until he was left alone with Septon Habros, the Septas, and his young protégés, in a great chamber filled with comfortable silence that still held the warmth of song, faith. Septon Habros, a word given, bows returned, was all that remained, apart from Arryn, the Septas, and the young protégés, departing away to parts unseen, and Septon Habros' steps broke the comfortable silence that had spread around Arryn, like the sound of glass cracked with the smash of hammer, one step at a time. A wonderful service, Septon Habros. Arryn complimented, a warm smile on his face as the Septon approached. He'd been again to all the Seps in Velos and in the villages throughout the Isle, even visiting the new ones, and though Arryn would not countenance slighting words, he could admit that he felt God's and the 7's presence here as close as he'd ever felt anywhere else. Part of it, a large part, was of course because of the burgeoning faith of their growing flock, which was close to rival that of the faith of the congregations of Elamaris, but some of it was by the guidance Septon Habros had provided. You do me great honors, Septon Arryn, but I cannot lay claim for a feat not done. I am merely the stones laid on a path that paved the road. Septon Habros said with slight bow of the head as neared the last row of benches. Habros was a thin man in the twilight of age at 45 name days or so. Some may even call him spindly, such was his thinness, yet none could do so, for there was a strength in him that made his body taut and his presence unignorable. A strength that had been born from the enduring of 20 years of slavery in the limestone quarries of the disputed lands, and a strength that had blossomed into steel in the halls of God and the Seven. Arin smiled and he could only incline his head in approval to that, and, in the same instance, he gestured the man to come take a seat beside him, and the two men of faith sat beside each other on the furthest of benches. I was surprised to see you amongst the congregation, my friend. Habros remarked, and Arin made an agreeable noise. The captain of the ship had been kind enough to tell me that it would still be some hours before the ships pull anchor and set sail. A runner will be sent to fetch me. Arin smiled as he glanced at Habros before he looked at the color-stained glass, through which light cast down at a sharper, more left-sided beams of light. Habros chuckled lightly before he hummed quietly. Won't be much longer before the doors are stormed through. No, I would suppose not. Arin agreed, and, as he spoke further, he glanced at the man beside him. But perhaps there is just enough time to sit for a while longer in the afterglow of a wonderful service. This made Habros chuckle a little more before a serene smile fell upon his face. I understand the feeling. Oft-times I sit in contemplation alone after a service for that exact reason. Arin agreed with a wordless sound. The presence of God and the Seven always remains for a time longer after a service. Most felt this time was the best of times to do one's thinking, to contemplate the meaning of life, and God's will. Arin always felt that he gained closer comprehension of both at these moments of time than in any other times. It was a while later that the comfortable, amiable silence broke. Have you considered transferring back to Velos? Habros asked, and Arin tilted his head consideringly. I have. Arin stated as he glanced at the man. The septons of Velos were tasked with a most important role. To see to the conversion of as many people as possible. They were to make the Isle of Cedars a place as strong in faith as Illimaries, and they'd, the septons, had answered the call as readily as the soldiers and knights picked up the spear and sword in the call for war, and Arin had been no different. Arin had spent some years in Velos for this very purpose, from 118 AC to 121 AC, where he proselytized the faith throughout the Isle, helping the lost from the disputed lands and elsewhere find the path to truth. That meant that even though there was some 5,000 or more people choosing to leave the Isle of Cedars for Illimaries every year, there was also a steady offset of the number of people leaving the Isle, which he'd witnessed climbing from a few hundreds to 1,000 or so by the time he'd left, due to the arrivals of people from the mainland. Now, it would not surprise him if the numbers of peoples leaving for Illimaries was nearly the same as the number of people arriving at Velos. From what he heard, Velos' empty homes did not stay empty long, and he'd seen it in the streets enough when he'd returned to Velos after the 5 years of absence, with the number of non-Valerian peoples becoming perhaps 30 or more % of the people who habituated Velos. With the influx to Velos of some 26,000 liberated from the Dothraki, most of whom were women and children with only a few that were men or boys on the cusp of manhood, that percentage was going to climb significantly. And Arin would not ill consider that the majority, the other tens of thousands of peoples who had chosen a different walk of path. He doubted those who had taken the choice of coin and a passage home, wherever that may be, would return, but he did think those who had taken coin and the promise of settlement in lands like Illyria, may choose to come to Velos in time, especially once the restrictions of migration were lifted. The opportunities of Velos would likely prove to be more attractive than Illyria or even the likes of Mirian, which were limited in their own ways. From what he understood, this limitation of migration had largely been done to avoid the same issues that had happened at the beginning, where the problems of too many people in too short a time had nearly overwhelmed Velos. The Unsullied stationed on Velos had been purposeful, and necessary, as had the constant presence of soldiers from Illimaries. At that time also, there were also many more men than there were present now, even before the influx of women and children. The early years of new settlers of peoples from the disputed lands to Illimaries had tended to be women and young boys, whom had been needed to be farmhands and to work in the textile factories, whilst in Velos, the men had been needed to build Velos and to prepare farmlands and plantations in the countryside. That slowly became unnecessary in the last 5 to 8 years, and most of the new Illimari settlers were men and their families, gradually reducing the number of men on the Isle that once originated from the disputed lands, even though more men from the mainland each year moved to Velos to partake in the trade industries at the ports and the cultivation of prime farmlands. The situation wouldn't have been too severe had it not been for the fact that the vast majority of the slaves liberated from the Dothraki were over 3/4 women and children, with most boys no more than 10 name days old, oftentimes the result of rape by the Dothraki, which presented a problem of its own, and the colony of Velos did not have the capacity to accommodate nearly 90,000 who were mostly women and children. At least not immediately. In any case, regardless of what would happen with them, it did mean their mission in the Isle of Cedars was one that was going to remain important for a very long time, if the trend of constant new settlers and migrant workers was to continue, regardless if bolstered by the former slaves of the Dothraki or by migrants from the mainland, and Arin had made the choice to remain. At least that before the Archon had told him, 9 and 10 other septons, and the High Septon about a mission that had the paramount bells rung loudly in all of their ears, bells that had come from a man who was always more their prophet than he was their Archon. Arin gave a wan smile as he spoke. I do not think I will be able to return for some years yet, unfortunately. Habros eyed him intently and curiously before he nodded slightly and looked to the front, a contemplative look on his face that lasted as he spoke several long moments later. Know that I am praying for all of you. A Rinwan smile fell and its place came a warm smile as he looked at where Habros was looking. Habros of course knew about the meeting that they had held with the Archon. Every Septon knew. Yet only 1 in 20 Septons had been selected for this mission. A mixture of Septons who resided in Velos and in Ilamaries. I surmised nothing else, my friend. Arin only said, and for the rest of the little while he had left, he remained seated beside Habros, seated in silence. Seated in the house of God, and that of his 7. It was some time later that the doors of the September opened, loudly, and Arin stood up, and he departed though not before sharing one last smile with an old friend. 6 and 10 days later. He took in a deep breath, tasting the salt of the sea that lingered, as if still, in the shimmery summery air, his eyes set upon the horizon where, far beyond the horizon the eye could see, stood an isle beckoning forth their fleet of ships. It'd become a ritual, of a kind. Ever since they'd sailed past the northernmost isle of the Basilisk Isles 3 days ago. To stand on the foredeck before the call of the last meal of the day and eve. He'd noticed that first day, that the air was stiller, somehow, in the waters that were broken up by the chain of islands, and it felt as if the very air knew something they did not, for it lingered, as if grief had touched upon it and was despondent to let go. As they ever sailed closer to the island of Target, Arin had grown to understand that it was perhaps not grief that was reluctant to be let go by the airs of this place, but rather, it was a veil of a kind, a dark despondent veil, made of a dark past whose bones of monstrous violence and heinous sacrilege remained extant. And as they sailed closer, that heavy air seemed to grow in intensity, in wrong vigor, and though Arin thought, perhaps, it was his imagination, the weight of the task, his guardedness to it, he still could not help but grow solemn and be disquieted of the task they were called to. The Isle of Toads. Arin murmured, a deeper sense of disquiet falling over him as he looked over to the horizon. He knew the tales. Tales that persisted. Tales that had told of madness and evil on an otherwise unremarkable yet fateful day that had even seen the Archon shaken. He'd heard details of the tale personally from the guards who survived that ordeal, and since then, those tales had been spun a new life when they realized where they were going. Demons, sightless, visionless, invisible demons who ate the light of the world and preyed on the souls of man through the shrouds of the dark forest. And they were heading straight for that godless place. Arin stood for some time on the deck of the ship, gazing out to the sea, his thoughts deep and musing, and it was only when the shouts and liveliness of the men on the ship grew louder than the sweeping horns of the sea and the turbulent thoughts of his mind, and Arin found himself grateful for that comforting sound. Septon Arin. He turned around at the call of his name and he smiled at the junior sailor Gallows. Meal's ready now. The young man of 9 and 10 informed. The crew ate in patterns, in the same way they worked, and Arin along with his fellow Septons on this ship ate last by choice. He thanked Gallows before he made his way down towards the bowels of the ship, and he arrived at the temporary dining deck that also served as the main sleeping quarters, and he soon found his place amongst Septon Alfred and Septon Jorio. Pleasantries and few words were exchanged as they waited, and they had need to wait not long soon enough. The meal was the same as the eve before, a spiced rice broth with bread and smoked dried meats, and a side of dried fruits. He was made to pause his eating when Alfred tapped at Arin's side with his elbow, and he looked upon Alfred with a trace of a frown, who only gestured with his head towards Jorio, whom Arin saw stare at his broth with a deep look of contemplation, as if he was pondering the very nature of life in his rice broth. You wear a strange look, Jorio. Alfred said with a middling smile, and his words broke Jorio of his mesmerization, one blink at a time. What is it that captures your mind so? Alfred continued, curiosity unhidden in his voice. Jorio gathered himself and a musing smile grew on his face. No more what captures your mind so most hours of the day, my friends, especially now that we are on the 11th hour. Jorio gave his answer. The demon of Toad Isle. Arin commented and Jorio's musing smile lessened. The demon of Toad Isle. Jorio stated, more severe yet there was ponderousness. None had spoken as they thought of this demon and its importance to their presence. The debates and arguments had oft dwelled long into the night amongst the Septons. 20 they were numbered, the High Septon the 1 and 20th, about the nature of the Archon's answer to their purpose on this journey. They'd been selected, the Archon had said, to be akin to a man born to blindness given the miracle and curse of sight. The gods willing, they'd return from Toad Isle with this miracle and curse. The Archon had said and would say no more. In the end, the debates had generally been reduced to an accepted consensus, that what they would learn on Toad Isle, should they survive Arin mused, would open their eyes to mysteries foul of this world. Mysteries that were beyond the magic of men. Mysteries needed to be understood by men who held faith in the true God of all. Perhaps I have lost sense, Jorio began, the contemplative silence that befell their side of the deck broken, but I am struck by a queer thought. Jorio stated before he continued a moment later. A thought about what makes a demon. Arin raised his eyebrows in surprise before he frowned as he considered it. Demons are the foul offspring of the 7 hells. Creatures whose light of the seven does not shine upon, will not shine upon. Alfred said slowly as he eyed Jorio with a glimmer of confusion. They simply are. Why do you ask what makes them? The Book of Sinners holds no verse that speaks of their origin, and neither the books of Gerald, Madzar and Almer nor the poetries of the 4 and 10 heavens and the hells speak about the origins of demons. Or the Lord of the Hells. Jorio said. Inarin considered that for a moment. It was true. The 7-pointed star, the old and the new, held no discernible matter on the origins of the demon, whose malevolence seeped sorrow and misery into the withered bones of the accursed and brought suffering to the flesh and soul. But it was unimportant. Was it not? What is this thought, Jorio? What do you believe makes a demon? Arin questioned as he set down his spoon. I do not know. Jorio said with a humorous smile, one that fell as soon as it arrived, and Arin noted the furtive glance the man sent around them to make sure none overheard. Perhaps this may be something we are to learn on the morrow. There fell a silence that captured them wholly, each of them pondering on the words spoken, including the very man who had uttered them. There had been some musings that suggested that the Isle of Toads was a crossroads to the 7 hells, ensnaring the souls of lost men forever. The tales had told them all about the strange beings, toad-like men, who called the isle home. Closed to men they were, much like the Ebanes, but where they differed from the Ebanes, who spoke and seemed like men even if they were not, the guards had said, it was as if they were no more than an animal that bore bad similarity to men. A tamed, innocent-looking animal who knew not to fear men. A creature that only looked like a tamed, innocent-looking animal with a master to answer to. Some septons had considered that the toad-like men were the guardians of the demon and the gate of hells it had dwelled from, and Arin had believed this to be likely, though, Arin thought, if that was the case, if Jorio's musings had some sense to it, then did that mean that those lost souls were also demon spawn? That the demon of toads was not always a demon but had been made into a demon, just like poor men had been turned into demon spawn? It was an unsettling thought, Arin decided. As was the thought of the fate that could befall them should they too be ensnared into servitude and monstrous form. If we survive. Jorio's words seemed sudden, startling Arin so, but he realized that the moments in between his earlier words and these words were not so apart in time as he'd initially perceived. If we survive. Arin murmured, the words nearly as disquieting as the implication of failure was, and he could tell the other 2 septons had come to such understanding too. I have faith. Alfred said confidently, the ruinous silence that had taken form, a silence that spoiled appetite, broken under the unwavering confidence of his words. I have faith in our Archon. The Prophet. Alfred stated, more lowly, his expression firmed in determination as his gaze flickered from one face to another. Should doom befall us, I find no greater relief than to stand by the one whom is so favored by God and the 7, the one who wrestles with fate and finds himself victorious. Alfred declared. Inarin, after a brief moment of surprise, found himself smiling and agreeing, and he nodded so. Arin said, a mild look of gratitude on his face for the reminder of whom is it that shepherding them through doom. Well said, Alfred. Jorio made out an agreeable voice, a similar smile on his face. To nurse despair is to court one's destruction. Jorio said, quoting the verse of chapter 12, Samuel the anointed son from the Book of the Warrior, and Arin thought the verse was perfect. Arin could not say he knew the Archon. Oh, but he'd known him for years but only from afar. He'd been amongst the first of the slaves at Corinth. Bought and brought from the fasthold on the heel of Essos, freed on the same day he'd placed his feet on that peaceful land, the shackles of slavery he'd been born with broken with but words on the wind, words, declaration, that broke his bond of slavery. His admiration had started then, he mused. Admiration, yes, but one that was tense. That was restrained. After all, this was a prince. A different kind of prince than those of Essos, but a prince still. A privileged man, the most privileged man there could be. A Targaryen. A dragon lord. The family who conquered an entire continent with their dragons. Yet, though he remained afar, he learnt and he saw and he grew to understand. From afar when he was taught the ways to be free by the people of Dragonstone, he learnt the kind of man they chose to follow from the comforts of a secure life. A man who cared for the people who lived simple lives. Admiration became less tense. Less restrained. From afar when he worked, a few or 100 bodies separating him from the Archon as they built the city of freedom with their own hands, he saw the kind of man that the Archon was. A man who saw himself as little different from the men who followed him. Admiration grew into respect and loyalty. From afar, as he looked upon the man who spoke of triumph after the defeat of the slavers in the Basilisk Isles, speaking with righteous anger, righteous solemnity, he grew to understand why people believed him to be blessed by the strange gods of his new people. He learned his letters. He learned his words. He sought to read the book of the gods, to understand what gods would seek to bless such a great man, and, as he read, as he understood, he learnt that these gods were different from those he'd known of, kind and righteous and just and gods that demanded not but what men, all men, should demand of the other. He grew to understand that this man, the Archon, the prophet, was exactly the kind of man the gods would favor, did favor. Respect and loyalty turned to love and belief. This man was the very reason why he chose the path of a septon, to teach others, who had once been like him, that the gods were the ones who gifted them a man like the Archon, a man who toppled empires and brought freedom to millions, a man who desired only the best for each and every one of them. So yes, there was no need to nurse despair, to court destruction. Not when it was faith that would see them protected from whatever evils lay on the Isle of Toads. Faith in God. And faith in the Archon. A day and a morn later. Arun gripped on the edge of the boat to balance himself as the hull sank into the white beaches of the Isle of Toads, though he paid it little mind for his attentions were firmly affixed to the gathering that was to his west, which was closer to the tide than it was the line of trees, with a couple of men coming their way less than 1,000 paces away, and rapidly too. "I'm sorry, good Septons." The words of Thorello drew away his attentions and he peered at the man who jumped over the edge of the small boat. "I can't linger too long, so if you could be quick about it." The sailor was polite in his words, but the demands were clear, and so Arun, Jorio, and Alfred climbed out of the boat from the side of the boat into the shallow water before they trudged up the beach. "Looks like they're sending a few men your way," one of the other sailors said lazily as they begun to push the boat back into the sea, though Thorello lingered for a moment as he looked at Alfred, and Arun could see a flicker of something in his eyes, a flicker he recognized as the man's eyes darted to the forest line before they met Alfred's gaze again. "Fear. May the gods look after your souls and our Archon." "I don't know why our Archon wants back at this accursed place." The man's expression twisted, the fear leaving and instead concern crept in. "And I don't know why only just so few." There was exasperation there, the kind that was made after moons of not having an outlet. Arun knew where it came from. Whilst he and the other Septons had been told that they were to be made seeing, the remaining men in the army that had stayed behind when the bulk returned home had not that luxury. Arun glanced at the 20 carracks that lay anchored in the distance. And though the men had not been told, beyond the 40 men chosen to accompany them, none of them were fools, and none of them had not heard the tales of the last time their people had been on this accursed island. Most believed that the Archon was back for revenge, and truthfully, Arun considered that there was possibly a factor of that, considering that it was the Archon's greatest vice. The vice of retribution. And so, the order by the Archon of staying behind was not one that well received by the men, nor the sailors, nor even the cooks. It was said that there was not one of the men that had not volunteered for this task, and Arun believed it. The sailor let off a disgruntled noise before he grunted out his following words that was added with a sweeping look that meant more than what was said. "But you make sure you use them daggers if you have, ya hear me, good Septons. Make sure he doesn't die. I do not believe the gods are done with us, or our Archon just yet." Alfred said in answer, a light smile that bore some amount of amusement on his face. That seemed to satisfy the man enough to leave without another word, and Jorio chuckled lightly as they began to walk, the meaning clear to understand. There was no doubt that their people loved the Archon as if he was their family. It might have been less than 100 paces before they were met by the knights, clad in full Elamari steel, painted in immaculate white that could only mean that the armor had been painted recently, and Arun understood the meaning behind it. Though the paint had been meant to stave some of the heat of Essos, it had also come to mean as a symbol of preparedness for war. "Septons." They were greeted by one of the knights. "Are we the last?" Jorio asked. "You are. Come, the Archon awaits. Follow our steps and do not stray." The knight warned, and Arun frowned at that. "Why?" Alfred beat him to the question that had been on the tip of his tongue. The knight hesitated for a moment before he spoke up. "The Archon says we're being stalked. He sent us to make sure you weren't captured." Arun's eyes widened slightly and he looked towards the trilene with deep concern, but he could see nothing, hear nothing. "I see." Alfred only said slowly, hesitancy creeping in his voice as they all exchanged looks, and for the rest of the journey, none of them said anything further. When they arrived closer to the gathering, Arun noticed that the helmeted knights, all heavily clad in white armor with sword and shield in hand, were in a circle, surrounding what must be the Archon and the Septons. And when they arrived, the circle opened as the guards parted for the three of them, and Arun was made to pause at the sight of it. The Archon sat clad in his Valyrian steel armor, striking in its tartan colors of crimson and azure, a ring of bloodstone gems and dragon glass hanging down from around his neck all the way to his waist, in hand the mysterious bone-white staff that had blood-red lines running its length with dark spikes crowning the top of the curve of the staff, with the Septons seated either side of him around the campfire. The Archon's famously severe gaze fell upon them, and all three of them bowed their heads reverently at the man before they greeted and acknowledged him. "Your Grace." All three intoned. "Rise, Jorio." "Alfred." "Arun." The Archon said stoically as he beckoned them forth and gestured them to sit in the three spaces that were unoccupied, and they did as they were bid. And as Arun sat, he couldn't help but stare at the Archon, who looked as regal as the father must have done to Davos at the fall of Murin. The Archon smiled slightly, and a thrum of a noise escaped his throat as he gently lifted the staff and knocked at the sand, his sole eye sweeping across all of their faces, Septon and knight alike. I must thank you all for choosing to be present on this day. I am aware that you have done so on faith and respect for me rather than any wish to be here on this terrible island. The Archon said solemnly. It is our honor, your grace, to be called into duty. Eros, one of the youngest Septons said with a reverent tone of voice, and the young man's words were echoed by knight and Septon alike. Duty, yes. The words trailed off for a moment before the Archon gripped his staff visibly tighter. A choice word that I profess means more than you presently know. The Archon straightened himself a little. And I shall rectify some of this ignorance now. The Archon continued, his voice growing more severe. I have kept our purpose on this isle as vague as possible, not because I do not trust you but because secrecy is a weapon that will do us well when the time comes. The Archon raised his hand and he pointed towards a place over his shoulder, and Aaron saw that it was directed at the Trilene. That is why I must continue to ask you for your faith. The Archon looked around, meeting all of their gazes, including the knights, one by one wholly and totally. I must ask that you do not waver, that you do not succumb to fear even if it seems overwhelming. The Archon raised his hand, silencing any who might have wished to speak, a light smile breaking through his severe look. I know you wish to profess but I want you to keep those words, keep them deep in your hearts and use them to remind yourself when we walk the dark path into the demon's lair. The Archon said, the smile lost and a grim look taking its place. There was only silence in the wake of that. The Archon stood up after a few moments of this silence. I have told you that this mission is meant to open your eyes, to make you no more blind than a man who sees far and clearly. The Archon said solemnly as he walked towards the High Septon who stood up in front of the Archon. Aaron and the others also stood up, some unsure, others in quiet determination. But this shall only be the beginning. The Archon said as he placed his gauntlet hand on the High Septon's chest. For your eyes shall be the road. Aaron was startled at the flickering of the flames of the campfire, flickers that made it seem as if the flames were slithering in the open air. That shall pave for the way to our freedom against demons, and false gods alike on man's earth. Aaron's eyes widened as Orion gasped, his eyes going unseeing, and in the very next instance, his face had been warped into terror as light returned to his eyes. Why your grace? Orion's voice was rasping, a body-wide tremor seemed to take hold of him as he stared wide-eyed at the Archon, wide eyes that then turned to the staff that the Archon was holding, somehow, impossibly, his eyes widening ever more. The High Septon kept looking and looking, his eyes seemingly seeing something surrounding them in the way his head was arched back in wonder. Is this, what I am seeing? The High Septon, one of the most eloquent of men he'd ever met, stammered in his words, a look of awe and wonder stuck on his face, though, that look of awe and wonder was soon lost as the man looked towards the Trilene, and Aaron was startled at the violent way the High Septon recoiled. Gods, your grace! What is that foulness? The sheer level of disgust and horror in the High Septon's voice startled Aaron even more, and he was not alone in this. Evil, High Septon. And the evil you is no more than a fraction of what is hidden from the view of man, High Septon the Archon explained before he moved on to the next Septon. The gods no longer wish for us to be ignorant about the dangers that exist to our world. The Archon said as he placed his hand on the chest of Septon Befas, who was shaken by the outburst of the High Septon. Cast away your fears, Septon Befas. The Archon stated, drawing the man's, and Aaron's attention to the Archon, and the Archon's voice quieted as he continued. Keep to your faith. To the truth. Do that, and you shall never lose. This seemed to calm Befas, and once again, the same vacant look in the man's eyes was there, a vacant look that disappeared almost as soon as it had arrived, and again was there a look of wonder and awe when he looked at the Archon, the staff, and the rest of them, though that look did not last, for it seemed he had seen the same foulness that had twisted the High Septon so. Again and again and again, the Archon carried the ritual on the Septons, drawing ever nearer to Aaron as the Archon swept through the Septons one by one, and again and again and again, the looks of wonder and horror remained exact, and each time, each Septon that the Archon finished with and drew nearer to Aaron, the most nervous Aaron became. And when the Archon stood in front of him, peering at Aaron with that soul eye of his, Aaron couldn't help but tremble in anxiousness, in fear. Aaron! The Archon began, gazing at as if he was searching down to the depths of his soul, and he hid away his eyes from the Archon's gaze, an act that made the Archon pause with his hand. Are you prepared? The words were simple, short, yet to Aaron there was so much in them that he struggled to find it within himself to answer. Was he prepared? To no longer be blind? He steeled himself as he met the Archon's gaze, and he nodded firmly. The Archon's expression didn't change as he placed his gauntlet hand on his chest, and Aaron thought he heard the Archon see the truth of existence, but it must have only been his imagination, for his lips did not move. Aaron was falling. Falling and falling and falling, his body unmoving, yet he felt himself pulled into downwards, upwards, every single direction at once, and he could feel nothing but helplessness despite all of his attempts to cease his fall into the dar. Aaron was motionless, not of choice, but even if he had to choice, he would not move, he would never able to move as he set his sight on impossible things. Lances, pillars, a world of virulent colors surrounding by a poisonous mist of grey surrounded Aaron, and he could not under. Just as soon as he saw where he'd arrived, he felt that same pull yanking him back into darkness, and an instant later, he was meeting the gaze of the Archon once more. Arin stumbled back. Wah. He couldn't finish his words as he stared wide-eyed at the Archon, and he felt his eyes widen even more when he saw a bright light around the Archon, a light that bore resemblance to the light around the moon, yet his attentions were soon grasped by the light, the brighter light, beside him. The staff, it was a brighter light than the Archon, much brighter, lights that though were as silver as each other, he could see marked differences in the way the light swirled around itself, and he followed those swirls that reached high above the Archon's head, and he noted that it looked like a dome of a kind, threads of light that spun around like a holy shield. His eyes widened even more as he grasped beyond the shield, and he recoiled slightly as he saw the black threads that lay at the border of the shield, on the other side, and he followed where they came from, and where before his recoiling was slight, it was now with full body. There, in the treelines, there was a void of such darkness that even light could not penetrate through, despite the fact that it was high noon, despite the fact that were now clouds or leaves that should have been able to leave the darkness so untouched. Before he was made to see more, he had seen only the trees, and the trees behind them. Now, there was only darkness. And for all that he saw the darkness, he instinctively, at the very center of his heart, he knew that it was not mere darkness, no, this was the image of evil. He looked away from the darkness, an easy feat, and he found that the Archon had already moved on, having passed Jorio already and on to Koros beside Jorio, though he paid it little mind, for he saw the same light he'd seen around the Archon also around the Septons and the Knights, though there were differences. The Knights, like Aegon, were a fusion of greys and whites, some darker greys than others, whilst the Septons were a collection of silver and whites and far less distinct from one another than the Knights were. He marvelled at the lights, what it could mean, and he looked to Alfred, who seemed to be looking at his hands in clear wonder, and the question in at the tip of tongue was ceased when he realized that his questions would soon enough be answered, and as he looked around, met the gazes of the other Septons who'd undergone the blessing, he could tell that they too had come to that understanding, and so, Arin waited. The last Septon whose eyes had been opened had simultaneously been the longest and shortest wait he had, as the Archon stood by the campfire which arced high into the sky and concentrated into a ball of fire that hovered into the air before the woods of the fire were all snuffed out of all heat, not even a wisp of smoke remaining. What you see now, is life. The Archon explained, his gaze sweeping across all of their faces. You see the inner fires, small concentrations of the divine fire that was granted to us by the gods. You see our good hopes, our good dreams, our wishful wants, our deepest wishes, our very nature, that is now what you see. Your Grace. One of the Septons, Vargero, interjected hesitantly as he stepped forward. This gift, this is too much. We are not meant to see this much. The man said with wonder and horror in the same breath. Arin could tell that more than a few held the same. The Archon looked at Vargero, a stoic look on his face. Then you believe God is wrong. This made Vargero startle and quickly shook his head. No. No, Your Grace, I would never mean to infer to such a thing. Good. Because every act I make, everything that I do, is with the blessings of God. And the seven. The Archon stated, his voice severe. All that you see now, is because you are meant to see so much. The Archon knocked against the sand with the butt of his staff, and Arin gasped alongside a number of the other Septons at the act, for more threads of light sprung loose from the staff. You are meant to see the true nature of the things that lay in the crevices of our world, the Archon intoned, once more butting the staff against the sand, and once more the holy shield grew in size and might, so much so that it was twice the size it was before. You are meant to understand the evil that so many are blind to. The Archon again knocked the butt of the staff against the sand, and Arin's eyes widened when his gaze was filled with fire, the ball of fire growing in size, and Arin's eyes widened even more when he saw light come from the gems and the dragon glass, a grey light and a blue light respectively, lights that sunk into the fire before it raced away, towards somewhere behind the Archon. The guards moved and Arin saw where the fire had gone. It had gone into that darkness, a darkness that now was shied away a little by the now blue-whitish fire. This new sight of yours is merely the beginning, the Archon stated before he turned around and picked up the Valyrian steel helmet, and as he spoke, his voice was slightly distorted. For this day, you shall see the true face of evil and the challenges that are before our people in the years, decades, and centuries to come. The Archon proceeded to walk towards the fires, and Arin was startled by the sounds of the knights moving into formation either side of them, their shields high and their swords firm and taut, and soon he, along with the other Septons, were following in the Archon's steps, the feeling of trepidation and worry permeating throughout them all. Exchanges of looks were made, some stoic, others determined, but more than a few were worried, uncertain, though none had spoken as they walked into the bowels of the darkness, shielded as their path might have been by fire. Each step they took, felt as if the hairs at the back of their neck grew tauter, as if their very senses were telling them that they were in grave, grave danger. Arin swallowed as he looked up, the holy shield that surrounded them clouded by the dark hands of the darkness that dwelled in this land, and he wondered, what their senses would tell them if it had been for that shield. Terror. They would only feel terror. They walked for an hour and more, and had it not been for the fact that they had known were walking in clear daylight through the thickest of forest, they might well have thought that perhaps they were lost in the night, such was how oppressive and blinding the darkness was, even amidst the protection of the shield and the fires. They walked through open fields where in the distance he thought he could see people, or at least what seemed like people, though they did not stop to visit. No, they kept up the pace they'd started with, following the path of fire that led them and surrounded them into the forest once more, and the closer they surely neared to the place of evil, the more thankful Arryn was of the shield surrounding them. "What do you see?" Alfred's hushed voice from beside him captured his attentions, and when he looked, he realized that Alfred was asking one of the guards. "I only see a forest, Septon," the knight said in answer, and he noted the look of exchange the knights around them had. "I see," Alfred said, and the other Septons, a few whom had also heard the quick exchange, looked troubled by the answer from the knight. And Arryn was troubled too. How can they not see the evil? Feel the evil, he wondered with great trouble. It was all around them, as thick as fog. Life, they were seeing life. If all of the white lights that surrounded menfolk was meant to mean life, then it meant that this darkness, this blackness was the antithesis of life. Arryn thought gravely to himself. This was an accursed place, he felt that deep in his bones, he thought as he looked at the Archon, who kept walking at the front beside two of the knights flanking either side, the staff he held a beacon of power that outshone all, walking fearlessly into the demon of the Toad's lair, and he steeled himself once more. The further they walked, the more of the darkness tested the holy shield, and Arryn and the rest of the Septons were doing all they could to not be seized by fear. They had not known they had arrived, a moment that felt had taken too long yet was far too soon in the same instance, until the knights told them so, that they'd reached a town, the ruins of a town with a toad idol, one where nature seemingly long before reclaimed it as its own, yet for Arryn and the other Septons, all that they saw was a black void that drowned out nearly all of the light in the world. "Knights!" The Archon's voice was loud and hard as he called out to the knights, and Arryn was startled when a wave of fire grew around them, larger and brighter than the fires that lit their path. "Do not break the formation. Whatever you do, whatever you sense, do not flee. Trust me, trust in your Archon, the man who has led you in battle before." The Archon stated, and the men proved their faith in the Archon as they banged on the shield with their sword and moved closer in formation, and though Arryn could not see their faces, he knew exactly what it looked like. "Septons," the Archon began as he came to a stop and peered over his shoulder. "Pray. Pray to our gods, pray for me. Have faith in me, for it is faith that will see us cast this demon out of our world." The Archon's voice was severe as he spoke, and he did not wait for them to respond, for he continued to walk and they followed in his steps, drawing nearer to the void that terrified Arryn to his very bones. It was not long before the Archon came to a stop, standing a little apart, far out in the front, and Arryn couldn't help but imagine the Archon as the very tip of an arrow or a spear as they closer to the center of the void, a void that Arryn haltingly recognized as taken form, a silhouette of a shape that he could not quite recognize. Arryn's eyes widened as the lights around the Archon grew, like a sunrise burrowing out from the ends of the horizon. Greys and whites and blues rose like wisps of smoke of a baking carcass, and the Archon was not the only one who was changing. No, the staff that was held by the Archon, the bright, mysterious and almost certainly divine weapon, had grown several orders of magnitude in intensity, and so too had the holy shield that surrounded them grow larger, and mightier, for though it once was a clear-looking shield, it was now far more opaque. Mutterings from among the Septons had grown louder too, and Arryn could hear the whispers of prayer, whispers made I. Arryn felt his entire body snap into stillness, his very spine locked into an absolute prison as waves upon waves of evil swept through his body. Arryn thought he knew fear. He thought he knew terror. He learnt otherwise in this very moment. His eyes, the only things that moved, that could have moved, latched onto the bloom that arose in the distance, in front of the Archon, whose light seemed akin to a pebble in front of a mountain in comparison to the blighted bloom of darkness that cast down shadows of monstrous evil. There was no other word, even the word evil did little to truly describe the waves of evil that he felt was threatening to be inflicted upon his very soul, inflictions that scratched, clawed, dug towards his soul and desired to pull it down into the depths of the darkest torment in the seven hells. The Archon raised his staff, the brilliant light that emanated from it growing in might, growing in size, yet all that it seemed like, was a mere hill before a mountain, something that could never stand against such overwhelming evil. "Lord God, protect us!" One of the Septons, Bafas, wailed in terror as he dropped to his knees, clutching his seven-star necklace, and soon his voice was not the sole one to beg the gods for mercy and protection, as more of the Septons fell to their knees. The knights were not immune to the evil and the terror that evil induced in them. No, he could hear their armor rattle as they struggled to maintain their composure, and just as Arryn's knees seemed to buckle, to cast him down in sheer terror, and just as the knights seemed to itch to run in fear, there was a voice, a demand, that stopped them still for a brief, momentous instance. "Stand, damn you!" Arryn wrenched his eyes clear from the looming damnation and cast them to the front, towards the direction of the voice. He saw the High Septon standing there, with 4 other Septons. Septon Alfred. Septon Eros. Septon Arano. Septon Joris. They stood there, standing tall, staring down at them with determination, with fury, with resolve, with faith, and Arin, despite the weight of the evil, despite the sheer terror that seeped into his bones, slowly walked his way towards the four men. Is your faith so weak? The High Septon screamed, demanded, begged, his hand sweeping in front of him. Is your faith so brittle that it shatters under the briefest pressure? This time, there was no mistaking, there was no doubt of the angry accusation that was levied in his voice, and Arin could tell that his words having an effect on the Septons, and especially on the knights, whose rattling armor were slowing. Arin arrived by the four Septons, and he was not alone, for Jorio had followed in his steps, though the High Septon paid him no mind as he stared angrily at the kneeling Septons. Stand, damn you, stand. Do not forsake the gods, do not forsake our Archon. Stand, damn you, and have faith. Arin found himself uttering the same words as the High Septon was, and he was not alone in this, for their voices blended into each other, notched arrows blending into a spear of faith, one that was meant to help them stand and stand until all were standing together against the wrath of evil. And Arin noticed, in the impromptu communion, that the waves of evil, the terror that was induced him, lessened and lessened the more he believed, the more he felt safe. And he wasn't the only one, as Arin noted the faces once mired in terror, had grown more lax, no more bound in stricken terror, and instead, the more time passed, the more the fiery faith grew within each of them, so much so that none were kneeling any more. And that was not the only change either, for he could see the light that surrounded each man, each Septon and knight, grow in brightness, in intensity, as if their very souls were nurtured by the regained faith that they had momentarily lost. And Arin, he marveled at it all. Forgive for my doubt, my Lord God. Arin thought as he grew stony in determination, a look that was shared by more and more of the Septons, and they, in union, turned around and gazed upon the Archon and the demon he fought. My Lord Archon, we stand by you. You hold our utmost faith. Destroy the demon in the name of our gods. The High Septon cried, and soon, he was not the only one who voiced his own words of encouragement, of outpouring of faith, for they all moved in unison to bolster the Archon against the blight of this demon. Septon and knight. The words seemed to cause an effect, for the power that originated around the staff grew brighter, more powerful, threads of light streamed out of it, like flowers blooming out in spring, pushing against the evil blight with more and more might, and it wasn't long before he witnessed the shield being directed at the demon. A deafening roar shook the very ground, and Arin heard telltale flaps of a nearby dragon, and he heard the deafening loosening of dragon flame, and soon the fires that had been raised by the Archon melted with the dragon flames, climbing to surround them as high as the highest of buildings in Illimaris. Enemy incoming. One of the knights bellowed, forcing Arin to look at the direction, and what he was shook him terribly, for there were bodies, burning bodies, racing towards through the flames in a mad dash. Shield Waal was bellowed all around, and Arin was witness to the knights cutting down figure after figure in terrifying efficiency, and when he looked back at the front, at the Archon, he saw 5 knights surrounding the Archon, defending him from the flaming bodies that tried to get to the Archon. Yet the Archon did not seem to pay it any mind, for he raised his staff even higher into the air, the threads of light that emanated from the staff, lights that were no longer simply the purest of light, mingling with the darkest of lights he'd seen thus far, pouring out in greater and more violent volumes. The threads begun to shift, transforming, most of them coalescing into a single point, and the evil blight that hovered over them seemed to rear back in response, and for the first time in ages, Arin could see the light of the sun streaming down through the gaps of the leaves as the demon's form shifted, changed, and Arin gasped in disbelief when he saw the form that it was taking. The mostly formless demon instead begun to resemble a man, no, a toad-like thing, eyes of the blackest of reds, and a teethless mouth with bottomless depths that looked no less ominous than 2 rows of sword-like fangs. More threads grew from the head of the staff, threads that begun to snake around, probing, around the shifted form of the demon, like a hunter surrounding its prey, and then it happened. Like arrows, like spears, the threads and the large spear daggered into the demon. Its form, once a void of the utmost blackness, was now losing its hollowness as light, holy light, filled the demon from every pore whence. $&, and the demon, whose form leaked holy light and held a strange green tint, screamed, screaming so terribly loud that Arin was forced to shield his ears, a scream that did not seem to end, not until they were all deafened in the foul language it screamed in, a language of the demon, only seeming as if it was growing volume. These screams, and though Arin was pained, suffering, he felt only a grim satisfaction that the demon was in the greatest of agony. Arin was forced to squint his eyes, the intensity of the light so severe that it was threatening to blind him and all of the rest of them, but Arin continued to look, continued to see the end of evil, and he was not disappointed, as he just about saw the form of the demon show so many glowing crack. Arin was lifted off of his feet as an explosion rippled through them, an explosion that he felt throughout his body. His ears rung. His body ached. His eyes were unseeing, and it took some time, and the shouts of the men around him bolstering his resolve, before he found the strength to get off his back. His ears continued to ring, ringing loudly, and as his gaze swept around, he found that most were still on the ground, though some were standing, most of them the knights who aided any around them. He could see piles of rocks surrounding them, black rocks that looked like dragon glass, though he could dwell not long on it, for he felt hands around his arm, pulling him up. "Septon, are you hurt?" The man, the knight, who had pulled him asked in concern. "I will live," Arun said with an attempted smile, and the knight only snorted in response. I think so." The knight sighed heavily before he shook his helmeted head. "Can't say I thought we would after all of that," the knight said in a disturbed tone of voice that made it clear that he was still heavily shaken. "What was it? What did you see, Septon?" the knight asked quietly and almost fearfully, as if he had only just about convinced himself to ask the question. Arun swallowed dryly as he looked around. The flames that surrounded them had been snuffed out, and all he could see was charred stones and charred corpses, dozens of them. The trees weren't spared either, for the flames had burned most of them whole and through. From what he could tell, the circle of fire had been wide, thick, and it made him realize that the demon spawn were not of mortal flesh. He kept on looking around, this time a lot closer, and he saw that most septons had been back on their feet, or at least sitting, and they were being checked over by some of the knights, as some undoubtedly had been injured by the black rocks. He then looked to the front, to the Archon, whom he could see standing beside a few of the knights, looking at some black rocks that he could not quite tell what they were from his present position. "I saw evil," Arun murmured as he looked at the knight's helm, barely able to see the man's eyes. "I saw evil in the face that it wears." The way the knight reared back made Arun realize that he'd spoken such words in grave hollow numbness. Arun barely managed to force himself to smile. "But our Archon defeated the demon. He defeated it. And may the gods forever hold him in their hearts for it," he fervently thought as he looked at the back of the Archon before he looked at the staff, which seemed to shimmer with such brightness and holiness that it was hard to look at it directly. "Demon Slayer," the knight murmured in awe, and Arun barely noticed the knight walking away from as he continued to stare at the back of the Archon. Arun found himself walking towards the Archon in an almost hypnotic daze. "Arun." Alfred was the one who called his name, but Arun would not be stopped from his current course. When he neared, the Archon turned around, and though his face was shielded by the helm, he knew that their gazes were meeting. The knights either side of the Archon moved to place their bodies closer to the Archon, but they had no need to do so, for Arun dropped to knees in front of the Archon. "Septon Arun." The Archon began, but Arun only shook his head, a grateful smile on his face. He got a glimpse of the stone that had been in front of the Archon. It was a black and grey stone head of a toad of what once was a toad idol. "You are truly God's chosen, my Lord Archon," Arun only stated in a deeply, reverent tone of voice, and Arun bowed his head, touching upon the dirt with his forehead as prostrated. "I have seen, Your Grace. My eyes are open." His eyes were open. Open as the skies were. He'd believed that demons were a distant thing at the most. Things that were no great danger to man, for the gods protected them from their foul touch. However, Arun knew now that it was not the case, not completely. That there was foulness, that there was evil that God and the Seven had not banished away from this earth. Arun noticed that others had kneeled next to him, but he paid it no mind as he continued to think. Bound as the demons were, they were not banished, and he knew now, in the deepest of his heart, the gods had a plan for them, for the faith, one that would see the earth liberated from stink of evil, in the same way that the Archon and the knights had liberated vast swathes of Essos of the stink of slavery. Arun raised his head as he sat on his knees, and he swept his gaze around, and he noted that all of the septons, even those who were bloodied and injured, were kneeling in front of the Archon, with the High Septon right beside him. The High Septon smiled at him before he looked at the Archon with reverent eyes, and what he said next, was what all of them had felt, would feel, would always feel until the gods called them to the seven heavens. "My Lord Archon. Command us." Break. The religious significance of Aegon I, the last prophet of God. Chapter 16, the Fourth Holy Act of Aegon. The fourth of the 7 holy acts by Aegon I can be argued to be the most significant out of all in the aiding of the continuation of our world. To summarize this perception, it can be understood in simple terms that the first holy act had seen Illimaris, the most holy of lands, found as directed by God, and the 7, sparked the birth of Illimaris. The second holy act had been the return to the true principles of the faith and how to live by the commandments given by God through the 7, both of which had been corrupted by selfishness and greed by the gold and power-driven Andals of Westeros, which allowed truth of God and the 7 to one day spread throughout the world, which continues to this day. The third holy act, the last prophet's resurrection under the bathing fires of the dragon, an infinitesimal ember of the divine fire that breathed life into the universe, allowed the prophet to continue his divine work for another 3 decades until he was called home by God in culmination of the final and 7th holy act, the birth of the silver tree, which to this day centuries later fills the hearts of Illimari with hope, conviction, and faith. The 5th holy act, the death of a second and more dangerous demon whose followers would have posed a threat to Illimaris, and the 6th holy act, the archives of Illimaris, similarly had purpose in them that saw to the prosperity of the faith and of the Illimari people. Each of these 6 holy acts were fundamental to Illumeris and its people. However, for all of these divine acts, it is the 4th that had the most significant consequence that ultimately led to a prepared Illumeris against the greatest and darkest of foes that exist on this mortal plane. The most hateful enemy of mankind. It cannot be understated how much different it all could have been, had the last prophet not carried out the opening of the eyes, first for the order of septons, and then later for the order of alchemists. The world may well have fallen into eternal darkness at the hands of the accursed Dark Ones, whose names by order of Archon Aerialis shall forevermore be stricken from history, had the order of septons and the soldiers of Illumeris not learned of the dark entities such as the demon of toads that plagued the mortal plane. This discovery is considered by historians and religious figures alike as the most pivotal step in the role that Illumeris would take over the centuries in the drive to eradicate their ilk and their followers from our world, and thus secure a more permanent division of the planes. Before the reckoning for the demon of toads, it was widely believed that only magic remained in the mortal plane and that creatures like the brindled men, the children of the forest, the Abaints, the Zekaras of the land of the Wash Qutet, or even the White Walkers which at the time of the 120s AC had been considered to be real but only superficially, CCH2 on the Prophet's earliest warnings on spiritual threats, were remnants of dark magic practices rather than true evidence of any demonic or unlikely divine punishment. After the Toadstone incident, this no longer held true in the eyes of Illumeri and particularly the Order of Septons, who had stood witness to the 4th Holy Act in 126 AC, as they lay witness to the existence and death of a demon, the Demon of Toads, who had barely been confined to the demonic gates to the 7 hells, known by their distinct oily black stone appearance, by the time of the reckoning, CCH 26 on the gates of the 7 hells. It was also the beginning of the bestowment of holy sight by the holy hands of the royal family to the Illumeri people, particularly amongst the clergy and the order of alchemists, who, alongside the royal family, in time would form the 2nd and 3rd point in the spear that protected Illumeris and the wider world against the false gods, demons, and their agents, as witnessed in the Yumpton Wars, 163 to 169 AC and 203 to 221 AC, against the Klika demons in southern Greater Uldhos, the Crusade against the Rdic blood mages of central and northern Uldhos and their foul-horned demon god, 267 to 282 AC, and of course, the war for the Dons which nearly ended the entire world of man.